I don't know what gives me this impression, but I think it's time I did that video about his back, innit? So, full disclosure, my original idea for this video was to film it while I was in hospital recovering from back surgery. Not the whole thing, obviously, but I was going to film a bunch of links and stuff, so I'd be able to have, like, you know, he said this thing over here, so that means we have to talk about this, or we mentioned this thing here, so now we get to talk about this, and, you know, be able to move on and keep a bit of flow, and I'd fill in the gaps in between when I was feeling better and could record and edit again. That's not going to happen for three main reasons. Firstly, I wasn't really in any fit state while I was in hospital. There were complications with my surgery. I had to stay there longer than I should have done. I was supposed to only be there for 4 days. I ended up being there for 18. And for a lot of that, I was in tremendous pain and on some very powerful painkillers. So I wasn't really in any fit state to do it. Secondly, you don't get that much time to yourself on the ward. You're surprisingly busy. People are coming to see you quite a lot. There's like specialists who'll come up and see you to see how you're doing. The people that operated on you will want to see how you're doing post-operatively. There'll be physiotherapists to help get you up and about. There's also nurses coming quite a lot to take like regular blood pressure and take samples of blood and things, and the amount of time that I had to have a fucking cannula in my hand. And there's also, you know, visiting hours, so people will be coming and visiting you twice a day. So there's like some periods where you're doing very little, but other times there's some very busy points. And thirdly, it felt really fucking weird, the thought of like getting my phone out and turning on the camera and starting recording when there's like 6 other blokes on the ward with you, and you don't get walls, you get like curtains, so you can all hear each other. And I just didn't want to have to explain who DSP was or what I was doing while I was there. I think I only told like one of the people on the ward that I had a YouTube channel, and that was it. For most of it, I just didn't want to do it, so I thought, it's too weird. You just look weird, and it's just not worth the hassle of having to explain it all. So yeah, I didn't. Also, this video is going to be a bit different from normal. Usually what I'd do is like I'd be taking a clip from like Snort Hogan or someone, and I'd be reacting to that, and so the video would be informed by whatever it was that Phil was doing. But this is different. I'm constructing this as I go. Yep, I'm afraid that means there's not much in the way of continuity in this one. All of this stuff's going to shift about the place as I go from segment to segment, because I'll have had to move the camera. The audio quality is going to be different in bits because I'll have moved the microphone. Even my facial hair and what I'm wearing is going to change from segment to segment, because that's just the way I've had to film it. It's done in chunks, and not just because it's the sort of video that I could not do in one go, but also because like physically it's how I've managed recovering from back surgery and getting back into recording and editing. So I've had to do it in chunks, but I've tried my best to keep things fairly chronological and not have it disrupt things too much, and I've separated them into chapters with title cards, so you know it shouldn't be too disruptive, but unfortunately it is there and I do have to acknowledge it. So yeah, sorry about that. Thanks for sticking with it. I hope it's not too much of an issue for you. And anyway, let's get back to the video. So as the lie sort of progresses and as Phil reveals more and more about his back, there's more and more things that we end up needing to talk about, hence the long run time. And so what we'll do is we'll go through a bunch of clips, and they will all build up to a point that we'll need to discuss in greater detail, and it will be something relating to his back or the lie or whatever. So it might be something about surgery, or when he claims to have restless leg syndrome, or why he doesn't do physical activity. There'll be things like that, and as we go we'll be collecting points to analyze and sort of show how the lie has grown and how much he's contradicted himself, and how just basically it's gotten out of control in that very Phil way of telling a lie and then not being able to resist telling more lies on top of it. So in a broadly meta sense, this is like the analysis of a lie and how it grows over time. So yeah, this one's structured a bit differently. I've decided to split it into parts depending on whether it's an analysis of several clips or whether it's a discussion point, and as a result of that I think we should start with the first part, which is part 1. What even are discs anyway? Because we're going to be spending a lot of this video talking about stuff like discs and nerves and spinal injuries, I thought it would be helpful to quickly go over some of the basics so that we're all at the same level of understanding and we all know what we need to know in order to understand why what Phil's saying is wrong when he talks about his back injury. And to help me do that, I'm joined in the studio today by noted titanium spinal implant haver, Steve of the Shed.
Hello.
And multiple spinal surgery experiencer, Steve of the Bed. Steve of the Shed, if I can turn to you first. What does Phil mean when he says L4, L5?
Well, your spine consists of a number of small bones called vertebrae, and in between each of these is a squidgy fibrous disc that acts as a sort of shock absorber. It cushions impacts and allows the spine a degree of flexibility and movement. The spine is divided up into regions depending on where in the body it is. So for the bones in your neck, this is the cervical area. For the ones in your chest, this is the thoracic area. For the ones around your waist, that is the lumbar area. And for the ones that are actually on your hip bone, that's the sacral area, and sometimes counting the tailbone is coccygeal. Discs are referred to by the number of the vertebrae that they are between. So when Phil says L4, L5, what he means is the disc between the 4th and 5th vertebrae of his lumbar region, which is quite low in the body. It's quite close to the hip bone.
And what do we mean when we say a disc is herniated?
Well, doctors often compare discs to donuts, so that's what I'm going to do here. Your disc is made of a fibrous cartilage exterior called the annulus fibrosus, and it has a goopy gelatinous interior called the nucleus pulposus. And when you squeeze a donut at one end slightly, it will bulge slightly at the other end because the inside is moving. And that's broadly what happens when a disc is herniating. It's being compressed somehow between the vertebrae, and it's bulging at the other end as a result. And obviously, like a donut, if you keep squeezing it, it will eventually rupture and the jelly or jam will leak.
So whereabouts does Phil mean when he says R4, R5?
We'll be getting to that later.
Steve of the Bed, if I could turn to you now. Do discs have nerves?
Well, the outer layers of discs actually do have nerves, but they're connected to ligaments that hold the disc in place between the vertebrae, and they're not part of the central nervous system, so they don't send pain signals to the brain. Discs don't feel pain, and pain does not come from them. Discs cause pain by interfering with other things. So functionally and for our purposes, discs don't have nerves, and you don't feel pain from them. So when Phil makes this mistake throughout this video, we will be correcting it as such, because discs aren't a source of pain in the way that he seems to think they are.
So how do discs cause pain?
Well, discs typically cause pain by either herniating far enough to impinge nerves, which can disrupt or even block the transmission of signals to and from the brain, rupturing and leaking the nucleus pulposus all over nerves and other tissues, which can be a problem if those tissues are permeable, such as with your digestive system, and nucleus pulposus then ends up in your bloodstream, or by failing to support the vertebrae above it, which causes the vertebrae to lower and narrow the gap that the nerves run through. This is a condition known as stenosis.
Oh, right, I get it. So, like, the risk to your bowels, for example, is not because the discs control the bowels, because they don't, but it's more that the discs would block the nerves that send signals from the brain telling the muscles of your bowels to expel waste, which can lead to them filling and rupturing.
Exactly, yes. Depending on the location, direction and extent of the herniation, the disruption of signals being sent to and from the brain can cause a wide variety of symptoms, one of the more serious being loss of bowel control.
And what other symptoms can a herniated disc cause?
Some of the more common symptoms can be neuropathic pain or other unusual feelings, such as pins and needles or abnormal temperature sensations. Other people may experience muscular issues, such as cramping or weakness, which can cause or exacerbate balance and mobility issues. And in extreme cases, a herniated disc can lead to paralysis or even death. Although we should point out that most people who have herniated discs won't experience such extreme symptoms or risks and can and do go on to recover from them. Surgery success rates are quite high, and most people won't even need surgery in the first place.
That's a good point, Steve, and don't worry, we will be talking about this again, because we do have a section about surgery later on in the video.
Do we?
Well, yeah. You filmed it.
No, I didn't. It wasn't my job. Don't look at me. I did the restless leg and lifestyle changes bits.
Wait, no, hang on a minute. If it wasn't your job, and it wasn't your job, then whose job was it? We'd better get on with this. This is the first time that Phil mentions his back. It's The King is revealed from the 22nd of July 2009.
By the way, when am I getting paid for this?
I told you, when the video is out.
Good, because Luke said isn't cheap, you know. Preaching to the choir, mate. Hang on a minute, you're getting paid? Well, yeah. Are you not? No! What the hell, Steve?
God damn it, Editor Steve, why haven't you cut yet? Part 2. Analysing The King is revealed.
But besides that, I do have a back injury. I have mentioned it before in the channel comments. I've mentioned it in a couple videos, but this is pretty much probably going to be the highest rated video ever on my channel, just because I'm showing my face. So I might as well just kind of get some of the basics down. I don't know how I hurt my back. I have a severely herniated disc in my lower back, and really there's no explanation. It's not like I fell, it's not like I was in a car accident, I was lifting some heavy shit and I'm like, oh, and I, you know, nothing like that. Just, it happened. And so because of that, I have pain a lot when I stand up for, you know, longer periods of time, when I drive a car on the highway for, you know, more than just a couple seconds actually, or when I drive long distances, you know, at slower speeds. In addition to that, you know, obviously I can't do anything like dance or do any kind of, you know, strenuous physical activity like sports or anything like that, just very basic stuff. So pretty much since this injury came to light last fall, I tried to, you know, figure out what am I going to do with my time, because I can't go out much anymore. And so I decided to play video games.
Now that was the first time he mentioned it, and I know that it didn't seem like much, especially compared to modern day Phil. That clip was only a minute and a half, whereas nowadays you'd probably get like 5 to 10, maybe even 20 minutes of talk about his back, whereas, you know, back then he was still socializing, and I think that has a massive effect on how he talks and how he conveys information linguistically. He has a way of like speaking that indicates, you know, his like information in a more direct way, not necessarily like accurate or definitive, but it's more direct, whereas nowadays his conversational style tends to take you on rambles and tangents, and he goes off on little diversions and tries to obfuscate more. Like that is more embedded into his linguistic habits than it was here. Back in those days when he socialized, he had to be able to handle himself in social context with other people, and so there would be other conversation and other people potentially, I don't necessarily want to say like competing for the focus of attention, but as a narcissist, someone like Phil at that point in his life would still be like secure enough to be able to handle the anxiety of a social situation a bit better, because he's in them more often. So he's having to learn, he's having to do these things, and it involves like better refining his techniques of conveying information and taking the center stage. So he's, you know, at least a couple of people are paying attention to him, not necessarily everyone in the room, but he's able to handle himself with other people and try to be the one who's the center of attention in subtle ways, you know, because obviously he's an asset. You don't want to be like, right, everybody pay attention to me. He's not that, but he is sort of like still trying to dominate conversations. Like he might speak over somebody, or he might loudly interject, or he might sort of like try to steer the conversation a different way. So nowadays you don't necessarily get that. He has more control over it, so he can take his time, he's relaxed, and he's more confident and secure because he's in his safe space, his controlled environment. So it's very, very different. But because of that, we don't necessarily get that much information. Nowadays Phil would talk about it a lot more, he would give away a lot more, whereas back then his information delivery is a bit more direct. Again, not definitive, but it's direct. There's a couple of things that we can tease out of that. Firstly, we don't have a cause.
I don't know how I hurt my back.
Now, this isn't necessarily a red flag. Not all discs herniate the same way. Not all discs start to bulge in the same direction or at the same speed to the same extent. So it is entirely possible that something trivial, something minor, something you wouldn't even consider caused an initial nudge, an initial bulge, an initial slip, and then gradually over a period of days or weeks or months, it would get worse. It would slowly grow further and further out and herniate more. And then one day Phil realizes, oh, I'm feeling pain. Maybe he wakes up and he's feeling it. Maybe he's walking downstairs and he feels it. Maybe he's, you know, in the car and he feels it. It's entirely possible for that to be the case. And I don't know if I believe him or not, because at this point, it's young Phil. It's not current day Phil and all like the cynical experiences online that he's had and his somewhat questionable relationship with the truth. It's young Phil, and at this moment he doesn't necessarily have that much reason to lie to us. He doesn't have any reason to be suspicious or cynical towards his audience. He doesn't necessarily perceive ill intent from them. In fact, he's painting this all as a, you know, well, I might as well do this now, so, you know, yeah, let's talk about it, let's get it all out in the open. So I'm not entirely sure he would be lying about this. But on the other hand, it's Phil, and as a narcissist, especially one that socializes, he will be refining those methods that he uses to convince people of something that isn't necessarily true. And this could be one of those times, because when I had a look at the transcript for this bit, I was actually quite surprised with the number of times the words and came up. And at first I was like, wow, that's, let's see what that says about his thought processes, because disruptions in speech tend to indicate, like processing and decision making and cognitive attention is required elsewhere. And it would indicate to me that he has a list of points that he wants to address, because he goes, well, we might as well do this now. So he's prepared himself to talk about the issue, which means that he's got a list of points that he wants to hit. And then everything in between is just filling the gaps while you're doing it. You freewheel it. Fuck it. I'm doing it. I've got notes. I've not actually, scripted this thing. I've got a couple of notes, a couple of points, and then everything in between is me just, seating my pants. So if you transcribed mine, you would probably see an equivalent or greater amount because of, the length of my videos. Although, considering the amount of videos that he's put up over the years, it's probably still, either way, if you average them out, probably mine. But my point is that in this context, Phil is trying to convince you that he doesn't know what happened to cause his back injury. He doesn't know if there's an incident responsible for it. All he knows is that his back is hurt. It could be that he does know what caused that, but he doesn't want that information getting out. Maybe it's something that he feels embarrassed about. Maybe it's something compromising. Maybe he fell in the shower and had to be rescued naked. Maybe he was found in a compromising position because it had happened as he was getting up out of bed, and a flatmate or a roommate or a parent had to come in and help him up. Maybe it's something that he feels embarrassed about because it happened in public. He slipped and fell in public and everybody saw and laughed. Who knows? It could be something that he feels like, I don't want people to know about this, so I am going to be vague. All I'm going to do is I'm going to tell people what it's not. So we are going to rule out a fall.
It's not like I fell.
A car accident.
It's not like I was in a car accident.
Or lifting something heavy.
I was lifting some heavy shit and I'm like, oh, now,
We don't know what caused it, but we know it's definitely not one of those three things. We're going to come back to the car accident later, but for now, that's something that we can tease out of this. That's some information that we can extract. He didn't fall, he didn't have a car crash, and he didn't lift something heavy. Another thing that we can tease out of this is a description of the injury itself. It's described as
a severely herniated disc in my lower back.
Now, it's not as accurate as R4, R5. Obviously, that will come later, but it's at least something for now. It's a general enough impression that most of us will hear
severely herniated
and think, ooh, that's quite bad. And that is another example of his use of language. Without telling you too much, he's told you, I have a very serious back injury. So you already know, fuck, that must be quite bad, that. And along with that is an understanding that obviously that means you won't be able to do certain things. That means it must have an impact on your life. That means you must be on, say, painkillers or, having surgery. There must be some serious impact on you. And, again, I don't necessarily want to say that he's lying about this, but it does convey a certain image. And it does make him appear sympathetic because, back injuries fucking suck. So you're going to feel bad for somebody who's got a back injury. I've got a terrible back injury. I've had to have serious surgery multiple times. And when people tell me about their back injuries, I feel bad for them because I know how bad it must feel for them. It fucking sucks. I don't necessarily want to say that it's a deliberate manipulation at this point. It feels to me like this is probably the most earnest and truthful that we're going to get with Phil, considering his use of language and how much he's going to reveal to us and how much of that information is based in reality and how much of it is Phil controlling his image. So it's a hard line for me to sort of define at this period. There's a lot of variables that we don't necessarily have now because Phil has chosen to isolate himself. Back here, there's a lot more things that could be considered when you're looking at Phil because he's socializing. He's more normal here than he is now. So it's difficult to sort of like go, yep, he's lying there. when he's got very little reason to at this point. It's very early on, and he's trying to convey the image of being earnest, and if you take him at the face value at this point, there's not necessarily anything that you might find disagreeable. There's nothing that sort of stands as an out and out lie. But again, you know, consider his language. That's the thing. Now, there's more information that we can get out of this. We also get a description of the pain that he feels and when he feels it. When he says,
I have pain a lot when I stand up for, you know, longer periods of time.
That's fine. I don't necessarily find that objectionable. It's a very common thing for people with back injuries, especially if you can't do it unaided. Like, you know, like I need a crutch. So, you know, it's something that's quite common, and I don't find it objectionable if DSP were to suffer, you know, even a minor disc injury. I would imagine that one of like the main symptoms of that is standing up is painful. So that I don't necessarily find objectionable. But a red flag goes up through the description of driving. I'm going to come back to this later. Okay, now there's two more pieces of information that we can draw from this, and then I want to move on from this clip. The first is a list of restrictions. There are a couple of things that he can and can't do.
Can't do anything like dance or do any kind of, you know, strenuous physical activity like sports or anything like that. Just very basic stuff.
Now, the list of things that he can't do and the list of things that he can do are never fully defined. And again, this is the first time that you're talking to people about this. You want to keep it brief. There are some examples so that people out there can at least understand, and people who have similar injuries can relate. That's okay, you know. Sports is a physical thing. Most people think of dancing. Yeah, sure, that's another thing. You can't like wiggle your hips or do certain moves. Fine, we don't expect you to be a dancer. Should editor Steve want to edit in a couple of clips of him playing Just Dance here, that is, I will leave that up to his discretion. But whatever, you know, it's fine. You're just talking about this for the first time. You're not going to go into it point by point. You want to keep it brief and vague enough to allow you to build on it later. However, you've still got a couple of examples of things such as dancing and sports that people will understand and get the point. People who have back injuries will relate. It's fine. Move on, you know, but you've got that base. So later on, you can build on it. You can say, I also can't do this. I also can do that. This is the restriction that I have now, but this is a restriction I will have later when I need to. So we've got a firm base for a lie here. And finally, the last piece of information, we have a diagnosis date. Sort of.
Since this injury came to light last fall.
The video was uploaded in 2009, which to me suggests fall 2008. So between September and November 2008 is when DSP's back went. We are going to come back to this. Put the biggest pin in this date. Remember, fall 2008. That's the very first date that we are given. And it's going to change. Okay, so a lot of the things that we talked about there are going to get built upon later as Phil adds to the story and more details become, you know, unveiled to us. But I think something that we should rule out at this point, and it's a fairly common misconception, and I feel like, you know, this is a good point to mention it because Phil directly mentioned it then. Let's talk about the car crash. But before we do, full disclosure, I had hydrotherapy earlier and I'm absolutely knackered. My leg's killing me, my back feels stiff and sore, and to be honest, I just don't want to talk about DSP and driving right now. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reuse some old footage from a previous attempt at making this video that I shot like a year and a half ago now. It was before all this. This wasn't here. But I'd been trying to make it and other things just seemed a bit more important, so it kept being pushed to the side. Stuff like, you know, the champions reveal on the daily wrap and stuff about Jasper all seemed to be a bit more of a priority, so I just kept putting it to one side. And then when I came out of hospital and looked over it again, I thought, I'm not happy with everything and the way this is. I can do better, so reshoot it and start again and try again, and this is the new version. But the discussion about driving from that bit is still fine. When I was like looking back over it, I thought that still works. I can still use that. That way it doesn't go to waste. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I see someone in chat right now asking why not just shoot this when you feel better on another day, and you know, that's an interesting point. Where what I'd just like to do is anybody else want to? Yeah, there's somebody else. Oh, they're all coming out of the woodwork now. Anyone else? I could do this all day. Nope. Okay, great. So everybody wins in this situation because I get to have a day off and you all get to watch some footage and think, I wonder what else was in that version that we're never going to see, and have to live with that like uncertainty and doubt. Part 3. Let's rule out Phil's car crash. So the next real mention of the back comes when Phil is talking about driving, and we should probably deal with this now because it comes up a bit later, but since this is the first time and he goes into a bit of detail about it, we might as well just get it out of the way.
You know, as everyone knows who's been following me for quite a while, I do have a back injury, and basically I can't drive long distances. If I try to drive a long distance, first of all, I start to get uncomfortable after about 20 minutes in the car, and I start to lose my coordination. Then I start to get sharp pain shooting up my back. I've tried different things like driving 20 minutes, take a break, driving 20 minutes. It doesn't work. It's just sitting in the same spot, you know, driving. And the other thing is, because I do have a back injury, it's hard for me to do things like spur of the moment. So, for example, if someone swerves right in front of me, there's a chance that I might not be able to hit the brake in time, and that's it for me.
Phil's driving issues and his back, we can split them into two parts. So let's actually split one into let's deal with one part first. You can split them into his reluctance to drive on the highway and how that affects things and where that's all coming from, and you can also talk about the effect it's had on his back. Now, initially Phil says
it's not like I fell, it's not like I was in a car accident, I was lifting some heavy shit and I'm like, oh, and now, you know.
So we can establish that right away. Phil's car crash did not have anything to do with his back, except that later on Phil then says,
Sun Quan asks, is that how I hurt my back? I mean, very matter-of-factly, that might have been the beginnings, but that was the year 1998 or 1999. I didn't get diagnosed with my back injury until 2007, but it's very likely that could have been the start of back problems for me. Like, maybe I aggravated my back, and then over the years, you know, it just inkling got a little worse, until finally I got full-blown herniated disc, right? It could have been. So who knows? I could have been something from much younger in my life. I did get into a bad car accident when I was in high school. Maybe that could... Who knows, right? Who knows where it actually started? The good news is it's really not a huge deal anymore. So that's a good thing.
So we are left with this back and forth between it could have been and it couldn't have been. And I feel like it's more along the lines of it couldn't have been, because that was their first, and that is established a bit more often. And then later on, when Phil is talking about what it could have been or what might have contributed, the car crash is considered. But most of the time, it's used to sort of like say, this isn't what caused it. I don't know what caused it. This is a thing that didn't. So I'm going to go with that. And this is another rabbit hole that I could have fallen down here, talking about Phil's car crash. Because this clip,
more than likely, there's a reason why parents are being overprotective, okay? In my case, my parents were being overprotective. I'll tell you why. Because they were having problems with their marriage. I know I've never really talked about this publicly before. I will right now. This is real and from the heart. They were having problems with their marriage at the time when I was in high school. They may or may not have cheated on each other. I don't know or care, because it's not my fucking business, and I don't give a shit what they did, right? But what they decided to do, they decided to put me in the middle of it and make me the center of the issue. So, well, we hate each other's guts. Look what you're doing. You're going to tear our family apart. What's going to happen to Phil because of this and that? And literally, they made me the center of it when really I had nothing to fucking do with it. It was those two. So, no, you can't go out with your friends. You got to stay home and save your money and do what we tell you and this or that. And basically, they made me more like an object than anything else in their ongoing marital battle that they had when I was in high school, okay? And again, I know that I never talked about this before, so I'm being real with you guys, all right? And so for me, I understood why they were doing it. They kind of thought, well, gee, if this marriage goes south or whatever, at least we can still take care of our son. We want to make sure our son doesn't end up in a position like this. We want to make sure our son doesn't make bad decisions. But quite honestly, what ended up happening was that it was just discipline for the sake of discipline. No, you cannot go out with your friends tonight. Why not? Because I said so. Well, I don't understand. I did all my homework. Everything's done. I've gone out before and proven that I can go out, come back in a proper time, and be here for school tomorrow. No, can't go out. What the fuck? You know? I would be working, saving up all my money from my job, my part-time job when I worked in a mall at fast food, doing salads and frozen yogurt and stuff. I would save up for 6 months to go to a tournament, and they would yell at me, why are you going wasting your money? What do you mean wasting my money? It's my money. I can spend it how I want. No, how dare you? Go ahead, but we don't approve of what you're doing, and you're wasting your life and your money. And it was like never good enough for them, right? They were always super over-disciplined. To the point where finally I had enough, and at the end of junior year, I basically, that summer, I take that back. It was actually senior year, most of senior year, I kind of just told them I was going to do whatever I wanted, okay? And it got to the point, let me put it this way. I don't know if we've even talked about this either. Let me put it this way. My parents trusted me enough to buy me a car. They did. They bought me a car. Was it brand new? No, I can't even remember. I know it was a Ford Escort. And I got into a car accident in it. It wasn't my fault, but it ended up being my fault because the guy who was at fault, who swerved in front of me and almost ran me off the road, took off. So there was I didn't get to see his license plate. No one got a witness. So they said, oh, you lost control of your car. I'm like, no, this guy almost hit me, but they wrote it off as it was my fault. The car got totaled. All right. The first thing my mom says to me in the hospital is not, are you okay? Oh my God, what happened? No. Why did you disobey my wishes and drive on that highway? I told you not to. And at that point, I said, you know what? Fuck this. Because if you're going to make life about you and not about me anymore, I don't care. And I literally told my parents after that, I will go out whenever I want. I don't give a shit. If you're going to kick me out of the house, kick me out of the goddamn house. I'll go live with my friends because I've had enough of your bullshit. You're absolutely overly disciplined for no reason. My grades are great. You know, I'm not into drugs. I'm not into alcohol. I'm not doing any of these things that you would think that would be the problems, that would be the reason why they want me to stay home. And I said enough is enough. And for most of senior year and then that one summer between senior year and college, I wasn't even home. I wasn't. I'll do what I want. And basically it taught them a lesson, that I am not their bargaining chip to be used between their marital problems, to be used between all their shit, right? And it straightened them out a little bit, especially when I went to college. It did straighten them out a little bit, and they stopped doing that shit, okay? But the bottom line is, somewhere in there, okay, somewhere in there, they did do that stuff because they cared about me. They wanted the best for me. They maybe didn't want me to run off and get involved in drugs and getting girls pregnant and doing all this stuff. And they were afraid. They did it in the wrong way. It's like I said, everything in moderation. Okay, no, you can't go out every night of the week, but I'll let you go out 1 to 2 nights of the week if you can prove that you're responsible and you're going to be doing your homework and you're going to be there and you're going to have your responsibilities completed. It's the same thing when you get to the workforce later on after you graduate from school. If you can go to work and be there on time and do your job sufficiently and then go home and hell, do whatever you want. Go out partying, have a drink, play video games at night, however you let loose. As long as you're able to do that and then get back to your ass on your work the next day and fulfill your responsibilities, then do it, right? And that's what parents need to be doing.
And my God, I wanted to go into detail about that because holy shit, what that says about his relationship with his parents. But this isn't the time or place. Let's stick to the back. So we know that Phil's car crash hospitalized him. Whether they let him out later that day or they kept him in overnight, again, Phil goes back and forth on.
No, Gazora, I've never been hospitalized for an extended period of time. I was only hospitalized once when I got into a car accident. I was out that night, and once when I was ultra dehydrated at school and I almost passed out and I couldn't see. They hospitalized me for that, and I was out that day as well. Actually, I take it back. No. One time I was there overnight. What the fuck was it for? I think it might have been the car accident. I think it was the car accident. They hospitalized me overnight. Just to be sure that nothing else happened. Like there was no hemorrhaging or whatever anywhere in my body they couldn't find. Something like that. I'm pretty sure.
Either way, he was hospitalized. He was in some pain and all that. But it has nothing to do with his back. So let's rule that out. Let's rule it out. Phil never had a problem with his back and it being a problem that stems from his car crash. That is a thing that we can dismiss now. But then it comes to driving on the freeway. And this has to be psychological. And this is where that clip comes in.
The first thing my mom says to me in the hospital is not, "Are you okay? Oh my God, what happened?" No. "Why did you disobey my wishes and drive on that highway? I told you not to." And at that point, I said, you know what? Fuck this. Because if you're going to make life about you and not about me anymore, I don't care.
Because that line about you disobeyed me, you drove on the highway. Sorry, it's the motorway in England. That has to be the source of something. And that something has to later expand into, I don't like driving on the highway. And that is a thing that dominates Phil's attitude towards driving from then on. He says multiple times he's moved where he has because everything is in close proximity, so he doesn't have to drive on the highway.
Now the good news is, for the most part, since I've moved to the state of Washington, my back only hurts in certain situations. If I'm on my feet for an extended period of time, or if I'm in the same position for an extended period of time. So if I'm sitting here for 6 hours not moving, playing a game, and I get up, my back hurts. So that's why I take breaks during my streams and stuff so that I can walk around and stretch out and not have my back be all jacked up all day, okay? But for the most part, because of the new living situation that I'm in, I have a garage, right? So when I go grocery shopping or whatever, I can bring stuff right into my kitchen. I'm not going up and down stairs. I'm not doing crazy amounts of walking back and forth with heavy stuff. Everything where I live now that I need is in a short driving distance, including groceries, food, home improvement supplies, electronics, entertainment, like there's an arcade, movie theater, anything you could think of that we would want is within, say, a 20-minute driving distance. I have no reason to drive for a long period of time. I have not gotten on the highway once since we've moved here 2 years ago. That's how crazy. We've driven to Seattle, downtown Seattle. We don't have to get on a highway. We can drive on a normal road. It takes like 40 minutes to get there. It's wild how awesome everything is location-wise for us here.
He says that is why he stopped going to Street Fighter tournaments, because his back couldn't handle the journey.
My back injury was severe about a decade ago when I was first diagnosed with it. And it was so severe to the point where I couldn't even physically move around the way that I was used to and I liked to anymore. And I had to give up things. I had to give up driving to go to Street Fighter tournaments because I couldn't do it anymore.
And that's an issue that is fucking flat out wrong, because there are, right, when I had my operations, the discectomies, both times when I was let out, I was told, you know, you're in a car, limit your journey to about 30 minutes. Because, you know, you're very, very weak at the moment, and we have operated on your back. So don't be sitting in the same position for too long. So, yeah, if you're on a journey that's longer than that, pull over, stop, get out for a bit. Get out for, you know, between 5 and 15 minutes, however long you feel you need. But get out and walk about. Because they keep you moving. That's the thing that's going to come up later. For now, the idea that there are restrictions on the length that you should drive. Because Phil says the moment he gets on the freeway, he feels pain within seconds.
And so because of that, I have pain a lot when I stand up for, you know, longer periods of time, when I drive a car on the highway for, you know, more than just a couple seconds actually, or when I drive long distances, you know, at slower speeds.
And that's not really a thing that happens. It's not... If your back caused you that much problem, that much pain, that quickly, they probably wouldn't let you out of hospital. Because that's very, very severe. But even my back, when it fucking herniated, didn't... Actually, now that I think about it, when I was on my way to the discectomy for the first time, I was lying down in the back of my Uncle John's car because I couldn't sit up. The pain was that bad. But that was, you know, that was post-herniation. That was literally on my way to my operation. So most of the time you can sit. And most of the time you don't feel the pain within seconds. So I think Phil recognised this on some level, because later on it is revised, and he sort of rounds it up to a more, you know, reasonable sounding 20 to 30 minutes.
Basically, I can't drive long distances. If I try to drive a long distance, first of all, I start to get uncomfortable after about 20 minutes in the car.
But even then, he says that he can handle journeys that aren't on the highway of sort of comparable length or longer just fine.
Anything you could think of that we would want is within, say, a 20-minute driving distance. I have no reason to drive for a long period of time. I have not gotten on the highway once since we've moved here 2 years ago. That's how crazy. We've driven to Seattle, downtown Seattle. We don't have to get on a highway. We can drive on a normal road. It takes like 40 minutes to get there. It's wild how awesome everything is location-wise for us here. But, like, for example, sometimes Kat and I will go a little bit further out in Washington to a further out place just for the day to do some, you know, window shopping or eat at a restaurant that's further out or something. And it's okay to drive like 30 minutes to an hour. I'm okay with that, but like I can't drive for long distances. It drives me nuts. And I don't like highway driving. So
the issue seems to be the speed at which you can drive. Because otherwise distance wouldn't be a factor and time wouldn't be a factor. And the issue for Phil seems to be the speed, because he can handle drives of longer distance and longer time fine. That's why I think it's psychological. There's something about the speed he was going at when he had this car crash and the response of his mum that has made him freak out when he's driving on the motorway. And he does. He says that he's had an anxiety attack, and it was when he was driving on the highway.
Ross Prey just did a super chat. Thank you, Ross Prey. He says, I hope you're keeping well. Do you have any issues with anxiety? I'm struggling now and wondered if you had. Not really. Although I absolutely have tackled depression over the course of my life. Never really has mass like anxiety. Like I've never really had. Okay, I take that back. I did have a couple panic attacks. The time when it happened was when my back injury was really bad. Okay, and I went to drive on the highway. And I started having like pain and numbness in my legs and tightness in my back. And I kind of realized, oh shit, this is bad because I'm on the highway. And at any moment, what if my leg jerks up and I hit the brakes, or I veer in a direction and I could die, or I could kill people around me. And actually it was around that time period, this was over 10 years ago, that I basically stopped driving on the highway. I said, this is not good. And I actually, on the highway, I remember when that realization hit me, my chest tightened. I couldn't breathe, and I was absolutely having a panic attack. And I had to pull the fuck over and get off the highway as soon as humanly possible because I was having a panic attack. It's maybe almost happened to me a few other times when driving at high speeds. It seems to be the only time that it happens.
So, I think there's something psychological there. I don't think it's anything to do with his back, despite the number of times that he claims that this is a thing. I don't think it's anything to do with his back. His reluctance to drive on the freeway is psychological. It has to be. Because there's nothing that really says you can't if you have a bad back. You are advised against the duration of your journeys, because it's it's sitting in the same position that's the problem, especially if you're in a, you know, if you're in a driving chair, if you're in the seat and, you know, your back's a bit too far forward or a bit too far back. Things like this matter. It's the duration that matters. It's not the speed. I suppose you could argue it might be the vibrations that you feel at speed, but then again, you would also feel vibrations when you're driving on regular roads, because not all of them are well kept, and eventually you're going to hit like a pothole or a bump in the road, and it's going to, and they really fucking hurt. So I feel like it's psychological. I feel like it has to be psychological. I also feel like it's psychological because it shouldn't be a factor a decade later. And yet, you know, especially if your back is healed, and yet Phil still says, I don't drive on the freeway, with the highway. Fuck.
Oh, yes, Polish Frog, I do still avoid the highway because of my back injury. In reality, my back feels so much better, I could probably easily drive on it, no problem. But there's no reason for me to drive on the highway around here. Seriously, everything I need is within, at most, 20 minutes away. I'm not even kidding. Maybe at the furthest 30 minutes away driving. I don't need to use the highway at all to get around. The traffic around here isn't bad. I could just drive on normal roads. The only thing, if I wanted to get into Seattle, maybe I'd save 10 minutes. But driving on the side road is 45 minutes instead of 35. So I literally never use the highway. I haven't used the highway since I lived in Connecticut. And even then, I mean, I'm serious. I probably haven't driven on the highway in about 10 years. Yeah, no lie. Because the last time I drove on the highway, I was driving to go to the doctor about my back. And it hurt so bad on the way there, I almost got into an accident, and I never drove on the highway again. So it's been about 10 years.
So it must be a psychological thing that compels him. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel this way 10 years later. Especially if your back took 5 years to heal. We're getting onto that later as well. But if you're saying at this point your back is healed and you could drive on it, it'd be fine. You know, if you're saying that you can handle it but you still don't, there must be something psychological there. And everything Phil wants to do, now that I think about it, it suddenly hit me. Everything Phil wants to do is within driving distance of him. You know, if he wants to visit the zoo, you know, or he wants to take her out to downtown Seattle, or, you know, to see the Space Needle or whatever. If he wants to do things with his wife, they all seem to be within close proximity to his house. He never says, like, let's drive to another state, or let's drive, like, further out. Let's drive into, like, a more sort of rural territory, or a more sort of, like, you know, a more foresty area. Let's go find, like, a cabin somewhere and have, like, a romantic weekend away. Never anything that involves distance. So I really feel it's psychological. That actually could be a pretty interesting video to look into, because there's definitely something there, and it's definitely something to do with his mum's reaction when he has his crash. Not just the trauma of a car crash, but the trauma of, you know, wanting some, like, concern from a parent, expecting like concern or sympathy, and instead getting, fuck, you disapprove, you know, I disapprove because you disobeyed me. Sorry. There's something there. But for our purposes, when we're talking about his back, his car crash had nothing to do with it, and his reluctance to drive on the highway is not something that's born of medical necessity. It's something that's born of a psychological worry. There's a psychological cause. There is a root issue that's not biological. It's not because of his back, especially not now. Part 4. The early years, 2009 to 2013. So what we're going to do now is we're going to sort of speed through a couple of clips. We're not going to go into as much detail as we did like the first mention, but we will sort of pick up on a couple of points along the way, because at the moment we're still quite early on in things, so we're still really building the skeleton, you know, we're still sort of like getting our bits together and assembling this. Later on, things will be iterated on, so we won't have to go into like every clip, every mention of, you know, my bad back or my herniated disc or whatever, but at the moment moment, there's still plenty to pick up on at the start that's going to be significant later. So we're going to get through these and, you know, pick up a couple of points along the way. The next one is from a friend request ridicule. The next one is from a friend why can I not say that word? Friend request ridicule. Just go to the fucking clip.
Hey there, DSP. Love the YouTube videos. Voted for you to be Mr. YouTube 09. That was funny that so many people went and voted for me on that gay dude's channel. Hope your back problem heals up. It's never going to heal up. You can't heal a herniated disc. Keep on making videos. They're great. And they're spelled incorrectly. Excellent.
Okay, and from that clip, from friend request ridicule, we, I'm proud of myself, we get the idea that you can't fix a broken disc. You can't fix a herniated disc. There will never be a cure for this condition that Phil has. It will never be fixed. That's important. It's a short clip, but that's the important thing we need to take from it for now. Moving on, the next clip is from a week in preview of the 21st of February 2011. And in this clip, Phil's going to talk about the pain he feels while driving. We're not going to go into him driving. That's not the issue. The fact, you know, we all know he can't drive long distances. We get it. But we do get a description of the symptoms that he feels and some of the ways he's tried to deal with that. So we're going to discuss that in a minute. I don't know, like, why I'm waiting as if the fucking clip's playing. I can just, like, start talking about the next bit. I have the power to cut.
You know, as everyone knows who's been following me for quite a while, I do have a back injury. And basically, I can't drive long distances. If I try to drive a long distance, first of all, I start to get uncomfortable after about 20 minutes in the car. And I start to lose my coordination. Then I start to get sharp pain shooting up my back. I've tried different things like driving 20 minutes, take a break, driving 20 minutes. It doesn't work. It's just sitting in the same spot, you know, driving. And the other thing is, because I do have a back injury, it's hard for me to do things like spur of the moment. So, for example, if someone swerves right in front of me, there's a chance that I might not be able to hit the brake in time. And that's it for me.
So we get uncomfortable after 20 minutes, we start to lose our coordination, and then we start to feel shooting pain in our back. Now, I don't quite know what he means by losing coordination. This sort of like ties into what he says in the end. He feels like, you know, he won't be able to react in time. And I feel like the closest I've come to this is sort of nerve damage, because I can't feel, again, I don't want to make it about me, but, you know, it's a comparison I can draw. I don't really feel anything in my right foot. The nerves going into my leg and to my foot have been so damaged that I've lost all sense of feeling in my foot. So I can't feel how much pressure I'm putting on a pedal. So I can't really drive. You know, I can't find a biting point. I don't know how hard I'm pressing on the accelerator or the brake. So I sort of get that, but I think he might be over-exaggerating the amount that he feels, you know, because it just doesn't seem like, if you worried that much, why are you okay with putting your foot on the accelerator? Why are you okay with using it on a busy road, you know, or a road where like the sidewalk is obscured, you know, you can't see the pavement because there's cars and trees and things, and, you know, kids might come out at any time, you know, on the freeway or the motorway, the highway, that's fine. that's an excuse, but in like residential areas, it's not. It doesn't sort of sit right with me, and I don't know if that's personal or not. You see, the thing is, I don't necessarily think that he has nerve damage. Like reduced reflexes, you know, that's a sign of nerve damage, and that's common when you've had nerve damage as a result of a herniated disc. But I don't think he's got it, because you feel it. You know, you don't feel the pain in your back. You feel it in your leg, and you feel it in your foot. Those things are in pain because they're not working properly. So I don't know if he's actually experienced nerve pain. I don't think his disc herniated to that extent. And I also have a real issue with his explanation of taking a break doesn't work for him. He tried driving 20 minutes and taking a break, and it doesn't work. And I have a major problem with him saying that, because his issue, his reason, his whole explanation that taking a break doesn't work is because it's the sitting in the same position that's the problem. And the whole point of that is the taking a break is supposed to be where you get up and move about, or go and lie down if you can. You know, you go and change position so you're not sat still. You have a break from it. It involves standing up and moving. And I don't know if he did that. or did he just think take a break means like stop driving? Because I get that, you know, the issue is that being in the same position for a given length of time is painful. I get it. But saying driving for 20 minutes and then taking a break doesn't help with the pain that I get from sitting in the same position, because the issue is that I'm sat in the same position. Sort of feels to me like I don't get any relief from my headache by taking paracetamol because I've got pain in my head. That's the issue. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So I feel like he doesn't. I feel like he doesn't take any breaks. I feel like that is not how he manages driving. I feel like he just drives from A to B and then complains about his back when he gets there. Because I don't feel like his back is that seriously injured. But that's going to be a thread that's weaved throughout this video. But we need to move on to the next clip. Okay, now this clip I'm back and forth about, because depending on how you interpret what he's about to say, it may change the date of diagnosis.
And it was kind of like when I lost at Evo 2007, after the entire year of practicing, going to every major tournament and doing well, and then going to the Nationals and kind of sucking. It was kind of like a wake-up call, like this really is such an investment of time, and if I'm not having fun the whole time I'm doing it, is it really worth it? And so I looked, I said, am I really having fun doing this? At times, yes, but not always. It is a heavy grind, and where is the payout for it? So I said, that's it. I'm going to make a change in my life. And it was also, unfortunately, during this period of time that I was diagnosed with my back injury, and so it made it harder for me to travel a lot. It made it harder for me to stand up for extended periods of time, unless I'm like right here, where as you see, I'm kind of wobbling even just standing here. It's hard for me to stand still. And couldn't drive long distances anymore. And just a lot of things I had to adjust with my life. And at that time, as a gamer who had started off as like more of a casual, I like to play everything with the side of Street Fighter.
Okay, so it was a loss at Evo 2007, and the key phrase here is it was during this period of time. Now, you can argue that that could cover like a couple of years, 2007, 8 and 9, you know. You could argue that that covers that year, you know, or those few months of Evo leading up to Evo and then the loss, deciding, you know, right, I'm done with Street Fighter. You could argue it's that. So depending on where you want to fall, the date is either still 2008, when his back was first diagnosed, or it's now 2007. I'm going to leave it to your individual discretion. I personally think it's 2007, but I'm also going to consider that you could argue it's 2008. So we're going to carry on with sort of both in mind. It won't matter anyway, because by the end of this, there's going to be multiple retcons of this date. I'm sure you've all figured that out by now. Now, the next clip is from the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway. I think it's week 10. Sneaky look down at my notes to check it is week 10. And this is quite a good one for me. There's two clips from this video. There are different points. The first is where Phil is talking about Hurricane Sandy and how that caused his bad back.
First thing I want to talk about, let's get it out of the way, is the bad news. The bad news is, number one, the reason I'm sitting on my couch right now is because my back is killing me. Ever since Hurricane Sandy hit, I've been having problems on and off with my back. I think it was because of the stress that I went through when that hurricane was here. The fact that it was freezing cold in the condo. We actually ended up going out in the car during the daytime, and I think sitting in the car all day kind of messed with my back. So anyway, long story short, my back hurts, so I decided to film the video sitting down.
Okay, so let's just, quick timeline here. His back's been hurting for 2.5 to 3 weeks now. This was uploaded on the 18th of November 2012. Hurricane Sandy's landfall was the 22nd of October to the 2nd of November 2012. So it's within that period. And I'm not saying this to cast doubt on his claims. I'm highlighting this to emphasise that he legitimately blamed Hurricane Sandy for his back being bad. I want us all to consider that for a moment. Feel free to pause and take a minute to consider it, like really let it sink in. But no, the real issue is, it's his fault. He's the one that decided, I can't stay inside, I'm going to spend all day in the car. The car that I've just said I cannot spend 20 minutes in. I've previously stated that I cannot be in that car for longer than like 20 minutes without feeling pain. But I'm going to go and spend all day in it during a hurricane. It's the hurricane's fault that my back has ended up sore because of this. Maybe if he got out every 20 minutes, had a walk, moved around, took a break. Anyway, next clip.
Unfortunately, what they're telling me is I need to wait in line at my local post office and fill out forms and fucking bring them to get these things mailed. Like I just told you, my back is messed up right now. My back's been pretty messed up for about 2.5 to 3 weeks now. It hasn't really been it's not getting worse, let's put it that way, but it hasn't necessarily been getting much better either. Every day's different. And this is what happens when you have a back injury like mine. Some days the disc is okay, some days the disc hurts a lot. It all depends on, maybe I shifted a different way in my sleep and I wake up and it's fucking killing me. Right now, I'm pretty much in a lot of nerve pain. So it's hard for me to stand, just let alone for a couple seconds, regardless of the fact, you know, a few minutes or who knows how long I'd have to wait at the post office. So I apologize to you guys who are waiting on these games. This is the fucking United States Postal Service fuck up. And I'm tired of their shit. I hate them. I fucking hate them.
So there's not really much to pull from this clip in terms of adding to our skeleton at the moment. There's not really much meat to put on the bones there. But it is a very interesting example of Phil sort of catching himself mid-sentence and realising, I might have made a claim that's a bit too ridiculous. I should probably correct that, or at least divert away from it and sort of like move on so that nobody picks up on it. Because you'll notice how he struggles to find the next part of the sentence after saying,
let alone for a couple seconds, regardless of the fact, you know, a few minutes or
that he realises that sounds a bit silly, even for me, and especially somebody like me who has filmed himself standing up for like 10-minute periods at a time. I wonder if the Dance Central thing had happened at this point. But yeah, he then sort of like struggles to a couple of minutes, you know, how long I could wait, you know, and moves on very quickly. So I think it's a very interesting example of him catching himself and trying to correct. But not really much new information. It sort of like makes sense. You know, if your back's sore, you can't really stand up for very long. So yeah, we'll move on. Okay, now this next one. This next one represents a rabbit hole that I could have fallen down, and I was very, very tempted to. This is from Ask the King, episode 29, part 2.
Next question. Hey Phil, I know you're kind of answered or addressed this in one of your tour videos, but how have you managed to get yourself in better shape and stick with it? I'm at a really low point in my life, and my health is slowly deteriorating, so you're kind of an inspiration to me, and that's from Neon. I'm assuming what he's talking about is, you know, physical fitness, losing weight and such, because as you know, if you followed along with my videos for quite some time, back 2-3 years ago, especially when I was making videos on the DarksydePhil channel, my original channel here on YouTube, I was overweight. I absolutely was. I was upwards of 230 pounds or more, and especially with my back injury, it was getting harder to do stuff, and I knew I had to make a change. And what basically I did, I'll be honest, I can't work out because of my back. I can't run, I can't ride a bike, I can't do any of these physical fitness things that you need to do to burn calories. I can't do it because of my back. So what I ended up doing was I ended up changing my lifestyle in regards to meals and food and such. I used to eat 3 meals a day. I used to not care about what I ate when I ate those 3 meals. So it would be fatty foods, constant fast food, you know, every meal. I remember when I used to work at my old office job, I'd wake up in the morning and have like a breakfast sandwich that you would buy at like the grocery store, one of those ones that you would microwave. Those aren't good for you. I'd have one of those. At lunch, I would constantly go out to a deli and get this big fucking sandwich with all kinds of cheese and mayo and shit on it. You know, really heavy-ass sandwich. I would have something like that for lunch. Then for dinner, I would go out, and I would go fast food, or maybe I would have like an unhealthy TV dinner or something like that. I just didn't care, and I really bulked up the pounds because I was doing that. Since then, I've completely changed my eating lifestyle. Number one, I only eat 1 major meal a day. But outside of that meal, I might snack. But if I snack, I usually try to do something healthy. I did, at one point, I was taking those vitamin shots, as I've shown in previous videos. I really don't do that as much anymore. I usually snack on something healthy, like maybe a couple nuts or trail mix, or a granola bar, or something like that. You know, and even beef jerky, if you get the right kinds, can be healthy. And so maybe I'll have a little bit of jerky or something like that as a snack during the day. And I drink a lot of water and fluids. That's really what I do most of the day. And then I have one major meal. And actually, just recently, I've decided that I was going to make my diet a little bit more healthy. So rather than going out and getting burgers or fried foods, maybe I'll go get a grilled chicken sandwich. Maybe I'll go to Subway and I'll get a cold cut sandwich with veggies. That's the kind of stuff that you can do to really turn your life around and lose some weight. And I've actually been checking, and like I said, I used to be over 230. Right now, the last time I weighed myself, I think I was like 209, and hopefully if I maintain this lifestyle and this eating habits of eating healthier over the next several months and year, maybe I'll lose even more weight. I think my ideal weight, I actually figured it out once, was like around 190 pounds, where I was not super skinny, but I had muscle on me, and I wasn't fat, and I felt good and healthy, and I think that's where I need to get again. So you can make these kind of changes just based off of what you eat. I stay away from soda all the time and stuff like that, and I tried to do healthy stuff. Okay.
Now see, this is another rabbit hole that I wanted to go down because it seems to make sense. You know, your weight will affect a lot of things about you. If you have a back injury, it might affect how severe it is. It might affect how difficult your recovery is. It might affect your ability to do the exercise that, you know, you might need to do to help your back recover. So it's a thing that I sort of wanted to cover, but it's also sort of only partially related. I don't think his weight has that much of an influence on his back, mainly because it doesn't seem to change that much. And I know Editor Steve is not going to be able to resist the urge to put a sort of quick montage of it here, of the times when Phil said my weight was this at this time, and sorry.
Back 2-3 years ago, especially when I was making videos on the DarksydePhil channel, my original channel here on YouTube, I was overweight. I absolutely was. I was upwards of 230 pounds or more. Right now, the last time I weighed myself, I think I was like 209, and hopefully if I maintain this lifestyle and this eating habits of eating healthier over the next several months and year, maybe I'll lose even more weight. I think my ideal weight, I actually figured it out once, was like around 190 pounds. The last time I weighed myself, I was the lightest. I'm around 207 now, which is pretty good. Obviously, my goal weight is probably around 190. From the years of 2008 to about the years of probably late 2012 into maybe all of 2013. It took a long time for my life to adjust, but once it did, I lost like some 30 plus pounds, which was a great, you know, release of strain on my back. Especially when I started on YouTube, I was pushing like 240 pounds is a lot of weight for one person, all right? So I was pushing it. And now I think on average, I average between 200 to 220, and it fluctuates. Sometimes I'll be down, sometimes I'll be up. And I know if I worked out, if I ate a little bit better or whatever, and I could probably get it down to just under 200. I think my ideal weight's supposed to be like 190 or 195, and I'm like 10, 15 pounds over that. But I'm okay with that because the bottom line is I'm not so heavy that it's hurting my back. You know what I mean? That's the deal with my back injury. It used to be a hell of a lot worse. Now, in the meantime, what happened is I lost a lot of weight. Like I said, I used to be 240, 250. Now I'm down to say 210, 220. So because of that, a lot less weight on my body makes it a lot less better. You know what I mean? The heaviest I've ever been was between 240 and 250 pounds, personally. Okay? Since I lost the good 30, 40 pounds that I used to have on me, and I'm not saying I'm some skinny dude. I'm not. I'm definitely still considered overweight. But like I said, I'm around 210 pounds now. 2008 Phil weighed almost 30 to 40 more pounds than I weigh right now. Could barely move. Knees were fucked up because of my weight, and I had a severe back injury.
But there is still an important point that we could pull out here. We have another list of things that Phil can't do, and they seem to sort of follow along with the previous list that we were given at the start. You know, they can't run, he can't ride a bike, he can't do physical things.
I'll be honest, I can't work out because of my back. I can't run, I can't ride a bike, I can't do any of these physical fitness things that you need to do to burn calories. I can't do it because of my back.
And later on in that episode of Ask the King, we get another mention of his back. There's another discussion. It is another rabbit hole that we could have fallen down because it mentions DDP yoga.
Given your back problems, have you ever considered trying DDP yoga? Now, if you don't know what that is actually a pro wrestler whose name's Diamond Dallas Page, and he had back problems, and so he retired from the ring, started doing yoga, and now he has this yoga system that apparently heals back problems. Would it fix a herniated disc? I don't know. I think what it might do is strengthen all my other muscles around the herniated disc, and it might help out in that regard. So, is it anything I've ever looked into? No, but a lot of people have been talking to me about it, and now I'm kind of thinking maybe it is something that I should look into if it could help me. The good news is there is new technology and things being developed right now that maybe in a couple of years I may be able to fix my back permanently. That's not just like an intrusive surgery that may not work. If that's the case, I may just wait it out and go for those. But if those never come to fruition, this might be something like DDP yoga, maybe something I actually seriously look into.
And it's a rabbit hole that I could have fallen down because he ends up buying it.
I didn't have a chance to talk about it because I didn't even start it this week, but I'm going to be trying this out. Yeah, I know, DDP yoga.
But in the end, I decided to not because he doesn't do it.
Oh my God. Do you know how much it costs? DDP yoga? Do you have any idea how much this cost? $100. Damn. I paid $100 for DDP yoga and never used it. Unopened. The DVDs aren't even opened. Okay? So that's what I must have done. I probably bought that. I bought the yoga mat. The intention of doing it, I just never got to it. I never did it. So maybe one day I'll use it. Obviously, I'm not going to throw it out. Maybe one day I'll make use of this. I have a 10-year-old, completely unopened, high-end yoga mat.
So there's no point. It's just another treatment he didn't want to do. So yeah. But there is another point in there that we're going to come back to later, so I will be using that clip again. However, for now we need to move on. And ironically enough, since we've mentioned a wrestler, Diamond Dallas Page, we might as well move on to WrestleMania.
Well, there's a problem. Well, as everyone knows, if you've been, watching my stuff for years, I have a back injury, okay? Now, I didn't foresee that this back injury was going to negatively affect me in any way this weekend besides having to walk around a lot. But what I'm unfortunately finding is that these stadiums that they've designed just are not accommodating to someone who has an injury like I did. Okay? It's kind of annoying because basically the seats at MSG, the seats at even at the MetLife Stadium, definitely the seats that they had at the Izod Center are terrible, okay? Even for people with normal backs, those seats are fucking terrible. And what I mean is there's no room whatsoever to stretch out your legs. You are literally cramped into this tiny spot. It's actually smaller than an airplane seat. And keep in mind, I've flown since I've had my back injury several times, no problems. It's like they want to herd you in there like cattle so they can get as many people in the building and charge for those people to be there as humanly possible with no regard whatsoever for human comfort. So, I go into MSG, and John and I go to our seats, and we sit down, and I'm like, John, this is awful. Like, I've sat here for 2 minutes, and my leg is cramping. And that's because of my back injury. Not everyone has that problem, but I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to sit here. I really don't. And then I realized, those stadium seats, the backs of them are really low, and unfortunately, because of my back injury, I don't have very good balance. A lot of the times when I go up and down stairs, I definitely need, like, a railing. Well, there was no way for me to walk down the aisle if people had been sitting there and get past them because I would have no balance. I have nothing to hold on to. So I was like, this is going to be terrible. If people sit down around us, I'm going to be screwed. I'm going to be stuck here for 4 straight hours. I'm not going to be able to stretch my legs or piss or anything because I'm going to fall if I try to stand up. So it was pretty shitty, and I said, what I'm going to have to do, John, I'm going to have to walk around and see if I could find somewhere else where I could be, whether I'm standing the whole time, which is going to suck too, or if I'm sitting somewhere else, but I have to see what I can do. So I got up, I started walking around, and the new MSG actually has these kind of weird bar seats.
It's like a bar stool that's overlooking the arena, and there's it's right next to where the concessions are, but they're actually ticketed seats. And I guess you sit there and you can have, you know, drinks and concessions while you're watching. You don't have to sit in the stadium seats. It's just outside of that. So I noticed that a lot of these were empty. And we're talking like 10 minutes before the thing starts at 8 p.m. They're still empty. So I talked to one of the MSG staff, and I say, listen, man, what's the deal with these seats? Or is anyone sitting in them or what? What's going on? He's like, yeah, they are, but it looks like a lot of people, for whatever reason, aren't showing up, which makes no sense because it was sold out. The entire arena had been sold out for this thing. He goes, I don't know where the hell these people are, but if no one's there by, you know, 8 o'clock, you can feel free to sit down. But understand that if someone shows up with tickets, you have to leave. I said, okay. So I waited till 8 o'clock. No one showed up. I sat down on one of the stools. I even texted Rambo. He came over, and we were both sitting there in the stools. And so the show started.
There are a few things that we should sort of really discuss here. Not many, but a few. The first is that Phil didn't foresee that his back might be something that would negatively affect him. It would, what was it, negatively impact or negatively affect?
Now, I didn't foresee that this back injury was going to negatively affect me in any way.
He understood that, you know, we'd be walking around a bit, so he'd probably be quite sore. But he didn't foresee that it would cause him a problem when it came to sitting down until it actually came time to sit down. And my question is why? Why did he not foresee that? Because it's something that affects you so much that you can't drive for more than 20 minutes without feeling pain. So why didn't you think it wouldn't affect you? Why didn't you consider it? Why didn't you even think, I'm going to be sat for like an hour to 2 hours, however long the Hall of Fame ceremony is, and then the 4 hours of WrestleMania? He didn't think at that point, yeah, I'm going to be well knackered sat down. What am I going to do? How am I going to handle that? Am I going to have to take a cushion or something? You know, the only reason I've been able to come up with for why you wouldn't consider that a factor is if it's something that you would not ordinarily consider a factor in the first place. It's something I'm conscious of whenever I go out to see a relative. It's something that he should be conscious of if it's so bad that it causes him pain within 20 minutes of driving. If it's the position that's the issue...
I've tried different things like driving 20 minutes, take a break, driving 20 minutes. It doesn't work. It's just sitting in the same spot, you know, driving.
That should have been a much higher priority for you. That should have been a much larger cause of concern. You should have considered that before you went. And you didn't. And there's another reason I think that. Because he says he's flown previously with no problems.
It's actually smaller than an airplane seat. And keep in mind, I've flown since I've had my back injury several times, no problem.
So, you can fly just fine. But you can't drive a car for more than 20 minutes. You can make an hours long plane journey. But driving on the freeway, the highway, motorway, fuck off. He's fucking flown. He didn't think it would be a problem. He's going to like a massive event where you ordinarily, you know, sit for hours and watch this spectacle of entertainment for hours. And he didn't think about it. So, yeah, I'm fucking done. But before we move on, I'd just like to point out, this is in 2013. It's 5 or 6 years after his back injury was diagnosed. It's going to be important later. We're not quite done with wrestling yet. We still need to stick around DDP Yoga for a little bit longer. We're not going to be talking about it, but we have to go back to the clip where Phil mentions that he's bought it, because he talks a little bit more, and there's a couple of points that we need to take into consideration.
The only other things I really want to talk about, I mentioned this on Twitter the other day, but I didn't have a chance to talk about it because I didn't even start it this week, but I'm going to be trying this out. Yeah, I know, DDP Yoga. Now, first of all, I don't think I'll ever be doing positions like this, because that's like kind of ridiculous. I'm not a wrestler, I'm not a lifter. There's no way I could probably even support my body like that in that position. But some of the basic yoga positions and things that I'm seeing in here are pretty good. And from what they're saying is that this yoga itself is kind of based around strengthening your core, especially your back muscles. And so for people who have bad backs and back injuries similar to mine, they've used this yoga and they've been able to heal themselves, not their injuries, because their injury won't go away. Like, for example, my herniated disc is going to magically heal itself,
But if I could strengthen all the muscles around the spine, that means that there's more support, there's less pressure on the disc, and overall I may be way more healthy in the future. And I haven't been able to do traditional exercise because I can't, because my back, I'll be in excruciating nerve pain or even numbness, which is no good for me. So I'm really hoping that doing this is going to help. Now, didn't start it yet, I just got it the other day, but I know I'm going on vacation next week, so there's no point in me doing it before that, because I know that actually, when you don't want to start and then stop and then start again. You have to be consistent. And I'm going to probably start it the week after I get back from vacation, maybe a week later. It all depends on how my back feels when I get back from a week on vacation and being a tourist. So we'll see what happens with that. But it's a good thing. I actually bought a yoga mat. My biggest problem is going to be finding a place to put down the yoga mat. I'm going to have to rearrange all my shit here to try to put a yoga mat like here next to my TV so that I have enough room to do a lot of these exercises. But it's a good thing, and I'm hoping that it works. We'll have to see. It's only 15 minutes 3 times a week when you start, and then as you get better at it, you progress up to 30 minutes 3 times a week. So let's be honest, that's not a lot. I used to actually, when I used to lift like hour to an hour and a half stretches. I used to ride this exercise bike for like an hour straight. So, for me, for 15 to 30 minutes is not going to be a big deal, and I'm actually excited to get into it and see how it works.
Okay, so we've got 3 things to consider there. Firstly, there's that description of people who had back injuries similar to DSP and how helpful they found EDP yoga. They've used it to heal themselves, but not their injuries.
And so for people who have bad backs and back injuries similar to mine, they've used this yoga and they've been able to heal themselves, not their injuries, because their injury won't go away. Like, for example, my herniated disc isn't going to magically heal itself.
I'm not entirely sure how one heals oneself without healing the injury first. But maybe he's talking emotionally or spiritually, who knows. But the point is that once again DSP is reinforcing the idea that cannot fix his injury. The disc cannot be fixed, like we saw in friend request ridicule. Did it again, like we saw in friend request ridicule.
That's never going to heal up. You can't heal a herniated disc.
We see it here too, and it's going to come up again. After that, we have another description of things that he can't do. He can't exercise because of his back. He's going to be in numbness and in pain, so,
I haven't been able to do traditional exercise because I can't, because my back, I'll be in excruciating nerve pain or even numbness.
That's another reiteration of I am limited in my mobility. I'm limited in the things that I am able to do. Keeping that on board too. That's also a recurring theme. And finally, we do get a description of some of the things that he used to do when he was more physically active. Like, he used to lift for an hour to an hour and a half, and he used to ride an exercise bike for an hour straight.
I used to actually, when I used to lift like hour to an hour and a half stretches. I used to ride this exercise bike for like an hour straight.
So, I've not been to a gym for a while. I did join one for a bit when I used to work nights, because a couple of us would go after work. The gym would open at 7, but we'd finish at 6, so we'd just go and hang out in the car park and smoke cigarettes until it opened. But didn't do that for very long. Did it for like maybe 2 months, and then we just all stopped going at one point. So it ended up not being a thing. And I'm sure that my commitment to a gym is not an alien experience to quite a few people out there. But I do remember a few things that I learned in PE at school, and one of them is like, the bike is good for cardio, but unless you're actually training to be like a proper cyclist, you wouldn't ordinarily do like an hour regularly. It's, part of your warm-up, you might do like 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 30, if you were trying to get like more of a cardio based workout in. I would also I didn't really do many weights. I tended to be better at things like cardio, the cross trainer, the rowing machine. I preferred them, but I would like to ask people like Jaha, DarksydePhil, anybody else who goes to a gym and works out. The marked one, can't forget that sculpted Greek physique. I'm not hiding from you on Street Fighter 6, I promise. No, really, I've not played it for a while. Anyway, yeah, just correct me if I'm wrong here, but, would you lift for an hour to an hour and a half if you had Phil's physique? And, we all know what he looked like. We've all seen photos of him at arcades and tournaments and things. That is to me at least, that does not seem like the physique of somebody who can lift weights for an hour to an hour and a half and ride the exercise bike for an hour. You know, I don't understand that. But Phil being somewhat creative with his recollections of the physical exercise that he used to do and the things that he's not capable of is also going to be a running theme going forward. See, a lot of the things, it's still laying groundwork, right? Still adding meat to the bones, still like reinforcing the spinal column of our skeleton. We are going to soon start seeing things contradicted and repeating and being elaborated on and changing. And we're going to, you know, start picking up things that we can properly look into. So, you know, for now, we'll get through a few more clips and then we got another stop off point. I know what's coming next. I know which clip. Oh god. So, we're going to attend a talk.
Now, back in 2007, unfortunately, I was diagnosed with a pretty bad back injury. I have a seriously herniated disc in my lower back. And it's an injury that really you can't fix. You can have surgery, it might fix it, it might not. It could actually get worse. I actually know people who've gotten the surgery and it gotten worse. So at that point in my life when it happened, I said, well, I need to find something that I can do that's fun, but it's not physical. And that's kind of strange me saying that because I used to play, you know, play football with my friends and do all kinds of athletic stuff, but I had to find something else, another outlet.
Okay. So, completely devoid of anything to do with his back, any talk of any psychology relating therein, and any related issues that may come up later. I love this clip because the moment he starts talking about his back, you can see Panda like reaching towards him to pat him on the knee.
And it's an injury that really you can't fix.
Like, it's okay, honey, we're here for you. Like he's talking about a time he was assaulted or the time a friend or a relative died. You know, it's... Don't worry, Phil, we're here for you. It feels a bit like... It's a bit much for me, personally. I can't take it seriously anymore at this point. He's like, it's not serious at all. He's just lost all credibility. She has completely killed him in one move. And I can't take it seriously anymore. So, yeah. But I have to take it seriously. So, here goes. Let's take it seriously. 2 points from this one. We have a diagnosis date of 2007.
Now, back in 2007, unfortunately, I was diagnosed with a pretty bad back injury.
That has changed. We are now 2007. I don't think it goes any earlier than this, but we will now bounce back and forth between that and 2008, and I think 2009 and 2010 as well. So, yeah, either way, this is now 6 years since his back was first diagnosed. If you want to take Phil at his word here. Secondly, once again, we have the reiteration of the idea that you cannot fix it. However, we have a new element introduced. Surgery.
You can have surgery, it might fix it, it might not. It could actually get worse. I actually know people who've gotten the surgery and it gotten worse.
And the idea that surgery might be able to fix it, but it might not. And Phil personally knows people who have had surgery and it's made them worse. So, this is a theme that's going to crop up in a little while. I'm sort of holding off discussion for this one for a bit because it's quite serious and I want to really get into it. So I really want to be prepared. But that is something that you will... that's a pin stuck in there. That's another piece of meat on our skeleton. The idea of surgery not working. So we're going to be sticking with convention appearances for just a little bit longer, although we are going to have to rewind the clock back a little bit because I recently found this clip from MagFest 2012. Well, I say I found it over in WPIG. ALT found it.
Well, late in 2007, unfortunately, I was diagnosed with a pretty serious back injury.
Oh, no.
My doctor pretty much told me, listen, the rest of your life, you're going to need a really, really serious operation, or you're going to have to stop carrying heavy things, you're not going to be able to drive long distances, you're not going to be able to play sports. And, yeah,
X.
for me, I've had to adjust my life in some pretty serious ways, but the good thing about it was, I'm a gamer. I love video games, and video games aren't anything that are physically stressful.
I'm a gamer!
Now, you might have noticed that the list of things that Phil can't do sort of coalesced now. They've sort of solidified. You've basically got, I can't drive long distances, I can't do physical things, I can't lift heavy objects. A couple of things maybe added here or there along the way, you know, a couple of more examples maybe tossed into the mix. But broadly, those are the three. Those are like the core part of his list of things he can't do. His restrictions on his life, the things his doctors told him not to do. And in this particular instance, he used a very specific turn of phrase. And as I'm sure you've noticed, the phrase, the doctor pretty much told me, is not the same thing as the doctor told me. One of those sentences implies a level of accuracy that's somewhat higher than the other. Okay? One of them has a little room for error. One of them has a little room for embellishment. One of them has potential for exaggeration. The other implies a more accurate retelling of advice you were given by the doctor. So, bear that in mind as well. And finally, most importantly of all, the whole reason why I showed you that clip in the first place, we get the closest thing we ever get to a date for Phil's back injury to occur on. Late 2007.
Late in 2007, unfortunately, I was diagnosed with pretty serious back injury.
Now, we're going to deal with this later. For now, we're only just sticking a pin in this. But Phil never gives us like an exact date. He only ever gives us a year. So late 2007 helps us narrow it down a bit. And for the record, to me, late suggests October, November, or December. The last 3 months of the year, the last quarter of the year. That's it. That's late for me. So if you said, you know, late 2013, I'd think sometime between October and December 2013. I think most of us would agree on that. But it's going to be important later. So bear it in mind, stick a pin in it, and we'll move on. And the next clip comes from a condo tour on the 8th of July 2013. There are 2 points we could go into here. However, I'm only going to go into one because there's not really much point going into the shower stool. I mean, it's just a shower stool. You know, I've got one. Well, technically I've got two. But a shower stool and a shower seat. It's, you know, something that's quite handy to have if you have a back injury, or are at least claiming to have a back injury like Phil is. So, yeah, there's not really much to say there. Although I would quite like to point out that Phil's is the wrong way round. Those little white things, they're the handles you're supposed to hold with your hands. They're supposed to be on your sides, not in front and behind you. So, even there he's got something wrong. But we do have to talk about this. Part 5.
That was my decompression.
That's my back stretcher that I used for several months, okay? I have to give massive credit to this back stretcher, and here's why. I've been standing up for all of these condo tour videos. Before I started using this back stretcher, I couldn't stand up. This back stretcher single-handedly saved my back. What it did is it stretched my muscles out to the point where they got strong enough where my disc that's herniated moved. And I'm going to be honest, I'm still in pain. I still get numbness if I stand up for too long. But it moved to the point where I can walk and I can move. This back stretcher saved my life. And I don't say that lightly. It really did. It changed my life. If I didn't have this thing, I probably would not be able to make these videos. In fact, I think I remember filming this last year and not being able to do it as easily as I'm doing right now. This back stretcher is fucking awesome. The inline stamina back stretch bench, whatever you want to call it, alright?
That's right, it's time to talk about his back stretcher, and because I'm a smart ass, I'm also going to talk about decompression in this bit as well, and get that out of the way too, so I don't have to do a bit about it later. Now, the first and most important point that I need to make here is that I am not seeking to mock or denigrate Phil in any way for buying a back stretcher machine or anything that he thinks will help him with his back pain or his back injury. If you've had an injury yourself, you've probably bought something to help deal with it non-surgically. It doesn't necessarily have to be an injury to your back. It doesn't necessarily have to be something as big as a back stretch bench, but you've probably bought something like, it could be a TENS machine, a splint or a support for your wrist. It could be something that you sit on, like a lumbar cushion or something. You've probably bought something to help you deal with either the injury itself or some of the symptoms that it's causing, such as pain. So it's perfectly understandable why you might do that, and so it's perfectly understandable why Phil might do that as well. So we're not here to take the piss, just because he bought something thinking this will help me deal with my back issues. That is a completely understandable thing. However, given that he says
it stretched my muscles out to the point where they got strong enough where my disc that's herniated moved.
It appears that he doesn't quite understand how it works, because that's not quite how it works. So we need to have a bit of a closer look at this, see how it works, and whether it's suitable for Phil or someone with an injury like his. Or at least the injury that he's claiming to have. So, to start things off, this is Phil's back stretcher. It's the Stamina inline back stretch bench, and it will set you back around $250. And if you're currently sat there thinking, well, the back stretcher I get, but Steve, why have you included decompression in this bit? It's because this is a form of decompression. It's non-surgical, sure, hell, it's even non-clinical because he's doing it at home, but it's still a form of spinal decompression therapy. Now, in a clinical setting, a patient typically lies on a segmented table with their legs in the air, like your mum, and the elevated part that the legs are resting on stays still, while the lower part that the patient is harnessed into gently moves back and forth to provide a bit of counter pressure and gently manipulate the spine and hopefully the disc back into place that way. Phil's back stretcher is essentially an at-home version of this. It provides counter pressure by moving the bar that his ankle supports are attached to, and that moves back and forth as he pumps the handles, and it's the same basic thing, so it's just, you know, cheaper than having it done in a clinical setting, and that's why many people buy them. But what it's not doing is working out his muscles. The whole point of spinal decompression therapy is the gentle and slight manipulation of the spine using counter pressure, which is the exact opposite of strenuous exercise using weight and resistance. So when Phil says,
my disc that's herniated moved,
well, that's what's supposed to happen, but it's not, because
it stretched my muscles out to the point where they got strong enough,
as the muscles in his back aren't getting a workout and they aren't building up strength. Now, this is worth highlighting, not just because it's another thing that DSP is wrong about, but also because when Phil talks about his back, he will occasionally mention the back stretcher as an example of some exercise or something that he did to help him treat his back injury, when the reality is he probably didn't do any exercises to help him deal with his back and build up strength in his core, because otherwise he'd just name them instead. But at least when he mentions the back stretcher, it makes it look like he did something. Now, having said that, Phil probably wouldn't have needed to do those back exercises if the back stretcher had worked and treated the symptoms of his condition. So, did it? Probably, yeah. I mean, if you consider that Phil's back had been feeling better for at least 6 months before he moved.
My back, as of late, has felt great. This is good news, by the way. My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever.
And that Phil didn't bring it with him because he'd said that his back was feeling much better anyway and he didn't need to.
I didn't need to bring it with me when I moved across the country, because my back has gotten better.
Which suggests that it was successful in treating his condition and alleviating the pain he felt in his back, and so now his back's better. This is worth highlighting because this is before he moved and instituted the lifestyle changes that he would later credit for helping his back heal. But it also suggests that Phil's disc wasn't as severely herniated as he wants you to believe it is. The more severe a herniation, the more significant a treatment must be. And if Phil's disc really was ready to rupture any day now, and he's lucky to have caught it when he did, then this probably wouldn't have been a suitable course of treatment for him. You see, spinal decompression therapy is not for everybody, especially the at-home variants, because at least in a clinical setting, there's a specialist there who can appropriately assess you, can control the procedure, and can step in to stop it if needed. But even then, if you've got a condition or an injury which affects the structural integrity of the spine, such as ankylosing spondylitis or osteoporosis, if you've had certain types of back surgery, such as fusions, discectomies, and disc removals, or if you've had failed back surgeries, then this form of spinal decompression therapy is not for you. Now, of course, that's going to vary from person to person, and if you are curious about spinal decompression therapy and are wondering whether it's safe for you and is something you could do, then I highly recommend you speak to your doctor or your specialist about it, as they'll be able to more appropriately assess you and either recommend it or recommend an alternative. Because there are alternatives you can do. I'm exempt from a lot of those. I'm what's the word, discouraged? No, not discouraged, disqualified. I'm disqualified from a lot of those for several reasons. I've had several operations that have failed, I've had fusion surgery, and I've had disc removals, so I can't do that. But there is a form that I do, hydrotherapy, And what they do is normally towards the end of a session, they'll strap thick foam floats around my chest and over my arms, and then they attach those runner's weights to my ankles, you know, the ones that are like little bean bags or sandbags that go around your ankles and your wrists. They strap them to my ankles, and then they put me in the deep end and they let me float for 5 minutes or so. So it's normally at the end of the session, but it's the most wonderful feeling to just float there and feel this gentle pull, not a repeated movement, but this one long gentle pull and stretch. And I find it difficult to put into words how nice it feels. Now, obviously, I recognize that a hydrotherapy pool is not something that everybody has access to, and if you are somebody who, to pick an example entirely at random, has left their stamina inline backstretch bench behind when they moved across the country, then don't worry, because there are a couple of ways that you could decompress your spine at home. And this...
One thing you can do if you have back pain, you can decompress your back, and there's various ways to do it. The quickest way to do it is just doing this, taking your hands and pushing yourself up like this, and just supporting all of your weight on your arms instead of your back. And I can already feel my back decompressing. Gravity's pulling my back downward, and it decompresses all the discs in the back. And you do this for like 10, 20 seconds. Already, like, oh God, you can feel the relief. And then you just very slowly put yourself back down, like this.
He is not one of them. Phil is performing this seated decompression technique incorrectly in 2 ways. First of all, his hands and his arms are supposed to be behind his back, gripping the back of his chair as he sits forward. They're not supposed to be on the arms of his chair pushing upwards. Secondly, he's supposed to remain seated, and you can clearly see he is lifting himself up off his seat. The way that this decompression technique works is to gently provide upward force by pushing back and down with the hands and the arms, which raises the chest. It is not supposed to use gravity to provide a downwards force to pull on the spine as he lifts himself off his seat. Phil is doing this completely wrong. So with that startling revelation in mind, let's review what we've covered in this segment so we can come to a conclusion and move on. Spinal decompression therapy is the gentle manipulation of the spine using counter pressure to alleviate pain and other symptoms. But does it work? For some people, yeah. It's not suitable for everybody, but for some people it can help with their back problems and alleviate pain and other symptoms. Did it work for Phil though? Probably, yeah.
This back stretcher single-handedly saved my back.
But is it exercise? No. And more importantly, is this how you can decompress your back at home?
And I can already feel my back decompressing.
Also no. But don't worry if decompression isn't for you, because Phil has another way that you can loosen up your back muscles and alleviate pain at night. I think it's time we had a look at that.
I'm going to be doing a few hours. I'm not sure how much. Depends on how much fun I'm having. It depends on how tired I get. Depends on if I have a few drinks, because typically at night, for those of you who don't know, I have a back injury, and at night it can be hard to sleep because of that. So what I do, maybe every once in a while I have a drink or two, and it actually loosens up my back muscles and allows me to, you know, chill out a little bit more. People who have watched my late night fight streams pretty much know what I'm like when I do that.
Part 6. Ask the King, episodes 36, 57, 60 and 62, and huge 2014 news. We're going to have to deal with this. I don't want to deal with this. I've been putting this bit off. This next bit is going to be quite significant, quite serious. So far, we have been mainly putting meat on the bones of our skeleton. We have been just mainly getting facts, getting our baselines, getting our like initial statements, which we can then later compare and contrast with future statements. And we are now at the point where we are going to start encountering a lot of contradictions and a lot more that we need to go into. So much so that I need 2 notebooks for this. There's one notebook for like the main structure and the outline and all, like my clips are in here, all the, you know, the timeline and everything. That's that. And I've also got one breaking down each individual clip into, you know, the points that I need to raise so that I can track it. And this next bit is taken up a lot of pages in here because There's no getting around it. We're going to have to talk about surgery and Phil's attitude towards back surgery. But before we can do that, because it's been mentioned, we have to talk about Phil self-medicating with alcohol. Because this is not the only time that he's said it. If this was a one-off, I might be tempted to let this go as just a point. Just like, hey, just remember this. He said this thing. There you go. But he doesn't. He says it again later. So we have to go through that. But it's part of a segment about his back. So we have to go through the whole thing. We have to go through the whole question on Ask the King episode 60. But that then leads us back to here, to the point that's about to come next. So the Ask the King, I think it's 36, is like it's in 2013. So we're going to jump ahead. We're going to jump ahead to, I think, 2016, and then we're going to come back. And it's going to get very, very serious.
Now I actually have two questions that were directly related, so I'm going to read them both, and then I'm going to answer them collectively, all right? So the first question was from Final Light. He said, hey, Phil, you haven't talked about your back for a long time. What's the situation now? Since you haven't really talked about your back much, I figured that it's not bad like it used to be. Hope to hear a positive answer. And then the other question was actually from Atlas Telemon, and he asked, Phil, with the obvious weight loss across the years that you've had, the different climate in Seattle, and your back seeming to be in better shape, would you share with us an update on your health? In conjunction, do you take painkillers? Is your health insurance sorted out? Would you ever consider using medicinal marijuana since it's legal now in the state of Washington? Wow, what a question. So let me give you some cumulative answers here, all right? Health-wise, first, my back. My back is not perfectly fixed. All right, it's never going to be perfectly fixed. When you have back issues like I had, a severely herniated disc to the point where the disc was ready to rupture, but just luckily didn't, you're never going to be fully 100% like you were again, all right? I would never take it upon myself to run out and do physical sports, again, tackling and shit, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to be lifting heavy weights or doing heavy kind of moving around or anything like that for an extended period of time. Not to say that there aren't physical things that I do, but that if I do them, I try to really keep them down so that I don't overdo it and end up re-injuring myself. Now, the good news is, for the most part, since I've moved to the state of Washington, my back only hurts in certain situations. If I'm on my feet for an extended period of time, or if I'm in the same position for an extended period of time. So if I'm sitting here for 6 hours not moving, playing a game, and I get up, my back hurts. So that's why I take breaks during my streams and stuff so that I can walk around and stretch out and not have my back be all jacked up all day, okay? But for the most part, because of the new living situation that I'm in, I have a garage, right? So when I go grocery shopping or whatever, I can bring stuff right into my kitchen. I'm not going up and down stairs. I'm not doing crazy amounts of walking back and forth with heavy stuff. Everything where I live now that I need is in a short driving distance, including groceries, food, home improvement supplies, electronics, entertainment, like there's an arcade, movie theater, anything you could think of that we would want is within, say, a 20-minute driving distance. I have no reason to drive for a long period of time. I have not gotten on the highway once since we've moved here 2 years ago. That's how crazy. We've driven to Seattle, downtown Seattle. We don't have to get on a highway. We can drive on a normal road. It takes like 40 minutes to get there. It's wild how awesome everything is location-wise for us here. So in many ways, it's kind of like the flip side of what the situation was in Connecticut. In Connecticut, there was snow, there was ice, there was potential to slip, there was potential I had to shovel stuff and get my car out, right? I didn't have a good location in my condo. Whenever I went grocery shopping, I had to carry heavy bags across this giant parking lot and then into a staircase and then up to my condo. It was a pain in the ass. You know, all these things now I'm avoiding. I don't have to do them anymore. So it's a much better situation, and in that regard, things are good. Also, what I'm eating now is much healthier than what I was eating when I was a bachelor back in Connecticut. Leanna cooks a decent amount. She probably, I would say, cooks more than half of the week. Maybe once or twice tops we go out to get something to eat a week. But for the rest of the week, she's cooking, and she's cooking healthy things like pork chops, pork loin, chicken. Tomorrow we're having chicken thighs. Right now she's marinating the chicken thighs in this delicious sauce that we bought. Oh my God, we had it 2 weeks ago. It was the most mouth-watering chicken I think I've ever had in my life. I almost, like, fucking passed out at the table. It was so fucking good. And that's what I mean, like, healthy meal. Broccoli, you know, mixed veggies, you know, some bread here or there, things like that. I'm not eating the fast food crap that I was eating all the time when I was a bachelor in Connecticut. So right now, you know, diet-wise, my body is much better than it ever has been. Now, weight-wise, I'm certainly nowhere near as light as I ever was, but I'm nowhere near as big as I was. Especially when I started on YouTube, I was pushing like 240 pounds is a lot of weight for one person, all right? So I was pushing it. And now I think on average, I average between 200 to 220, and it fluctuates. Sometimes I'll be down, sometimes I'll be up. And I know if I worked out, if I ate a little bit better or whatever, and I could probably get it down to just under 200. I think my ideal weight's supposed to be like 190 or 195, and I'm like 10, 15 pounds over that. But I'm okay with that because the bottom line is I'm not so heavy that it's hurting my back. You know what I mean? Now, in regards to medications and stuff, all right, there was a time when I was in Connecticut, my back always hurt. I always had shooting nerve pain, okay? It got to the point where my legs were numb. That's how bad my back was. That's really bad. When you get numbness in your limbs, you're in trouble, okay? It means that you are on the precipice of being paralyzed, one step away. But I never took painkillers, never, because I have a few people in my family who have addictive personalities, and they got addicted to some bad stuff. And in particular, one of them is a close relative of mine who will remain nameless, but has never in their entire life been off of something. Let's put it that way. And I know for a fact that more than likely, with the kind of person that I am, with the history that I am, that I tend to sometimes get addicted to certain things, that if I were to start taking painkillers, I may become dependent on them. Now I can't even start my day until I have my painkiller today, right? I got to pop the pills. And I don't want that life. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to become a slave to it and then become where the whole life is about it, right? So I do self-medicate. When I do have some pain in my back, I have a drink or two to numb it a little bit. And I try not to go overboard with any kind of self-medication that I do. No, I don't smoke marijuana. And I've already said this before, and I've said it again, I never will, because I hate smoking. I hate the feeling of smoke in my lungs, because I actually have weak lungs, because my mother was a chain smoker. She still is a chain smoker. And I grew up in a house where it was constantly full of cigarette smoke. She smoked when she was pregnant. And I have very weak lungs. So I wouldn't, you always hear me sometimes, I'm coughing and everything. It's mostly because of my health issues with my lungs and stuff like that. If it's a cold winter's day and there's a cold breeze coming by, I can't breathe. The cold air actually makes my lungs freeze up, because my lungs are not like the strongest that there are. They're actually much weaker than a lot of other people's. So I tried smoking when I was in high school. I smoked marijuana too. I'll openly admit it, yes. I hate it. I hate that feeling of smoke in my lungs. It hurts me. It actually makes me feel ill. So I never would want to smoke marijuana. And painkillers, I would not want to get hooked on. So I never have professionally medicated anything with my back or anything like that. It's always just been self-medication if I had anything. All right. Now, I believe you had one more question in here. Hold on.
Here we are. That's the King, episode 60, part 2. I'm going to address the self-medicating first. We can get it out of the way. It's the most obvious thing, and then we can start going into surgery. But we need to address this. See, I feel like I should say something, and that's the issue, because it also feels like it's incredibly obvious what I want to say. This is fucking stupid. Don't self-medicate with alcohol, I get why people in more desperate situations might have to. But Phil is not that person. Phil is not one of those people. Phil is in a situation where not only does he have the resources to obtain proper medication, but he also has a support network. He's still within, contact with his family and his friends. Granted, not at 2016, but during the time period that he's talking about when he would self-medicate with alcohol, he's still living in the same state as his parents. He's still got friends that he sees regularly at tournaments. So it doesn't feel like it applies to Phil. And just don't. Just fucking don't. I mean, This whole thing is compounded because of his attitude towards like being a bit self-effacing. Like, I know I have addictive personality. I know that I can become addicted to certain things.
And I know for a fact that more than likely, with the kind of person that I am, with the history that I am, that I tend to sometimes get addicted to certain things.
Then why did you fucking pick alcohol? Why did you fucking think that I don't want to get addicted to painkillers? So what I'll do is, I'll use this other substance that's notorious for being addictive. I don't want to get addicted to painkillers because I don't want to become dependent on them. But I will pick this other substance that is quite well known for being something that people become dependent on. And I don't want to do this medication here, because I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to become the sort of person who is a slave to it. I don't want to become the sort of person who has to have it in the morning to be able to get up and about and do their things during the day. I will pick this one that also notoriously makes people zombies, makes people slaves to it, and makes people feel like they need to have it first thing in the day before they can get on with their life. Why? All you have done is replaced one potential addictive substance with another equally, if not more, potentially addictive substance. And on a personal level, again, I'm about to make this about me, trying not to as much as I can, but I feel personally offended on some level for some reason. I know I shouldn't, it's Phil, I shouldn't care, but the way he is about, you know, I don't want to be the sort of person who has to pop a pill in the morning to get on with his day and all that stuff. It's a bit insulting as somebody who does need to do that. Right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Right. Okay, let's go. 1 minute. Okay, I have something to show you all. This is one of my Docet boxes. This is full. This is the amount of tablets I take in a day. There are 27 tablets. Well, there's 26 in here. There's one that I take at night and it doesn't fit in because the night one is particularly crowded. Although, to be fair, that's because one of my medications has recently gone up in dose, but rather than send me stronger tablets, they've just sent me more of the ones that I'm currently taking now. So instead of taking one 40mg tablet, I have to take 4 10mg tablets, which is a bit annoying, to be honest, and should probably get onto the doctor about that. But alongside this is morphine. I take morphine for pain as well, and it's normally in conjunction. I normally try to keep them all at the same time, but you know, I will take it earlier if like my leg or my back is particularly bad. That's the whole point of it, is there to manage pain. So if you take away the morphine, this has basically been my life for like about the last 8 years. It was obviously a period where they started me on medications and then they increased in dosage and all that, but generally I have taken around about that many tablets per day for most of the last 8 years. And despite all that, I got a degree. I went and got a degree. I left my old job, I went back to uni, I got my degree, and through all that, all this has helped me manage it. It's helped me do it, because it's kept my pain at a low enough level that I could then go out and study and do these things. It's kept my pain at a low enough level that I could go out to see friends and relatives. I could be up and about for people who came to visit me. So I'm a bit insulted by his sort of like, I don't want to be addicted to them, I don't want to be a zombie, I don't want to be a slave, and especially I don't want to be the sort of person who has to, wake up in the morning and pop a pill, you know. Like, these are pain management. These help me live my life. I'm not going to be on them forever. At some point I will be off them. But for the last few years they've helped me get things done. If you've seen me on TBS or thus, or you've watched a video, I will have been on this. More recently on morphine as well. But the point is that this does not make you a zombie. And granted, I know it is different in America. I know that there is an opioid epidemic because doctors have just been prescribing them for anything and everyone, and you know, I get all that. I get that there's like differences, but there is also a way that you can manage pain through medication that doesn't leave you zombified and does allow you to live the rest of your life. You have to be a fucking adult about it, though. And I don't think Phil is. So I think that's why I find it insulting. It's almost childlike in a way. The sort of like, it reminds me of like Dare, you know, when they immediately portray all drugs as like, this thing will ruin your fucking life. And it's like, yeah, in excess it will. But if they give you tablets for pain and you're in pain, you're probably going to take the tablets. Because they're going to stop the pain. And that's what you want. You want the pain to stop so you can carry on the rest of your life. What you don't want to do is have to stop doing things that you would do. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes your injury is just that bad. But Phil was not in that position. Phil had options, and Phil chose to do that. Phil chose to let his injury define his life. So yeah, I find it offensive. And it's not even the worst thing about this, because we have to deal with the rest of it now. Now, about the smoking, to a point, I can agree with him, because yeah, passive smoking is bad. The dangers of secondhand smoker are quite well known. It's not the healthiest thing in the world. But I don't know if she smoked while she was pregnant. It would explain a lot, but this could be an assumption of Phil's, given that, you know, for his life, she smoked, therefore she must have been doing it before he was born as well. And it could be something that she started doing after he was born, but while he was still young. So, you know, pinch of salt, because it's an unreliable narrator, but it does also explain quite a bit. So, you know, maybe worth bearing in mind. But I do want to contrast that clip of him talking about how weak his lungs are.
Actually, I have weak lungs because my mother was a chain smoker. She still is a chain smoker. And I grew up in a house where it was constantly full of cigarette smoke. She smoked when she was pregnant. And I have very weak lungs. So I wouldn't, you know, you always hear me sometimes, I'm coughing and everything. It's mostly because of my health issues with my lungs and stuff like that. If it's a cold winter's day and there's a cold breeze coming by, I can't breathe. The cold air actually makes my lungs freeze up, because my lungs are not like the strongest that there are. They're actually much weaker than a lot of other people's.
With this clip from Alphaism Radio.
At least 3 to 4 times a week, I get on an exercise bike and I ride for about 45 minutes.
Oh,
bullshit.
And I sweat. I'm not talking about I'm riding a slow ride. I'm riding as fast as I possibly can.
Bullshit.
And
for 45 minutes. 45 minutes, top speed, bullshit.
I'm not going slow, okay?
No.
I'm not talking about I'm riding a slow ride. I'm riding as fast as I possibly can. And I burn those fucking calories as much as...
It's better than... Dude, right. He's having bacon, egg, and cheese for breakfast and then doing cardio. His fucking heart must be pounding.
Yeah, that's why I got the sags. That's why he's melting
45
now.
minutes of fucking cardio.
45 minutes as fast as you can. Come on.
No
man.
way. No
and
way.
I'm riding as fast as I possibly can. And I burn those fucking calories as much as I can.
Right, yeah.
Although, having said all that, this is also coming through the mouth of an unreliable narrator, so maybe she was just a regular smoker. She didn't chain smoke, but Phil needs to portray it as that, because it then supports his assertion that, hey, my mum's the reason why my lung capacity is shit, you know, and I'm so out of shape and unhealthy because I can't do the exercise because my lungs hurt. You know, it's just another thing that he can add to the list of like things that are wrong with his body that are someone else's fault, and it's his parents' fault. It's, you know, part of a grander tapestry that I should probably look at another time. But before we move on, I also want to point out that medicinal marijuana does not necessarily have to be smoked. You can have it in different forms. You can have it like as a topical cream. You can have it edible. I'm pretty sure you can get it in tablets as well. I would be surprised if you couldn't. But either way, it's something completely separate from like Phil's fucking $4.20 tip animation, blazing the herb and all that shit. It's separate from Phil's impression of what somebody who smokes cannabis should be. Getting down a rabbit hole we don't need to go down. Things are derailing. Back on track. Move on to the rest of this because it's about to get very fucking serious. and I just want to get through it. So anyway, we've discussed addiction and using substances to self-medicate. Now, we're not quite done with this episode of Ask the King. That question warrants further analysis because there are a couple of things revealed in there that are going to contradict what we would have come to if we were doing this chronologically. We have to go back to 2013 to an earlier episode of Ask the King because similar things come up in that one. And that also links us to 2 further episodes of Ask the King and huge 2014 news update, because several things come up in that and they all link to the next topic that we would need to discuss, which is surgery and Phil's attitude towards it.
So this question was from Twitter. It was from the King of Storm, and he says, how did your back injury start? I've talked about this in the past, but it was quite a long time ago, so I figured this may be a time to get everybody up to speed on what's going on with my back. I have a severely herniated disc between my L4 and L5 vertebrae in my back, okay? It's not something that happened immediately. It wasn't like I got a car accident, someone hit me in the back, I fell. It was nothing like that whatsoever. It was a gradual thing over the course of my life. I can remember when I was a small child in grammar school that we didn't have lockers. That's right, we didn't have lockers in our grammar school, so we had nowhere to store our books. So for a full day's worth of books, we had to carry it on our backs all day long. So for, what was it, a good, kindergarten through 8th grade, 8 years of my life, when my back was developing, I had a heavy-ass, 20-pound backpack on, weighing me down. I'm sure that might have been a contributing factor to why my back has problems, okay? Over the years, I was kind of a very physically active guy. I used to play some sports. In addition to that, I used to play competitive Street Fighter. Competitive Street Fighter used to be held in arcades, not at home sitting on a couch playing on your couch with a gamepad or a joystick. It was all standing up for hours on end in arcades. In addition to that, most of the jobs that I had until I got out of college were jobs where you're standing, whether it was fast food, whether it was selling computers or products at Best Buy or Circuit City. I was constantly on my feet all the time. And I think because of that, again, the fact that in my developmental years, my back always had a big heavy weight on it. During the course of my life, I always had jobs where I was standing up. That could have contributed to my back. But I can point out the one point, okay, the one point in my life where I realized I have a serious back issue. My back had been giving me pain, okay, soreness, some shooting, like nerve pain, and it was really pissing me off. I didn't know, what was it? What was the source of this pain? And I remember this one day I was actually playing football. It wasn't, physical, it was touch football in a local park, and it was someone's birthday, I believe, one of my friend's birthdays. And we were playing it in touch football, and I remember playing it, and after playing it for about 2 hours, my fucking back hurt so badly. And I was like, what the hell was it? Was I don't remember, like, was it because the ground was too hard and I was running on rocks? And, I was trying to rationalize what was it that was the problem with my back. And then finally I said, I can't take it anymore. I gotta go to a doctor. Went to a doctor. He took x-rays and tried to tell me there was nothing wrong. I said, doctor, are you out of your mind? Right now I'm talking to you on the phone. I'm in excruciating pain in my back, and you're going to tell me there's nothing wrong? I don't think you know what the hell you're talking about. He says, all right, I'm going to send you to an MRI. Went to an MRI. They found my disc in my lower back was to the point where it was going to explode. That's how severely herniated it was. It was to that point. And he said, listen, if you don't immediately make lifestyle changes, you're going to be in serious problems. You're going to be in operations, to fix this, and it might not even work. You're going to be in serious trouble for the rest of your life. I said, all right. So I had to make life changes. I stopped doing heavy physical activity, heavy lifting of stuff. I used to drive everywhere. I don't drive on the highway anymore because my back hurts so badly, and it actually does stress out that portion of your back when you are driving on the highway. What if I was driving on the highway 65 miles per hour and I get a back spasm or something, or a car swerves in front of me, I need to brake and I can't because my back hurts and, I'm delayed? I could die. Or, God forbid, I could kill someone else. It would be very irresponsible for me to be driving on the highway with my back in the condition that it's in, okay? I can't do physical, like working out. I used to lift weights. I can't do that anymore because it's going to put stress on my back. So what I've done is I've made lifestyle adjustments to find a way to keep my weight down, by the way. If you haven't noticed, over the past few years, I've done stuff to try to lose some weight so that I'm not as heavy as I was. And I think the last time I weighed myself, I was the lightest. I'm around 207 now, which is pretty good. Obviously, my goal weight is probably around 190. But I'm doing good with my diet, you know, not going overboard, eating, you know, fatty foods. And that's funny because people watch my DSP tries it. He always eats fast food. It's not the case. Most of the time I'm eating healthy stuff. I'm eating turkey burgers. I'm eating veggie burgers. I'm having, you know, healthier stuff. And I eat a way less than I used to as well. That's pretty much the story with my back. Now, here's the thing. I've always held off from getting a back surgery to fix my back because it's very risky. The back surgery that they do, it's very intrusive. They have to cut you open you up, you know, take the disc, cut the disc out, fuse the spine physically. It's very time-consuming, and it's a very risky surgery. And I actually know a couple people who got it and are much better. And I also know a couple people who got it and they're actually worse than they were before. It's very touch and go. It's not foolproof. The good news is, I have heard that they now have, it's new, it only came out this year, a new method to do the same kind of operation that's less intrusive using lasers, all right? And what I'm actually thinking of doing is that next year, hopefully, I'll get to move. If I do move out of Connecticut and I move in with my girlfriend, at least I'm living with someone. So if I can go get this surgery and get my back fixed, and let's say I'm laid up for 2 weeks because of it, I at least have someone who's with me who can help me to get around and stuff. That's the problem right now, is if I were to have the surgery right now, I'm bedridden. I'm bedridden for a month, and who's going to be bringing me food? Who's going to help me get around? Who's going to, you know what I mean? I couldn't do it. I live alone. I need to be able to move to a bigger, better place where, number one, it'll be easier for me to get around if I do have the surgery, and number two, someone who's living with me to help me. And I don't have that right now. That's really, I have to be honest with everyone, that is one of the major reasons why this year, and I've apologized to everyone for this, there's been a little bit more negativity around me. Because I was originally hoping that this year would have been the year that I could have moved, and I could have moved in with my girlfriend, and I could have maybe gotten the back surgery and improved my life. And because I got the pay cut from Machinima earlier this year, because my views are obviously down this year, no one's arguing that, I've unfortunately been forced to not be able to do that. I had to hold off, and now I'm kind of up in the air, touch and go, because I don't know at the end of this year, is Machinima going to renegotiate my contract again? Am I going to be making even less money next year? Now I got to put it off again. And this is what's pissing me off, is that I just want to be healthy, and I've had to hold off on it now in a major way because of all this. And people, this is what gets me. He talks about views all the time. All he cares about is money. You know, maybe there's a reason behind it. Maybe because I would actually like to be physically able to do some of the stuff I used to be able to do. Maybe I wouldn't like to feel like I'm a cripple for the rest of my goddamn life. And maybe that's why I'm so concerned about this stuff. You know what I mean? So people don't seem to understand a lot of stuff that I talk about, and they always misinterpret it and shit. And the bottom line is, I just would really like to improve my life, and I can't do it right now. I can't do it. I can't even look into this surgery because I would have no way to be basically taken care of when I am laid up after the surgery. So I'm really hoping that at the end of this year things are positive. If not, whether it's Machinima or not, we're going to have to see what happens, but I'm going to have to find a way to turn things around and stay positive and keep going, and hopefully next year I'll be able to move and I'll be able to get the surgery and things will be better. So that's the story with my back, okay?
Now, you might have noticed some similarities and some contradictions between the account given then and the account given in Ask the King number 60. We're not going to go into them just yet. We will deal with them in a moment. But for now, there's just a couple of things that I want to pick up from this one before we move on to the next few clips. So, firstly, the story about the books. How do I even... I mean, right... Okay, so I have this one book that my niece bought me a couple of years ago. This is more likely to be the sort of book that Phil would have been carrying throughout most of his academic career. Let us not beat about the bush. He is talking about going from, 5 to 14 in America. So most of the time, the books will have been like this. They'll have been this thick. It is not the same as this, which is more along the lines of what I think he wants you to think. He wants you to think that, you know, he carried books like this. I mean, I could... See? Quite heavy. He will not have carried books like this. He will have carried books like this. So no, I don't think carrying books in school is a contributing factor to your bad back. If that were the case, everybody who went to your school would have had similar back problems. And I am willing to put good money on the fact that they wanted them. So, yeah, that's just one of the many times over the next few clips that we're going to be calling bullshit, but we need to move on. Also, I can't believe this didn't occur to me while I was recording this, but this bit.
So for a full day's worth of books, we had to carry it on our backs all day long.
Did he not, like, sit down at a desk? Was he really doing, like, 8 years of school? Stood up all day? There's going to be several discrepancies between Phil's recounting of the appointment with the doctor that then resulted in him going to have an MRI. What I think about this particular one is that the doctor took x-rays and said, there's nothing wrong. And Phil said, you know, doctor, I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'm on the phone with you in tremendous pain, blah, blah, blah. Sent him for an MRI. Now, my sort of initial thought about this is that, number one, the doctor probably sent him for an x-ray to rule out, say, a fracture or a break. You know, he went to rule out something quite severe. He went to just check that, hey, all your vertebrae are fine. There's not like any cracks in them. They're not like hurt or damaged or broken. So we will then move on to something more significant, more in-depth and detailed. At this point, we just want to rule out that you've broken anything. And number two, I don't think there's a doctor out there who, upon getting these results back, this x-ray, and seeing like no sign of any bones like broken or anything, goes, got me, mate. I don't know. Clearly there's nothing wrong with you. There's not a doctor in the world who's not going to think x-ray came back fine, so we'll have to send him for an MRI to see if it's something to do with his discs. And I think that's what happened. I think the doctor got the x-rays and said, well, the x-ray shows there's nothing wrong with your bones, so we're going to send you to an MRI. And that was it. And then Phil distorts that, and it becomes, doctor, I don't think you know what you're talking about. The doctor was going to tell me that there was nothing wrong. Can you believe that? You know, I think that's what happened here. I think the doctor took an x-ray to make sure, you know, no bones broken. Great. We'll have to send you for an MRI, though, to see, you know, if your discs are all right as well, or if there's any, like, damage to, like, tissues or nerves or anything like that. So, you know, because that's what they did with me. The first, like, scan I went for was a fucking x-ray. And it didn't show any damage to bones, so they sent me for an MRI. It's also because you get the results faster. X-rays are quite quick. MRIs can take a couple of days. If they're internal, if they're external, as in if there's another company operating the MRI machine and the hospital doesn't do it on site, they could take a bit longer. But typically, if they're done in-house, if the hospital has its own MRI machine and can do it, like internally, they will normally get it within a couple of days. So, you know, it's a thing that you would do. If you sent somebody complaining of back pain for an x-ray and the x-ray showed there was no damage to the spine, no bones broken, nothing like that, then you'd send them on for an MRI or possibly a CT scan. Either way, you wouldn't just sort of like go, well, I don't know. You've got me, mate. There's clearly nothing wrong with you. And if the patient go, doctor, I don't think you know what you're talking about. But then again, that does lead me on to like narcissists and healthcare and how they are with doctors, which I'm going to save for a little bit later. So for now, we'll move on to something else. And the thing we have to move on to is Panda Lee. And I'm not going to go into detail about it, but it's fucking sick. Not in a good way. That the reason Phil was delaying his operation was because she wasn't there to take care of him. He wanted her there to take care of him so that he could be okay.
And what I'm actually thinking of doing is that next year, hopefully, I'll get to move. If I do move out of Connecticut and I move in with my girlfriend, at least I'm living with someone. So if I can go get this surgery and get my back fixed, and let's say I'm laid up for 2 weeks because of it, I at least have someone who's with me who can help me to get around and stuff. That's the problem right now, is if I were to have the surgery right now, I'm bedridden. I'm bedridden for a month, and who's going to be bringing me food? Who's going to help me get around? Who's going to, you know what I mean? I couldn't do it. I live alone.
Him arranging like his own post-surgical care with other people, with friends and relatives, was not a thing he considered. It had to be Panda. He had to move and get her in the same house as him, and then she could take care of him. That was all it ever was. That was all she was ever going to be. And even here, now, before he's moved from Connecticut, we can see that.
I need to be able to move to a bigger, better place where, number one, it'd be easier for me to get around if I do have the surgery, and number two, someone who's living with me to help me. And I don't have that right now. That's really
I have to be honest with everyone, that is one of the major reasons why this year, and I've apologized to everyone for this, there's been a little bit more negativity around me. Because I was originally hoping that this year would have been the year that I could have moved, and I could have moved in with my girlfriend, and I could have maybe gotten the back surgery and improved my life.
And I'm not going to go into it because, again, this is about his back. It's not about Panda or anything like that. But it's very, very clear that was all he wanted from her. He just wanted her to take care of him. And you will see that later, because in that clip, he just said he was already eating healthier.
But I'm doing good with my diet, you know, not going overboard, eating, you know, fatty foods. And that's funny because people watch my DSP tries it. He always eats fast food. It's not the case. Most of the time I'm eating healthy stuff. I'm eating turkey burgers. I'm eating veggie burgers. I'm having, you know, healthier stuff. And I eat a way less than I used to as well.
On his own, while he was living alone. So he was clearly capable of it. Bear that in mind. Also, his comments about being laid up after surgery.
And let's say I'm laid up for 2 weeks because of it. I'm bedridden. I'm bedridden for a month. And who's going to be bringing me food?
And I have issues with both of these things. Number one, you're not going to be recovering in 2 weeks. It's going to take you out for longer than that. At least 6. Number two, you're not going to be bedridden for a month either. When I was in hospital, the very next day after my surgery, the first people I saw were physiotherapists. Not counting the nurses who came to give me like my regular medication and all that and give me breakfast. The first people who I saw to you know, see how I was doing after surgery were the physiotherapists. There were 2 of them. They got me up out of bed. They had me walking up and down the length of the ward. And then they tried to make me go up and down stairs because that's what they have to do. You cannot stay bedridden for that long. You will get bed sores and infections. You have to be up and about moving. And this is another core component of recovery that I'm going to reel back in just a bit and save for later. But it does piss me off. So one of the other conclusions that we can draw from this before we move on is that it's Troll's fault and it's Machinima's fault and it's YouTube's fault that he hasn't had his back surgery taken care of.
And because I got the pay cut from Machinima earlier this year, because my views are obviously down this year, no one's arguing that, I've unfortunately been forced to not be able to do that. I had to hold off, and now I'm kind of up in the air, touch and go, because I don't know at the end of this year, is Machinima going to renegotiate my contract again? Am I going to be making even less money next year? Now I got to put it off again. And this is what's pissing me off, is that I just want to be healthy, and I've had to hold off on it now in a major way because of all this. And people, this is what gets me. He talks about views all the time. All he cares about is money. You know, maybe there's a reason behind it. Maybe because I would actually like to be physically able to do some of the stuff I used to be able to do. Maybe I wouldn't like to feel like I'm a cripple for the rest of my goddamn life. And maybe that's why I'm so concerned about this stuff. You know what I mean? So people don't seem to understand a lot of stuff that I talk about, and they always misinterpret it and shit. And the bottom line is, I just would really like to improve my life, and I can't do it right now.
Basically, it's not his fault that he didn't save up to try to get this surgery. It's not his fault that he doesn't have insurance. You know, it's not his fault that he can't sort any of this out himself. He just wants to be healthy. Damn it. I'm sorry, it's just a really, it's an emotional moment. It really gets to me. Because I really feel for him. It must be really difficult to not be able to save the money that you're making. But, you know, you are sitting complaining about it within arm's length of a kitchen counter that is full of statuettes from video games. And there's posters on the wall, and there's like all these consoles and games around him and all that stuff. But it's Machinima's fault, and it's YouTube's fault, and it's the Troll's fault. He just wants to be healthy. That's the important thing for him. He wants to be healthy. Remember that, too. Oh, God, yeah. He's 31. See, I'm sat here thinking, right, he must be in his, like, mid-20s at this point. And, you know, it's you can sort of see how someone's not fully an adult, even though they are technically and legally and biologically, you know, they're ostensibly by every other metric an adult. But, you know, if you're, you know, in your late 30s, early 40s, whatever, you could think back to being 25 and you could think, I am not the same person as I was then. There'll be some core personality aspects that are still there, some traits that are still like concrete, but you will have experienced some growth and some change. So in my head, I'm trying to sort of rationalize all this as he's still young, and so, you know, maybe he's not like fully capable of doing all these things, and maybe we shouldn't expect to have like all these adult expectations of him. He's 31. He's 31 and he can't take care of himself. He's 31 and he can't sort out his own post-surgical care. He's 31 and he can't say to his friends and his family, hey, if I do this, if I go to get this operation to fix my back, I'm going to need some help. It's something that, you know, you have to do when you're going for an operation that's going to leave you in recovery for a significant period of time. And instead, he wants to move his girlfriend, who is at least a decade younger than him, into his house to care for him. That's his plan. That's how he's going to do post-surgical care. It's going to be Leanna. He's 31. I can't fucking believe it. I can't. Right, I need to move on. Otherwise, I'm just going to get hung up on this. So this one's shorter, but it's still important. There's a couple of things in here that are, again, going to come up later. This is huge 2014 news.
So, back in 2007, unfortunately, I had a full-time job for years. Desk job, 9-to-5 job. Great job, by the way. Had this job, and then when I unfortunately started getting back pain. And I said, oh shit, what's going on? Went to the doctor, got diagnosed. I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back. All right. Now, it's no surprise to anyone if you've followed my content these years. You know, I live alone. You know, for me to do something to repair this disc would be extremely risky. At the time, back in 2007, the only real methods they had were like rehab, where you would do physical therapy, getting injections into your back, which were very expensive, or getting surgery, which may not even work. I knew a particular person who had the surgery and it changed their life completely, and they're better. I know a person who got this surgery and they're actually worse. So it's like a 50-50 chance. You have no idea what to do. So I chose to take a different road. And I said, I'm just going to adjust my life. And I'm going to stop doing the physical things like lifting heavy things, playing sports, physical activity, driving for long periods on the highway, etc. Things that would put me at physical risk of either injuring myself further or others because of this back injury. And what I decided to do in 2007 was to get back into gaming.
So again, not much to pull from this one until later when we're comparing and contrasting everything. But for now, an important thing is that we now have another job to add to the list of jobs that might have caused his back issues. We're not just talking about the Salad Bar or Best Buy or Circuit City. We are now also talking about either Wells Fargo or Sikorsky. So, yeah, potentially all of his jobs could have been contributing factors, along with carrying books and playing sports. So, yeah, we've got a few things to cover. As you might have noticed, this is 2014, so we are still at the point where we're living in Connecticut and we're still waiting for somebody to live with us, to take care of us after the surgery before we can get it. We can't get the surgery at the moment because there's nobody living with us. So, oh, one more thing. I need you all to understand that this clip broke me because it's this clip where I realised that he thinks there is only one surgery. He thinks there is only one back surgery, and it is spinal fusion, because he refers to it as the surgery. Singular. I even have it in my notes.
I knew a particular person who had the surgery.
It doesn't specify which.
And it changed their life.
Oh my god, I've just realised that he doesn't know there's more than one type of lumbar surgery. Holy shit.
Completely, and they're better. I know a person who got this surgery.
Yep, the surgery. Oh my god.
And they're actually worse. So it's like a 50-50 chance.
I'm going to talk about that later, but this is the point where I realised he's literally that stupid. He's genuinely, like, that oblivious. And this is where my faith in the belief that his back was never that bad and he never had to get to the point where surgery was even like considered as an option. That faith just went through the roof. That faith skyrocketed. That faith hit the moon quicker than divorce coin does. He's an idiot. He's just a fucking idiot. So this one's Ask the King 57 part 3. This is from January 2016. And once again, we're being asked, hey, Phil, how's your back? So we've got a couple of things to go over.
From Dean Jones, he says, Phil, do you plan on getting the back surgery that you talked about back in Connecticut now that you moved? You know, from time to time, people ask me this question. Phil, how's your back doing? Phil, do you need the back surgery? Some of you watching right now might literally have no idea what this question means because, let's face it, I haven't really talked about my back much at all for about a year and a half to 2 years now. It's really not been an issue of concern for me, but it used to be. So let me explain. When I lived in Connecticut, I, unfortunately, around the years of 2007, 2008, started getting really bad pain in my back and my legs, numbness in my legs, major issue. Now, I was a lot heavier back then, too. You know, I was good 240 pounds. I was fat as shit. Went to the doctor. Doctor said, oh, my God, like, this is pretty bad. They gave me an MRI, and MRI showed a severely herniated disc in my lower back. The doctor literally told me, he says, if you didn't come in here today and we found this out and you made life adjustments, this disc was going to rupture and you were going to need major surgery. And you might not even walk properly for the rest of your life. I was like, wow, I'm glad that I got checked out then. So I had some options. At the time, it was either back surgery right away, physical therapy, or just making life adjustments, okay? So for me, at the time, with the finances that this was before YouTube, the financial situation that I had and all the options that I had, I didn't want to do the surgery because back then they didn't have laser surgery for backs. It was just a fusion, spinal fusion. Now, I've known people who got this surgery. Some people it's been incredibly successful, and some people their problems have actually gotten worse. It's kind of almost a 50-50 shot when you get the spinal fusion surgery on how well it's going to go, all right? So I didn't even want to consider surgery at the time. That would be like last case scenario. So at the time, I did 2 months of physical therapy. And after the 2 months, I really didn't feel the physical therapy was helping me. And it was very fucking expensive. So I stopped doing it. And I said, I'm going to make life adjustments. First things first, I'm going to try to lose weight. Number two, I'm going to try to stop doing things that are strenuous on my back, which means physical activity like any kind of sports, lifting heavy objects, doing extended walks and or being on my feet for extended periods of time. And I'll be honest, it took a few years, from the years of 2008 to about the years of probably late 2012 into maybe all of 2013. It took a long time for my life to adjust, but once it did, I lost like some 30 plus pounds, which was a great, you know, release of strain on my back. I stopped doing the strenuous. I don't drive on the highway anymore, which is a huge back strain. Don't do that anymore. I stopped lifting heavy objects, excuse me. And let's face it, I moved across the country. I now live in a part of the country where I don't need to drive long distances. I don't have to shovel fucking snow because we don't get it. So for the past year and a half, 2 years, the things that were stressful to my back don't exist anymore. And I feel incredibly healthy compared to how I used to feel back in Connecticut. I really do. I'm eating better now, much fucking better. Oh my God, the meals now that right now Leanna is making me delicious roasted pork loin, mixed greens, and I think like crescent rolls. In Connecticut, when it was dinner time, I would go out to the fast food and get a burger or a grilled chicken sandwich, you know, fast food every day. That's how I ate, because I didn't cook for myself because I was one person. Cooking is a waste of time. And back then, I used to do so much raw gameplay. I gotta hurry because I gotta get back to stream. I gotta play more games, right? So my life is so much healthier and different now than it used to be. I'm incredibly grateful for that. Quite honestly, do I still have back pain? Yes. There's a few times. Number one, if I'm on my feet for extended periods of time. So Saturdays in particular, I go out with Leanna. We go out to dinner. We maybe walk around, do some shopping. We go out and do grocery shopping. When I come home on Saturdays and I'm bringing in grocery bags, typically my back hurts. And I lay down for like a half an hour. It feels fine after that. And I don't really have the back pain anymore. I don't have the numbness. That was the big thing. I used to get numbness in my legs and in my toes. Gone. The numbness is gone. The sharp shooting pains I used to get are gone. I get the feeling that my life adjustments have basically, maybe it didn't 100% fix the disc, but I'm not stressing the disc anymore. So I guarantee you the swelling or whatever has gone down, and I'm good at this point. So no, at this point in my life, I'm not even considering the back surgery because my back really isn't an issue. Now, here's the thing. If it got worse, let's say I fell and my back got fucked up. Surgery now is much better. It's laser surgery. It's not even intrusive anymore. It's actually considered outpatient surgery, meaning they could bring me to the hospital, zoop, get it done, and I'll be out the next day, if not even earlier. And apparently my back would be better, which is crazy to think because it was such a big, intrusive, dangerous thing in 2007 and 8. And now here we are, you know, 8 years later, and fucking technology's advanced so much, it's like, zoop, you're done. So the good news is, I don't think my back's a concern anymore. And that's a positive thing, right?
Now, again, I'm going to save discussion of surgery for a little bit later on, but I just want to know what he's doing with his hands when he talks about fusion like that. It's not like they put like a whole rod down your spine. They insert 2 little rods. They're like tiny little rods, and they screw them. So you have 4 screws, 2 rods, and they go between 2 vertebrae. So there's 1 area for a disc in between. But he's like that. He's like gripping like he's twisting, like he's holding like an iron bar or like a bit of rebar or something. And he does it again at another point, and it's really weird, because I don't think of that as fusion. I think of that as like twisting. So when you say fusion, you'd be like, you know, like that. They fuse things together, you know, they like that. You join together, you don't twist like that. So it's nothing, but it bothered me when I was going through the clip. I was like, why the fuck is he doing that? So yeah, just sort of like highlighting that weird body language quirk there. Now, it's important to note that this is 2016 because his back hasn't been an issue for 1.5 to 2 years.
I haven't really talked about my back much at all for about 1.5 to 2 years now. It's really not been an issue of concern for me.
Which puts us to 2014, which means that the recovery period from 2007 is now 7 years, maybe 8, depending on how much you want to take the 1.5 to 2 years and whereabouts in the year you want to slot it. But in the same fucking clip, he also says it took from 2008 to 2012 and maybe all of 2013.
And I'll be honest, it took a few years, from the years of 2008 to about the years of probably late 2012 into maybe all of 2013.
So I think he's sort of working with the 5 years to recover, but he's also sort of tripped himself up by saying, well, I've been here for 2 years and my back issues started resolving when I moved out here because climate, everything close to me, blah, blah, blah. And it's sort of like muddying the timeline. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop doing that. So it makes it difficult to accurately sort of sketch out, hey, his back went in this day, he was like healthy by this day, and then by this date he's still complaining. So it's just hard to keep track of. And it's not the only thing I've struggled to keep track of during this, but it's amazing to me that it was within the same clip. I love that. You know, you're never going to find me going, yeah, my back issue happened in 2015 and it only got healed in 2023. Also, my back went in 2017 and I was sorted by 2020. I just don't get it. I don't get why you would, like... Well, no, I do get it. It's because you're fucking lying. You don't want people to know the truth. You want to obfuscate it and hide it. You want to hide in the vagaries of around 2007. You know, you don't want to give an accurate date because you might forget that. You might state the wrong date later. People might pull you up on it. It might expose your lie. But if you say around 2007... around late 2007, you know, and that's like the closest you get, you've got a bit of wiggle room there. You could say late 2007, maybe early 2008, you know, could have been. I don't remember. Everything's a bit fuzzy back then. People with back injuries, remember when the fucking back injuries happened. Just let it go. Let it go. Move on. Now, this isn't one of those contradictions that calls into question every aspect of his account. It reinforces what he stated previously, with Panda being the one taking care of him. Panda cooks more. He's eating healthily now and has lost weight because Panda is the one who does all the cooking, apart from maybe like 2 nights a week when they eat out. He is 34 at this point and he needs Panda Lee to cook for him. Panda Lee has to be 22 at best here. She's already doing all the cooking for him. And it's less about this back issue, and it's more for me to stick a pin in for a later date, because his attitude towards cooking is so fucked up.
I didn't cook for myself because I was one person. Cooking is a waste of time.
Which is fucking weird. Cook for yourself. Make your own food. It's not difficult to make simple things for yourself, but for him it's a massive waste of time because he's only one person. How is it a waste of time? How is it a waste of time to get like some nice bread and a nice soup and, you know, warm that on the hob and, you know, stick the bread in the toaster or under the grill, whatever, and, you know, something nice to dip in your soup, or make, like, you know, bung some fish and some chips in an oven for 20 minutes and make some peas or whatever, and then fish and chips. You know, do it with chicken. Replace fish with chicken or whatever meat you need. How is it difficult to make, like, fucking noodles, fucking ramen, you know? It's a waste of time. He has to get back to, like, recording videos. He's a fucking man-child at this point. 34 years old, and he's like, well, I can't make food because I've got to go film myself playing video games. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order a burger online. This is all Panda Lee was ever going to be. This was all her life was going to be. This is the destiny that she avoided. This is the bullet bill that she skidded into the divot and ducked to avoid right here. This is Kat's future. Take care of me. But anyway, we're moving on. We're at Ask the King 62, part 3. This is the last clip that I'm going to use from this bit, and then we're going to get really stuck into it all.
So the next question is from Richter Tryhard, and he asks the following. Phil, I'm a new viewer, and I find your videos pretty hilarious. You mentioned that you have a back problem. My question is, well, how did you injure your back? What's the origin story? I can't seem to find an answer on that anywhere. Well, it's funny. Funny you ask about this, Richard. Or I said Richard. Oh, God, I screwed up. His name's Richter. I feel bad now. I'm sorry, Richter. I apologize wholeheartedly. Again. Good question. And the reason it's a good question is because I used to talk about my back a lot when my back injury was really bad. Since I moved to Washington State and adjusted my lifestyle, my back is so much better, all right? And that's why I barely ever talk about any kind of issue with my back, because I really don't have that much of an issue with my back anymore. So allow me to explain. I never had back issues at all in my life. And then all of a sudden, around 2006, so 10 years ago, I started to notice that my back was hurting me. Now, it was various kinds of pain. Sometimes it would be soreness. Sometimes it would be shooting pain. It was various kinds of pain. But it wasn't constant. Keep in mind, 10 years ago, I was much heavier. Right now, you know, I would say probably I fluctuate between like 210 to 230 pounds right now. Roughly, on average, I'm usually around like 210, 215, but sometimes I fluctuate up and down dependent, you know, if I'm on vacation or whatever. It happens. But back then, oh, I mean, I was talking like I was at least 240, 250. If not, you know what I mean? I was pretty chubby. People have seen me, my early videos, when I first started on YouTube, I was like ballooned up, okay? So back then, I was a heavier guy, and my back started to hurt me. Well, definitively, when I found out this was a problem, was one day, it was the summertime, and I was actually playing touch football with some friends of mine in a park. It was like a holiday gathering. I believe it was someone's birthday, and they were having like grilling out dogs and burgers and everything, and we were playing touch football. And we're playing, this is the thing, I used to do this stuff all the time. I used to be a more athletic person. I used to actually run around a lot and do a lot of this stuff. I used to lift weights when I was much younger. Much more athletic person than I am now. And all of a sudden, after this session of flag football, I went home, and I laid down, and I said, oh my God, what happened? My back is really, really in pain. Like sharp, shooting nerve pain that was resonating not only in my back, but all the way down my legs. I was like, what the hell? And it didn't go away. I thought, oh, maybe it's because I was, you know, did this flag football. It didn't go away. It started to get worse. It started to nag at me. It got to the point, at one point, my legs were getting numb. Now, that is a huge negative sign that something is going on seriously wrong, okay? So I ended up going to the doctor for it. Doctor originally gives me x-ray. I don't see anything. It's like, well, doc, guess what? Obviously, the x-ray is not the right test for this particular problem because I am in excruciating pain all the time. So I think maybe you should run some more tests. The doctor was actually just going to let it fucking go. Unbelievable. So the doctor says, all right, I'm going to give you an MRI. So puts me to the MRI machine, scans me, all that. I get called back to the doctor's office urgently 2 days later. Okay, come back. Oh my God. Your MRI shows that you have a severely herniated disc between your L4, L5 vertebrae. And if this thing were to pop, number one, I could be crippled. Number two, I could lose control of my bowels. I mean, it was to the point, he said it was so bad that thank God I caught it when I did, because if I didn't and this thing had popped, this disc, that I could have been fucked for life. Okay, so gee, doc, good thing we went for the MRI instead of just passing on the fucking the X-ray and pretending like nothing was wrong, which is what he was going to do originally. So, I had some options back then. I was told, well, here's what you could do. You can either get surgery right away. Now, back then, the surgery would have been very intrusive. This is 10 years ago. The surgery would have been, they go into it, they cut physically out the disc. I believe they fused the spine in this particular area or whatever. Today, it's much different. Today, they have laser surgery that's non-intrusive that could actually do the same operation, and basically, there's a lot less risk. It's a lot healthier. But back then, this surgery was incredibly risky. In fact, he even said, he says, when you do the surgery, it's basically 50-50. 50%, your life's way better. You're going to have a great life. 50%, it doesn't even get better, could get worse, and you fucked yourself over. So I'm like, gee, this is a pretty tough decision. What's my other decision? He said, what my other option here is that I get physical therapy, I get drugs for my back, all right, different kinds of drugs, and I try to adjust my lifestyle to this back injury, all right? So what does that mean? It means no carrying of heavy things, especially over longer distances. No more heavy, strenuous physical activity like that flag football, out. No more weightlifting, none of that kind of stuff. Everything I have to do is to be very light and not strenuous on my back whatsoever. No more like driving long distances, because that actually puts a strain on your back when you're driving, constantly using pressure with your legs. That puts a strain on your back. So what did I do? Immediately, I had to stop doing the physical things I used to like to do. I used to travel and drive around the country to play Street Fighter. Couldn't do it anymore. That was it. I used to be everyone's ride to go to Street Fighter tournaments. Couldn't do it anymore. So all that came to an end. Stopped carrying heavy stuff. I tried to basically adjust my lifestyle to be more careful, just in case, something were to happen, I don't fall or whatever and hurt myself any further. For about 2 months, I had physical therapy and injections into my back. The doctor wanted me to take painkillers. I refused. The reason I refused is because in my family, there is a history of addiction. I have a cousin who is a drug addict. I have a aunt who is an alcoholic. And there were other relatives of mine that have gotten addicted to some pretty bad stuff. And I was nervous, especially hearing, I was a big wrestling fan. I was nervous after hearing stories of people like Kurt Angle, who is an amazing athlete, goes pro wrestling, hurts his back, starts going on painkillers. Now he's fucking drugged out on them all the time and everything. Ended up getting kicked out of WWE because every time they tested the guy, he failed the drug test. And I didn't want to be like that. I didn't want to be a guy who, in order to live my life, I have to pop a pill every morning. You know what I mean? So I refused. And the doctor was like, whoa, okay, if you're sure. But, initially it was not good. Initially, my back was pretty bad, and it got to the point where I was feeling shooting numbness and pain and everything. In fact, even in my early years on YouTube, you can see I can't stand, I still can't to this day, I can't stand still for more than a couple seconds. I have to move around, because if I don't, I feel very uncomfortable. I almost lose my balance if I just stand still. I have to keep moving constantly. For a while, it was like that. I couldn't even stand, have equilibrium. When I was on an escalator or something like that, I would feel nervous, and I almost have trouble standing on an escalator going up and down because of my back injury and the pain and everything that I would get out of it. And it sucked. A lot of people wonder, when I do gameplay, why I take breaks. Some people are like, I don't understand, Phil. This other streamer that I watch, again, comparing me to someone else, unfair comparison, right? This other streamer that I watch, they stream for 8 straight hours. They never take a break. Yeah, that's great. Well, do they have a back injury? Because if I just sit here for more than, say, half an hour at a time, even now doing Ask the King between the parts, I'm getting up and walking around. I feel incredibly uncomfortable. I get tenseness in my legs, and I get pain and stuff. So, that's the deal with my back injury. It used to be a hell of a lot worse. Now, in the meantime, what happened is I lost a lot of weight. Like I said, I used to be 240, 250. Now I'm down to, say, 210, 220. So because of that, a lot less weight on my body makes it a lot less better. You know what I mean? In addition to that, there's the fact that I've adjusted my lifestyle. I now live in a community here where I don't need to drive a lot. When I do drive, everything is within close distance. Everything, literally everything I could possibly need. Any electronics, food, any resources, fun tourism, that kind of stuff. Everything I need is right here. I don't have to go drive 10, 15 fucking miles. I could go within a few miles. Everything is within radius of me. I don't carry a lot of heavy stuff. I have a garage now, so when I go grocery shopping, we pull in. It's a quick walk, grab the bags, go right into the kitchen, put them down. It's not like it used to, when I used to live in Connecticut, I had to go to this parking lot that was way far away from my unit. A lot of times there was ice and shit on the ground. It was a nightmare. So all the adjustments I've made to my life have made it better so that my back basically doesn't get strained. And the bottom line is, since I moved here to Washington, no lie, I think maybe twice I've had an issue, a major issue with my back. One was earlier this year, I tweaked it, and it felt a little bit of pain and numbness for a few days, and then it went away. But it used to be, I mean, it used to be constant. When I was in Connecticut, it used to be constant pain. I wouldn't be able to make a video without being in pain. Playing a game, I was always in pain. And it was kind of just a thing I was getting used to. It was a part of my life. Pain was a constant companion. Now it's a lot different, okay? So it wasn't one thing that caused this back issue. It wasn't like, oh my God, you know, I got to a car accident where I fell down. Nothing like that. It was just kind of a thing that happened over time. And it's something that I will live with. They even said, a herniated disc, you'll never fully 100% recover. My back will always be weak, and I'll always have some issues with my back. But since, you know, 2.5 years, a pretty good run right now where I haven't had a major problem, so I'm happy about that. And that's why I don't mention it that much anymore, because it's not really that much of an issue anymore.
Okay, so separate from everything else, we also have a timeline conflict. Phil now started to notice that his back was hurting in 2006.
And then all of a sudden, around 2006, so 10 years ago, I started to notice that my back was hurting me.
Which means that either he's been lying about it happening in 2007, or he noticed it in 2006 and did nothing for over a year before he got to a point where he was like, right, my back's killing me, but I do feel up for touch football, so fuck it. Again, muddying the waters, making it difficult to keep proper track of what he's doing. And you could, again, if you want to take it a certain way, if you want to interpret that differently, you could argue that he noticed initial pain in 2006 and it gradually got worse to the point where it was exacerbated by touch football. But even so, that's a long period of pain that you're not dealing with. You know, you are still in pain constantly to the point where you can notice it, but you're doing nothing about it for over a year. And again, Americans, insurance, healthcare access compared to us, British, NHS, go to the doctors, sorted. I get it, but it's still standing out for me, that statement. Now, I just want to point out with the driving on the freeway, I think I know what's happened here. So, you know, Phil goes to the doctor, they get the MRI, they come back and they say, right, you know, these are some of the things that you need to avoid while you're recovering, you know. And they say you need to avoid driving long distances, such as on the freeway, because this puts strain on your back. Meaning, you need to avoid driving long distances because this puts strain on your back. Whereas Phil hears, you need to stop driving long distances on the freeway. This is what puts strain on your back. Driving on the freeway is what puts strain on your back. I think that's what all that is. Because otherwise I don't know how, if it's the staying in the position for a long period of time and driving long distances, I don't see how driving it on like regular roads in like cities and suburbs and things is different from driving on the freeway. I think it's the way the doctor phrased, you need to stop driving long distances, such as on the freeway. This puts strain on your back. This is the only way I have been able to explain the difference, the way that Phil is like, it's fine to drive on normal roads, but the freeway within minutes. You know, that's the only way I can work it out. Okay, I think I'm done. I think I'm ready to do this now. There's nothing that stands out alone from this. It's how they compare and contrast. So I think I'm ready. Part 7. Surgery and why Phil won't have it. Now, I know I've said we're going to like discuss discrepancies, but we should first acknowledge that even though the list of potential factors that might have contributed towards his back has grown.
We didn't have lockers. For a full day's worth of books, we had to carry it on our backs all day long. I was kind of a very physically active guy. I used to play some sports. In addition to that, I used to play competitive Street Fighter, standing up for hours on end in arcades. Most of the jobs that I had until I got out of college were jobs where you're standing. I was constantly on my feet all the time. I had a full-time job for years, desk job, 9 to 5 job. I was a lot heavier back then, too. You know, I was good 240 pounds. I was fat as shit. 10 years ago, I was much heavier. Back then, oh, I mean, I was talking, like, I was at least 240, 250. If not, you know what I mean? I was pretty chubby.
There's a couple of factors in there that are given as, like, potential causes for Phil's back, but the definitive point is always given as touch football.
The one point in my life where I realized I have a serious back issue, I was actually playing football. It wasn't, you know, physical, it was touch football. Definitively, when I found out this was a problem, was one day, it was the summertime, and I was actually playing touch football.
So I think, you know, at least for now, we can acknowledge that, cool, well done, Phil. Thanks for being consistent. That makes me think you're telling the truth. Of course, later on, you're going to obfuscate all this. You're going to say, like, these things also could have caused it. But I think what the point he's trying to say here is that it's been a cumulative process. It's, you know, been throughout his life. There's things that have hurt his back to the point where after the touch football, that was it. He was done. But if your back is that bad, why are you fucking thinking that you're okay to play touch football anyway? If your back is like cumulatively knackered and it's been giving you pain for at least a year, if you want to go off the 2006 date, for at least a year up until this point, why would you then think, yeah, okay, I'll do this. I'll do this incredibly physical activity for an hour to 2 hours. I'll do it. Why would you think that if your back was that bad? I'm going back to the WrestleMania thing again. I'm going back to the how did you not think that sitting down for a long period of time at WrestleMania would impact your back? Your back might be a factor in this. I don't know why you wouldn't think that unless your back wasn't that bad to begin with. We also have some discrepancies of his appointments with the doctor. First, the doctor tried an x-ray and then there was nothing wrong.
Went to a doctor. He took x-rays and tried to tell me there was nothing wrong. So I ended up going to the doctor for it. Doctor originally gives me x-ray. I don't see anything.
But Phil has also claimed that, you know, the doctor said, wow, this is bad. We better get you to an MRI.
Went to the doctor. Doctor said, oh my God, like, this is pretty bad. They give me an MRI.
Phil has also told the doctors that he knows better.
I said, doctor, are you out of your mind? Right now I'm talking to you on the phone. I'm in excruciating pain in my back, and you're going to tell me there's nothing wrong? I don't think you know what the hell you're talking about.
Twice.
Well, doc, guess what? Obviously, the x-ray is not the right test for this particular problem because I am in excruciating pain all the time. So I think maybe you should run some more tests.
And in one account, the doctor was just going to leave it.
The doctor was actually just going to let it fucking go. Unbelievable.
In another account, the doctor didn't know. So Phil was like, well, I'm still in pain. So the doctor went, okay, we'll send you for an MRI.
Says, all right, I'm going to send you to an MRI.
So again, this is like the key part of the back. Everything comes from this point because this is the point where medical intervention becomes a thing and Phil discovers, oh, this is the condition of my back. So the fact that he's a bit iffy about it, again, it makes it difficult to sort of, well, believe him. Whichever version or whichever combination of those aspects you want to believe are true, I personally think that what happened was the doctor sent him for an x-ray first to rule out anything serious, any sort of like fractures and anything like that, and then said, there's nothing wrong on the x-ray, so we're going to send you for an MRI. And in Phil's retellings, that becomes, I told the doctor. When the doctor said there's nothing wrong, I said, well, I'm still in pain, so we clearly need to do more. That puts Phil as smarter than the doctor. He knows more than the vets about his cat. He knows more about his back than the doctor. We also have several discrepancies with the state of the disc.
They found my disc in my lower back was to the point where it was going to explode. That's how severely herniated it was. It was to that point. Back issues like I had, a severely herniated disc to the point where the disc was ready to rupture, but just luckily didn't. The doctor literally told me, he says, if you didn't come in here today and we found this out and you made life adjustments, this disc was going to rupture and you were going to need major surgery. And you might not even walk properly for the rest of your life. Your MRI shows that you have a severely herniated disc between your L4, L5 vertebrae. And if this thing were to pop, number one, I could be crippled. Number two, I could lose control of my bowels. I mean, it was to the point, he said it was so bad that thank God I caught it when I did, because if I didn't and this thing had popped, this disc, that I could have been fucked for life.
To the point where it was going to explode, was going to rupture, if this thing were to pop, to the point where the disc was ready to rupture, but luckily didn't. Now, those are different things. And I don't just mean the way he's saying them. A disc that's ready to pop is not the same thing as a disc that's at the point where if it pops, this is bad. Again, we do not have a sort of more accurate description that we can go off. All we can go off is the fact that Phil has described it in several states where it's either going to burst or it's at the point where it might. Now, I know it seems obvious to say this, but this is really, really important because the state of the disc at the time affects everything. It affects the symptoms he will feel. It affects the severity of them. It affects his treatment options, the difficulty he will face going through his life, his daily existence during this period. It affects like his chances of recovery and his rate of recovery. It affects like what he can physically do. It affects so much of his life and everything around this issue. And he's not been consistent with it. At some points, it is like literally ready to burst. And at other points, it's at the point where it might. And that's a very, very different thing. There's a wide range within those 2 points where a lot of things will change. A lot of things like the symptoms he feels and how strong they are will change depending on which like point you are closer to. So the fact that he's not consistent with it is also a warning sign that he's not being 100% truthful with you. So you can't really sort of make a judgment about how bad his back is and how bad everything was, because he can't tell you like how bad the disc was and how that affected things. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Sorry. We also have 2 very different versions of the choice to just make lifestyle adjustments. In one retelling, the doctor tells Phil.
And he said, listen, if you don't immediately make lifestyle changes, you're going to be in serious you're going to be in operations, you know, to fix this, and it might not even work. You're going to be in serious trouble for the rest of your life. I said, all right, so I had to make life changes.
And in the other retelling, Phil decides himself.
I chose to take a different road, and I said, I'm just going to adjust my life.
Now, again, these are very, very important because this is medical advice. This is treatment. This is the course that you go on that will affect everything going forward. Because how you treat it and how you recover from it affects how, you know, how easily you find it to reintegrate back into your daily life and how difficult it will be to get to the point where you can do things again. And, you know, I feel like what's closest to the truth is that Phil decided himself. I do not feel like a doctor who, upon seeing a disc that is either at the point where it might rupture or is ready to rupture, will say, implement decisions and treatments that will take months to take effect. That is not a risk a doctor will take. Any spinal surgeon, any doctor that specializes in this is going to want to treat this before the disc ruptures. Once it's ruptured, all the stuff inside is out and it's everywhere. It's a potential getting in your bloodstream because it's coating like porous surfaces depending on where it's ruptured. It's coating nerves and it's getting in like muscle striations and things. It's getting everywhere. It's making a mess. It's causing a lot of problems. You want to avoid that. So you will try to treat this thing as soon as possible. You will not recommend lengthy periods of passive treatment that will take months to take effect, because in that time something else might happen that does result in the disc rupturing, and then you're up shit creek. You've got a much more difficult journey ahead of you, believe me. So I do not think that the doctor is the one who said go home, stop carrying shopping from your car, and don't dance. I do not feel that it is the doctor who decided that the best way to treat this disc would be to tell Phil to stop driving for long periods and to not carry heavy things and to not play sports. And that's it. That's it. That's it for your entire fucking life. If anything, the doctors will have just said during this period where you are recovering, for this next 6 weeks, this next 2 or 3 months, however long it takes, during this period, don't do these things. But after that, when your back's feeling a bit better, you can start to do them again. I've gone to the point where I am now using weights in my physiotherapy and hydrotherapy. They're not like, you know, doing squats or doing reps or anything like that, but I'm using weights to add more resistance. So like when I do the one where I have to go from seated to standing using only my legs. I'm holding weight so that I've got more to move and lift. When I'm moving from one end of the pool to the other with the elastic around my legs to make me work more, to get stride, often carrying a weight in one hand to try to work my balance as well as I'm walking. So you, having had a back injury, will eventually get to the point, if you treat it properly, where you can do weights again, where you can lift heavy things again. You will get to the point where you will be able to do things like running and hiking again. You will get to the point where you're able to do some light sports that don't involve much contact, like say cricket. And then you will get to the point where you can do sports that do involve a bit more contact, like say football or soccer if you're American. And the idea that the doctor says don't do these things ever is ridiculous. Now, another conflict that we have is whether Phil's back gave him problems prior to this. Now, in one retelling, no.
I never had back issues at all in my life. And then all of a sudden, around 2006, so 10 years ago, I started to notice that my back was hurting me.
And in other retellings, this has been a gradual thing that's gone on throughout his life.
It's not something that happened immediately. It was like I got a car accident, someone hit me in the back, I fell. It was nothing like that whatsoever. It was a gradual thing over the course of my life.
And this is not something that you can confuse. Let's be honest. This is not something you should be forgetting. If you have a chronic condition throughout most of your life, you are going to remember that you have had this chronic condition throughout most of your life. However, if you have not had problems up until a point where an incident happened, you are going to remember that as well. I went to university with a friend who has scoliosis. I got on quite well with her because we both had bad backs. Her scoliosis is something she's had throughout her life. She is unlikely to say, nah, I've never had problems up until this point. I have not had back problems until my disc went. Up until that point, I didn't think there was a problem with my back. I wasn't experiencing any sensations in my leg. It just happened. I am unlikely to be confused and think, oh yeah, I've had back problems all my life. No, this is not something that you confuse. This is not something you should be getting wrong. And the fact that he did, again, suggests that he is not being truthful with you. One of these things has to be true, but he has claimed that both are true, so you don't know which. I am tempted to go with he didn't have back problems until this point, because I cannot believe that carrying this all day at school contributed towards him having back problems. I just cannot. Another contradiction that we have is here he states he's had 2 months of physiotherapy.
So at the time, I did 2 months of physical therapy. And after the 2 months, I really didn't feel the physical therapy was helping me. For about 2 months, I had physical therapy and injections into my back.
But in statements given at other times, he's stated different amounts.
Big boy abides, yes, I did get physical therapy for about a month when I was first diagnosed with my back injury. What I did is I had physical therapy for about 3 or 4 months.
And this conflicts with the timeline as well, because his use of physiotherapy and then him stopping it is directly tied to his insurance ticking over into a new year.
Basically what happened was I got it for a month and then my copay or my deductible ran out. I was like, oh cool. Then it reset because it was in December. It reset for January. So basically I paid a ton of money and then they're like, oh, you have to continue to pay now because it reset for the year. I said, go fuck yourself, and I never went back.
Which suggests that, he was doing it through December, and then when it ticked into January, that's when his insurance reset. So that must be when he stopped. He must have stopped doing it in January. And if he's had 2 or 3 or 4 months, that pushes things back further for us. So this is a timeline thing I'm going to get into later, but for now it's worth noting that it happened here, 2 months. We also have different prognoses. Prognosi. We have 2 different sort of like predictions about the state of his back at the moment. One is that it's never going to recover. It's never going to fully recover at all. Once you've got back problems like him, you never 100%.
My back is not perfectly fixed. All right, it's never going to be perfectly fixed. When you have back issues like I had, a severely herniated disc to the point where the disc was ready to rupture, but just luckily didn't, you're never going to be fully 100% like you were again, all right? And it's something that I will live with. They even said, a herniated disc, you'll never fully 100% recover. My back will always be weak, and I'll always have some issues with my back.
And then we've got another time where it's no longer an issue. It's no longer a concern. It doesn't bother me. It's not been a problem.
I haven't really talked about my back much at all for about
1.5 to 2 years now. It's really not been an issue of concern for me. I get the feeling that my life adjustments have basically, maybe it didn't 100% fix the disc, but I'm not stressing the disc anymore. So I guarantee you the swelling or whatever has gone down, and I'm good at this point. So no, at this point in my life, I'm not even considering the back surgery because my back really isn't an issue. So the good news is, I don't think my back's a concern anymore. Since I moved to Washington State and adjusted my lifestyle, my back is so much better, all right? And that's why I barely ever talk about any kind of issue with my back, because I really don't have that much of an issue with my back anymore. But since, 2.5 years, a pretty good run right now where I haven't had a major problem, so I'm happy about that. And that's why I don't mention it that much anymore, because it's not really that much of an issue anymore.
And that, to me, suggests that it's healed. Because if a thing is no longer a concern for you, if it doesn't give you trouble, if it's not an issue, then it must have healed. If you break your arm, it's going to hurt, and then you're going to reach a point where you're like, oh, it doesn't give me an issue anymore. It's no longer a concern for me. Why is that? Because it's fucking healed. So, again, we have a conflict. And this one, I think, exists because Phil wants to hold on to this. As stated earlier, this is a good grift. Why would you let go of it? So he needs to say it will never be 100% again, because that gives him an out. That gives him a way to use it again. That gives him a good scope for future uses of it should he need to. So if anything's coming up that he doesn't want to take part in or doesn't want to have to do, I'll be back. I mean, I was on my feet all day yesterday when we went shopping, and so I'm just, I'm really sore today. I really can't. Otherwise, it's fucking lying again, because you are going to know, the proper state of, you are going to know if you feel pain or not. You're the one who knows. You're the one who's in pain. None of you feel the pain that I feel at the moment because of my back, in my leg, and all that stuff. Because it's not your discs that have ruptured in that way to cause that, and then you've not had to wait ages for surgeries. So pain is unique to each individual, and proving that somebody is not in pain is difficult, because this person could genuinely be in pain, and we'd rather err on the side of, yeah, they're in pain, let's treat it, than no, they're not. And it turns out they are. So Phil is taking advantage of that. Phil benefits from that sort of instinct within us, from that sort of compassion towards people that are in pain and suffering. Phil manipulates and takes advantage of that by going, my back's not 100%. It's never going to be complete. I'm never going to be able to, play touch football again or go for hikes and things. So it remains a good out for him. It remains a good excuse, even though it has now been 17 years since it happened. If you're at the point where 17 years later, from a disc that didn't rupture, and you have treated over that 17 years by avoiding stressing it out and avoiding things that might cause it to rupture, and you're no longer feeling pain, it's no longer a concern for you, and it hasn't been a concern for years, that suggests to me that it's healed. But if it has healed, you can no longer claim that your back hurts if you want to get out of stuff. You can no longer say, can't do that, my back. Can't go out today, my back. Can't see this person, my back. You lose all that if it's healed. So why would you? If you're someone like Phil who doesn't have qualms about manipulating people and preying on their sympathy and their empathy, why would you give away this fucking useful, great excuse for being, sorry guys, I need to stand up and just decompress my back for a minute. Yeah, I'm in a lot of pain today. Yeah, we did some things around the house yesterday. Did a lot of work in the garden and cleaning the garage, where I think my neighbours had an illegal chop shop. So, I'm really sore today, so I'm sorry if I'm not with it. Yeah, I've had to take some painkillers, and I just Phil wouldn't take painkillers. Now we have what I think is the most bullshit lie ever. Phil knew people who had also had back injuries and had surgery. Now, Phil either knows multiple people who have had this surgery.
And I actually know a couple people who got it and are much better. And I also know a couple people who got it and they're actually worse than they were before. Now, I've known people who got this surgery. Some people it's been incredibly successful, and some people their problems have actually gotten worse.
Or he knows a particular person who has had this surgery.
I knew a particular person who had this surgery and it changed their life completely, and they're better. I know a person who got this surgery and they're actually worse.
Once again, I feel like this is the sort of thing where you shouldn't really forget this. You shouldn't really mix this up. This is the sort of thing that you should remember. You would remember people in your social circle that had the same condition as you and then went on to have surgery. I know one person that's had a similar injury to me and has had similar surgery. It's one of my uncles. But his was a different situation. Bad backs do not run in our family. Most of my family on either side are fine with their backs, but I know at least one person who's had spinal fusion surgery as well. So it's the sort of thing that you remember. It's not the sort of thing that you forget. But also, because it's so serious, most people don't have it. Most people have interventions prior to it that tend to be successful. If you have a back injury and it's, you know, if your disc doesn't rupture, you stand a much better chance of it being corrected and, you know, your life improving again through other means beforehand. Like it may be a discectomy or a laminectomy or something like that. You may have like non-surgical treatments such as physiotherapy and massage therapy to like gently encourage you back in. Either way, most people do not have spinal fusion surgery if they've got herniated discs. They will try other things first because spinal fusion is quite a serious surgery. So the idea that you can know multiple people who've had it, because let's not forget at this point, he still thinks that just surgery is just spinal fusion. That's it. There's no other surgery. But you would not know multiple people. It is unlikely to know multiple people who have had it. And then both. So you know multiple people who've had it and had their life improve, and you also know multiple people who've had it and had their lives like worsened. It's not corrected their issues. So you have to know at least 4 people. You have to know at least 4 people who have all had back injuries so bad that they've had to have fusion. This is not something that is like statistically likely, let alone actually likely, assuming he's telling the truth. This is the exact same lie that he told that time on Alpharism Radio when he didn't believe that Mickey D had cystic fibrosis, and then when they kicked him off because he didn't believe it, and he came back on and said, first of all, I know someone with cancer who did survive.
And to say that, like, nah, man, the kid's making it out. I mean, come on. That's...
Great point.
What the fuck, man? Like, why? Hey, like I said, man, I know you...
Let him talk, Mickey D.
There's no glory in dying at the age of 22.
Yeah.
No shit.
No shit.
No shit!
Listen,
Fuck
I had
off!
Someone who was one of my closest
Oh,
no shit.
here we go.
Listen,
Let's start with let me explain about how one part of my life was worth. A nuclear detractor is perfect. The guy has cystic fibrosis, and Phil is going to still make himself the victim here. I guarantee.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I guarantee.
I'm literally
it.
seeing this right now. I've also lost friends.
Here we go,
No
boys.
shit.
Here we go.
Listen, I had someone who was one of my closest friends who had cancer, and she fought through it for a year, and she did survive. I know all about it. So,
What?
No.
What? At least choose someone that died. You didn't even choose someone. What? She didn't even die. She's fine now. She's doing amazing now. She lives in Hawaii. She's loving her fucking life. But I still understand. What? Why choose that example?
You are lying. So why not go full on? You know, it doesn't. This person doesn't exist anyway. So why not fucking kill them off?
At least choose something bad.
Look, I've lost
like
someone
literally
to
kills
cancer.
them.
I know how you know. Oh God.
Yeah, it's so simple to say I lost someone to cancer. If you're already lying, that's an easy lie.
I mean, if you're desperate, yeah, it's fucking like, you know, it's
He
still
said she
insulting
didn't-
to
she's
people
still alive,
that
by the way.
actually have. But
Yeah, she said
fucking
she had
hell, you're
cancer,
lying.
but
You might as well.
she's still alive, loving it, having a great life. Actually, he lives in a huge mansion in Hawaii, beachfront, loving a great life. But I understand what happens when illness shakes a family. I do understand that. Come on.
There's no glory
Listen,
in dying
so
at the
I
age
have
of 22.
a uric acid imbalance in my blood.
So I know
So
all about
how
living
I know all about
with
it.
terminal illness. I understand.
No shit. Listen, I had someone who was one of my closest friends who had cancer, and she fought through it for a year, and she did survive. I know all about it. So for you guys to accuse me of trying to say that I'm an asshole...
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
It's
Oh
not
my
even
fucking
going.
god!
Oh my god! He's still not apologizing. And that's not an apology yet. I thought he said he came on because he's gonna apologize.
Oh my
He's
god!
not-
This is the most narcissistic fucking thing he's ever done.
Oh my god! At least apologize
God.
at this point.
So for you guys to accuse me of trying to say that I'm an asshole...
Trying to accuse me of saying I'm an asshole? I mean, I know what he's trying to say, but that's what he
Yeah,
said.
but- oh my
You're
God.
trying to accuse me of saying I'm an asshole. If you write it, it's funnier. Because it's
Yeah.
totally wrong, but yeah, I know what he's trying to say.
So for you guys
I know,
to
I've got a
accuse
board
me of
behind
trying to say that I'm an asshole...
Have you lost someone? Have you lost someone with a disease like that? Have you lost
Yeah,
someone?
No, I didn't lose someone with a disease. I lost my best friend when I was 17, when he was shot in the chest.
Oh, T! Rip T! Rip T! Rip T! How did we get to T? A T reference!
This is that exact same lie. This is the just you can throw it out there, because how are you going to prove it's not? Are you going to go through his social circle and message everybody and go, excuse me, do you have a back injury at the L4 L5 vertebrae, and I've had spinal fusion surgery? You're not going to check anyone. You're not, because it's a like fucking impossible task. It's really difficult. It's time consuming to fact check him on this, so he can throw this lie out harmlessly. You cannot prove that he doesn't know somebody that had this thing. You cannot prove that he doesn't know somebody who's been through cancer and survived at the age of, 24? You cannot prove that he doesn't know multiple people who have had spinal fusion surgery and had their lives improved, and also know multiple people who have had spinal fusion surgery and had their lives worsened. You cannot prove that unless you go through his entire social circle, throughout everyone he's been, like every school, every tournament he's been to, every post that he's made on Alpharism, on SRK, everybody he's talked to on Alpharism. You're not going to go do that. Nobody is, especially not like in this moment when you're like talking to him and he's saying this, such as on Alpharism. So it's a lie you could throw out without risk, and it's just fucking ridiculous. Statistically, you're just not going to know that many people unless you're really fucking unlucky, or you happen to work in like some industry that like has back injuries really, really common. Maybe if you're a wrestler, maybe that's what he's thinking about. Because he does mention that he doesn't want to go onto meds because of Kurt Angle.
And I was nervous, especially hearing, I was a big wrestling fan. I was nervous after hearing stories of people like Kurt Angle, who he's an amazing athlete, goes pro wrestling, hurts his back, starts going on painkillers. Now he's fucking drugged out on them all the time and everything. Ended up getting kicked out of WWE because every time they tested the guy, he failed the drug test. And I didn't want to be like that.
So it may be that he knows of multiple people who've had spinal fusion surgery and their life has gone well. Like, say, Edge. Although at the time, Edge hadn't. But, there'll be people. There'll be wrestlers. He'll be thinking of wrestlers at this point. That's what it is. That's probably fucking what it is. I guarantee that I am right. I know I'm right about that. I just feel it in my gut. But not only is the lie about knowing so many people who did okay and knowing so many people who did badly on spinal fusion surgery like an issue in and of itself, but it also gives us a conclusion about the success rate of spinal fusion surgery, where Phil concludes it's a 50-50 chance.
I knew a particular person who had the surgery and it changed their life completely, and they're better. I know a person who got this surgery and they're actually worse. So it's like a 50-50 chance. You have no idea what to do. So I chose to take a different road. Now, I've known people who got this surgery. Some people it's been incredibly successful, and some people their problems have actually gotten worse. It's kind of almost a 50-50 shot when you get the spinal fusion surgery on how well it's going to go. All right.
Yeah, in other retellings, it's the doctor who tells him it's a 50-50 chance.
But back then, this surgery was incredibly risky. In fact, he even said, he says, when you do the surgery, it's basically 50-50. 50%, your life's way better. You're going to have a great life. 50%, it doesn't even get better, could get worse, and you fucked yourself over.
Again, like with the go home and do nothing course of treatment, I feel like this is on Phil. And I feel like Phil's doing this whole thing, everything about knowing somebody who's had it, and, you know, there's all these risks and all this stuff that I am about to get into. All of this is just an excuse for why he doesn't want to do this, because, like, doing this would correct the issue, and then he'd heal, and it would be fine. There would be, you know, no other lie to tell, no other ways to avoid getting out of going places or driving on the freeway if you need to, you know, stuff like that. It all goes if he corrects this. Well, it's time. It's time to talk about surgery. This is going to be a long segment. I'm going to try and be as brief as I can, but we are over 3 hours in by this point, so really you should know what you've gotten yourself in for by now. God, that makes me sound like a dick, doesn't it? Don't use that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to split it into two parts. Firstly, we're going to talk about what Phil gets wrong about surgery. Spoilers, it's a lot. And then secondly, we're going to talk about why Phil might not want to do it in the first place. So let's deal with, like, the actual operation itself, the actual act of surgery, and what Phil gets wrong about it. Now, for most of this, I'm going to assume that he's referring to spinal fusion surgery. However, when Phil describes spinal fusion surgery, what he often describes is multiple operations, not just one.
The back surgery that they do, it's very intrusive. They have to cut you open you up, you know, take the disc, cut the disc out, fuse the spine physically.
That is 3 operations that he described just then. That is a spinal fusion surgery, that is a discectomy, and that is also a total disc removal. Those are not done together. Typically, you will go through one before you get to the other. You will go through a discectomy before you get to spinal fusion surgery. You typically won't have total disc removals. Those are, like, relatively rare in comparison. They're not, like, typically the 3 main options that you are given when you have a lumbar injury. The other option would be a laminectomy, where part of the bone will be cut, either to ease pressure on the disc or to reduce stenosis. So yeah, that's one of the ways that you know he's wrong and he doesn't know what he's talking about, because he fails to describe the surgery he's talking about.
The surgery would have been, they go into it, they cut physically out the disc. I believe they fused the spine in this particular area or whatever.
However, and my deepest apologies, Sir Moist, but the problem goes deeper than this. When Phil has to talk about surgery, he's normally doing it in a way that is designed to denigrate it, to make it look as unappealing as possible. And one of the ways he'll do this is he'll talk about it being really limited, really restrictive. This one surgery, what he thinks is one surgery, is all that they had back then.
At the time, back in 2007, the only real methods they had were like rehab, where you would do physical therapy, getting injections into your back, which were very expensive, or getting surgery, which may not even work. I didn't want to do the surgery, because back then they didn't have laser surgery for backs. It was just a fusion, spinal fusion. Now back then, the surgery would have been very intrusive. This is 10 years ago.
Now, naturally, Phil's doing this because he needs to portray his options as limited, and this being a thing that he, you know, is a really significant thing that he doesn't want to consider. So all you could do is either that or physio, or you will have to make life adjustments. And really, there is not just one operation available for people with lumbar injuries at this point. He is talking about 2007. He is not talking about the 1800s. He's not talking about the 1950s. He's talking about 2007, right? And I need to get that off my chest because it's important to know how long some of these operations have been done for, right? Discectomies, the first one was done in 1909. Laminectomies, 1887. Spinal fusions, 1891. These two surgeries alone were being done for more than a fucking century, and you're 2 years away from discectomies having been performed for a century. The first laser surgery was done in 1984. So these are not new things either. This is not something new that has just come onto the scene. Even fucking full disc replacement, total disc replacements, 1991. These are quite new, right? These are relatively new things, relatively. But they have still been around for decades at the time he is talking about, when he wants to say there's only the one thing and it's really, really risky and all this stuff that I'm about to get into. Remember that, he is talking about 2007. Now, one of the other things that Phil likes to describe back surgery as is intrusive. There is another point in there that we're going to come back to later, so I will be using that clip again.
The good news is there is new technology and things being developed right now that maybe in a couple of years I may be able to fix my back permanently. That's not just like an intrusive surgery that may not work.
The back surgery that they do, it's very intrusive. It was such a big, intrusive, dangerous thing in 2007 and 8. Now, back then, the surgery would have been very intrusive. This is 10 years ago.
Now, to an extent, yes, but that's only because surgery in and of itself is going to be intrusive. You know, if it involves you being put under general anesthetic so somebody can make an incision and do something to something inside you, be it perform a discectomy or replace an organ, there's going to be some level of intrusion there. Your body is going to find some level of invasive, and it's going to need to recover at a different rate, and that's the point. Not all surgeries are the same level of invasive. Some surgeries are quite quick and easy to perform. They are literally like inpatient things. You can go in the morning, have your discectomy, and then be on your way home by the afternoon or the evening. But others require a bit more. They take longer to perform, they need more machinery, more people need to be in an operating theatre for longer, and more specialised knowledge is needed because they're more complex. They are going to be treating more complex issues. A slightly herniating disc fixed with a discectomy or a laminectomy is not going to take as long in the operating room to perform as a completely ruptured disc requiring spinal fusion surgery or total disc replacement. They're just not. Two of those surgeries are not as complicated as the other two surgeries. Phil is basically painting your minimally invasive discectomy or laminectomy with the super complex needing multiple people and being really invasive and you know, taking your body ages to recover from brush that you would use to paint, you know, a more serious surgery like spinal fusion surgery. He's just using that. He's conflating the waters there because he's too stupid to realise that there's more than one surgery. He has heard horror stories somewhere. He's heard tell of this mystical procedure that fuses vertebrae somewhere along the way and doesn't fully understand that there are other ways to treat your back injury that don't involve fusing the spine together. There are other surgical and non-surgical ways to treat it. But this is also part of his back then thing. Back then, surgical options were limited. Back then, they could only do this one thing, even though I'm actually describing three things. Back then, they only did this, and it was risky. It was really fucking risky. It's basically a 50-50 chance.
So it's like a 50-50 chance. You have no idea what to do. It's kind of almost a 50-50 shot when you get the spinal fusion surgery on how well it's going to go. In fact, he even said, he says, when you do the surgery, it's basically 50-50.
We've dealt with whether Phil or the doctor came up with that number. It probably wasn't the doctor, because the doctor would know that it's not 50-50 at all. It's actually between 70 and 90. There's a bit of variance there because a number of other factors also come in when a surgery is this like complex and time consuming and takes a while to recover from, such as whether the patient can recover well or not, whether they're in a place where they can, whether they have access to like the food and the nutrients they need, the ability to exercise, their weight and their lifestyle, and all sorts of other factors, and also stuff that comes before the surgery, such as how long this injury has happened, the extent of it, all that stuff. All these other factors come into play, so that's why there's variance between 70 and 90, but that is better than 50-50 based on the four people that Phil knows. Similarly, laminectomies are around 90%. Discectomies are around 80 to 90%. Laser surgery, which we're about to get onto, has between a 70 and 90% chance, although follow-up studies have found that only 55% of people who've had laser surgery have then gone on to report like an increase in their wellness and a diminishing of the symptoms. And, you know, yeah, satisfaction isn't high. So yeah, laser surgery. Phil seems to think this is the panacea. This is the thing that's going to cure all. This is literally going to fix his back. One sort of problem there. Lasers aren't used to cut, they're used to cauterize. During laser surgery, you will still be operated on by a surgeon using a scalpel. The person performing your surgery will still use a scalpel. They will just cauterize with lasers as they go to prevent bleeding, because that's what it does. Otherwise, to get to the disc that you need to burn the edges off with the laser, you'd have to burn through all the layers of skin and tissue. sort of defeats the point, doesn't it? It sort of defeats the technological benefit of lasers if it's going to do more damage than the scalpel. So, yeah, we don't like, you know, stitching up wounds. We'll just fucking cauterize it and let scar tissue grow. Fuck it, why not? Yeah, but Phil seems convinced that he's going to get it. Phil seems convinced that it's going to be some super duper futuristic thing where he's going to go in and they're going to get him on the table and then zoop.
The good news is there is new technology and things being developed right now that maybe in a couple of years I may be able to fix my back permanently. The good news is I have heard that they now have, it's new, it only came out this year, a new method to do the same kind of operation that's less intrusive using lasers, alright? Surgery now is much better. It's laser surgery. It's not even intrusive anymore. It's actually considered outpatient surgery, meaning they could bring me to the hospital, zoop, get it done, and I'll be out the next day, if not even earlier. And apparently my back would be better, which is crazy to think because it was such a big, intrusive, dangerous thing in 2007 and 8. And now here we are, you know, 8 years later, and fucking technology's advanced so much, it's like, zoop, you're done.
Zoop! And he's done. And what's more likely to happen is that he's going to be offered a discectomy or a laminectomy instead, because those are things you will get to before you get to the point where the surgery is complicated enough that you will need laser assistance to cauterize as you go. So yeah, he's probably not going to see lasers in the operating theatre that he gets wheeled into. It's just unlikely. But he in his head, this is a new thing because it sounds futuristic. It sounds like it's high tech. This is this brand new thing that they've got that could cure all. It could fix my back. All I need to do is lie there and have someone shoot a laser into my spine, and that's it.
Zoop!
It's done. I'm cured. Some fucking Star Trek shit, that. No, mate, you're going to be put under by an anesthesiologist who is then going to turn you over and pull the shorts down. In fact, no, they usually just cut through the shorts. That's why they're paper in the first place. They'll just cut through you and then get to work. Like every other discectomy, laminectomy. Because, yeah, you're supine. You're on your hands and knees and you're resting on your arms. They will also put Vaseline in your eyes and tape over them to stop bruising because you're going to be like that for a few hours, basically dead weight, so you might get black eyes. I had black eyes when I came out of my first discectomy, and also it was really weird waking up and being like, I cannot see properly, what the fuck is this? And the nurse had to tell me, yeah, it's Vaseline here, just wipe your eyes, you'll be alright. But yeah, your ass is going to be in the air. They're going to work on you like that. Have fun with that image. Now, the second aspect that we need to consider is, why does Phil hate surgery so much? Why is he so, like, dead against the idea of considering it as a treatment option? And why does he portray it in ways that make it look like an unattractive prospect for him? And, you know, generally what explains his sort of antipathy towards surgery? And it's going to be a bit more theoretical, you know, this isn't anything that, you know, that there's not that many clips of him talking about it, like, truthfully. So we have to let, like, this next bit be guided by what we know about him psychologically, given his personality issues. And I've had... there's a couple of reasons I can think of. So firstly, and most obviously, getting surgery would remove this incredibly useful tool of manipulation from your arsenal. If you're claiming to have this condition, especially if you want to portray it as extremely as Phil has done, or at least tried to, you know, confusion about the control of your bowels notwithstanding. If you want to portray it as like this condition that you have to deal with, it's going to make you appear vulnerable and sympathetic, and people are going to be more empathetic towards you. They're going to be more willing to help you out or to offer resources in some way. So it's a useful thing to have. And why would you want to get rid of that willingly? You wouldn't. And I don't think he did. I don't think he wanted to lose this tool that he had, because it was his excuse to be a lazy shit. Let's not beat about the bush. It was the reason why he stopped going out, he stopped driving so much, he stopped doing exercise, lifting heavy things, he stopped doing anything that might actually encourage rehabilitative growth in his back. He basically just wanted to be a lazy shit, and this was a perfect excuse, and he rode it for as long as he can. It has now been 17 years since his first diagnosis, and to this day he still claims to get nerve pain residually from his back almost daily.
For those who've never had spinal or nerve pain, you're lucky. I have it, you know, sometimes daily, it depends.
Why would he want to give it up? Secondly, and a bit more pragmatically, it's going to hurt. There's no way around it. It's going to hurt. Surgery and coming out of surgery and post-surgical recovery, they're painful things. Whether, you know, you're like the pain that you're in before surgery is greater than or lesser than the pain that you will feel after surgery, can be an incredibly motivating thing, even though you are fully aware that the pain you will feel after surgery is post-surgical pain, and it's going to get better over time. It may take 6 weeks, it may take 6 months, it may take 6 years, depending on a vast number of factors, including your lifestyle, how much you weigh, your ability to do exercises and physio and rehab and all that, how long you've had your injury for, the extent to which it has damaged nerves, all sorts of factors, all sorts of things that come into play before and during and after your surgery can affect how long your recovery will be. But the one thing that remains constant throughout all that is hard work. It's painful, you're knackered, and your body feels like it can't do much. And you still have to get up. You still have to move about. You cannot be bedbound for a fucking month.
If I were to have the surgery right now, I'm bedridden. I'm bedridden for a month.
You have to get up and about. Even between the 2 surgeries that I had while I was in hospital, even between the first one failing and putting me in like even more worse pain than I'd been in before, and the second one that corrected that issue, even between them, I was getting up and walking back and forth along the width of the the length, sorry, not the width of the ward. Walking the width would just be like walking over to Stephen's bed opposite me and then walking back again. It wouldn't have been much exercise. Physio wouldn't have approved of that, and I'd have been getting a bit of a bollocking from some doctor somewhere. But my point is that you still have to get up and do it. You have to do the exercises, and you have to be able to put forth the effort, even when your body is telling you, you know, I'm knackered, I just want to rest. There's still going to be some exercise that you can and should be doing. So letting your body guide yourself through recovery is a good thing. Using it as a barometer for what is safe to do and what isn't is a good thing. You don't want to feel pain. Discomfort is one thing, pain is another. So this is like how I've gotten through a lot of physio and hydrotherapy. But the point is that in Phil's case, that pain has been over exaggerated and used as an excuse to not do things. So I feel like the prospect of having to do the opposite of that, having to do the opposite of the thing you want, is not something that's going to sit well with him. And you don't have an excuse, because otherwise your surgery won't work and you'll be in a worse position. Your surgery stands a greater chance of failing if you don't do anything like to help you recover and get through therapy and you know, generally get better. If you don't put in the effort and the energy, you don't do the exercises, you're going to have a lesser chance of successfully completing surgery and having your life improved by the cessation and diminishment of symptoms. And I feel like Phil is like that. Now, I believe that Phil wouldn't do that, because this brings me to the third point. Phil is quite avoidant when it comes to this sort of thing anyway. Phil wouldn't want to put forth the effort needed to get through physiotherapy. Phil wouldn't want to do the exercise, even if this was post-surgery and you said, look, this is how you have the best chance of your surgery being 100% successful and helping you. He wouldn't want to put in the effort because he has had the chance to do this before. When he bought DDP Yoga, he bought it and said, you know, I'm not going to do it right away, but I will do it. And then we find out later that he never opened it in the first place. The DVDs were still unopened in their packaging. And that is because he didn't want to do it. Otherwise, he would have started it, because it's a thing where you do not need that much room. You just need a bit of room to stretch around in. So he wouldn't have needed to do like many motions or many, especially not in the first week. In the first week, it's going to be like your more simple positions and movements. It's not going to be anything complex. It's not going to be anything advanced. It's not going to be anything requiring that much room, because the point of these is that you do them quickly and easily throughout your day, and then you gradually build up, you know, the intensity of them. So even when given the option to do this thing that helps his back, this potentially could have helped his back, non-surgically, he didn't want to do it. His parents bought them an exercise bike. He fucked up assembling it, and then they didn't use it. He had the back stretcher that saved his life. I'm pretty sure that stayed in the condo when he moved.
I didn't need to bring it with me when I moved across the country, because my back has gotten better.
So I don't have much faith that he would put in the effort. He doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to do anything that involves effort. He doesn't want to do anything physically challenging. He just wants to be lazy. He wants to have everything as close as possible so he doesn't have to go through the effort of driving for a bit or walking for a bit. He wants everything as close as possible. He won't even fucking walk to the takeaway 15 minutes down the road from him. Instead, he will pay extra to have it driven to his front fucking door. Left on somebody else's porch. I don't know which. There is another avoidant reason, and it's stuck out to me personally because I think it's a bit ridiculous in both ways you can interpret this. Phil doesn't want to get surgery because it's not guaranteed to 100% fix him. Now, there are two ways to interpret this, and I'm not sure which is the worst, so I'm just going to lay them both out there. Either he means I want 100% success rate for the surgery, or I want like 100% health, you know, like no evidence that there was ever an injury there to begin with. And both of these standards are really unrealistic. There is no surgery that is going to be like 100% successful. Every surgery, there is always room for complications. You will always have to sign, you know, a consent form, especially if you're going under general anesthetic. And, you know, the consent form that I had to sign included paralysis and death, you know, so it's a pretty serious thing, and I knew the risks, and that's why I signed. And most people will have to sign some form of consent form because no surgery is 100% successful. It's just not realistic. And similarly, no surgery will 100% improve you. After a while, it then becomes your responsibility to, you know, manage your post-surgical recovery and your journey through rehabilitation and getting back to the way you were. At some point, it's on you. And I feel like Phil wants to be absolved of those pressures, because otherwise, if you cannot meet those unrealistic standards, he's not going to consider it. But what this does give him is an out should circumstances conspire to somehow present the option of surgery as a realistic possibility. Like, say, his parents putting him on their insurance and going, we'll pay the minimum and the insurance will cover the rest so we can get you your surgery and you could be okay. If he wants to avoid surgery, having this like unrealistic standard is quite a significant one. It's going to carry more weight than being able to go, oh, I'll just make my life back compliant, and you know, I'll deal with it my way, I'll manage it like this. You know, his parents are going to want to press him to go down surgery because it's going to it's going to be seen as suspicious if he refuses it, because for most people, in as bad a condition as he wants you to believe he was, surgery is not an option, and that's why they're in that bad condition in the first place. But if you were to give them the option of surgery, they would take it, and most of their friends and family would expect them to take it because it would improve their condition. So if you gave the possibility of surgery to Phil, he would have to find a reason that to refuse it, to not take it. That's not just, I don't want to do the physio and I want to keep this as a method of manipulation. He needs an excuse that's going to be a bit harder to argue against, and him wanting 100% guarantee either or both ways is an unrealistic one, but it's one he can bring out. I don't feel comfortable about it unless the surgery is 100% guaranteed to work. See, I would argue now that all of that is evidence for point number 5, which is that he's already made up his mind, he doesn't want to go, and he has no interest in discussing the matter further. Otherwise, he would have looked into it. He would have looked into it beyond a surface level, and by doing so, he would know, like, he was wrong about certain things, like assuming there's only one form of lumbar surgery, or assuming that laser surgery was new, or assuming that you couldn't drive for long distances on the freeway, but on regular roads it's fine. All of these reasons, all of these mistakes, all of these errors along the way are persistent because he's never looked to correct himself. He's never had the intention of doing so because he doesn't care. He's already made up his mind. You're not going to change it. So why should he bother keeping it open enough to listen to you and to be curious enough to go and look into it? All he wants to hear are things that will, in whatever way, confirm his biases. See, laser surgery is new, so it sounds really, really futuristic and high-tech, which means it's probably safer and, like, minimally invasive, and, you know, you'll go in there and zoop, you can be done and back home. And, like, all of this completely ignorant of the reality of, like, dude, a surgeon will still be opening you up with a scalpel. All of it. Every mistake he's made, every sort of logical error he's mistakenly believed is true, every half-remembered discussion from the doctor's surgery, and every explanation that he's not quite sure about, but he thinks he got the gist of it, so don't worry, he knows. He doesn't want to know any more than what he already knows, unless it confirms his biases in some way. However, all of that assumes that his back was bad enough to require surgery in the first place, which leads me on to point 6. His back was not bad enough to require surgery. Surgery was never an option for him because his back injury was not bad. Now, when you're talking about how herniated the disc was,
my disc was to the point where it was going to explode. It was to that point.
How much shooting nerve pain you got?
I always had shooting nerve pain. I could lose control of my bowels.
This is a quite serious thing. That's quite a severely herniated disc. And naturally, people are going to want to know, so why haven't you had surgery then? Now, if your back is that bad, you are likely to be offered surgery. You're likely to be offered several, depending on what you think is best for you, what your specialist thinks is best for you, what the particular scans show about where your discs are, because sometimes a laminectomy is not that is not appropriate if the issue is a rupture, for example. Basically, you'll be given the options, and you'll go through that process of deciding, is this surgery for me? Do I want it? And you'll talk about it, and you'll make a decision.
The doctor was actually just going to let it fucking go. Unbelievable.
However, if your back isn't that bad, and instead your specialist thinks what would be better for you is a course of physiotherapy and some steroid injections, surgery is going to be something they're going to discourage you from pursuing. They will always prefer non-surgical treatments first, because surgery is expensive and it takes time. Even the quickest ones, you still have to have an operating theatre and staff and all that stuff. Whereas a course of steroids and some appointments with the physio, or some muscle relaxers and some painkillers, they're always going to be cheaper. So they're always going to try to have you treated non-surgically first. So when you're on your stream telling people about how bad your back is, and they're asking you, why aren't you having surgery? The answer you can't give is, because it wasn't an option for me. Because that speaks volumes about the state of your disc and the reality of, like, the situation you're in, how badly it was herniated, the likelihood that you felt symptoms and the severity of them. All of that stuff is called into question by you admitting they thought it was inappropriate for me, and instead recommended that I do physio and steroids, which I did for a month.
For about a month.
And then stopped to 4 months.
For about 3 or 4 months.
And then stopped. All that stuff, it's questionable now. And as a result of that, you need to think of other reasons why you've not had surgery. And several of them might be because it's risky. It's a 50-50 chance. It's not 100% guarantee. It's intrusive. I don't have anyone to care for me. You will have a lot of excuses pre-prepared for when people ask you, why aren't you having surgery? And none of them are going to be because it's not appropriate for me and the specialist thought I stood a better chance of recovery with physio and steroids. Those are things that are used to treat discs that aren't severely herniated. If surgery wasn't an option for you, how badly herniated was your disc? So when it comes down to answering the question, why does Phil hate surgery so much? It's really annoying me that I can't give a singular answer. So, you know, it's that one, it's this. Because it's likely to be a number of things working in conjunction and influencing each other. So it's hard to determine how many things, like what ratio. It could be something that I've completely forgotten to mention or something that I've overlooked. It could ultimately be 0.7 narcissists just hate doctors. And I swear I've read this before. I've tried looking, like leading up to this while I was working on this. I've been looking and I'm struggling to find like real resources that go into this, but I am certain I read this somewhere in the start of my my first year at uni, when we were first doing personality and the cluster disorders. I am convinced I read somewhere that narcissists really hate doctors, so they won't seek like treatment, not only for psychological things but for physical things as well. They'll often try to like tough it out and live up to sort of like this impression of masculinity and manlyhood and macho-ness and whatever. You know, they'll have ways of like insulating their ego, and when you do get one to a doctor's, they'll often be like combative, or they won't be like so forthcoming with information, and they resent doctors because doctors are one of those few professions that are seen as like elevated in society. We respect doctors and nurses. We respect medical professionals. We respect the work that goes into it and the knowledge that is needed. And, you know, we make shows about them, both comedically and dramatically. We make films about them. They become, you know, figures in culture, popular culture. We project a lot onto doctors because they are like elevated in society into this like caring, specialized role that is beneficial to all, you know. So narcissists are threatened by this because obviously as a narcissist, someone like Phil will want to believe that he knows better than a medical professional, and that's to protect his ego more than anything else, more than any sort of like actual fear of being put under or needles or medical stuff or being like, you know, squeamish about surgeries or whatever. Before all of that will come protecting the ego, and it will be protecting them from this threat that is smart. You can be proven wrong here. You can be definitively, objectively, inarguably proven wrong by a specialist who knows what they're talking about when you're in a doctor's office. So let's say you're Phil, the narcissist, going into the doctors with your symptoms, and you tell them, this is, you know, the pain that I'm in, the sensations I feel, it's in my back, I think it was touch football, blah, blah, blah. You go for the scans, they come back, they show a herniated disc, you know, and the doctor says, fortunately we caught it now, before it got any bigger, where it might have been at risk of bursting and causing you all sorts of problems. And then Phil takes those, they sort of filter through the head slightly, and then they, in future retellings, become the, it's really badly herniated, it's ready to pop any day, luckily I just caught it, and, you know, I could have lost control of my bowels. So all that stuff just gets sort of like swished in there because he's not fully paying attention. He's already made up his mind about the extent of the herniation, the severity of the symptoms that he's feeling, the things he cannot do, the things he is going to change in his life to avoid stressing his disc out. All these sort of things, he's already made up his mind, and he doesn't need to go looking anymore because he has no intention of correcting it, because he knows better about what works for his life than the doctor. I'm really annoyed that I can't find much about the theory of narcissists hating doctors and specialists and surgeons and all that, because it really would help. I feel like a lot of this would be explained by it, and I feel like a lot of the evidence that we've just gone over, like the avoidant reasoning and the unreasonable expectations of like 100% guarantees and all that stuff, it would support that theory, because I feel like his narcissism, his personality disorder, is always going to be a factor in his decision-making skills, and like the way he tells his lies, when he's doing it, when he's choosing to, and why. All sorts of stuff, all sorts of his behavior is explained through the lens of narcissism, and I feel like this is another one. I don't feel like this is exempt, so it really would have helped. Part 8. Mr. Burnell goes to Washington. So now that surgery's like out of the way, we've dealt with it. If it does come up again in future, we are more like prepared and equipped for whatever bullshit it is that he's spouting at that time. But we'll worry about that when we get to it. For now, we have to go back chronologically to where we were if we were still just going through the clips. And given that we had the Ask the King from 2013 and then the huge 2014 news, this puts us right at the start of 2014. We're going to ignore that, you know, I pulled a couple of Ask the Kings from the future, and specifically go off this because this works better narratively, and you know, I'm the one editing it, so I have the power. No, again, that makes me sound like a dick. Why do I keep doing that? Don't use this take. Chronologically, we are in 2014, and this is a very significant year for Phil, and it's a very significant year for us because Phil moves. And initially, so much of the move is tied up in having his back treated surgically.
So I want to do this. I want to move next year. Plus, I have a back injury. I've been waiting to finally get surgery or some kind of a way to fix that. And I haven't been able to do that because my life's kind of been on hiatus these past few years, working on YouTube, making money, but not knowing if it was going to be stable.
He wants to move so that he can move in with Panda, so that she can be there to care for him after he gets surgery. However, going forward, the way Phil talks about his injury and his back and treatments for it and all that stuff is going to change. It's also a very significant year for us because after this next mention in June 2014, there is nothing for a year and a half. We've just seen clips of Phil saying, I haven't really talked about my back much for the last year and a half. He genuinely doesn't. There is nothing. There is one incident in 2015.
I'll rephrase that. Do I need to hit you over the head and drag you there?
I can drive.
Good, because I think I herniated a disc lugging you the other day.
Yeah, small consolation.
And a herniated disc is no joke, because I have one.
And take note of the fact that he said, I still have one, because that's going to be somewhat important later on. But for now, we need to look at the last mention in 2014 because it's going to inform everything that we look at afterwards.
I do have to say, I already told them, but special thanks to my parents for being available all day today and for helping me out as much as they did. You know, 3 people working on, doing this. For me to be done it by myself probably would have taken me 3 days or more of just, doing my own, and I probably would have hurt myself, I'll be honest. My back, as of late, has felt great. This is good news, by the way. My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever. I hardly ever get numbness anymore in my legs. So basically what I think's happened is because of all the adjustments that I made to my life over the past, several years, and the fact that I've been barely carrying anything heavy, taking it easy, and not really stressing my back at all, I think that my back has strengthened itself to the point where there's muscles around this herniated disc that are compensating for it. And in addition, I think the herniation has finally gone down because I'm seeing literally almost no symptoms of me having a back issue anymore, which is awesome. How many people who were diagnosed with something 7 years ago could go 7 years in pain like I did, and to the point where now I don't think that I'm going to have it anymore as long as I take it easy, right? Pretty awesome.
I know this has nothing to do with his back, but it would be remiss of me to not mention it, because I feel like every time this comes up, it should be mentioned. His parents did all the painting and decorating, and he had them stay in a hotel. He wouldn't let them stay in a spare room of his,
3-bedroomed house at this point, and instead, after doing the painting and decorating for him, doing a bunch of shit around the house, maybe helping him move, I can't recall that at the moment, and I don't feel confident enough stating either way, but still, they came out to his new place to help him move in, and they had to stay in a hotel.
I'm very happy and appreciative that my parents showed up and helped me.
But yeah, anyway, the most important part of this is the acknowledgement that as of late,
I'm talking like the past 6 months or so,
my back has been feeling great. And we get several reasons for that.
So basically what I think's happened is because of all the adjustments that I made to my life over the past, you know, several years, and the fact that I've been barely carrying anything heavy, you know, taking it easy, and not really stressing my back at all.
So the more eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that several of those adjustments to his life are actually things that he's previously raised as things he needs to avoid. So we've got no physical exercise, no heavy lifting. We didn't get driving on the freeway, which is a shame because we could have been 3 for 3 there. It would have been great. But those things, those adjustments are going to be important going forward because we're about to jump to 2016, and as we do so, the way that Phil will talk about his back is going to fundamentally shift. He's not going to be telling people I have pain. Instead, he's going to start telling people I've had pain. And those are two very different things. I know they sound similar, but there is a crucial difference there. From now on, we are going to start dealing with Phil saying that his back is healed. Now this is going to be a particular problem for us because now not only do we have to deal with Phil getting like symptoms and things wrong, but now we also have to deal with Phil getting things about healing wrong as well. So we're going to have to deal with the way he talks about it going forward as we accumulate more and more examples. But for now, just bear in mind that life adjustments are going to play a huge part going forward. I also need to stop like ending these segments with going forward because it's just really not going to flow well in the edit. And before we move on, one quick thing. I am about to make it about myself again, but don't worry, I'm going to be really quick with this because this bit...
How many people who were diagnosed with something 7 years ago could go 7 years in pain like I did, and to the point where now I don't think that I'm going to have it anymore as long as I take it easy, right?
I can say that. I went nearly 9, so... yeah, I can say that. I can also hear you saying, you know, yeah, but you took painkillers. I can also respond with, your disc didn't rupture. There's a world of difference. And you don't get better by taking it easy. We're going to get onto that later, but I have to point that out. You don't get better by taking it easy. So we're now in 2016 and we have a pre-stream from January the 22nd where Phil is going to tell us, hey, my back's feeling fucking amazing.
Now let's talk weather, alright? Now everyone knows, you may not actually, this is actually true, if you're a new viewer, like if you started watching me in the past year and a half, you may not even know this, but I have a back injury. It hasn't really affected me since I moved. In fact, since I moved to the West Coast, the back injury really has not given me many problems at all. It's I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back, but I'd have to think that in the past year and a half, it's gone down and or is almost better, because I really don't have any issues with my back. The only issues I have every once in a while is if I'm out all day, sometimes I come home, my back really hurts, like really sore, but if I just lay down for like 15 minutes, it's fine. So, in all effectiveness, you know, my back issues are probably much better now. But, when I lived on the East Coast, whenever there was snow, it was a big issue for me because number one, if I fall, I'm screwed. I could hurt my back badly. Number two, shoveling snow is a terrible thing for someone with a bad back. And frequently, I would get snowed in at my former place in Connecticut because there was no kind of covered area for my car in the parking lot. So every time it would snow, my car would be in a mound of fucking snow. And I'd have to go out there by myself, because I lived by myself, and dig the car out. And it was a nightmare. In fact, it was so bad that some years, there was 2 years, in fact, when I did this YouTube thing from Connecticut, that for like a fucking week, I didn't leave my place, because it was so much snow outside. I was like, fuck it, I'll just wait for the snow to start melting before I go out there, because there's no reason for me to leave. And I would order out food. I would eat meals that I cooked for myself at home. That's how bad it was. I was basically snowed in for weeks at a time because of this. So this is pretty funny. Last year, my parents visited me for Christmas. It was the Christmas of 2014, all right, that my parents visited. It wasn't this past, 2015. It was 2014. They came out here. They stayed with us for about a week. It was a lot of fun, okay? And, so they stay here, and they're like, wow, this is so good because we've had no winter weather at all. None. No winter weather on the East Coast. It's been warm and really nice. And so we don't have to worry about bad weather coming out to visit you or whatever. Literally the week after they returned home, right? Boom! They got hammered by snow. Tons of fucking snow. We're talking feet and feet of snow. So for those of you who don't live in the United States, that's, God, I'm trying to remember how, the metric conversion for that. Fuck. A meter is what? A couple feet? I think a meter is like two feet or something. I don't know. Several meters of snow there, for those of you who aren't in the United States and use the metric system. So it's insane, the amount that there was. And the entire East Coast locked down for like a week because there was so much fucking snow. And it was a big news story. It's the most, the most snow they've ever had. Records, right? Records were reached. And I was like, holy shit, did we move at the right time? Because if I lived there, if I still lived on the East Coast, that would have been a nightmare. For me to have to deal with that shit and shovel the snow and whatever, And, so this year, someone says 1 meter equals 3 feet. So there you go. When I say several feet, it's probably a couple meters. Okay?
Okay, so we need to add another item to our DSP doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about list. This comment...
But I'd have to think that in the past year and a half, it's gone down and or is almost better.
Because when he says gone down, that's not how this works. This isn't something that's swollen or enlarged to the point where it needs to go down. It's herniated. It's bulging out because it's being forced out from the other end. If you have a disc that's herniating that way, it's because something is pushing it this way. It doesn't go down. You massage discs back into place because they're mainly fibrous and gelatinous. They're a bit squidgy, they have some give. So slightly herniated discs can be pushed back in, but they're not shrinking, they're not gaining mass or losing it. They're not swollen or enlarged, they're herniated. There's a difference. Now, it's rare that I give Phil credit for consistency because he's rarely consistent, but in this case we have to acknowledge it. From this point on, the change in fortunes for Phil and his back and moving are like inextricably linked. They are fused like the vertebrae around a ruptured disc. From now on, Phil is going to claim that the move is the thing that helped. It is the thing that changed massively. It is no longer about I need to do this to get surgery. Surgery has stopped being a concern. It's not even an option he's going to consider now, because from now on, what he does going forward, it's all thanks to moving. The ultimate point from this one is that his back is fine, and also snow was a detractor.
Whenever there was snow, it was a big issue for me because number one, if I fall, I'm screwed. I could hurt my back badly. Number two, shoveling snow is a terrible thing for someone with a bad back. And frequently, I would get snowed in at my former place in Connecticut. Last year, my parents visited me for Christmas. It was the Christmas of 2014, all right, that my parents visited. It wasn't this past, 2015. It was 2014. They came out here. They stayed with us for about a week. It was a lot of fun. Okay? And, so they stay here, and they're like, wow, this is so good because we've had no winter weather at all. None. No winter weather on the East Coast. It's been warm and really nice. And so we don't have to worry about bad weather coming out to visit you or whatever.
We need to keep that in mind as well, because it's going to pay off in quite an amusing way very shortly. So we're over 4 hours now, and we deserve something good. And before we move on, I'd just like to extract a tiny little bit of grand cosmic irony from this clip, because I would like to compare this.
In fact, it was so bad that some years, there was 2 years in fact, when I did this YouTube thing from Connecticut, that for like a fucking week, I didn't leave my place because it was so much snow outside. I was like, fuck it, I'll just wait for the snow to start melting before I go out there because there's no reason for me to leave. And I would order out food. I would eat meals that I cooked for myself at home. That's how bad it was. I was basically snowed in for weeks at a time because of this. So this is pretty funny.
To how often he leaves the house now. And just remember that back then, he was annoyed.
about not leaving the house for a week. Whereas nowadays, and that was 2016. I know it seems short, but really most of 2016's back mentions were in those Ask the King clips that we discussed in the surgery section. And because they were so focused around surgery and we've gone over them before, it doesn't really feel like we need to repeat them here. So what we're going to do now is jump forward to an extremely important update from February 2017. February? Yeah, it's February. I knew it, yet still I was insecure enough that I had to check.
People think that I eat that every day, when in reality I'm eating these healthy meals almost every day that Leanna makes for us. And that's awesome. And my back, by the way, so much better since the move. Doesn't hurt at all anymore unless I'm like out and either, number one, lifting heavy stuff, like when there was snow a couple weeks ago and I had to shovel, then it fucking hurt like crazy. Or number two, if I'm out for like a day and I'm stressed out and, you know, we've been walking around all day or whatever, doing errands, and I come home, then it hurts a little bit. But it's nothing like it used to be. No more shooting pain, no more numbness. For the most part, my back is rehabilitated in a lot of ways, okay?
So about the snow, yeah, I just thought it was funny. You know, last time he mentioned his back, he was like,
wow, this is so good because we've had no winter weather at all. None. No winter weather.
And then the next time he mentions his back, he's like
when there was snow a couple weeks ago and I had to shovel, then it fucking hurt like crazy.
But anyway, the snow is also an example of something that does hurt his back and is something that he would, you know, need to avoid. It's moving heavy things. So we've got that on our list of adjustments that need to be tracked. And we've also got, you know, being up and about all day, which I'm sort of conflicted about because, again, that seems like a fairly obvious thing, especially as you get a bit older and while you are recovering from back surgery. It's probably going to knacker you out standing up all day. So I'm still a bit conflicted about that, although, you know, if we are going with the, hey, my back's almost fixed, it's like, should you really be feeling it though? We're now in 2017. That's a full decade after you were diagnosed. You should be okay by this point, and this is an issue that's only going to get worse as we go on. But on the whole, that's generally a positive update, you know? The back is so much better, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. It's not like it was back in Connecticut. In fact, and I want to pay specific attention to the wording of this,
for the most part, my back is rehabilitated in a lot of ways.
Now, we need to break that down because it's a good example of the way he's going to use language when he talks about his back from this point on. He wants to convey that it's healed, it's doing well, it's not causing many issues, but he doesn't want to give up the back as an excuse. So he always gives himself a little bit of wiggle room. Look at how he actually described that then.
For the most
part,
my back is rehabilitated.
My back is rehabilitated.
In a lot of ways.
In a lot of ways. For the most part, and in a lot of ways, add a lot of wiggle room to my back is rehabilitated. Because my back is rehabilitated on its own conveys the idea that, cool, your back's healed. You know, well done, I'm happy for you. But for the most part, and in a lot of ways, still give you an out here or there because it's not definitive. And he's going to do that a lot, and you are now going to notice it a lot. And now we're jumping forward to May 2017, where Phil is playing Injustice 2.
Third Eye the Third did 150 bit cheers, says, I don't look comfortable on the sofa thing, I keep rocking back and forth. It's because of my back injury. I've explained this a million times, I have a back injury, I'm not comfortable anywhere sitting still, I have to constantly be moving around. There's no way I could just like sit still and feel comfortable because of my back injury. Has nothing to do with what I'm sitting on. I could be sitting on a firm bed, I could be sitting on a board, I could be sitting on a chair, anything, I still have to keep moving around.
To be honest, I didn't really play much Injustice 2. There wasn't much to it once you did the story, and, you know, I mained Swamp Thing and he was really, really bad in it. But I really like Swamp Thing, so yeah. Now again, I'm going to ignore the fact that this is 2017, so it's a decade after you were diagnosed with your back injury, and considering you've had treatment and made life adjustments and all that stuff, and your back is now healed, you're claiming that for the last year and a half it's been fine, you should not be experiencing these problems. I'm going to ignore that. Show and tell time again, everybody. I have with me the booklet that they gave me after I had surgery in hospital. It's a little bit grubby because I kept it in my Dosset box. I made everybody who stayed with me overnight to help me while I'm recovering from surgery read this, because there's quite a bit of information, and you know, there's some sort of descriptions about things you can and cannot do, and sort of rough time scales. I'm told to ignore them because, you know, length of time it took me to get my surgery, complicating things, blah blah blah. But you know, I've highlighted certain things to sort of like say, hey, these are, you know, the important points, and there's an important point about posture. Good posture is vital as it helps to reduce strain on the joints and ligaments in your spine, therefore reducing the risk of neck and back pain. Sit well supported on a chair. Try to avoid slouch posture or slump sitting position. Changing your posture and taking frequent walks will help keep your muscles working. Wait a minute, I thought Phil doctor told him that he can't walk. So yeah, what I think's happened there is that Phil has not only used substandard equipment in the first place, his couches are particularly low, so he'll be sat backwards, his legs will be elevated. It's not a good position to be in. But also because he's chased comfort rather than properly treating his back, he's ended up in a sort of slouched, leaning forward slightly position that's more comfortable, but it's not like ergonomically good. It's not actually good for your spine and your posture overall, but to him it feels comfortable, so he's ended up adopting that instead, and now like getting back into a more natural and healthier posture is difficult, if not painful. So yeah, he's sort of not only fucking himself up in the immediate term by not actually getting it fixed, but he's also fucking himself up long term, because this is going to be damage over time and it's going to get harder to recover from the longer it goes on. So yeah, I think that's why he's not comfortable sitting anywhere. Jumping ahead to August 2017, and we're now at a pre-stream where Phil is asked about hiking. I feel like I've used this before, and I don't remember if it's earlier in this video or if it's in the DDP yoga one. I feel like it might be in that. But if it seems familiar, it's because we're dealing with it now. I may have used it like to contrast something earlier, but now we're dealing with it head on.
Hippo Stabber did a 20-bit cheer and says, do it in real life hiking stream. Yeah, it's just what you want. In real life hiking stream where I hike and hurt my back, I'm not supposed to be doing things like that. The doctor specifically explained to me when my back injury was diagnosed 10 years ago, I can no longer be doing that kind of activity. They basically said light calisthenics, light, you know, things, exercise is good, but extended walking is not good. So I would never go out a walk on a hike because I'd probably hurt my back. There you go.
Now, the issue with this one is, and it seems really obvious, so I feel a bit weird like highlighting it, but the doctor is only going to suggest that temporarily while you are recovering. So for Phil, it would have been while you are going through physio and steroid injections, while you are waiting for those to take effect, and while you are doing the exercises, avoid these things for a period of time that may be most 6 months. The doctor is not going to mean avoid these for the next fucking decade. At some point you will heal and be able to go back to regular activities such as walking. I'm going back to show and tell to use this because there's a very interesting point that I have actually highlighted. Regular daily walks are a good way to increase your general fitness and activity level. You are encouraged to walk after treatment for back injuries. You cannot just stay in bed all day for a fucking month.
I'm bedridden for a month, and who's going to be bringing me food?
But it continues. Walk for as long as is comfortable. If your discomfort increases too much, your back is telling you to take a short rest and then carry on. Make a note of how far you walked and try and improve next time. And then a little bit further on, you may return to the gym after 3 months, starting with light cardiovascular exercise such as treadmill walking. I didn't mean to knock the camera like that. This is one of the biggest examples of Phil using his back injury as an excuse to avoid doing something he does not want to do. There is not a fucking doctor in the land that would advise him to stop doing like long walks for the rest of his fucking life. I do not buy it. I cannot believe it. It goes against every fucking thing that I've been told about recovering from back surgery. And it's just fucking stupid anyway. Of course you should walk. We evolved to walk. We stand on 2 legs. We evolved to the point where we chase things down. We hunt them to exhaustion. That is what we do as human beings, as a species out in the wild. We survived by chasing our prey to exhaustion, often over miles. We are designed to walk.
There is not a fucking doctor anywhere that will tell him don't do long walks again. You can never hike again. No. It's again, might be getting a bit triggered. I used to walk a lot. Walking is very important to me. I can't wait to walk again. I can't wait to be able to run again. It has been nearly a decade since I last ran. And that feels very, very weird. And I am not happy about that. And I want to get to the point where I can do that again. So, a little bit personally affected. Let's cut this here now and move on. So we're just going to jump forward a couple of weeks this time. We're still in August 2017. It's now the 24th. This is Ask the King 67 Part 2. We're not going to go as in detail as other Ask the King episodes because it's not as in-depth an answer that we're given, and it's also not like part of a bigger chunk about surgery. So very, very quickly, we're just going to pick up a point or two here.
Physically, my health, all right, my health is better. Like, back then, I had a back injury. My back injury was really bad, and because of things like, for example, the weather, it'd be super duper fucking humid and hot in the summer. Then we'd have ice and snow in the winter, and even though I had a bad back, I had to shovel snow to get my car out and shit. It just wasn't good, and I would re-injure my back constantly and everything. Now things are way different. Like, because I live in a moderate climate, I don't have these kind of risks or threats anymore. My back is basically much, much better now.
So firstly, and very, very briefly, you just have to acknowledge it. We have another entry into the, you know, I'm doing much better physically, my health's better category, because we are reiterating that association with moving here has been the thing that has changed my life. I no longer have to worry about my back because now I live here, things are much better for me. And this leads on to point 2. We have the birth of a meme.
Because I live in a moderate climate, I don't have these kind of risks or threats anymore. My back is basically much, much better now.
This is where the Healing Seattle Air meme is born. We're not going to address it now. It's going to come up again later. But I just feel like we should all savour this moment, because the world got a little bit funnier this day. Moving forward just a few more months, we're now in January 2018, it's the 4th, and we're playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds.
Yes, I'm not technically handicapped. I have a back injury, a debilitating back injury that's chronic, but I never went to a doctor and got like a handicap thing to say that officially I'm handicapped, so technically I'm not handicapped on the books, so I wouldn't be able to use like a handicapped parking space or a handicapped stall or whatever. Dude, I have half health!
Now, this is a very, very quick thing, but
a debilitating back injury that's chronic
is not the same thing as...
I don't think my back's a concern anymore. My back is so much better. My back, as of late, has felt great. In all effectiveness, you know, my back issues are probably much better now. My back, by the way, so much better since the move. My back is basically much, much better now.
It is one of the consequences of Phil's earlier speech patterns where he gave himself an out.
For the most part, my back is rehabilitated in a lot of ways.
This is the consequence of those literary margins that he constructed for himself. This is why he did that. So he can say...
a debilitating back injury that's chronic.
Months after saying...
my back is basically much, much better now.
This is the out that he has given himself. And this is an example of where he's using it so that he can still claim that status, that identity, that aspect of him. He can still say, I've got a bad back. It's debilitating and chronic. Which is not the same as, for the most part, rehabilitated in a lot of ways. But it is a consequence of describing it like that. It's also just a really shitty thing to do. It's like, are you healed or not? For fuck's sake. So we're jumping forward just a couple of weeks to the end of January. It's January the 30th, 2018. And we're at a pre-stream where a commonly held detractor belief is about to get shattered. Super Blind Man was not the first person to notice Phil rock back and forth just by hearing it. Username Rave Comic was.
Rave Comic did a 25-bit cheer and said, I can hear you rocking back and forth, Phil. Chill out. We always support you. Rave Comic, the reason I do that is because I'm uncomfortable sitting still because of my back injury and also because I have restless leg syndrome. Okay? If I sit still and don't move, I feel uncomfortable because of that. So you just got to put up with it. I don't know what else to say. It's only been like this since the day I started recording on YouTube in 2008. You would think in 10 years you'd be used to it by now.
Now, this does predate Super Blind Man by about 2 years. Super Blind Man happens February 19th, 2020. So, it was quite interesting to discover this. But there is a more interesting point that we have to deal with. Before we deal with that, I just do quickly want to mention that, once again, Phil, if it's been like this for 10 years, you need to see a doctor because it is clearly not healed properly. You should not still be experiencing these issues 10 years after diagnosis. If you have successfully treated it and want to claim that it has, in the most part, for a lot of ways, rehabilitated. It's really going to annoy me that I actually got that wrong, but it was a good take, so I'm just going to leave it and move on. Okay, once again, we're now stopping the clip run and we're going into a subject because Phil has claimed that he has restless leg syndrome, and this is something we need to deal with.
Part 9. So does Phil have restless leg syndrome or not?
Bollocks to continuity. It has been boiling over the last few days and it's been driving me mad, so I shaved it off. Anyway, let's talk about restless leg syndrome. There's two types. I'm going to refer to them as R.L.S. from this point on, but there's primary R.L.S., which is idiopathic in nature, meaning the cause is not readily apparent, and secondary R.L.S., which is caused by another health condition or medication, or it can even be caused by pregnancy. So, you know, there's a cause that is apparent there. As you might have been able to work out from the name, the main symptom of R.L.S. is an overwhelming urge to move the legs. This is caused by an unpleasant feeling that is described as, just quickly check my notes, creepy crawly, tingling, a burning, itching, throbbing, a painful cramping, or like having fizzy water in your blood vessels. This sensation is mainly felt in the feet and the calves, but can be felt in the thighs as well. R.L.S. can affect anyone at any point in their life, although it's much more common in middle age, and women are twice as likely to suffer from it than men. It can also develop during pregnancy, although those symptoms tend to resolve themselves within 4 weeks of giving birth. There's also a little bit of evidence to suggest there's a link between ADHD and R.L.S. because both are related to dopamine dysfunction and both are treated using dopamine agonists. So, some evidence. Found that was, you know, little interesting tidbit there. So there's some evidence to suggest that R.L.S. is the result of a dopamine regulation disorder, so something to do with how the body processes and produces dopamine in the brain. And then there's other evidence to suggest that R.L.S. is the result of central nervous system disorders, so something to do with how the body sends signals through the nerves. And there's evidence for both, but neither is like conclusive enough to rule out the other. But there is very little evidence to suggest that a herniated disc and the extent of herniation can produce and affect the severity of R.L.S. symptoms. So the issue here is that things that you might have as the result of a herniated disc, such as impingement in the nerves, can present symptoms that are similar to R.L.S., but they're not the same thing. Jiggling your leg up and down is not the same as R.L.S. movements. So this is what R.L.S. usually looks like. These are known as periodic limb movements, or PLMs, and more than 80% of people with R.L.S. will experience them. They tend to happen at night, but can happen during the day, and they usually occur every 20 to 40 seconds. I want to bring your attention to this because there's a sort of rhythmic pattern to it where there's a period of calm and then there's a sudden violent spasm or shake, and then there's another period of calm and then there's another sudden violent spasm or shake, and that cycle basically repeats itself. I want you to bear this in mind as we go forward, because even if you want to put Phil in the less than 20% of people with R.L.S. who don't suffer from this, his what I want to call low-level leg shaking doesn't match up to how people with R.L.S. who don't experience this still experience R.L.S. symptoms. I just want you all to bear that in mind as we go forward. So let's go over why Phil doesn't have restless leg syndrome. Firstly, here's a very, very quick montage of Phil claiming that he has it.
I have restless leg syndrome shit where sometimes I shake my legs. I'm uncomfortable sitting still because of my back injury and also because I have restless leg syndrome. I've always had what's called restless leg syndrome, where sometimes I'll start wiggling my leg for absolutely no reason. Why does it look like I'm vibrating on cam? Because I'm wiggling my leg because of restless leg syndrome. As I've told you guys, I have like restless leg syndrome. I always like moving my leg. Is my back hurting me? I notice you're bouncing your legs a lot. No, it's restless leg syndrome. I also have restless leg syndrome. Why am I shaking? Because I have restless leg syndrome. I'm moving my leg right now. I also have restless leg syndrome. I've always had restless leg syndrome. What's with the restless leg? I have restless leg syndrome. I'm wobbling my leg. What's up with that? I have restless leg syndrome. Yes, I do. I think I do have restless leg syndrome. You notice I always move my leg. I can't really help it. Am I right? I'm shaking. No, I have restless leg syndrome where sometimes I'll just shake my legs endlessly. There's nothing I can do about it. I've had it my whole life. I told you, it's a combination. I've always had restless leg syndrome.
Now, did you notice the odd one out there?
Yes, I do. I think I do have restless leg syndrome.
Phil only thinks he has it.
I don't know if it's restless leg syndrome or not, but I've had it my whole life. I've always been like that. I think I have, what do they call it? Restless leg syndrome? I don't know if it's called restless leg syndrome or whatever.
He hasn't checked. He just assumes. Because it's called restless leg syndrome. And he shakes his leg a lot. And that makes sense if you don't know what R.L.S. actually is. And he's never bothered to check. Now, secondly, despite claiming to have had it all his life, Phil thinks it's related to his back in some way.
I've had restless leg syndrome my whole life. It only got worse with my back injury. It's up for debate whether it's something that I just have or it's because of my back injuries, or at one point, like, I didn't feel very comfortable just sitting still. I would have to constantly move to feel comfortable because my disc always had issues. It could be that, or it could just be that it's something else. I don't know. I have had it for a very long time. It could be because of my back not feeling right if I'm not moving, or it could just be something else, but I've had it for a long time. That's always happened to me, but since the back injury, it's just basically been exacerbated because it's hard for me to even sit still for an extended period of time because of the back injury too.
Yet despite that, Phil never mentions restless leg syndrome or any of the symptoms or the impact that it's having on his life at any of the points where he talked about his back injury, which, if his back injury exacerbated the symptoms, you'd think would come up. However, this leads into point 3. Phil did not mention restless leg syndrome once before 2018. And he only mentioned it in 2018 because he heard this while playing Injustice 2 in 2017.
And now the Flash in fast motion, are you serious?
Sorry, restless leg syndrome.
So that's why I think he put the two words together in his head and thought restless and leg. Yeah, that's me. Just like with groupthink. Number 4, his symptoms are different. When you hear the way that people who have restless leg syndrome talk about their symptoms and the way that it manifests and affects them.
And Steve, can we announce to the beautiful viewers out there that you will be rendering a video after this episode ends?
Sadly, no. I have a bit in the middle somewhere where I talk about restless leg syndrome because Phil claims he has it. And yes. I used a couple of clips of other people talking about restless leg syndrome to sort of like compare and contrast. And I thought they might trigger copyright. So I uploaded that section last night to check. And yes, the 4 clips triggered copyright. So
amazing.
I thought I've got to film something else to do that instead. So,
all right.
Yeah, a bit of a delay, but... you know, work is still ongoing. See, I thought something like that would happen, which is why I checked in advance and why you're now watching this instead of the original clips I was going to use of people with restless leg syndrome talking about it, the symptoms that they feel and how it affects their lives. But it's better this than going through the hassle of rendering, uploading and waiting for YouTube to finish processing it, only for the BBC to decide that they want to restrict where my video can be watched around the world because I use 30 seconds of one of their programs, and that apparently is not fair use in a nearly 10-hour long video. So yeah, copyright reasons have prevented me from showing you the clips that I wanted to show you, and I did think about cutting this bit, but I think it's important that you hear the words of people with the condition to hear what the condition is like and what it's like to live with it, to compare them to Phil's description of it, so that you will understand how wrong he is and how likely it is that he is lying about this. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to read the transcripts. I will show you a picture of the person that I would have been quoting, and I'm going to link all the videos that I was going to use anyway in the description below, and I'll probably just take some footage of Phil and like speed it up so, you know, I can compress a bunch of it into a short space of time and show you how little he gets up during his streams. I might use like Stardew or something. Got morbid curiosity with that one. Bonnie's testimony from her R.L.S. surgery video at the Anderson Podiatry Centre. In both of my legs, I had tingling, numbness, pain, a constant need to stretch, the constant need to move. The restless legs did not allow me to sleep longer than 2 or 3 hours a night, and I had those symptoms longer than 20 years. Donna, an R.L.S. patient in What Restless Leg Syndrome Feels Like on health.com. It feels like a little electrical surge or energy building up in your leg, and then it gets to a certain point where you just have to get up and move it, and there's no way you can sit still. You can't suppress it. The more you try to suppress it, the worse it gets, and basically when it gets really bad, you just want to cut your legs off. Mary Beth Tank Bushman in Relieving Restless Leg Syndrome from Living Healthy Chicago. The legs want to move, and if I don't get up, then they jerk. It's like the muscles in my leg are just tightening. They're ready to do something, and I'm not doing anything with them, so they just jerk. It almost makes you angry because you can't get your rest. You can't sleep. This is not what you're supposed to be doing at night. You're supposed to be in bed, sleeping, and you get up and you walk around and you feel like a half zombie because you are half asleep mentally. Julie Gould, an R.L.S. campaigner in What is Restless Leg Syndrome and Why Does It Matter on BBC Sounds. Imagine I was a wire cog being wound up and wound up and wound up as tightly as could be, and then no release. That's the nearest I could equate it to. Someone winding my body up so tightly that the only thing you can do is let the energy release, but it just didn't release. So it was unbearable, an internal feeling of just wanting, my whole body just wanting to scream, and the only release from that tension was to physically harm myself, because the pain was preferable to that unbearable, tense, wound up, creepy crawly sensation. You see, I wanted to make sure that those words were included. You needed to hear the comments of people with the syndrome, and it's the exact same reason that I keep talking about my back injury when we're talking about Phil's, because it shows how the lived experiences of people with the conditions that he's claiming he has are so vividly different from anything he's saying. It's almost like he's lying. But anyway, let's carry on.
When it's done, all right, guys?
It's very, very different from Phil saying that he gets uncomfortable if he sits still for too long.
I'm uncomfortable sitting still because of my back injury and also because I have restless leg syndrome. Like, I'll be honest with you guys, you know, I have certain things, physiological things with my body that make me want to move. Number one, I have a back condition that if I sit still for a set amount of time, my back starts to hurt me. Number two, I've always had what's called restless leg syndrome, where sometimes I'll start wiggling my leg for absolutely no reason. As I've told you guys, I have like restless leg syndrome. I always like moving my leg. Yeah, like I don't even realize I'm doing it. Like I'm shaking my leg and stuff, you know, and Kat notices it. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't even know. Like, I didn't even know why I'm doing this. It's just something that happens for some reason. I've always been like that. I've had it my whole life, where I just randomly start shaking my legs. I can't control them. Sometimes if I don't shake my leg, I feel weird. Like my body feels odd, like out of place or uncomfortable. If I don't shake my leg, it's just a thing. It's an actual medical condition. I also have restless leg syndrome. I've always had restless leg syndrome where I can't keep my legs still when I sit down. I kind of gotta like move them around. My legs get restless streaming. Yes, they do. My legs absolutely get restless sitting here streaming. And then I have to shake them, and it's really fucking annoying.
Point 5, one of the most common disruptions that people with restless leg syndrome experience is a disruption to sleep. And yet Phil has never once said that his sleep is being disrupted by this syndrome. And again, you'd think that would come up too, wouldn't you? Back in 2008, 2009, back when the King was revealed, all throughout that period of time bringing us to here in around 2018 to 2022, all of that, not once did he say, my sleep's been disrupted because I keep kicking my legs and I can't get comfortable and I have to get up and move around. Not once. Point 6. The common denominator in all of this is that he's just sitting uncomfortably.
I'm uncomfortable sitting still because of my back injury and also because I have restless leg syndrome. Okay? If I sit still and don't move, I feel uncomfortable because of that. So you just gotta put up with it. I don't know what else to say. Number one, I have a back condition that if I sit still for a set amount of time, my back starts to hurt me. Number two, I've always had what's called restless leg syndrome, where sometimes I'll start wiggling my leg for absolutely no reason. Like, I get antsy. If I'm sitting around for an extended period of time, I get antsy, alright? So when I'm playing games, you may notice that I'm sitting here, I rock back and forth, or I'm moving around, I'm fidgeting, I may feel, I look uncomfortable. If I sit perfectly still, and I don't really move, I actually feel uncomfortable. I also have restless leg syndrome. I've always had restless leg syndrome where I can't keep my legs still when I sit down. I kind of gotta like move them around. But no, the reason that I move around is my back is, you know, doesn't feel comfortable sitting still for elongated periods of time. I need to like move, or else I feel uncomfortable. Am I right? I'm shaking. No, I've restless leg syndrome, where sometimes I'll just shake my legs endlessly. There's nothing I can do about it. I've had it my whole life. I feel uncomfortable when I'm not moving because of my back injury. I had that severely herniated disc years and years ago, and even today, just to sit still doesn't feel right. I have to like constantly be moving for some reason. Because when I sit down, I have a hard time not like moving my legs around. It's true. Like right now, as I sit, if I cross my legs or I put my legs in a certain way, I won't move them around. But if I'm just kind of sitting normally, I feel the desire to move my legs constantly.
And it's really difficult to sort of get this out properly, because all I can think is,
I've tried different things like driving 20 minutes, take a break, driving 20 minutes, it doesn't work.
See, on the one hand, you talk to people with R.L.S. and they tell you, look, sitting is really disrupted as well. You can't sit for very long before you physically have to get up and move around. And then you see him sitting for between an hour and 2 hours for a pre-stream just fine, and all he's doing is this, you know. And maybe this is going as well. And yet the common denominator through all of this is him sitting uncomfortably. Because he's never finished treating his back. He stopped going to physio. I guarantee you he didn't do the exercises, and he has spent over a decade chasing comfort slowly in incremental notches forward, incremental degrees of leaning, because it's more comfortable than sitting properly and doing that little bit of work to make sure your back is healed. Point 7, we have to also address the possibility that this could be the result of self-stimming or anxiety.
Am I right? I'm shaking. No, I've restless leg syndrome, where sometimes I'll just shake my legs endlessly. There's nothing I can do about it. I've had it my whole life. Yes, my chair is shaking. I'm shaking my leg. I have a nervous tick. Right? I do. I don't know if it's called restless leg syndrome or whatever, but I have this, and when I get annoyed at stuff, my legs go crazy. That's why my chair is vibrating.
I mean, if that's the case, then fine. I mean, you can't really sort of fault someone for engaging in a soothing behavior if they're feeling anxious. It's better to, I mean, if the anxiety is such that it's disrupting your life, it's better to seek therapy and treat the underlying issues that are causing anxiety. But, you know, that's asking the impossible from Phil. We're never going to get that, so it's not really worth considering as an option. It's just that we might as well address this now, because that possibility is present. Now, the possibility that it might be a stimming behaviour should not be taken as any sort of commentary on Phil being on the autistic spectrum or not. Plenty of neurotypical people also engage in self-stimming behaviours. It's a reassuring thing to do. It helps us feel better and helps us deal with anxiety and things like that. So it's not necessarily a comment on whether Phil is autistic or not. This isn't the place for it. My issue is that if it is a self-stimming thing or an anxiety thing, that's fine to have it as a coping method, but it's not restless leg syndrome, and you should not call it that. You should not be claiming to have this actual issue that other people really suffer with because you're jiggling your leg and people can tell because of how the fucking chair behind you is shaking. And that leads me on to point 8. Phil doesn't think it's a big deal.
I also have restless leg syndrome, which I don't know why they call it that. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
And I can't. Like, that alone should be enough. You know, let alone the fact that he only started claiming to have it after hearing it in Injustice 2.
Sorry, restless leg syndrome.
That alone should be enough to convince you that he doesn't have it. Because people with R.L.S. really fucking suffer with R.L.S. It ruins their lives. He doesn't think it's a big deal. I think we should move on from R.L.S. I think that's it. I don't think he has it. I think he's just jiggling his leg in anxiety. And that's fine, but don't go fucking calling it restless leg syndrome, because it's not.
Sometimes if I don't shake my leg, I feel weird. Like my body feels odd, like out of place or uncomfortable. If I don't shake my leg, it's just a thing. It's an actual medical condition. But people are shitheads. They think it's fucking funny. Oh yeah, everything's fucking funny, right? Everything's a joke.
So to summarize, we've seen what it actually looks like, we've seen the symptoms of it and how they manifest, we've heard descriptions of it from people that actually have the condition, and we've compared that to Phil's description of it. I'm going to leave it up to you to ultimately decide whether you think he has it or not. Personally, I think it's very improbable that he has it, but you of course are free to come to a different conclusion. And no matter which side of the fence you fall on this, I think we can all agree that he does have restless leg syndrome. I gave myself 1.
Part 10, the first half-ish of 2018.
So getting back to where we were in 2018 and more or less the start of it, so we might as well go through 2018 and see what themes come up. It's going to be 2 that I want to keep an eye out for. Firstly, the link between moving and his back feeling better is going to be re-emphasized, and that's, you know, within what we would expect. It's building on foundations laid in previous years, so if he didn't continue that, that's where I'd be highlighting it as an issue of like, hey, he's lying about something here. But he's going to continue down that path for now, so let's all take, you know, as like, take it as read for now that moving was a good thing for his back. Secondly, the language he uses is going to change wildly. He's going to vacillate between past and previous tenses. So he's going to talk about I had a back injury and also I have a back injury. Now this is also building on foundations laid in previous years. However, this is Phil trying to have his cake and eat it. This is him going, yeah, my back's like pretty bad. I still get pain, especially, you know, when I've been on my feet all day. But moving out here has been great for me back. It's really healed it. So this is that. Keep an eye out for it. It's going to become a bit more prominent throughout 2018. So it's now the 6th of April 2018 and we're playing Ni no Kuni 2. Wrath of the White? I don't remember. We're playing Ni no Kuni 2, right? Part 135, and we've got this interesting comment.
I don't know when my back injury, what the origins of my back injury are. I don't know how you can even prove that, really.
So firstly, just to quickly clarify something there, there's a little bit where he says something and it's quite hard to make out because it's obscured by the video game sound effects.
Back injury
He's actually saying YOLO Dopper. That's the person who asked the question. Now again, it sort of feels like I shouldn't really have to say this. It feels too obvious to actually bring it up in the first place, but typically when you've had a back injury, you remember how it happened. You know, I didn't get like hit by a car or fall over or anything with my back injury, but I still remember how the fuck it happened. I still remember taking a step downstairs and feeling it going me back and go, ooh, that's a bit weird. I would imagine most people who've had back injuries watching this can also remember theirs. So I don't know how you wouldn't know that. I can think of a way that you could prove it though, or that you could at least determine it, right? You think of the last point in your life before your back was injured, and then you see what happened after that. I can remember messaging my brother to talk about D&D and you know, what time I'd be getting at the train station, getting up to go for a brew. That's the last point in my life where my back was okay. That's the point before my back got injured. And then I took a step downstairs, felt like to injure my back, and then poof, that's the point in my life that my back is injured. From then on, it's not usually a thing that you would forget. So what I think is happening here is Phil is trying to keep it vague and obfuscated. Remember, to this point, we have been somewhat consistent with the idea that it was touch football. Touch football was definitely the point. There may have been other things that might have been causes, but definitively, it was touch football where he noticed, oh, my back's bad, I've got to go to a doctor. So if you want to read it a certain way, you could say, like, he's saying, I don't know which particular thing caused my back injury, because, you know, the books in school that, you know, I never sat at a desk for fucking 8 years, and, you know, maybe playing touch football, standing up on my job all day, all sorts of like factors. Maybe he's trying to say I don't know which one of those is definitive, but that's a bit hard to sort of like accept as an interpretation of that statement, because he has in other exact same situations like this said, but definitively it's touch football. So he has some idea of what could cause his back injury, and he has claimed previously multiple times that it was touch football. So when he says I don't know and I don't know how you'd prove that, I think that's him wanting it vague. I think because you don't get to pin him down on details when he's like, I don't know, I don't remember. It's an easy way out for him, because again, you can't really prove that someone doesn't remember something. It's just like proving that somebody doesn't feel pain. You can't really do it. So Phil sort of obfuscating this and keeping it vague benefits him later, because it does allow him to claim other things, and it's also just like a contradiction of like previous mentions of it. And so that's why I think it's not a genuine, oh, I don't remember and I don't know. This is a lie, and it's covering something up. It's covering up how he hurt his back. And I don't know why he'd do that, considering previously he said he'd touched football. And it wouldn't have been hard to repeat that here. It wouldn't have been difficult to go, yeah, I do remember the origins of my back injury. I was playing touch football with a friend. Played it for an hour or two. And then after that, I was like, oh, God, my back's really sore. And so I went to a doctor. And you just carry on with that story, because you've told it before a couple of times. So why would anybody expect different? Why would you want to lie to cover this? This, again, just makes me question what it was that caused his back to go in the first place. But, you know, we've mentioned that before, and it's not really ever going to be a thing that we're going to get, like, concrete proof of. So it is ultimately speculation. But I do think there's something about how he hurt his back that he doesn't want other people to know. And that's why he lies, to stop anyone from getting close to it, or from anyone going, well, actually, Phil, didn't you say this? So we're going to jump forward just a couple of weeks. It's now the 30th of April 2018. This is a pre-stream where Phil is telling us about how things are different now compared to when he used to record back in Connecticut. Mainly about taking breaks. That's the context for that bit. That's really all you need.
So that being said, you know, that would be my release. I get to come home from work, which is really stressful, but for 2.5 hours, I get to play a game at my own pace, right? With tons of breaks, by the way, because a lot of people don't realize that, but when I used to play games, I would take breaks like crazy. That was back when my back injury was really bad, so I couldn't even sit still. So I would be playing for like a half an hour, then take a break, walk around the house, you know, have a drink, whatever. Then come back, play another half an hour, then take a break. That's how it used to be. People don't realize that because they weren't there in person with me when I used to play games and record, but that's how it used to be. It's not like I was doing live streams of constant 4+ hours of solid gameplay with no breaks, all right?
Right, we've dealt with this before. I'm not going into it here. Just bears repeating one more time. Don't self-medicate with alcohol. It's just, you know, at this point in his life, it's an excuse. You know, he's not taking it for any medicinal purpose. His back is giving him an excuse to drink. And that's why I think he actually has these breaks, and that's what he's telling you here. He says, like, you know, I used to have a break every half hour, and I'd get up and I'd walk around the house, maybe have a drink or something. You know, what I think he's doing there is actually just getting up to have another drink. He finishes a drink, gets up to have another one, and, you know, while he's there, he's like, I'll pause the game, pause the recording. And in the retelling that we're doing now, that becomes, I would get up and I would walk around the house. I would have a break. I also might have a drink. Back then, I think it was just, finish my drink, I might as well pause it at this point and, you know, stop the recording. Get another one, come back, start recording again, off we go. That's all there is to it. But there is a point in amongst all this. I would like you all to bear in mind that here he says, I would have a break every half hour.
So I would be playing for like a half an hour, then take a break, walk around the house, you know, have a drink, whatever. Then come back, play another half an hour, then take a break. That's how it used to be.
Jumping forward a few more months to another pre-stream, this time on the 21st of June 2018, and Phil is talking about his reasons for moving to Washington State specifically. I like the way I finished that one off. That was quite nice. Specifically.
The good news is, though, that, like I said, the tax here is still way cheaper than it would be if I still lived in Connecticut. So there's still a benefit. Number 2, the weather. The weather out here, we barely ever get inclement weather. Okay, we get a lot of rain. That is true. But in general, the weather is moderate. What does that mean? It means that we don't get crazy snowstorms and ice storms. We get heat, but we don't get insane hurricanes, tornadoes. We don't get fucking crazy ass 95, 100 degree weather with full 100% humidity. We don't get any of that. And I wanted that because, you know, I have a back injury. And when I lived in Connecticut, it got so bad sometimes with the weather, the extremes of this weather. I sometimes would be locked in my home for weeks at a time. I wouldn't be able to go out and do grocery shopping because there's fucking ice and snow on the ground. And God forbid I go out there, I slip and fall, and now I end up in the hospital needing surgery. So, you know, sometimes my car was encased in fucking ice and snow, and I couldn't break it out myself because of my back. So, you know, that was a really bad situation. That was like me living in the worst climate for someone who has the kind of injury that I have. So that was a major concern. Okay?
specifically. So there's 2 points that I told you to bear in mind as we started this journey through 2018. I would like you to recall them now. Firstly, this is an example of Phil tying the improvement in his health to the moving to Washington State. Secondly, this is also an example of Phil using a particular language choice here. I have back injury.
And I wanted that because, you know, I have a back injury.
Now, this is a very significant word for 3 reasons here. Firstly, it's been over a decade since it was first diagnosed, and by this point, considering it was treated non-surgically, so it can't have been that herniated, you shouldn't really be feeling symptoms by this point. Secondly, we are 6 years since the 2012 healing date, that if you take the 2007 diagnosis date and it then taking 5 years to heal as, you know, as gospel, we are 6 years since then, so again, shouldn't be feeling symptoms. Thirdly, you've previously said it's healed multiple times during the last 3 years. So it's a bit hard to take it as, you know, you still have this back injury when you've previously said it's healed. Also, please take note of the fact that contrary to a previously described situation where Phil was getting snowed in for up to a week, we are now at weeks.
In fact, it was so bad that some year, there's 2 years in fact, when I did this YouTube thing from Connecticut, that for like a fucking week, I didn't leave my place because it was so much snow outside. I sometimes would be locked in my home for weeks at a time. I wouldn't be able to go out and do grocery shopping because there's fucking ice and snow on the ground. And
weeks snowed in. Now, I know he mentioned the weather there, and I know that there's a weather-related thing that we find particularly hilarious, and I know that on a previous occasion where he's mentioned the weather, I have said about this weather-related thing that we find particularly hilarious. Now is not the time to go into it, but hold on, because we will in future get to that point. We are still not at that point yet, but I promise you we are really, really close to it. So hold on just a little bit longer, and we will get there soon. I promise. So we're going to jump forward about a month. It's now the 26th of July 2018, and we are at one of the richest veins for information and contradictory information about his back. It's another episode of Ask the King. This time it's episode 71, part 3.
That not a buddy did a 100-bit cheer. It said, what about a basic vlogging series for DSP tries at DDP Yoga? The routines take less than 20 minutes, and you can make another healthy change in your life. DDP is known to follow endorsement of his product. I have no interest in doing that. If my back pain came back, that's the first thing I would try. I have it right over here in my closet. I have DDP Yoga. If my back pain came back and I needed it, that's literally the first thing I would do. But I don't have major back pain anymore. It's all gone away. I think what happened is the herniated disc finally reduced its swelling. I built enough muscles around it to protect it, and I haven't had an issue.
So do you remember what I just said about him saying I have a back injury? We're doing the opposite here. Because if my back pain came back, Phil,
if my back pain came back,
would suggest to most people that the back pain had gone away in the first place. Otherwise, it can't really come back. If you've still got it, you've still got it and it never went away. So if you're at a point where you're saying,
if my back pain came back,
I would do that, that suggests that you don't have back pain right now. But we also have another particular word choice in there. I don't have major back pain anymore.
But I don't have major back pain anymore.
Once again, we have another example of Phil using language in a very specific way to achieve whatever given aim he needs to. In this instance, it's to convince you that his back is doing great. Ever since he's moved, it's been great. But also that he does still have some pain. He doesn't have major pain anymore, but he does still have some pain. What he thinks happened isn't the same as what actually happened. What he thinks has happened to his back isn't the same as going to a doctor and having, you know, a follow-up scan done where they can show you, hey, this is how your back is healed. That's not the same thing. There is a period during recovery where you can sort of say, hey, you know, I've not got major pain anymore. There are still some healing pains, but, you know, I'm not getting major pain anymore. That's a period in recovery that is normally a couple of months after the surgery, not a decade. Once again, the time scale we are talking about here does not agree with him still having a bad back. If at this point he does still have a bad back, it's likely to be his own fault. And I'm going to state my claim in that he's bad posture and he's chased comfort rather than good posture. And this is probably a thing that could have been done and resolved and avoided if he'd have just done the physio. Anyway, we're done with that now and we need to move on. We're going to jump a couple of weeks forward to the 10th of August 2018, and this is We Happy Few Part 1.
He says, my brother had his appendix taken out just a few hours ago. My question is, what's the worst injury you've ever gotten and how did you handle it? Thinking about it, it's probably the disc in your back. Well, yeah, if you're talking physical injury, Yeah, the worst I ever had was when I had my severely herniated disc, you know, over 10 years ago. And that took a good 5 years to heal itself, you know. That was bad.
That's a short clip, so there's not much to pull from it, but we do get typically the most favoured sort of timescales here, the 2007 diagnosis date, and it's healed by 2012, which again will contradict everything after 2012, where he said my back hurts and it's taken this long to heal. So we're still building this up. The timeline will come to later, but for now, just there's another like piece of it there. So we're going to jump forward another month plus change to the pre-stream that took place on the 16th of September 2018, and oh yes, this is the one you've been waiting for.
We got a name here that I can't even pronounce or read, and they said, how's that Seattle air, Phil? So basically it's a joke, because if you guys aren't aware, and this is how stupid this is, when I first moved here, over 4 years ago, alright, people asked me, how's your back doing? Because I used to have a really bad back injury. It was a severely herniated disc in my lower back to the point where I had numbness and pain and all kinds of stuff. I could barely move around for a year there. During my time when I was on YouTube doing stuff, I could barely even move because I was so messed up. And so when I moved out here to Seattle, I don't know what it was. It could have been my lifestyle changes. It could have just been going to a new area. I don't know, but I said, man, I don't know. The air out here is clean or whatever. I don't know what it is, but my back's better. And people, basically the negative people turned it into a meme. Oh, the Seattle air healed his back. You know, like they think that's funny. Like it's so fucking stupid, but they gotta make a dumb meme out of it that doesn't even make any sense. And it isn't funny to an outsider, only to their own circle jerking group of people who think that this stupid stuff is funny. Doesn't make any sense or even, you know, it's just dumb as shit. Just like all the other memes, like the I prefer a penne meme and all that stupid shit. It's like humor for 4-year-olds. And that's their intelligence level anyway. But yeah, so this guy thinks he's funny. Referencing a 4.5-year-old meme. Hilarious. You are so pertinent, sir. I salute you for being the Mr. Outdated of the day. Why don't you also go back and, why don't we go back and let's find something even older. Here, let's joke about my time on Blip TV. Only 8 years outdated.
Now, before we get to it, I just want to highlight there's a couple of times where he trips up there, and I think it's quite suspicious because these are details that he shouldn't really have trouble recalling now because he's told them a lot. So these should be like sort of embedded into the lie. These are like more core details that shouldn't have that much variance in them. Like the location of it. It should be L4, L5. It shouldn't be anywhere else. That should be it. Touch football. That should be it. You know, those are details that shouldn't really change. But when he stumbles and says,
I could barely move around for a year there,
that makes me think he was going to say a couple of months, but jumps in with a year. So there's a couple of like trip ups there, and I think they're very suspicious that when like just very, very quickly recapping the back injury, the saga, the story, these are details that you shouldn't trip over. And it just made me a bit, that you did. Just going to edge us all a little bit longer. Not only is this another example of Phil at least attempting to use language a particular way to massage the narrative to his benefit, he is a bit poorer in this example. He did a much better job of it last time, but here he sort of trips and fumbles a bit. But it's still an attempt to do that nonetheless. It might not have been as successful, but he's still attempting to whatever suits his needs at that moment. Consistency is not always a factor, but we should acknowledge it when it does happen, and it does happen here because this is also an example of Phil tying the improvement of his back's condition to moving. And once again, everything's better now that I'm here, and I spoke about that previously. So, you know, we're at least acknowledging that since 2014, at least 6 months before. Because obviously, at the point where he was moving, he said, hey, my back's been good for 6 months.
My back, as of late, has felt great. This is good news, by the way. My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever. I hardly ever get numbness anymore in my legs.
But still, you know, moving is a thing that's really, really improved things here for Phil. Speaking of consistency, you might have noticed a couple of other things keep being brought up when Phil's talking about his back and the things that he's changed about his life. We will get onto that shortly, but you know, those are going to become a recurring thing as well. Mainly since 2014, you might have heard like a couple of them here and there, but they are going to start becoming a bit more of a thing, and we're going to have to deal with them pretty soon. But, you know, for now, you'll probably hear stuff about the car and not driving, shopping and how easy it is to get in, and not really doing much, you know, physical. So keep them in mind, as well as the next thing. Part 11. This meme is stupid and so are you. So it's taken me a while to work out how to approach the healing Seattle Air meme, because I did want to do something about it, as it's quite possibly the biggest meme about his back. I mean, you could argue that there's X and Y axis, and that's probably a bigger meme, but, you know, the healing Seattle Air meme comes up a lot when we're talking about his back, and I sort of wanted to go into it a bit more, but I just couldn't work out how. I had a look for like times it had been brought up by Phil, and there's not that many. We really made a meme out of it more than he did. He usually, if he's talking about the air around Seattle, it would be in relation to his allergies, like in this clip.
My eye is itching, which is not good. I know why it's itching. It's because the allergy season has begun, and there's pollen in the air here in Washington. This certain kind of tree, this certain kind of tree has been putting out this pollen that looks like cotton, and it's all over the place outside. It's like covered. The ground is covered in it, and my allergies are acting up. I'm all congested, and also my eye now is starting to itch, which is not good, so I need to stop touching it.
But when he's talking about his back and the weather, it's normally in relation to there not being any snow to shovel, so that's how he's not hurting his back. That's how the more moderate climate is better for his back. It's less about the air quality and more about it just being a bit warmer in winter, so he doesn't hurt himself. And I think along the way, not only have like the two things become conflated by us, but they've also become conflated by Phil, because he's sort of looking for, when he's trying to explain the meme, he's looking for like 2 or 3 things to sort of like say, hey, I was, you know, I'd moved here and my back had felt better, and I didn't know if it was, you know, I'm not carrying shopping as much, I'm not driving as much, or maybe it's something about the air up here. He's throwing that out as the position that he's taking when it comes to this Seattle meme and the birth of it. That's what he thinks he was doing. And he says maybe I mentioned air and these idiots took it and ran with it. But he doesn't really. I've really had a lot of like searches through PicPicGo, and I've struggled to find him directly mentioning it. He's mentioned it in sort of roundabout ways, again, like the more moderate climate, or, you know, something that doesn't necessarily suggest air but does suggest some relation to the weather. So, you know, it could be the heat or pollen counts and things. Stuff like that. The two sort of come conflated over time, but he sort of gaslit himself into believing that he's actually said it at some point. And I could be wrong, and there was a point like really early on that he did mention it, but I've not really found that. If it does exist, it's probably like lost media at this point, given the amount of times Phil's just like randomly removed videos, or a bunch of them have been removed because of a copyright claim or whatever. He's not the greatest archivist. So when it came to sort of working out which way I was going to go with this, initially my thought process was that's a very, very toxic response to something that's quite harmless and should be a silly little thing. And with Phil, usually the more toxic he is about something, the closer it is to the truth. So maybe there's something there. Maybe there is like a time when he said it and now he regrets it. And then I found this Ghost of Tsushima clip.
Healing Seattle Air did a super chat, says, I saved Jasper Kitty. Of course you did. What a silly meme that these people still bring up this meme 7 years later. For those who don't know, so here's where that meme came from. You probably don't understand it. I wouldn't blame you. I used to live in Connecticut for my whole life. I had a debilitating back injury, a severely herniated disc between my L4, L5 vertebrae. It was so bad when I went to the doctor, when they did the CAT scan, they said it was about to burst, and if I hadn't gone there at that time to get, you know, something done to it to fix it, or at least alleviate the problem, it would have burst, and I basically would have been screwed over for life. So, from about the years of 2007 all the way through 2014, 7 years of my life, I was in excruciating pain. I had shooting pain down my legs, numbness, all kinds of issues because of this, okay? So, when I moved out here, what I purposely did is I moved to a place where I wasn't going to have back stress anymore. Everything that I need is within a close driving distance. Since I've lived in Seattle for 7 years, I have not once hit the highway. I can just drive locally wherever I need to go. Short distances usually. No issue whatsoever. I can get whatever I need. I have a garage, so when I come home from grocery shopping or anything else, I drive in the garage, close it, and easily just carry stuff into my house. I don't have a long distance to carry stuff, okay? I don't do anything that's considered strenuous activity with my back, so my back essentially over the first 3 years that I lived here pretty much healed itself. The herniation of the disc went down, it went back into place where it was supposed to be, and I don't have back issues anymore. Every once in a while, if I have a very tiring day where I do a lot of stuff, my back will hurt. But outside of that, most of my back problems have completely gone away, okay? Now, when I moved here, within a year or two of me moving here, people started asking me about my back and my health issues, and I was basically like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's, you know, my lifestyle changes. Maybe it's the way that I set everything up to be close so I don't strain my back. But basically, I joked about it. I was like, maybe it's the air out here, because the air out here is so clean compared to where I came in Connecticut. We're in the mountains, and there's trees everywhere, you know, evergreens, and the air out here is just such high air quality, clean, that maybe that's what it was. Obviously, that's not what it was, but people literally joke and take this and say, oh, see, this is Phil saying it's the Seattle air. He's so stupid. He thinks the air can heal his back. Like, they actually think I meant it. Like, they actually think that I was serious about it because they're morons. You see what I mean? Like, it would be like you make a silly joke because you know it's over the top stupid or silly, but someone's so dumb they actually take the joke as a fact because they're that dumb. So every time someone brings up that meme, it just shows how stupid they are, because it was a meme they created because they're stupid, not because it was something that I said that now they're trying to make fun of me. They're literally trying to run with this joke for like 6-7 years. That makes no sense because it was meant to be a silly thing I said, but they think it was real because they're that dumb. So every time someone says the Seattle air meme, I laugh. I'm like, wow, you guys are so fucking stupid. This many years later, you actually still think I meant that. That's tremendously hilarious.
And you can actually see the lie being sort of constructed and developed further here, because in this clip, Phil claims that he was joking. This is something that he neglected to mention in the previous clip because he hadn't thought of it yet.
And so when I moved out here to Seattle, I don't know what it was. It could have been my lifestyle changes. It could have just been going to a new area. I don't know, but I said, man, I don't know. The air out here is clean or whatever. I don't know what it is, but my back's better. And people, basically the negative people, turned it into a meme. Oh, the Seattle air healed his back. You know? Like, they think that's funny. Like, it's so fucking stupid, but they gotta make a dumb meme out of it that doesn't even make any sense. And it isn't funny to an outsider, only to their own circle-jerking group of people who think that this stupid stuff is funny. Doesn't make any sense or even, you know, it's just dumb as shit. Just like all the other memes, like the I prefer a penne meme and all that stupid shit. It's like humor for 4-year-olds. And that's their intelligence level anyway.
So in the retelling, you can see a detail being added on, but it made me wonder why. Why this particular detail? Because the overall point of the argument that you're making, that detractors are stupid for making this thing a meme, that doesn't change. So why do you need to like add on extra details? And it's because in this case, in the new revised telling, Phil isn't stupid. In the other previous version that we're retconning, where Phil was just like, I earnestly said about the air, and then detractors made it a meme. Detractors made it a meme because Phil was being stupid. But in this new version, Phil wasn't being stupid, he was only joking. You guys are being stupid for believing him. That's the new position. And that absolves Phil of any responsibility or any embarrassment for looking like an idiot for claiming that the air might have contributed towards his back feeling better. So at some point between those two clips, he must have realised, hey, I actually look pretty stupid here. Whether he was, you know, told by a flying monkey or he came to that realisation himself, I don't know. He might have been like obsessing over it after a stream, or the issue might have come up again and he might have realised, oh, actually I must mention this and tell him I was joking rather than looking like an idiot. Maybe a flying monkey said, hey Phil, they're making a meme out of the Seattle air and, you know, it makes you look like an idiot. So, you know, either's possible, but, you know, you can't really tell with Phil because he does require a little level of self-awareness to be able to think like that. So, you know, that's less likely. But ultimately the point is that he wants you to believe he was joking because he wants you to believe that he's not an idiot who seriously, sincerely and legitimately volunteered up as a possible reason why his back was feeling better was the quality of the air. And then I realised that what he's doing here is actually a very specific form of rephrasing a criticism. He's claiming that he's joking and therefore you were the idiot for believing him to be sincere. And I knew that he'd done it before, but I just couldn't remember when. So, you know, I asked my fellow detractors on Twitter and I had a couple of examples sent to me, and now we can examine a couple of more situations where Phil has said something earnestly and then gone on to claim that he was actually only joking. Starting with the Final Fantasy XIII unboxing video.
Do you guys want to keep going? Because the whole gimmick of this video, if you guys don't know, I'm so pissed at the alarm going off. I talk for like 15 minutes about Final Fantasy. I look at the box and I never open it. Now, inside the box, all that was in there was the disc. There was nothing else. But it is called Release Day Unboxing, and I never opened the box. But, like, it's funny. People think, oh, this is one of Phil's biggest fails. He did an unboxing video where he didn't actually open the box, so therefore it's not a true unboxing. But that's all it is. Like, we're going to watch another 10 minutes to be gabbing, when in reality, you know, it's not that big of a deal. But really what happened was this time period, the 2014 to 2015, was the time period when I feel I was the most hated on the internet. I don't know why this particular time period this was the case. Like, now still people hate me, but I don't think it's anywhere near as bad now as it was. Like 2014, 2015, people did so much fucked up stuff to me. Maybe it was because I was moving across the country, people were jealous and I was showing the whole thing. I don't know what it was, but like so much shit happened to me that was negative, you know, and I don't want to bring all that stuff up again, but I think what happened was this video became the quintessential, oh, see, this is why we don't like Phil. He says he's doing an unboxing video and he's so lazy, he doesn't even open the box. I mean, in reality, if you watch the fucking video, you realize I can't concentrate. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying or doing because this alarm has been going off for 30 fucking minutes and it's been going off all day on and off and they still won't fix it and it's driving me fucking nuts. I just want to put out a video and I can't do it. So obviously I was, you know, extenuating circumstances, but they want to point to this and be like, oh, you see, this was our evidence. This is why we hate on Phil. And this is why we come after Phil, because he made videos like this, where he just took $1. You know, people watch this video. In fact, this video has 55,000 fucking views on it, okay? Of course, look at the amount. Look at this. It's only 600 likes, over 1,800 dislikes, because this was one of the videos the detractors flocked to. And said, Phil's not a legit content creator. This is our evidence that Phil's an asshole and blah, blah, blah. They're just idiots. They're complete fucking idiots. You know, but it is what it is.
And then there's the cup noodle vid.
Is DarksydePhil the guy that couldn't make a cup noodle? Is that right?
Yeah, couldn't make a cup noodle. That I didn't know anyone knew me as a guy who can't make a cup noodle when I made the cup noodle. People make fun of me because I guess I had a fork at one point during the cup noodle, but I made the cup noodle. People actually think I couldn't make instant noodles. Really? Okay?
And the claim to be one of the best overall gamers.
So yeah, I think that would be a really good thing. If I had gotten on that show, I think it would have been amazing, you know, for my popularity, and also I think a lot of people would have enjoyed it, but unfortunately, because of the constraints of the show and the way that the show works, I couldn't do it. So it would be nice if someone could speak to the producers and say, hey, you know, knock on the door, hey, Mr. Producer, wake the fuck up. The game's about, or the show's about gaming, not about physical activities. This isn't Double Dare where you're doing physical challenges. This is about being the best overall gamer. You want to know the truth? I'm probably one of the best overall gamers in the country because I play all the major games. I play them not super competitively, but you saw when I was playing Modern Warfare 2 and other things, I was getting okay and decent at them, at least enough to know the basics and things like that. I'm really good at Street Fighter, you know, and other games.
No, I was never actually one of the best overall gamers in the country. It was a joke, but idiots took it for real and turned it into a meme, acting as if I meant it for real when I didn't. But, you know, you can't stop people from being stupid. And there's a lot of stupid people on the internet who do shit like that all the time. So, anyway.
And you could argue stuff like the Project 7 trailer.
Oh, but Phil promised Project 7 and never delivered. Wrong. Never happened.
And the 11-year-old girl.
Wants to hit an 11-year-old girl. Didn't happen.
You know, there's a bunch of them. I had to sort of like limit myself to around 5. But There's a few, and all of these examples involve Phil earnestly doing something, being mocked for it, and then later claiming that he wasn't earnestly doing that thing, he was only joking. And if you thought he was earnestly doing that thing, you're the idiot. And that, coupled with the emphatic toxicity of that response, makes me think that at some point he did genuinely and legitimately believe that the quality of the air in Seattle was helping his back heal. Now, if you want to be generous, you could argue that this is because, like, he didn't really know why his back was feeling better. All he knew was his back was feeling better. And so he is genuinely going through a list of reasons that could have contributed towards his back feeling better, such as carrying the shopping, not driving that much, and maybe the climate you're in. So he's going through these to find an explanation, because he doesn't quite know which one it is. He doesn't know what it is that he's done that's caused the change in his back that's led to it being better. All he knows is his back is better. Or it could just be that it's been 7 years since his back was first diagnosed, and in that period of time, drop me pen, in that period of time, a minor back injury might reasonably be corrected with non-surgical treatment to the point where most people would consider it healed. And don't forget that his back was feeling better for the 6 months preceding the move to Seattle anyway.
My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever.
So it might not even be the move to Seattle that was the defining point, but just time, because gradually, over a period of doing fuck all, his back did somehow heal. Because it wasn't that badly injured in the first place. If you admit that, you have to give up the lie. You have to give up, like, the grift, the usefulness, the utility of being able to say, I can't today, my back hurts. Because otherwise, people are going to be like, it's been this long. Why is your back still sore? What haven't you done? So you have to make out, like, it still hurts sometimes, but for the most part, it's healed in a lot of ways. That's why we get that couching language. That's why you're never going to be 100%. Because you don't want to give up the grift. But at this point in the clip run, it's been 7 years since your back was diagnosed. Nowadays, it's 17 years. Is your back really that sore still? Because if it is, this is a failure on your part. So where does that leave us, and what's that got to do with the Healing Seattle Air meme? Well, ultimately, I think he was genuine when he was considering the move to a new moderate climate. When he's thinking about why is his back healed? Why is his back feeling better? Why isn't it so sore? It's one of the reasons that he's looking for, because it's one of the changes that he's made, as well as, you know, he's driving and he's not having to carry shopping for as long. So, you know, those things sort of get bundled together, along with usually my change in my diet, because Panda or Cat, he's cooking better food for me. That all gets bundled together in lifestyle changes, which we'll get back to later. But I think at the time, he may earnestly have been like, I think this is another change that I've made, so it could be that. I don't know, though, because ultimately he didn't know. Or he was lying and it's never that bad. Or both. He was lying and it was never that bad, but it had stopped hurting recently and he didn't know why. Those are all the options. Either way, at this point, he's now trying to gaslight us into thinking he was joking and we're the idiots. He wasn't joking. Don't be gaslit by DarksydePhil. It's just good advice in general, really. But specifically in this case, he was probably being earnest. Otherwise, he'd have been able to laugh it off. And he can't. Part 12. The second half-ish of 2018. And moving on, we are going to jump forward just a few more days to the 20th of September 2018, but we are returning to the Ask the King Minds once again. This is episode 72, part 2.
Next question is actually a double question. It's a double question from Fallen FGFM 1570. And he asks the following. First, he says, how's your back doing? I noticed there hasn't been an issue with it. That is correct. Like, my back, for the most part, is good. You know, when I lived in Connecticut, you got to realize there were a lot of factors involved that made my back worse. Even though I had a severely herniated disc, there was snow and ice constantly in the winter. There were incredibly hot, humid, nasty fucking summers. I lived alone, and I had to constantly, like, when I went grocery shopping or whatever, I would have to carry all the shit by myself. I had to walk from my car through this parking lot that was a piece of shit falling apart, up a staircase, down a long hallway to get to my unit and back. It wasn't like now where I have a garage. And a lot of stuff was far away from me. If I wanted to do stuff in Connecticut, I had to drive a lot to get to that stuff. Since I moved to Washington State, I have a garage, so I don't have to worry about long walks to and from my car. There's relatively no snow or ice to have to worry about. There's no really super hot weather to worry about. I don't have to do strenuous physical activity. Oh, I go grocery shopping. I take the bags from the trunk into the kitchen, which is the next room over. It's like 2 seconds. I basically have a better life out here, because of the things out here are very different from when I lived in Connecticut, and it's allowed me to adjust, and my back has healed. I think what happened was the herniation of the disc went away, and the muscles around the spine in that area of my back strengthened, and I'm good now. So I have not had a single issue with my back in probably over a year. Every once in a while, sure, I'll go out, and I spend a whole day out, and I come back, and my back is like tight and hurts a little bit, but within a few hours, it's better again. So I think I'm good. I think my back injury is good, which is amazing because a lot of people have those debilitating back injuries and they never get better. Mine actually did, which is pretty damn positive and crazy. So
a very, very quick point to begin, but you'll notice that Phil's use of language when describing his back's condition,
my back for the most part is good,
contains that little weasel clause there of
for the most part.
So should he ever need to, he can still call upon back injury as an excuse for something. But for the most part, it's good. Next, as I'm sure some of you noticed, there was a list of factors given for why his back might be better now than when he was living in Connecticut, and they might seem a bit familiar. I'm not going to go into them now, but I do just want to quickly mention the one about summer being hot and humid and all that shit.
There were incredibly hot, humid, nasty fucking summers.
Because, I mean, I get the cold, I get the winter stuff, that's fine, you know, winter sucks when you've got a bad back, especially if, like, your body's shivering and, you know, the muscles in your back and the nerves going into your legs and all that, they're, like, quite restricted or quite damaged or quite impinged or whatever. They can be, like, quite sore in response to, like, your body shivering. It's quite annoying. But summer's usually the opposite. Summer's normally not too bad. I don't particularly remember summer giving me much aggravation with my back. I don't remember summers making it worse, and I'm currently going through summer now, and it's not really made things worse. So I don't know. I feel like if there is more to, I'm gonna have to look into this once we're done with this bit, and if there is, I'm sure Editor Steve will like cut in right now, but if there isn't and this bit just moves on now, then assume that, you know, there's no actual link between warm weather and your back injury getting worse. Because I'm pretty sure, like I get the cold, because it does, but I'm just, I don't get it, and I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's his narcissism. He has the martyr complex. He has to, you know, make himself, like, the things that he has endured just extreme compared to what everything else would be to everybody else, you know. So everybody else is like, oh yeah, it's quite warm today, and he's like, oh, my back, you know. Everyone's like, oh, it's a bit cold outside, you better bundle up. It's like, oh, my back, oh, my fucking heart, you know, my car was frozen and I couldn't get out of the house for weeks, and, you know, which we're about to get to again. We're about to get to that, because I don't know if you noticed, but it was quite bad in that.
And I had to constantly, like, when I went grocery shopping or whatever, I would have to carry all the shit by myself. I had to walk from my car through this parking lot that was a piece of shit falling apart, up a staircase, down a long hallway to get to my unit and back. It wasn't like now where I have a garage.
I'm going over it, and it just, like, think about what he's describing there. He is describing taking his shopping out of the car, walking across the car park, going up the stairs, and then walking across, like, the little row to his condo, and that's it. But he makes it sound like he's planning an expedition to scale K2. And then go in and scale in K2. It's It's like this huge, arduous thing that he must endure, and instead he's talking about taking the fucking shopping out of the car. And I know that's his narcissism. I really do. You know, that is part of it. That is the victim complex. That is the area where narcissists expect disproportionate reward. You know, they have to make these... She doesn't like when I start talking about narcissism. That's why she's not been present recently. One sec. So like, it's all you ever talk about. There's other personality disorders. See, and one of the aspects that makes it really galling for me personally, and again, I might make it about myself just a little here, but it's not only that he's describing such menial tasks in ways that are like designed to make them sound like these extreme difficulties that he has to overcome. Like even factoring in the impact that having a back injury can have on doing stuff like carrying shopping. He's also talking about like carrying shopping as a strenuous physical activity. How lazy do you have to be to do that? And it's particularly galling for me because recently, as I've been recovering from my back injury, I've had to relearn how to walk. And it's such a weird thing to say, to talk about, to even sort of like wrap your mind around. I remember being in the physios and he's like, you know, he's walking ahead of me to show me like a proper stride. And I'm like, I'm relearning how to walk. And it was really weird. But after, you know, 8.5 years of my nerves being damaged in that leg and needing a crutch to walk, walking unaided is something that I've not done for all those years. And so having to do that and sort of like, again, they're not strenuous physical activity. You're pushing yourself because your body is knackered and it needs to recover. And part of that recovery process involves exercise. So, you know, for me, carrying shopping would be a bit more exhausting than it would be for Phil back then. I'm talking about my back, not narcissism. It's about my leg and recovery and going to physio. It's okay. Cool. I'll get your dreamies in a bit. So, yeah. It's just not only the narcissistic aspect of, oh, look at this trial that I must endure, but the fact that you are so lazy that shopping, carrying your shopping, is a strenuous physical activity that you need to move across the country to eradicate from your life, to remove that factor that can affect your back, to make that lifestyle change. We will be dealing with them shortly. Also, we have another...
I think what happened was the herniation of the disc went away and the muscles around the spine in that area of my back strengthened.
Just a quick personal note to myself. Ask DarksydePhil about this. Okay, cool. And just to close out the clip, because why not? It's a nice ironic bookend to this bit. We've also got, I think I'm okay. I think I'm good now.
So I think I'm good. I think my back injury is good.
Which again gives him that wiggle room. It gives him that little room to say, hey, you know, my back injury is still a thing, not 100% complete and never will be. So yeah, again, use the language to cloud things and to make things harder for people to say, well, you know, Phil, actually, it's been over a decade. You should be okay by this point. Okay, guys, this is a day to celebrate. We've made it. It's the 28th of September 2018, and this is a huge day for us because it's DSP's 10-year retrospective part 1, and we're watching Kinect footage. Not just any Kinect footage, though. Not Dance Central, I know what you're thinking, but something even better than that. We are watching a co-op playthrough of Hulk Hogan's main event with John Rambo. Brother! I can do better than that. Brother. Hulk Hogan's main event, brother. Specifically.
They want me to lean, but the camera wouldn't detect the leaning. It doesn't work, see? So This was the problem with the Kinect infamously, is that the Kinect would detect about a box of area, so it would be like your head, your shoulders, down to like your waist, but it would never detect your feet. And then if you aimed it down to detect your feet, it wouldn't detect your head. The Kinect always assumed you had like an insanely huge fucking room. Like, you know, next time I'm in a concert hall to play video games, I'll set up my fucking Microsoft Kinect to do these motion games. It did this all the time. So you could actually see in the camera, I'm doing exactly what it's telling me to do, and the games wouldn't detect it and wouldn't work. So the Kinect in reality was a huge fucking failure until people realized that you needed a ginormous fucking room to play any of these games in, but by then no one cared anymore. It was just a piece of shit, you know?
Other leg. No, doesn't work. Oh, fuck. That kisser there.
Like, watch, I'm doing what it tells me to do. Lean. I'm leaning, but watch him kick out.
Still some fight left in it, folks.
See?
Keep doing it back and forth. You gotta do what Hogan does or you can't win. Stunt? It's a stunt?
Stunt failed.
I'm fucking with a devastating leg drop. There we go. Wow. He's not taking any prisoners tonight.
No. Epic fail. Even though I did the same motion it told me to do. See, anything with the arms will work. So every arm move works fine. But as soon as it goes to a leg move, it wouldn't detect it right. Yep, there's the pin. See, now I'm kind of lower and it wants me to lean in the direction. Now it'll start fucking up. No, it's working. Okay, it finally started working.
Yes, it is. Alright, do it again. Go back. This is how you pin. Oh, you did it 3 times, I think.
Oh my god, he still didn't win.
That's how fucking Hogan pins.
Look how tedious this shit is. Oh my god. Seriously, what a bad game. Did I finally get this asshole? There we go.
First you hold him down for 5 minutes. Hold him down for 5 minutes and then count to 3.
And this, that seriously blows my mind that, like, they tried to sell games like this. They tried to sell a game and be like, oh, this is like a fucking $40 to $60 game. This is a great game. And you buy it, you bring it home, you go to play it, it barely worked with the Kinect as it was. It's like, so I just spent, you know, 15 minutes to just basically flail my arms around like an asshole, have half the shit not work. It's so tedious. I want to pin someone and lean. You know, it's just stupid. The other thing is, you know, back in the day, my back was messed up. You guys might not realize this. I used to have a really bad back injury. So I would play these Kinect games because they were popular to watch me play them. I mean, this video alone has 75,000 views on YouTube. This stupid fucking game, okay? So these used to bring in the views, me doing Kinect games, but I had a back injury, a severely herniated disc in my lower back. When I played these games after, like, you know, an hour, 2 hours, I'd have to take a big break because my back would be killing me. And then, like, for days, I'd be in pain because I did it. And a lot of people never realize that off camera, back in the day, I'd say probably from 2008 till around, like, 2013, I was in a lot of pain all the time whenever I did physical activity. My back was really messed up. It wasn't until around 2014 that things got a lot better for me. So, you know, doing a game like this was great for you guys to watch back in the day, but then I'd be laid up with my, you know, numbness, shooting pain in my leg and shit because I did all this kind of silly motion stuff with these shitty Kinect games, you know. Alright, so that's enough of that.
Now, before we go any further, a language check once again. I used to have a bad back.
You guys might not realize this. I used to have a really bad back injury.
Which, again, a little bit flirting with the vagaries of not explicitly saying my back is cured, but implying. So later on when someone says, hey, isn't your back cured? You can go, well, I never said that. So, I mean, obviously in this case, he did say that multiple times. But, you know, he's always adding out somewhere linguistically, and this is another one of them. Now, a little bit of important context that we need. Hulk Hogan's main event was released on the 11th of October, 2011. So, Phil is within that period where his back has been diagnosed and is still healing. You know, that little 5-year period that's sometimes 7 years and sometimes 9 and can sometimes shift. We're in that period, but this is like inarguably, undisputably in it. You can say, you know, stuff from like 2006, 2007. Oh, that was before, or, you know, 2013, 2014. Oh, yeah, that was after. This is in it. This is where his back is still knackered. This is where he's still got a disc that's so close to rupturing, but he has made lifestyle changes. Some of them. He's obviously not moved out, but We are in this period. And that's really important because by his own admission, he would do this for an hour to 2 hours.
When I played these games after, like, you know, an hour, 2 hours.
An hour to 2 hours of these movements with that back injury, it's just fucking inconceivable. I should have said this before, I really should have made this point more, but one of the greatest arguments against his claims to have a back injury that bad are the Kinect games that he filmed himself playing, because there is no fucking way you could make movements like that if you had the injury that he had, as severe as he's saying it was. There's just no way. I am one disc below him. There is no fucking way I would be able to do that. Not even now, after surgery. I'm still not at the point where I could. It's fucking unbelievable that he's claiming that. It's just... I don't know how to finish. I don't know how to finish this. I hit my note, I hit my little thing, and now I'm like, seat in my pants, trying to think of like some way to top that off, and I can't. It's just ridiculous. I can't like stress enough how ridiculous it is. Right, anyway, let's get back to business. We have a timeline conflict as well. We now have new dates from about 2008 to 2013.
I say probably from 2008 till around like 2013.
Which again is 5 years. Credit where it's due. The math checks out. However, it does go against other claims of like 2007 to 2012 and other claims that have been made and will be made. So, you know, once again, just keeping a note of it. Another timeline conflict, another period of his life. But to finish off on a positive note, and once again, let's acknowledge consistency, we are saying that, again, the move is the thing that changed everything for his back, because it was around 2014 that things started to change for him.
It wasn't until around 2014 that things got a lot better for me.
That, to me, says the move. I mean, he did also say, like, just before the move that his back had been feeling good for the last 6 months.
My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever.
And that would suggest 2014 as a whole, not just the move. So if you want to take it that way, that's fine. You can. There's not really much difference either way. But to me, that just suggests the move that's the thing. That's the bit that made my life improve. So tying it back to that, again, consistency there at least. There's supposed to be a link to the next clip here, but I forgot to film it, so I'm doing it now. This is a pre-stream from the 20th of October 2018, and by acknowledging my own ineptitude and unprofessionalism, you can't make fun of me for it.
Alright, shout out to Genetic Gamer again. He says, Phil, you said you can see Mount Rainier from your house. Ever thought about going hiking near the mountains? Yes. However, I'd have to be incredibly careful because my back injury. You know, right now, I haven't had much major back pain in a while. However, there are some days when my back does feel pretty strained. And there are some days when I do have a little bit of pain. And I'm always nervous that, man, this will be the day when I forget, right? The day I forget that I have a back injury and I decide to lift something super heavy and I fuck my back up. Just the other day, this is the truth. 3 days ago, out of nowhere, I was just sitting down in my office to upload videos after a stream, and I tweaked my left fucking knee badly. Okay? It hurt like the bitch, and nerve pain shooting into my knee. I was like, oh my god. Now, I haven't hurt my knee like that since I had my office job. And back then, it happened because I was overweight, like grossly overweight. I was almost 240 pounds. Now I'm down to like 205, 208. So I'm much less, you know, in that regard. I have no idea how I hurt my knee this bad. And for 3 days, it's been slowly recovering. But that's what I mean. Like, at any moment, something could just happen. I could tweak my back again. Now, imagine you're hiking, and you're in the middle of a hike, and my back gets fucked up. Now what do I do? Because how the fuck do I get back, right? However, Kat has said she has expressed desire to maybe one day drive up into the mountains and see what it's like up there. So it's always a possibility. All right.
Now, again, not meaning to make it about me, but I get that anxiety of, oh, this could be the day. This'll be the thing, you know. For me at the moment, I mean, I've been through it before a couple of times after the discectomies when it seemed like I was getting better, and, you know, you getting used to doing things again, so you're like, oh hey, I can pick this thing up, or oh hey, I can move this way, or oh hey, I can like twist this way, and then, you know, you're like, oh shit, this will be the thing, this is it, this is what like ruins it. This is what like causes it to go again. So I get that anxiety, and I think that is like fairly common, because most people who've had a back injury and then recovered will, you know, it's going to be on your mind. Same with any injury, really. You know, if you've broken your arm or your leg, that's going to be a thing as you're recovering, and then it's going to be a thing on your mind as you're, you know, doing the things that you would do around your daily life, you know. So it seems normal, and I seem like, yeah, that's a fair enough thing, but right. What this boils down to is that, much like other conditions, such as a personality disorder or a mental health illness or a chronic condition that's not fatal, but, you know, you're going to have it for the rest of your life, is that you have to manage this now. This is your lot. This is what you've got. This is something that you need to manage now. And it really is on Phil if he hasn't managed his back injury to the point where he can go walking for a long enough period without a substantial risk to his back. I get, like, you know, picking up something heavy, you're always going to worry about that. So, you know, you go around trying not to pick up things that are that heavy. That's fine. But something like a hike, again, a decade after your diagnosis date, should be within your wheelhouse. It should be within the realms of possibility for you. And if it's not, it's because you have not managed your recovery properly. You have failed somewhere along the way when it comes to exercise. Really, really should ask DarksydePhil.
Oh shit, hold up.
Never be broken.
And you know exactly, chat, you know where I'm going with this. You know exactly where I'm going with this. Where, in the name of sweet fucking Jesus, are his biceps and triceps?
They have also slowly slid down into his chest.
I am physically looking for the line of delineation, the thing that says this is where your bicep is. The any amount of like protruding of this is where your tricep is. This hurts me.
I'm glad you brought this up, because I wanted to ask you a question. Let's say you've got a back injury and you're making a couple of lifestyle changes, and you want to build up some muscles around your core so that your back has more support. Is the best way to build muscle doing nothing?
No.
But anyway, since we're keeping track of his use of language, did you spot this one?
Just the other day. This is the truth.
Because again, people who are telling you the truth don't need to tell you they're telling you the truth. When they tell you the truth, they just tell you the truth because what they're telling you is the truth. So, yeah, just pointing that one out as well. I'm not going to bother with his knee. That's a load of bollocks. Before we move on, one last point though, Phil. If you are worried about hurting your back when you're on a hike and then being stuck there, go hiking with other people. This is why you have friends to do things with. Like, you know, hobbies, like hiking. Some people like walking and going on nice scenic routes and, you know, taking in the majesty of nature, being out in the open air, having a bit of fucking exercise. So, you know, they tend to go out in groups because they like doing those things with other people. Same as, you know, going to Street Fighter tournaments, playing Street Fighter in the arcades. You like to do that with a bunch of other people. So, yeah, if you were on a hike and you hurt your back and you couldn't get back, your friends would be there to help you out. So if Kat wants to go, then, you know, that would be someone you could go on a hike with. Oh, and this last bit.
However, Kat has said she has expressed desire to maybe one day drive up into the mountains and see what it's like up there. So it's always a possibility.
I feel like another detractor civil war could start on this. This is another thing where we could fall into teams. Did she ever actually get to go on that drive to see those mountains and what things were like up there? I'm team no. Moving on, not even a week later, we're now at the 25th of October 2018, and we're at another pre-stream where Phil is about to be asked a question from Genetic Gamer.
Genetic Gamer cheered again. He says, I tweaked my back while working out yesterday, and now I cannot get off my bed. I know how you feel about your back, and it's a shame a lot of people don't take your back injury seriously. Yeah, back injuries are the worst, because your back is really the focal point of your body. If your back's fucked up, your other body parts can't function properly. It's the nerve center. It's where all the commands come from your brain. So depending on what part of your back you mess up, you could severely hinder other parts of the body. You You can't move your legs, right? You can't move your arms. You can't move your neck. Your organs don't function properly. You lose control of certain bodily functions and organs. Like, it really is messed up how bad it can get with a back injury. And I know firsthand.
Sorry, I told myself I wouldn't do this, but fuck you, Phil.
My back injury was severe about a decade ago when I was first diagnosed with it. And it was so severe to the point where I couldn't even physically move around the way that I was used to and I liked to anymore. And I had to give up things. I had to give up driving to go to Street Fighter tournaments because I couldn't do it anymore. I had to give up physical activity like playing football and stuff with my friends. I had to give all that up and change my lifestyle to cater more to just being someone who couldn't move around that much because my back was so messed up. It sucked, you know. And that's really one of the major reasons why I started filming videos and putting them on YouTube, you know. Kind of weird when you really think that a 10-year legacy, right? How many hours of content created, how many thousands upon thousands of videos and everything really just started as a fluke because I hurt my back. If I never hurt my back, I'll be honest with you guys, I probably wouldn't have made videos and I would have just kept playing Street Fighter and I would have kept looking for office jobs and the like, you know. I never would have done any of this. So it's kind of funny how stuff works out. But yeah, back injuries are super duper risky and serious. And I'm lucky enough to say that, you know, after 10 years, after adjusting my lifestyle and moving to a better climate and moving to a place where everything's close by and a better situation, having a garage and everything, not having to carry stuff long distances, that my back has, for the most part, healed. A lot of people aren't that lucky. A lot of people, their bodies don't heal. You know what I mean? Especially the older you get, which is why now I have to be super duper careful I don't hurt my back again. Because if I do, chances are my body ain't going to heal itself again. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, back injuries are serious business.
First things first, Genetic Gamer, I am taking his back injury very seriously. The length of this video is a testament to how seriously I have taken this. The fact that I'm using 2 notebooks is a testament to how seriously I've taken this. The fact that this is the 4th version of this video is a testament to how seriously I'm taking this. So, yeah, there are some of us that take his back probably a little too seriously, but he's not doing his case many favours, as I'm sure you've realised this deep into this video. And secondly, Phil, the brain is the nerve centre of the body. It's where nerves come from. I think what he's trying to say is, like, the spine is an important part of the body, you know? And that's, yeah, it is. It's quite an important part of the human body as a whole. But he's just not saying it the right way. Because, like, your back is the nerve center of your body. It's where all the signals from your brain come. The brain is the nerve center of your body. I mean, so many neuropsychology lectures about this. So, I may be having PTSD flashbacks now because it was really bad in neuropsychology. But, I mean, the nerve center of the body. I mean... We got the bowels thing again, by the way. Did you notice?
You lose control of certain bodily functions.
I'm pretty sure that's the bodily function he's referring to there. So, you know, I'm going to count that as a mention of the bowels. Another timeline conflict too.
My back injury was severe about a decade ago when I was first diagnosed with it.
Now, again, open to interpretation this. About a decade ago for me would leave enough wiggle room to sort of like say 11 years. Which if you have a 2007 diagnosis date would be about a decade ago. You know, if you wanted to say a decade ago, that would be 2008. So, you know, you could argue that this is him saying that it was diagnosed in 2008 or 2007. I personally think he meant just over. I think he was leaning towards 11. I think he's got 2007 in mind here, but he doesn't outright state it. He just says about a decade. So little room for interpretation there, but don't worry about it. We'll deal with it later. Now, about that description of how difficult he found it to move.
It was so severe to the point where I couldn't even physically move around the way that I was used to and I liked to anymore.
He's telling you now that back then he found it really, really difficult to move. But when you actually watch footage from back then, you can see him moving like this.
But as soon as it goes to a leg move, it wouldn't detect it right. Yep, there's the pin. See, now I'm kind of lower and it wants me to lean in the direction. Now it'll start fucking up. No, it's working. Okay, it finally started working.
Yes, it is.
Alright, do it again. Go back.
This is how you pin.
Oh, you did it 3 times, hopefully.
Oh my god, he still didn't win.
Now, why might he want you to believe that it was really, really difficult for him to move back then when obviously video evidence to the contrary exists? Because it serves his purpose at that moment. As I've said many times, as I'm sure you're all aware, truth is a malleable concept to Phil. It doesn't actually matter what's true or what's false. It's just whatever he needs in that moment. So in this moment, he needs to portray, hey, I was so, like, physically restricted and limited, and it was so painful, and I had to endure so much, and I've gone through so much because it was this bad. And at that time, he's moving like you would not expect somebody with a severely herniated disc that's about to rupture to move. It was 1 month ago. He was saying,
when I played these games after, like, you know, an hour, 2 hours,
and now he's saying, couldn't do it. Now, one of the more revealing comments that we could pull from this is this one here.
I had to give all that up and change my lifestyle to cater more to just being someone who couldn't move around that much because my back was so messed up.
I want you all to keep that in mind for when we get to the bit about lifestyle changes. We are actually going to discuss it, so it's going to be very relevant there. Yet another language check as well. My back has, for the most part, healed.
My back is, for the most part, healed.
Now, again, I don't mean to, like, repeat myself, but you need to stress the importance of these things because, for the most part, is going to vary from person to person. It's quite a subjective measure. It can mean anywhere from, like, I don't know, 75%, more than half, to 99%. You know, there could be anything. It only really excludes completely and totally. You know, you can't say my back is totally healed because that would imply, hey, it's totally healed, so we can expect no problems from you because of your back further down the line. But for the most part, still gives you that out. It gives you that wiggle room. It still gives you that option, should you require it, to be able to cancel an appointment because back sore today, sorry mate. Oh yeah, one last thing. This bit,
especially the older you get, which is why now I have to be super duper careful I don't hurt my back again. Because if I do, chances are my body ain't going to heal itself again.
He is 36. He is not in his 60s or his 70s or his 80s when his body might genuinely have difficulty recovering. Recovery gets more difficult the older you are. No one's disputing that. He is 36. I need to stop shouting. I'm really going to annoy my neighbour. I'm sorry, Sophie. Okay, and I'm getting a little bit personally triggered by that one because I was 39 when I had my 4th operation. So, by his logic, I shouldn't be able to heal. You know, my back's like really bad. It was worse than his. And, you know, I was older when it was, you know, corrected. So, I should not be able to heal that well. Because, like, I mean, it's just... It's insulting. It really is insulting. You just... The amount of effort I've put into doing, like, exercises and trying to learn to walk again. The physio sessions and the hydrotherapy appointments. And he's like, well, as you get older, you're not going to heal as well. So, you know, if I do have a back injury now at 36, I might not be able to heal from it. And it's like, I'm 39 and I'm fucking healing from it. Obviously, now I'm 40. You know, it's been a few months. But I was 39 at the time. So, it insults me. It really does. It shouldn't, but it does. So, I'm going to have to move on. Jumping forward just a few more months, it's the 19th of November 2018, Phil is playing Dragon Quest XI, and this is part 75.
Someone who's obviously going to end up being a troll, called Sock number 462.
Another one bites the dust.
Just asked, do I still have the shower stool? For those who don't know, I used to have a really bad back injury because I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back to the point where I couldn't even stand up in the shower for like 20 minutes without excruciating pain. So I ended up, oh my god, there's so many metal slimes today. So I ended up buying a stool for my shower, in order to have a way to sit down and not have like pain in my back when I take a shower. Well, I don't have it anymore. I got rid of it because I don't need it because my back is fine now. So I got rid of it. Poops or ass, did I do anything specifically for my back, or did it just get better over time? A combination of both. What I did was, number one, I was doing back exercises for quite a while. I had a back stretcher device that I was using and doing back exercises daily and stuff like that. And then, when I moved out here 4 years ago to Washington State, everything now, I don't have anything that's like, has to do strenuous physical activity. I have a garage, so when I carry my groceries in, it's just a quick walk up into the kitchen. I don't have to drive long distances anymore because everything's nearby to me. So basically, the lifestyle change of moving out here to the house that I live in and everything actually made my back get better.
So I'm not really going to bother with the shower stool, but even with everything made more difficult by having a back injury factored in, I feel like Phil should be able to shower quicker than 20 minutes. I would imagine that people with more severe back injuries would find it difficult, because I've similarly struggled and found it difficult because my back injury is more severe. But Phil, especially given everything that we've seen and we've gone over, probably should have been able to have a shower quicker than 20 minutes. So it shouldn't really have been a thing you needed in the first place. But anyway, that's all irrelevant because
I don't have it anymore. I got rid of it because I don't need it because my back is fine now.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Okay, now a couple of points about this as well.
What I did was, number one, I was doing back exercises for quite a while. I had a back stretcher device that I was using and doing back exercises daily and stuff like that.
First of all, your back stretcher doesn't count as exercise because it's not an exercising machine. It's actually producing counter pressure to help alleviate herniation by moving the opposite side. It's not working out any muscles. It's not putting you under the same tension as, say, like a cross trainer or a treadmill would. It's not exercise. I'll bet Phil thinks it is, though. In his mind, it's exercise, because he's bringing it up in association with, I did back exercises, like using my back stretcher. Once again, the lifestyle changes came up there. We got a little description of some of the changes that Phil's made since moving to Washington State, and those have made his life better and eased things for his back. We'll deal with that very, very shortly. We are getting there. I just have to fully confess now, transparency, all that good stuff. This is another example of me stopping the recording too early, because this carries on.
But yeah, that's basically it. It wasn't anything like, oh my god, I had surgery or anything. No, I actually just toughed it out and eventually it got better. I guess the herniation went down and probably my core muscles in my back strengthened around, strengthened around the injury. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. He fucking ran away. God damn it. That fucking sucks, man. I didn't even have a chance. Not even a chance. Okay.
Well, that was easy.
Kmart manager, what you're saying makes absolutely no sense, and you're being an idiot troll, so I'm just gonna ignore you. Yes, he says, your muscles have atrophied. Backs don't magically heal. So let me get this straight. My herniated disc, okay, didn't heal itself. I just magically don't feel pain anymore because my back atrophied. Pain doesn't come from muscles in the back when it's nerve pain, stupid. It comes from the actual nerves in your disc. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about. And you should shut the hell up. So there. Stupid!
Actually, what I need to do is I need to ambush DarksydePhil and show him this bit. I need him to talk about this specifically. Yeah, it probably should be next week, but I do have one little clip that I want to show you.
Oh dear,
because I think I need your reaction for this.
Okay, I've got my Discord up. I'm waiting for it.
But yeah, that's basically it. It wasn't anything like, oh my god, I had surgery or anything. No, I actually just toughed it out and eventually it got better.
Yep, you heard that.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't hear it because I didn't want to hear it.
I guess the herniation went down.
You heard that as well? Yeah. We're still not done.
Molten globules. But yeah, that's basically it. It wasn't anything like, oh my god, I had surgery or anything. No, I actually just toughed it out and eventually it got better. I guess the herniation went down. And probably my core muscles in my back strengthened around.
There we go. There we go. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I need your response to that so bad. You don't know how long I've been sat on this.
I'm gonna back that up real quick. We'll take that. We're going to go down from 1.25. We're going to go back down to normal. That's what I am doing this at 1x. Y'all don't even understand what that means. Let's hear it.
Actually, it got better, I guess.
Okay, got better. The
herniation went down.
The herniation went down. Okay, I'm going to kill a small child.
And probably my core muscles in my back strengthened.
Yep.
Got better. I guess the herniation went down.
That's bad.
And probably my core muscles in my back strengthened around. Wow.
Okay.
Herniation went down.
No. I need.
Are we not done yet? Okay.
No,
okay.
I need to hear it again.
Okay.
And probably my core muscles in my back strengthened around. Wow. Herniation went down. And probably my core muscles in my back strengthened around. Wow. The herniation went down. And probably my core muscles in my back strengthened around. Wow.
Steve, do you have any insight as to like what you would like to say now, or should I just continue?
I would like you to pay very close attention to the super chat that's just come in, and I want to know how you think DSP is going to respond to this.
I will take a look at the super chat that has come in. Let's go.
Strengthen around the.
I can't.
No, not you. I mean on screen. I mean on Phil's chat, right?
Yeah, no, I'm looking, and I
in the bottom corner behind
yeah,
us and Phil. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing that. It says something cheered something.
Injury. Oh, you fucking piece of shit.
Well, don't worry. He's going to address it.
God damn it.
Okay.
That fucking sucks, man. I didn't even have a chance.
Yeah.
What's he kill this?
Not even a chance. Okay.
Well, that was easy.
Camera manager, what you're saying makes absolutely no sense.
Okay, so whatever somebody said made absolutely no sense. I can't wait.
Repeat it.
And you're being an idiot troll, so I'm just going to ignore you. Yes, he says, your muscles have atrophied. Backs don't magically heal. So let me get this straight. My herniated disc, okay, didn't heal itself. I just magically don't feel pain anymore because my back atrophied. Pain doesn't come from muscles in the back when it's nerve pain, stupid. It comes from the actual nerves in your disc. You have no idea.
Wait. Last little bit.
What the hell you're talking about. And you should shut
You
the
have no
hell up.
idea what the hell you're talking about. Shut the hell up. Yeah, so what do you think of that?
That's me putting my headphones down, and this is me walking away from my desk.
So yeah, it turns out the best way to build muscles isn't doing nothing, and they do actually atrophy if you don't use them. Who knew, eh? But before we move on, I just want to point this out because it didn't quite come up during all that.
Pain doesn't come from muscles in the back when it's nerve pain, stupid. It comes from the actual nerves in your disc.
So, Phil, it's becoming increasingly clear that you didn't really pay attention in biology. Did you happen to skip the lesson on muscles? Because you remember that in order to, expand and contract, in order to, flex and to relax, muscles need signals from the brain. Do you happen to remember how those signals get from the brain to the muscles? Yes, nerves. And in order for that to happen, your muscles have to have nerves. Muscles are innervated, Phil. They have nerves in them. I'm going to take a moment to listen to somebody who is just like wrong on every conceivable level about the thing he's talking about right now, telling somebody else that they're wrong when they're actually right.
You have no idea what the hell you're talking about, and you should shut the hell up. So there.
And now we've got that out of the way, we can move on. So chronologically, we're now in 2019, and you'd think that considering it's been over a decade since Phil's bad back was first diagnosed as a severely herniated disc, that mentions of it would have sort of petered off and died out a bit now, because, his back's doing so much better now. You'd be wrong. There were like 27 clips I had in my initial go of this, and even considering that a bunch of them are from the restless leg syndrome segment, from the bit at the start about driving, there's a clip from 2019 in there during a retrospective event. Even this clip, which I've used a couple of times.
Big boy bites, yes, I did get physical therapy for about a month when I was first diagnosed with my back injury.
Even that's from 2019. So taking all of that out, there's still like 18 clips that I have to go through here. I had to give it its own little tab there because it was just so much of it. And I think if we carry on like going clip to clip to clip, it's just... It's going to be like 9 hours before we get to 2020. And we're currently in 2024. As of recording, fuck knows how long this is going to take to edit. So I think what I need to do is I need to eliminate a bunch of these clips, and there's a very easy way to do that, and that's to deal with the issue of these lifestyle changes that we've been hearing so much about since 2014, because they basically boil down to three things. And I'm going to let another future Steve, who may or may not have like thicker facial hair, deal with that. Part 13, lifestyle changes changed my life. Well, the previous Steve was wrong. The first mention of lifestyle changes actually happens in 2013. It's in Ask the King episode 29, and it's worth taking another look at it to refresh our memory about what Phil said.
Especially with my back injury, it was getting harder to do stuff, and I knew I had to make a change. And what basically I did, I'll be honest, I can't work out because of my back. I can't run, I can't ride a bike, I can't do any of these physical fitness things that you need to do to burn calories. I can't do it because of my back. So what I ended up doing was I ended up changing my lifestyle in regards to meals and food and such. I used to eat 3 meals a day. I used to not care about what I ate when I ate those 3 meals. So it would be fatty foods, constant fast food, you know, every meal. I remember when I used to work at my old office job, I'd wake up in the morning and have like a breakfast sandwich that you would buy at like the grocery store, one of those ones that you would microwave. Those aren't good for you. I'd have one of those. At lunch, I would constantly go out to a deli and get this big fucking sandwich with all kinds of cheese and mayo and shit on it. You know, really heavy-ass sandwich. I would have something like that for lunch. Then for dinner, I would go out and I would go fast food, or maybe I would have like an unhealthy TV dinner or something like that. I just didn't care, and I really bulked up the pounds because I was doing that. Since then, I've completely changed my eating lifestyle. Number one, I only eat 1 major meal a day. But outside of that meal, I might snack. But if I snack, I usually try to do something healthy. I did, at one point, I was taking those vitamin shots, as I've shown in previous videos. I really don't do that as much anymore. I usually snack on something healthy, like maybe a couple nuts or trail mix, or a granola bar, or something like that. You know, and even beef jerky, if you get the right kinds, can be healthy. And so maybe I'll have a little bit of jerky or something like that as a snack during the day. And I drink a lot of water and fluids. That's really what I do most of the day. And then I have 1 major meal.
Now, there's a couple of things that we can observe in that description. Firstly, it's focused around food and eating healthier as a way to lose weight, because Phil's back injury prevents him from being able to do the physical exercise he needs to do in order to burn off the calories to lose weight that way.
I'll be honest, I can't work out because of my back. I can't run, I can't ride a bike, I can't do any of these physical fitness things that you need to do to burn calories. I can't do it because of my back.
Secondly, what he said is incredibly similar to what he told Bunke on Altruism Radio.
Every single morning I go to the Duchess, I buy a bacon, egg, and cheese, and I buy an orange juice. For lunch, I have like either a ham sandwich or a turkey sandwich with cheese, you know, mustard, mayonnaise, whatever. For dinner, I have something that's substantial for me, like chicken or a steak. Oh. And then besides that, I swear to God, I don't snack. I have a bottle of...
Okay, this cannot be real. This diet, is he proud of this? I don't understand what we're doing here.
Bottle of water, and I fill it up, and I drink it again.
So you're still starving yourself?
Now, I'm bringing this up because he'd then go on to admit that actually he was lying, and really he just drinks alcohol.
Do you want me to really be honest?
Yes, we do, please.
Because I will be, but you're probably going to slap me for this.
Okay.
All right. When I get home, everyone knows, and I've said this a million times, I'm an alcoholic.
Oh!
All right? If you want to drink, but you don't want to put on calories, all right? You go and you get a Coke Zero, or you get whatever 0 calories, whatever soft
Here we go.
drink, and you mix it with whatever alcohol of choice. Right now I do it with Coke Zero, and I do it with Bacardi. And you drink, and
Bacardi.
And you drink, and guess what? Nothing happens. It does not add to your physique.
So it appears that this is actually more of a pre-prepared lie, something that Phil has like on standby whenever somebody asks him, you know, how are you dealing with your back, or how's your health, or how are you eating, you know, just something about that, so that he can throw this out as a harmless thing, because, you know, it's a harmless lie. No one's going to be checking his diet. Nobody's going to be like closely scrutinizing what he's spending his money on at this point anyway. So it's something that he can just say to people, so, oh, how you doing? How's your back? Oh, well, I found it really difficult to exercise, but, you know, I'm trying to eat a bit healthier and, you know, lose weight that way. And, you know, I'm sort of getting there. It's, you know, it's difficult, but, you know, eating better, cutting out fatty foods and things, only having healthy snacks during the day. It's a very harmless lie. It's very low consequence and it's very low cost, but it is something that he has ready for when he needs to bullshit people about one of the ways he's, you know, managing his health. Thirdly, it's worth noting that these lifestyle changes exist because Phil cannot do physical activity. However, this fundamental point is going to be exploited by Phil the next time he mentions lifestyle changes in about 8 months.
And he said, listen, if you don't immediately make lifestyle changes, you're going to be in serious problems. You're going to be in operations, you know, to fix this, and it might not even work. You're going to be in serious trouble for the rest of your life. I said, all right. So I had to make life changes. I stopped doing heavy physical activity, heavy lifting of stuff. I used to drive everywhere. I don't drive on the highway anymore because my back hurts so badly, and it actually does stress out that portion of your back when you are driving on the highway. What if I was driving on the highway 65 miles per hour and I get a back spasm or something, or a car swerves in front of me, I need to brake and I can't because my back hurts and, you know, I'm delayed? I could die. Or, God forbid, I could kill someone else. It would be very irresponsible for me to be driving on the highway with my back in the condition that it's in, okay? I can't do physical, you know, like working out. I used to lift weights. I can't do that anymore because it's going to put stress on my back. So what I've done is I've made lifestyle adjustments to find a way to keep my weight down, by the way. If you haven't noticed, over the past few years, I've done stuff to try to lose some weight so that I'm not as heavy as I was. And I think the last time I weighed myself, I was the lightest. I'm around 207 now, which is pretty good. Obviously, my goal weight is probably around 190. But I'm doing good with my diet, you know, not going overboard, eating, you know, fatty foods. And that's funny because people watch my DSP tries it. He always eats fast food. It's not the case. Most of the time I'm eating healthy stuff. I'm eating turkey burgers. I'm eating veggie burgers. I'm having, you know, healthier stuff. And I eat a way less than I used to as well.
Now, at this point, physical activity has changed from something that Phil cannot do into something that he shouldn't do. So in the intervening 8 months between the first and second descriptions of the lifestyle changes, he's obviously realised what a tremendous utility this new lie affords him and has begun to exploit it. Obviously, he was using his back injury previously as a way to get out of things such as driving long distances or going to Street Fighter tournaments. But now not only can he use his back injury to avoid the obligations, he can also use it to justify being avoidant in the first place. This is the point where he realizes that now any activity he doesn't want to do can simply be avoided by saying it might hurt my back. However, there is a third utility that Phil is very aware of and very, very keen to exploit, and that is that it makes it look like he's actually treating his back in the first place. Obviously, he's going to want to continue to exploit his back and use it to get out of doing things for as long as possible. But he's also aware that the more time passes, the more likely people are going to be, well, why isn't your back healing? What are you doing to treat it? And this way, it makes it look like he does. Now, obviously, anything that might actually treat his back would ultimately one day heal his back and therefore rob him of the tremendous utility that this lie gives him. However, he has to be seen to be doing something, otherwise people are going to get suspicious and they're going to start asking questions about its actual condition. So this excuse, this lie, these lifestyle changes not only allow him to avoid activity that he doesn't want to do, but they also make him look like he's actually doing something about his back, when the reality is he's actually doing less and less. And this is all before the move, which I'm bringing up because, by his own admission, the lifestyle changes made before the move helped his back feel better before the move.
My back, as of late, has felt great. This is good news, by the way. My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever. I hardly ever get numbness anymore in my legs. So basically what I think's happened is because of all the adjustments that I made to my life over the past, you know, several years, and the fact that I've been barely carrying anything heavy, you know, taking it easy, and not really stressing my back at all, I think that my back has strengthened itself to the point where there's muscles around this herniated disc that are compensating for it. And in addition, I think the herniation has finally gone down because I'm seeing literally almost no symptoms of me having a back issue anymore.
The move to Washington would later be credited by Phil for enabling him to implement the changes he needed to make in order to help his back heal. However, many of these were changes that he had begun to implement in the year or so before the move while he was still in Connecticut.
So it's like a 50-50 chance. You have no idea what to do. So I chose to take a different road, and I said, I'm just going to adjust my life. And I'm going to stop doing the physical things like lifting heavy things, playing sports, physical activity, driving for long periods on the highway, etc. Things that would put me at physical risk of either injuring myself further or others because of this back injury.
For example, he'd already cut down on the amount of physical exercise and heavy lifting he did, only now he has a garage as well, so it's less of a walk from his car to his kitchen.
I have a garage, right? So when I go grocery shopping or whatever, I can bring stuff right into my kitchen. I'm not going up and down stairs. I'm not doing crazy amounts of walking back and forth with heavy stuff. I had to walk from my car through this parking lot that was a piece of shit falling apart, up a staircase, down a long hallway to get to my unit and back. It wasn't like now where I have a garage. After adjusting my lifestyle and moving to a better climate and moving to a place where everything's close by and a better situation, having a garage and everything, not having to carry stuff long distances. I don't have anything that's like has to do strenuous physical activity. I have a garage, so when I carry my groceries in, it's just a quick walk up into the kitchen. But the truth of the matter is, once I moved out here to Washington State, I made life changes that basically made it so that I wasn't stressing my back out anymore. Now I have a garage so that when I go grocery shopping, I drive into the garage and I just walk my bags right into my kitchen. When I lived in Connecticut, I had to park in a fucking lot where my space was on the other end of the condo facility. I had to walk multiple trips with bags up icy fucking stairs and shit to get in. It was bad.
Long drives are also something that he doesn't have to do anymore because he lives close to some shops.
And let's face it, I moved across the country. I now live in a part of the country where I don't need to drive long distances. Everything where I live now that I need is in a short driving distance, including groceries, food, home improvement supplies, electronics, entertainment, like there's an arcade, movie theater, anything you could think of that we would want is within, say, a 20-minute driving distance. I have no reason to drive for a long period of time. I don't have to drive long distances anymore because everything's nearby to me. Everything that is now near me, so I don't have to drive long distances. Everything that I need now is nearby.
However, these were also something he was cutting down in Connecticut because about 7 years before he moved, he announced that he'd stop going to Street Fighter tournaments and thus stop making the long journeys required to attend them.
What did I do? Immediately, I had to stop doing the physical things I used to like to do. I used to travel and drive around the country to play Street Fighter. Couldn't do it anymore. That was it. I used to be everyone's ride to go to Street Fighter tournaments. Couldn't do it anymore. So all that came to an end. It was so severe to the point where I couldn't even physically move around the way that I was used to and I liked to anymore. And I had to give up things. I had to give up driving to go to Street Fighter tournaments because I couldn't do it anymore.
He now lives somewhere warmer, so he doesn't have to worry about the weather or having to sit out hurricanes in his car.
This was a great decision. This home I live in right now, amazing area of the country, beautiful weather most of the time. Everything that I could ever want is at my fingertips. It's allowed me to heal my back, which I couldn't do in Connecticut because of constant bad weather and stress. Instead, out here, I changed my lifestyle to heal up my back injury, and now my back isn't even a concern anymore. There's relatively no snow or ice to have to worry about. There's no really super hot weather to worry about. Weather out here is much more moderate. It doesn't stress out my back or back muscles anymore. Basically, with the life changes I made, I don't have back issues anymore. And when I moved across the country, my lifestyle changed again because now, unlike in Connecticut, there's no crazy weather here where I have to shovel fucking snow and walk on ice and shit. There's no extreme temperature differences. Like, there's no insanely freezing temperatures for more than maybe a few days a year here.
And as I'm sure you'll agree, all of these changes are impossible to implement in Connecticut or any of the nearby states. It's one of Phil's more useful lies about his back, but obviously it falls apart upon closer scrutiny. It's sort of pointless reducing your calorie intake if you are also simultaneously reducing the amount of calories you burn in a day by doing less physical activity, which is also something you need to do more of to help your back recover and strengthen. Equally, the impact on your back of driving long journeys is something that you can mitigate by doing things such as maintaining a healthy seated posture by changing the settings on your seat, pulling over regularly for breaks to change your position and get out and have a stretch, and so on. Plus, for Phil, the issue is actually psychological, not physiological, so this is less about his back and more about his anxiety about driving on the highway anyway.
Oh yes, Polish Frog, I do still avoid the highway because of my back injury. In reality, my back feels so much better. I could probably easily drive on it, no problem.
And obviously, milder climates can be found closer to Connecticut than in Washington State, but once again, this appears to be an area that Phil's decision to move hasn't actually affected much change, as he's since complained about the weather and having to shovel snow several times since he moved out there.
And my back, by the way, so much better since the move. Doesn't hurt at all anymore unless I'm like out and either, number one, lifting heavy stuff, like when there was snow a couple weeks ago and I had to shovel, then it fucking hurt like crazy. I don't have to fuck with ice and snow that much. I mean, now I do because it's been snowing recently here, which is a freak thing, but mostly no ice, no snow out here that I have to deal with or anything like that.
Ultimately, Phil's lifestyle changes wouldn't actually involve many changes at all. His weight wouldn't actually be affected that much by his eating healthier because he's stayed around the same weight for about a decade.
Right now, the last time I weighed myself, I think I was like 209. And now I think on average, I average between 200 to 220. Look at me. I weigh 200 pounds. Right?
He'd already been avoiding the highway, mainly due to psychological reasons, and he still has issues with the weather in his new location. The only real changes have been doing less and less physical activity, and Phil was heading that way anyway as more and more of his life began to revolve around YouTube. He just needed an excuse to justify that, and while initially this wasn't one, it did very quickly become one, and then it grew in its usefulness and its size and its scope to encompass several. So if you want, you can consider a list of lifestyle changes to be eat healthily, do less, drive less, or you can also include move to a new location on the other side of the country. Now again, not to belabor a point here, but the more you scrutinise this lie, the more it falls apart. Only this time we're not going to scrutinise a more micro aspect of it. We're going to take a step back and scrutinise it in a more macro sense within the context of Phil's back and his lies and everything else that we've been talking about. So, if you take Phil at face value, he's doing this because the doctor told him it is lucky that you came here when you did. This disc is so badly herniated, it is about to burst. You need to make immediate changes now, or you are on the precipice of paralysis. So he does this 7 years later. Now, call me crazy, but I think 7 years is a long period of time. Hot take, I know. But in that period of time, there are plenty of opportunities for something to happen to you that make your back worse. And it doesn't even have to be anything big, like a car accident. It could be something like you trip, or you stumble, or you slip some way, or, you know, even you just bend down the wrong way to pick up something that you've just dropped on the floor. But either way, oops, your disc has ruptured, the insides are now the outsides, and guess what? Your treatment options are now more restricted. The length of time it's going to take you to recover is longer, and the ease at which you recover is, like, well, it's not as easy anymore. So if that were me in that position of being diagnosed with a severely herniated disc that, you know, just lucky that you got here on this day, it's ready to rupture any day now, precipice of paralysis, blah, 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 I would want a more immediate and proactive method of treatment, not something that takes a long period to fully, like, implement and feel the effects of, because that 7 years is a long time and there is plenty of opportunity for something to go wrong there. But what do I know? I'm biased. My disc ruptured. I didn't have as many treatment options, and it has taken me longer to recover from it, and this recovery period is much more difficult for me than it would be for someone who's only needed a minor discectomy, or somebody who hasn't even needed surgical treatment in the first place, like Phil.
So basically, the lifestyle change of moving out here to the house that I live in and everything actually made my back get better.
Part 14. The madness that is 2019. Welcome back to the start of 2019, well, more specifically January 26, 2019, because it's pre-stream and we're starting the year off with an absolute scorcher of a clip.
Both David Bennett cheered and said, congrats on trying to kick the caffeine. Have you thought about starting your day with a 20-minute jog? It helped me kick the caffeine. Even though you're absolutely right, it would probably benefit me to run. I really don't do stuff like that because two reasons. Number one, obviously my back injury from years ago that basically, when I got that back injury, the doctor said no more of running because if you run, you're probably going to end up hurting your legs and back, okay? And number two, I'll be honest, you know, when I wake up, I'm pretty much move, go, go, go.
So, yeah, number one, obviously, yes, it would benefit you to do it. You should do it. It would benefit you, Phil. And number two, no, your number one reason for not doing it should not be your back. It has been at least 10 years and your doctor was only saying that then, when you were first diagnosed. I mean, he literally says it, look, right here in the fucking transcript. When I got that back injury, the doctor said no more. When I got that back injury, then, that's when the doctor meant, not now. Well, not then, 10 years later. Fuck. Okay, so the next clip I'm going to pinch from the segment about driving because it's from that bit, but there's a particular choice of words used here that I need you all to pay attention to, because just like in 2018, the past and present tense, Steve, I spotted that in the edit, is going to be all over the place during this year.
John C. the Third said, "Do you enjoy driving or not?" It depends. Like I'm okay with like regular driving. I don't like driving on the highway only because, you know, I used to have a really bad back injury, and when I used to drive on the highway, I actually used to agitate the injury, and I don't like to do it anymore. Like I haven't driven on a highway in 10 years. Like I haven't driven. Like the last time I drove on a highway was like 2007, 2008, back when my back got really bad. But like for example, sometimes Kat and I will go a little bit further out in Washington to a further out place just for the day to do some, you know, window shopping or eat at a restaurant that's further out or something. And it's okay to drive like 30 minutes to an hour. I'm okay with that, but like I can't drive for long distances. It drives me nuts, and I don't like highway driving. So.
Oh yeah, and we also have another timeline conflict here as well, because Phil says this.
The last time I drove on a highway was like 2007, 2008, back when my back got really bad.
And I know that, you know, we could argue semantics about whether, you know, 2007 to 2008. If you want to say late 2007, this is the time, because he doesn't say this is the year. But the fact that this is the last time that he drove on the highway is going to be important in a little bit. So we need to stick a pin in it. Jumping forward a little, it's now the 13th of March 2019, and this is another special retrospective event. Part 1.
You see that thing in the background right there on the floor? That's huge and going across the floor. That was my back stretcher. So back when my back was really messed up, I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back between my L4 and L5 vertebrae. And I just moving around sometimes, I would hurt myself. I would get shooting pain in my legs. I would get numbness in my legs, and it was terrible. To some days I could barely move. I was in so much crippling pain. So that was a back stretcher, okay? And what you would do is you would lay flat on it. You would put your feet in the bottom section there, and your arms on those foam pads on the top sections like this, and there was a lever. And you would reach and pump the lever, and the lever would basically push out the feet portion, stretching your legs downward, and it would pull all the muscles apart and stretch them, which would give relief to the ailing disc, and it would give exercise to the muscles in the lower back so that your muscles would be used to being stretched out more rather than being compressed. So some days I would feel absolutely awful in pain, and I would lay down on that thing and crank it. I would feel so much better. But it broke. It ended up breaking after like a year of using it. And luckily, I didn't need to bring it with me when I moved across the country, because my back has gotten better. I don't have that back pain anymore. The only time that I get back pain now is if I'm like out all day walking around constantly, lots of physical activity, or if I'm like carrying heavy things, then maybe I'll feel some of the strain of it. But in general, I almost never get back pain anymore. So my disc actually healed itself, which is amazing. It took a long time. It took probably about 7 years. But good stuff. So, okay, let's continue.
Okay, we have a couple of things that we could pull out of this one. Firstly, the tense
back when my back was really messed up
suggests that it's not bad anymore. So, bear that in mind as we go on. Secondly, the way he describes his pain.
I would get shooting pain in my legs. I would get numbness in my legs.
Again, not much to say at the moment, but, you know, keep it in mind, keep an eye on it as we go forward. Thirdly, once again, your back stretcher isn't an exercise machine. It's not the same as a rowing machine or a cross trainer. It doesn't work like that. Fourthly, did you spot this?
I didn't need to bring it with me when I moved across the country, because my back has gotten better.
He didn't need to bring his back stretcher with him when he moved across the country, because his back was already better. So, why did he move across the country then? And then later say it was the moving across the country that made my back better. Who knows? It's just one of those strange cosmic mysteries we'll never be able to fully understand ourselves. We're getting there. We're nearly done with this one. This is the penultimate point here. Bear this description in mind as well.
My disc actually healed itself.
And finally, to close off this segment and move on, we have a timeline conflict.
It took a long time. It took probably about 7 years.
So that's 2007 to 2014. Another pin in that one. It's the longest sort of like ongoing thread that we've got so far. The more astute amongst you may have realised that this is going to be the last thing I'm addressing. It's the very end of this video. So may have just given it away. Moving on at last, we're now jumping forward about 2 weeks to a pre-stream on the 26th of March. Yeah, it's 26th. Subtle look at my notes there.
Cody Carl's jersey says, I fractured both my feet recently. What's the worst injury you've ever had? Your back? Well, first of all, that is absolutely awful. I'm really sorry to hear that. Both feet. I mean, ouch. That's terrible. So really sorry to hear that. Hopefully they grow better. Okay. As for my worst injury ever, surprisingly enough, I never really had many bad injuries. I've never even had a bone break. I would say the worst... I had 2 injuries that are bad. The first was a near-death experience where I got into a really bad car accident in high school, and my entire side of my face was burnt. The whole left side of my face was burnt and bloody and disgusting. And I looked worse than I felt, for sure. But the bottom line is that I almost died. The door impacted to within about an inch of my head. So I almost ate it. And, you know... Man, that would have been a different scenario for the world, huh? If I never existed as a content creator and stuff, you know, a lot of things would have been different, I guess. So, kind of grateful that I got super lucky, right? So that was not as bad of an injury as a potential injury. It was really bad. I would say, yeah, definitely the worst situation I've ever been in injury-wise was my back injury, which was severe. You know, severely herniated disc in my lower back. I was losing control of my legs. They were either numb or in shooting sharp pain all the time. It also affected things such as my ability to go to the bathroom. It was really bad at one point. Luckily, it's not so bad anymore, which is great. So, yeah, that would be my worst injury.
I know this isn't the time or place for this, but I feel like I should quickly address it. Powder burns are a thing. They're not as bad as like a burn involving heat. It's more of an abrasion, you know, it's as the powder from an expanding airbag, you know, hits your face during a crash. They can vary in intensity and like the amount of your face that they cover, but generally they tend to pretty much completely heal up over a short period of time. I think it's normally between weeks and months, but either way, most people who have powder burns, like as a result of a car crash, they'll heal. They'll pretty much heal. So it is entirely possible that upon, you know, being involved in a car crash that caused the airbag to deploy, Phil did end up getting a powder burn. Probably minor, and it probably has completely healed up. But it's not necessarily, when he says, you know, like, my face was burnt and all that stuff, you think of, like, burns as in, you know, you were involved, like, your house is burning down and, you know, you have third-degree burns or something like that. You think of burns and you think of heat, and it's not necessarily that with a powder burn. It's, you know, the abrasion of it. So, you know, they happen. It's possible that Phil had one, but it's completely healed. So it's not really an issue anymore. Not going to stay a long time on this one. Don't really want to dwell on it too much. There's not really much that we can take from this, but what we can take from this is going to be very, very important. So, number 1, we paid attention to the tense there.
The worst situation I've ever been in injury-wise was my back injury, which was severe.
Number 2, were you paying attention to the description of his pain there?
I was losing control of my legs. They were either numb or in shooting sharp pain all the time.
Number 3, if you were paying attention to the description of his pain there, were you also paying attention to the description of his symptoms there?
It also affected things such as my ability to go to the bathroom.
Because I can tell you now that if it did affect your ability to go to the bathroom, go to the fucking hospital, Phil. That is a sign you are about to die. I do not believe that your disc was that bad that it was affecting your ability to go to the bathroom, and your doctor said take a passive course of long-term treatment that involves doing fuck all. You are literally on the precipice of fuck paralysis, death. That is what really fucks me off. And that is what makes it clear to me he is lying. He doesn't realise the severity of what he's just claimed he experienced. Moving on in that vein, I'm going to borrow another clip that I've previously used in the lifestyle changes segment to highlight this.
I used to have an incredibly bad back injury. It was a severely herniated disc in my lower back. I believe it was between the I think it was L3 and L4, or L4, L5 vertebrae. I can't even remember. Basically, to the vertebrae that controls things such as your ability to use the bathroom. Yeah, not good. Not good that if I tweak my back the wrong way, I could piss my pants, right?
This is also why I know he's lying, because not only does he not remember which fucking disc between which fucking vertebrae it was, but he also thinks it's the vertebrae that control your ability to go to the bathroom. He is still stuck in his head. He is obsessed with this idea that this thing meant that you might shit yourself, when the reality is this thing was a sign that you were about to die, and he doesn't know. He doesn't know that, so he's lying. He's lying because he thinks that vertebrae control your bowel. Vertebrae are bone, Phil. They do not regulate your digestive system. We're not done with this. There's 2 more points that I need to pull from this clip that I'd previously thought, that's about lifestyle changes. I've used it there. I don't need to worry about it now. Because I forgot that it also contains this little nugget.
Even though the disc is damaged, it's always going to be damaged.
Which, if you'll remember, not even 2 weeks ago, he said this.
My disc actually healed itself.
Also, despite not needing surgery, he shits on it again.
Ended up going to multiple doctors for options, and they're basically like, you can do physical therapy, you can go on some drugs, you can get surgery. Of course, now there's a ton. When I had my injury 10 years ago, basically the only surgery was spinal fusion surgery, which is very risky. It's like 50-50. 50% chance it works and you feel better, 50% chance it does nothing and you feel worse. So I didn't do it. I just basically toughed it out. Now they've got 100 spinal surgeries with lasers that are non-intrusive and all this shit. So my dad kind of, you know, weighing and balancing what he should do.
Okay, so very, very quickly, I think that the reason that Phil gave those examples of what his dad's options were was because those are the ones that he gives himself when talking about his back and what his options were. Because he doesn't realise there's other ways to treat your back. He doesn't realise there's other ways to treat back injuries depending on where it is and how bad it is. Also, there's technically another timeline conflict in there because he says,
when I had my injury 10 years ago...
This is 2019, so 10 years ago is 2009, not 2007. And he doesn't say about 10 years ago as well. He's very specific, 10 years ago. So, technically a timeline conflict there. I think we'll keep it in mind. But anyway, yeah, during that time period, when Phil had his option and one of them was surgery, it was not 50-50, unless your understanding of statistics and probability and odds is that either a thing happens or it doesn't. And nothing else can affect that. Either you win the lottery or you lose, you know? Either you come out of surgery okay or you die. Either the surgery works or it doesn't. It's basically 50-50. Except that there's several other points in between that, such as what about if the surgery doesn't make you better and doesn't make it worse? What about if it affects no change in you? What about if it changes something like the pain you feel in your back? That's gone, but now the pain in your legs, holy fuck. What about then? Because these are possible outcomes as well. And there's also other factors relating to your recovery and as you're, you know, before you're going in on the surgery, like your general health at that point, all that stuff.
It's like 50-50.
And finally, I know I'm treading no ground here, but Phil, they don't now have millions of surgeries, which is a very interesting number of surgeries, but they do have a couple of them, and they had them when your back was first diagnosed as well. You could have had any of them then. In fact, you probably would have been offered something that wasn't fusion surgery. Not all of them involve lasers. In fact, very, very few do, because lasers are used to cauterize, not cut. I don't know where this ranks on the list of points that I want the flying monkey to take back to Phil, but it's quite high. Leaving all that madness behind us and jumping forward a few more months, it's now the 24th of May 2019, and this is Days Gone Part 34.
Why do I rock so much? My back injury, dude. Remember Sun Quan? I have a back injury, and if I sit completely still, I actually feel uncomfortable. I feel better moving. But even though my back injury isn't bad like it used to, I don't have pain or numbness, I still kind of feel uncomfortable just being stationary.
So yeah, short clip, 3 points. Number 1, the tense.
I have a back injury.
Number 2, the description of the symptoms he doesn't have anymore.
I don't have pain or numbness.
And number 3, building on a point I made earlier in lifestyle changes. Phil, that's your level of fitness. That's your posture. That's the way you sit. That's on you. You don't rock back and forth because you had a back injury 12 years ago, you fucker. It's not just the segment about driving I'm going to be pinching clips from. I'm also going back to the restless leg syndrome bit because there's this episode of Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Black Ops, Blackout, whatever the fuck. The 28th of May.
What's that rascal cheered? He said, I sway back and forth like I'm on the Titanic. Do I notice this? Do I know why I do that? It's because I have a back injury and it actually makes me feel uncomfortable to sit still. So there's 2 things that I do. I either move my legs like restless leg syndrome, or if I'm sitting like this, I move like this. Like I can't just sit still for extended periods of time. I actually get like, oh shit, there's someone in here. I actually get sore. My body will actually legitimately get sore. But yeah, you know, I have this ongoing, you know, the good news is It's the back injury that I have is nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Like about a little over 5 years ago, my back was really fucked up to the point where for a 4 or 5 year span, I had shooting pain up and down my legs. I had numbness in my legs. I was like really in a bad way, and it was looking like I might have eventually had to have surgery or something. But it healed. I adjusted my lifestyle, so I didn't have to basically do strenuous things with my back anymore. And now it's much better. My quality of life is so much better now than it used to be. So, there you go. Not really a major concern anymore.
Once again, point 1, the tense.
It's because I have a back injury.
Point 1.5, Phil almost calls it ongoing.
But yeah, you know, I have this ongoing, you know, the good news is...
Point 3, we have a timeline conflict.
About a little over 5 years ago, my back was really fucked up to the point where for a 4 or 5 year span.
So let's break this down. A little over 5 years ago in 2019 takes us to 2014. And then that 4 or 5 year span takes us back to around 2010, 2009. Depending on whether you want to count 4 years, 5 years. So we're not in 2007 for when Phil's back went, but after 2009 his back was bad until 2014, and then he moved. And then 5 years later, here we are today. 3, we also have a description of the pain again.
I had shooting pain up and down my legs. I had numbness in my legs.
Finally, this comment about surgery, or the fact that you might have had to have it.
I was like really in a bad way, and it was looking like I might have eventually had to have surgery or something.
See, his back was so bad that it was looking like he might eventually have to have had surgery. So there's a lot of wiggle room in there for whether you need surgery or not. There's a lot of wiggle room in there for when it comes to describing the state of your disc and the extent of herniation and the severity of the symptoms that you're experiencing. There's also a lot of room in there when you want to say, it was so bad, guys, that I might have needed surgery 5 years after you've moved because you wanted surgery and you were desperate to move so you could have it. And things that had stopped you from moving had been frustrating because they'd been getting in the way of you being better after having that surgery. Remember?
I have to be honest with everyone, that is one of the major reasons why this year, and I've apologized to everyone for this, there's been a little bit more negativity around me. Because I was originally hoping that this year would have been the year that I could have moved, and I could have moved in with my girlfriend, and I could have maybe gotten the back surgery and improved my life. And because I got the pay cut from Machinima earlier this year, because my views are obviously down this year, no one's arguing that, I've unfortunately been forced to not be able to do that. I had to hold off, and now I'm kind of up in the air, touch and go, because I don't know at the end of this year, is Machinima going to renegotiate my contract again? Am I going to be making even less money next year? Now I got to put it off again. And this is what's pissing me off, is that I just want to be healthy. And I've had to hold off on it now in a major way because of all this. And people, this is what gets me. He talks about views all the time. All he cares about is money. You know, maybe there's a reason behind it. Maybe because I would actually like to be physically able to do some of the stuff I used to be able to do. Maybe I wouldn't like to feel like I'm a cripple for the rest of my goddamn life. And maybe that's why I'm so concerned about this stuff. You know what I mean? So people don't seem to understand a lot of stuff that I talk about, and they always misinterpret it and shit. And the bottom line is, I just would really like to improve my life, and I can't do it right now. I can't do it. I can't even look into this surgery because I would have no way to be basically taken care of when I am laid up after the surgery. So I'm really hoping that the end of this year things are positive. If not, whether it's Machinima or not, we're going to have to see what happens, but I'm going to have to find a way to turn things around and stay positive and keep going, and hopefully next year I'll be able to move and I'll be able to get the surgery and things will be better.
So at one point, we'd made up our minds about, I want surgery. I need to move out to get it, but I do want it. And now we're like, it was looking like I might possibly have had to have it. And those are two very different points. And this isn't the only time in 2019 he's going to do this. So jumping forward to the next clip, and we're still not out of May. This is a pre-stream from the 29th.
Hog Beetle cheered. He says, do you see yourself getting back into weightlifting and exercising? No. Because of my back injury, if I tried to do weightlifting, I could potentially re-injure the disc. I would never take that risk. Let me tell you, those few years there, I'd say it was probably about 5-6 years, where my back was so fucked up and I was in constant pain that I would never even chance going back there. You know, doing some minor exercises here or there, that's definitely possible. Weightlifting, I would never do that again. I can't risk it.
Firstly, tense.
My back was so fucked up.
Secondly, symptoms.
And I was in constant pain.
Thirdly, timeline.
Let me tell you, those few years there, I'd say it was probably about 5-6 years.
A day after saying
a 4 or 5 year span.
It's now
probably about 5-6 years.
And finally, just to revisit the whole point that the year 2019 was kicked off upon, Phil, it's been more than 10 years. You should be able to exercise now. Yes, that includes lifting weights. Anyway, enough of all that. We're done with May. We can move on through the year now. It's the next clip. Are you fucking kidding? So this is another retrospective marathon on the 1st of June 2019. But we need this bit for context first.
The major problem with the Merritt Parkway is at night there's no lights. It's dark as fuck. And so if you're driving on this at night, you need to have your headlights on. You can't see anything. This, incidentally, is where I got into a horrendous car wreck in high school. At one of those underpasses we just saw. One of those underpasses was one of the ones that I almost died in high school. Really bad. My car was completely destroyed. And, you know, the door impacted to, like, right here, but luckily it didn't touch my face. My whole face was burned by the airbag. It was really fucked up.
Okay, so now we've got that out of the way, we can move on to this bit.
Sun Quan asks, is that how I hurt my back? I mean, very matter-of-factly, that might have been the beginnings, but that was the year 1998 or 1999. I didn't get diagnosed with my back injury until 2007, but it's very likely that could have been the start of back problems for me. Like, maybe I aggravated my back, and then over the years, you know, it just inkling got a little worse, until finally I got full-blown herniated disc, right? It could have been.
So this is where the sort of confusion around Phil's car crash causing, or like in some way contributing to his back injuries occurs, because he directly says it himself. And I know I feel like I'm treading no ground, but narcissists really do well when they keep things vague, because it allows them to dodge out of the way of like criticism and questioning and going, hang on a minute, no, you said this previously. The more vague you can keep it, the better for a narcissist. And in this case, Phil just doesn't want to like anyone knowing what caused his back injury. So very possibly this could possibly have been, maybe, I don't know, it could have contributed. Casual reminder, but it's been about a week since he did the whole, 5 years ago, and it took 5 years before that. So, taking us back to 2010, 2009. Here it was 2007.
I didn't get diagnosed with my back injury until 2007.
And just before we move on, I want to highlight this last bit from it.
Kate asked, did my back hurt from the long drive? Long drives did hurt my back, but the good news is that, I didn't drive them. You know what I mean? Like, once I had my back injury, it was always other people who would drive, and I would pay for everything. That was the arrangement. If you guys drive, I'll pay, So let's say, for example, this drive wasn't bad. This drive was from Connecticut to New Jersey. That's like 2.5 hours. But like that drive to Virginia, I was in the back seat, so I was able to stretch out and relax and not be all cramped up in a situation that would aggravate my disc, my herniated disc. In this case, this is nothing. A couple hours I can do. It's not a big deal. It's more like if you're in there for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, you can't move. Like if I'm on a long flight too, I got to get up. When I flew coast to coast recently to go to Connecticut, I had to stretch a little bit, during the flight. Those long ass nonstop flights. So, okay.
Because in this, Phil says that a car drive of a couple of hours is fine.
This drive wasn't bad. This drive was from Connecticut to New Jersey. That's like 2.5 hours.
He can do that. That's fine. Although when he was on a plane,
like if I'm on a long flight too, I got to get up. When I flew coast to coast recently to go to Connecticut, I had to stretch a little bit, during the flight.
Which is contradicted by his claim in the WrestleMania vlog.
Keep in mind, I've flown since I've had my back injury several times, no problem.
But either way, we have a sort of rough estimate of the length of a journey that Phil can comfortably do, and that's a couple of hours.
In this case, this is nothing. A couple hours I can do. It's not a big deal. It's more like if you're in there for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, you can't move.
I don't expect that to remain in future retellings. We need to look at Call of Duty Black Ops 4 Blackout Multiplayer Part 1 from the 10th of July 2019. I cannot believe I fucking nailed that. I'm leaving that in. I'm well proud of that.
Bogart, Timmy $1.02. So I've been diagnosed with 2 herniated discs in my neck, C2 and C3. They talked about burning the nerves. They're going to give me injections of C7 to see how that works. Football, do you get injections for your discs? Mine are pushing straight forward. Mine were severely herniated to the point where the one in my back was, I forget which one it was, 'cause it's been so long now since I did it. It was in the lower back. Basically, it was the vertebrae disc, the disc there, that controls, if you can believe it, going to the bathroom. So I was actually told that sadly, if I didn't get it taken care of, I could like lose bodily function control. I was like, oh shit. I did get injections in the disc for about 2 months straight. It was, what was it? Hydrocortisone or whatever into the disc. And I did physical therapy for about 2 months. And then I couldn't afford it anymore. I just, my deductible reset for the year, and I couldn't afford to keep paying for it. So basically I just stopped doing anything. And, you know, it took quite a long time, because that was back in like 2010. Actually, I take that back. That was like 2007, 2008 when I was diagnosed. And I had that problem with my back all the way through, I'd say, like 2015, 2016. And then basically got better because I adjusted my lifestyle to not have that like kind of stress on my back anymore. So, in reality, things got better for me over time. I hope they get better for you as well, because, yeah, that's terrible. Especially if you got multiple discs. That's really bad. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Thank you for the $1 tip.
So, yeah, number 1, tense.
Mine were severely herniated.
Number 2, he forgets which disc again.
The one in my back was, I forget which one it was, 'cause it's been so long now.
Also, he's wrong about bowel control again.
Basically, it was the vertebrae disc, the disc there, that controls, if you can believe it, going to the bathroom.
And just like last time, when I had to point out that it's not the vertebrae that control the bowels, this time I have to point out that it's not the disc that controls the bowels. I just, like, it's so wrong. Also, you were not told.
So I was actually told that sadly, if I didn't get it taken care of, I could like lose bodily function control.
You were told that if you lost bodily function control, you were at risk of dying. Another piece of information that we could pull from this is that he now had steroid injections for 2 months and did physio for 2 months as well.
I did get injections in the disc for about 2 months straight. It was, what was it? Hydrocortisone or whatever into the disc. And I did physical therapy for about 2 months.
Obviously, this is contradicted by statements he made earlier this year, in April.
Big boy bites, yes, I did get physical therapy for about a month when I was first diagnosed with my back injury.
And it's very clearly the fact that he had to pay for it because his insurance had ticked over into January. That's the reason why he stopped going, because now he did it 2 months and then stopped for that reason as well.
Basically what happened was I got it for a month and then my copay, or my deductible ran out. I was like, oh cool. Then it reset because it was in December. It reset for January. So basically I paid a ton of money and then they're like, oh, you have to continue to pay now because it reset for the year. I said, go fuck yourself, and I never went back. And then I couldn't afford it anymore. I just, my deductible reset for the year, and I couldn't afford to keep paying for it, so basically I just stopped doing anything.
So, clearly that's the reason he stopped, but it's the amount of time that he had physio that he's lying about. And if you take his claims of 4 months...
What I did is I had physical therapy for about 3 or 4 months.
If you have to take those as examples of when he started physio and had it for, it means that in order for the reason for him stopping going being that it started in January and reset, it means that for 4 months of that physio, that started in September. September, October, November, December. So he had to have been diagnosed around August, which is, you know, a contradiction because he would later say, yeah, it was around 2008 instead of 2007. It's like, how do you get that confused? You getting it diagnosed in late December and then going, yeah, most of 2008, I get. But it happening in August, in summer, the middle of fucking summer, and then you think, oh yeah, no, it was winter of the next year. The very, you know, the January or the February. It was around that time. It was really, really cold. It doesn't add up. None of this timeline makes sense. I'm wandering off into timeline territory again. Speaking of timeline issues.
That was back in like 2010. Actually, I take that back. That was like 2007, 2008 when I was diagnosed. And I had that problem with my back all the way through, I'd say, like 2015, 2016.
The problem with this is that that's 8 years. And it was only earlier this year, in March, that he said...
It took a long time. It took probably about 7 years.
And again, previously, he's also said...
And that took a good 5 years to heal itself.
So, again, we have a number of conflicts that we're going to have to deal with later. For a bit of a change of pace, we'll have a quick one. This is from Dragon Quest Builders 2, Part 22, the 1st of August. And there's only one thing that we need to pay attention to.
Does my back hurt because I lean a lot? No. My back doesn't hurt when I'm here. My back, like I said, my back, I have a back injury, so I feel uncomfortable if I don't lean around and move around. It's very weird, I know, but it's just the truth of the matter.
Did you catch it?
I have a back injury.
It appears now that despite our backs healing up, we still have a back injury. I need to go back to the lifestyle changes segment once again and pick another clip out. This time it's Call of Duty Black Ops 4 Blackout Part 2, I think, and it's the 14th of August 2019, because there's this one particular moment I need to highlight.
Well, Zala's cheered. He said, I understand I had a back injury at a younger age at work when I worked at as a stock boy. I tried everything, but it was always never bright side, only dark pain, like a black current going through me always. Only sleeping on my back and a hard surface helped. I think to some extent that works. I tried that, and it would make me feel good at first, but then I would wake up in even worse pain. I think what would happen is the fucked up disc would push against the hard surface while I was sleeping, and then it would end up... The best thing that happened to me when I was at my absolute worst, alright, I would sleep flat on my back with a pillow under my legs at the knee length. So basically I was in a natural state of elevated legs when I slept, and because of that I wouldn't toss and turn in my sleep, and I wouldn't aggravate my back at all while I was sleeping, and that seemed to be the best for me, at least. I didn't get constant excruciating pain when I was sleeping by doing it that way, and I did that for a good year, I would say. When my back was at its absolute worst, I had to sleep like that every night with like big ass pillows under my legs to get that natural position.
Now, I think there's an element of sneak dissing to that tip, and I also think that Phil is lying in his response. I think he's sort of thinking, well, you know, this is just lying down, so I can say I did it for a bit, but then it hurt my back, so I stopped. And, you know, that's an adequate response, and it, you know, gives me a chance to talk about like how painful my back was and all that stuff. It gives him his, you know, little martyr complex and all that. And I think that feeling that confident to make that lie has only betrayed his ignorance further, because the idea that the disc is the thing pushing against the hard surface is fucking ludicrous, because to get to that point, your disc has to pass the bits that stick out at the back of your vertebrae, and it has to pass the nerves running down your spine, and it has to pass through the muscles or between the muscles that are in your back, and then it has to pass through, like, you know, the layers of fat and other tissue and skin layers. It has to push through all that, and at that point it's just not able to maintain its structural integrity because it's quite far out at that point. I'd be amazed if it could reach that point and not like rupture. So what he's feeling is gravity. He's feeling the weight of himself as he's lying back.
You're still gravity. You're an idiot.
Even that, even sleeping, he's wrong about it, and he's lying about everything to do with his back. And this is just like another way that his ignorance is portrayed to anybody who knows what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to backs and back injuries. But for a laugh, let's appreciate the quote of...
I was in a natural state of elevated legs.
You could make a joke about like Linda or Kat here, but I'm not going to. We're jumping forward to the 10th of September 2019. This is GTA 4 Part 32. And in this one, I would like you to pay attention to the tenses, not just past or present, but singular or plural.
Someone in stream chat just said that their brother is Orcs or Dorks, and said that he just apparently horribly herniated a disc in his spine and had to have surgery. Well, if this is the case and it's true, I wish Orcs or Dorks the best. I had the same injury, except mine didn't pop. Like, my disc was about to pop but didn't, so I didn't need the surgery, and eventually it just got better for me over time. I know about the pain, I know about the numbness, I know about all those things, and I hope that he feels better and that the surgery works for him. Because the reason I didn't have the surgery is because for back then, you know, we're talking 10 years ago, it wasn't guaranteed to work. Now I've heard that the surgery has been dramatically improved, and there's even non-intrusive ways to do the surgery. So if this all is true, I wish Orcs or Dorks the best, I really do, and I hope that he has a speedy recovery.
So, about those tenses, if you knew there was more than one sort of surgery you could have for a ruptured disc, you would not say the surgery singular repeatedly.
The surgery, the surgery, the surgery, the surgery, the surgery.
You would say surgeries. There's more than one surgery that you can have for your back. But then again, Phil didn't need his, did he?
Like my disc was about to pop, but didn't, so I didn't need the surgery.
I don't know if it's just like how he worded that, but he makes it sound like you needed to have a ruptured disc in order to have surgery. And that's not true. You don't need to. It's preferred that you don't come in with a ruptured disc. It's preferred that you come in with a herniated disc because they're easier to treat. They've not spewed like a gelatinous goo all over your fucking nerves. They're preferred. So you're more likely to have any of several surgical options available to you if your disc hasn't herniated. So the person who Phil's talking about whose discs have ruptured, they're in for... They have fewer options now because their disc has ruptured. They can't prevent it. But somebody whose disc hasn't is more eligible for surgery that's more likely to be successful. So Phil makes it sound like you need to have a herniated disc rupture in order to have surgery to treat it, and you don't. But then he says...
The reason I didn't have the surgery is because for back then, you know, we're talking 10 years ago, it wasn't guaranteed to work.
Even though earlier he'd said...
Like my disc was about to pop, but didn't, so I didn't need the surgery.
So he's contradicted himself in like 20 seconds! Also, I know I've like been over this in the surgery bit, but it's driving me fucking mad. No surgery is guaranteed to work. That's not how this works. It's not a case of like, will the surgery work, yes or no? It's a case of, will the surgery work? Well, that depends on what you do afterwards, as well as a bunch of other stuff that we take care of, we mitigate, as long as you accept the risks. And some of the risks involve like paralysis, leakage of cerebrospinal fluid, death, the, you know, continuation of your symptoms and lack of improvement, all sorts of things. And you have to accept that risk. So yeah, you don't need a ruptured disc to be eligible for lumbar surgery, of which there are several types, none of which are guaranteed to work, but all have very, very high success rates, ranging from 70 to 90%, depending on a bunch of factors that include what you do afterwards to help your healing process. And none of this seems to matter to Phil anyway, because he decided that he didn't need it in the first place, because it just wasn't guaranteed to work, despite also not needing it, because his disc hadn't ruptured. So I don't know how much of his word we can take at face value when it comes to claims like surgery isn't guaranteed, because it suggests that he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's been a real running theme recently. It's almost like we've been keeping a list of this and we're going to have to deal with that at some point too. Why not now? Why not now? I go fuck off like the rest of the year. And do you know what, since we're on the subject of surgery, we might as well go back to the lifestyle changes clips again and pick up another one, this time from the 8th of November 2019.
Have you considered trying DDP yoga? Imagine if you had a video vlog series, something extremely basic where you have minor clips of you doing some stretches and talking about your progress, or even just doing DDP yoga for your health. I bought DDP yoga a long time ago. It was back when my back was really screwed up. When I lived in Connecticut, I had really bad problems with my back. Okay, I had a severely herniated disc to the point where it almost burst, and I had to adjust my lifestyle to try to make it so that I didn't do anything to stress out my back anymore. And it was just a coincidence that I ended up doing YouTube for a living and didn't have to really do much physical activity that allowed my back to kind of heal up over the years, okay? But there was a time when I had incredibly sharp nerve pain shooting through my back and down my legs, and also numbness because the disc was constantly screwed up. So I sought out many different ways to help. I had physical therapy, I had injections into my spine, and then I had this back stretching mechanism that I had where I would lay down and it would pull and stretch out my back to try to, what they call, decompress the disc, okay? So I tried all these things, and various things did work sometimes. Like I would say that stretch mechanism did work sometimes, the back stretcher, but it wasn't great. I couldn't really afford to get professional help because it was too expensive, and I was actually to one point debating getting back surgery. And I bought DDP Yoga. I heard that DDP Yoga had done revolutionary things for people, changed their lives, people whose backs were messed up and everything. So I got DDP Yoga. I have the DVD and everything. I'm pretty sure it's in my closet, like in storage here. But incidentally, I bought it and then I started planning my move across the country. And I never did it, just because I got too busy or whatever. For whatever reason, I just never got around to trying it. And when I moved across the country, my lifestyle changed again because now, unlike in Connecticut, there's no crazy weather here where I have to shovel fucking snow and walk on ice and shit. There's no extreme temperature differences. Like, there's no insanely freezing temperatures for more than maybe a few days a year here. Everything that I need now is nearby. I have a garage, so when I go grocery shopping, I can carry the groceries directly into the kitchen rather than having to walk half a fucking mile around a fucking stupid condo building like I used to have to do in Connecticut. Everything is an easy drive. Like, basically, because I moved, my lifestyle changed to the point where it's not stressful on me anymore on my back. So, in the last 5 years, my back has gotten tremendously better. I don't have pain anymore. The only time I ever have back pain is if I'm out all day long strenuously walking and carrying things all day and I come home and then my back hurts a bit, but all I got to do is lay on my bed for like, 20, 30 minutes to let it decompress, and then I'm fine. I don't get numbness anymore. I don't get shooting pain anymore. I'm back to normal, essentially. So I never had to implement the DDP yoga stuff because my back is fine now. Okay? So, you're not the first person to ask this question either. Let me put it this way. If, in the future, something were to happen and my back were to somehow re-aggravate itself, and I definitely needed some kind of help with that, I would consider doing the DDP yoga. But at this point, it's like, why am I even going to do it? I'm fine. I don't need it. I'm flexible. I don't have pain anymore. So, no, I'm not going to be doing it right now.
Now, at one point there, Phil says...
And I was actually, at one point, debating getting back surgery.
Even though he seems to have made up his mind about getting it, because that was the reason why he wanted to move.
I want to move next year, plus I have a back injury. I've been waiting to finally get surgery.
I need to be able to move to a bigger, better place where, number one, it'll be easier for me to get around if I do have the surgery, and number two, someone who's living with me to help me. And I don't have that right now. That's really... I have to be honest with everyone, that is one of the major reasons why this year, and I've apologized to everyone for this, there's been a little bit more negativity around me. Because I was originally hoping that this year would have been the year that I could have moved, and I could have moved in with my girlfriend, and I could have maybe gotten the back surgery and improved my life.
So, which was it, Phil? Did you definitely want surgery and it was frustrating that you couldn't move because Machinima and YouTube not paying you a lot was the reason why you couldn't move and get the surgery, and therefore they were why you were not in the best of health? Or were you just debating it when you moved? You're thinking, I'll see how I go. Keep an eye on it. I'll try other things first, though. Which was it, Phil? Can you remember, or were you just lying both times? And it was actually really just tax reasons that you flew across the country? Let's think about that one. Anyway, back to normal points about this. Firstly, tense.
Back when my back was really screwed up.
Secondly, another description of the symptoms that he had.
But there was a time when I had incredibly sharp nerve pain shooting through my back and down my legs, and also numbness.
Thirdly, I just want to point out this little contradiction here. Phil says,
but incidentally, I bought it and then I started planning my move across the country.
When in reality, he bought it in 2013.
I'm going to be trying this out. Yeah, I know. DDP yoga.
And didn't move until 2014.
Special thanks to my parents for being available all day today and for helping me out as much as they did.
So, that year, I would not consider an immediate, I bought it and then I moved. That's a pretty significant amount of time there. You do a lot in a year. Finally, and you'll have to forgive me for having my notes here, but we need to break down this wording very, very specifically.
If, in the future, something were to happen and my back were to somehow re-aggravate itself, and I definitely needed some kind of help with that, I would consider doing the DDP yoga.
Now, there's a lot of avoidance in that, and we need to break it down here. So, if in the future, something has to happen...
If, in the future, something were to happen...
And somehow his back has to re-aggravate itself.
And my back were to somehow re-aggravate itself.
And it had to be bad enough that he needed help.
And I definitely needed some kind of help with that.
He would consider doing DDP yoga.
I would consider doing the DDP yoga.
That's a lot of hoops to jump through in order to get to, yeah, I'll do this yoga program that I bought a decade ago. And that level of avoidance is fucking everywhere. We've seen it with everything. You see it all the time with Phil. And especially here, the closest parallel I can draw, and this is probably a recency bias thing, but surgery. The amount of things that have to be ticked off for Phil to consider surgery is ridiculous. It has to be non-intrusive, it has to have a success rate, it has to be guaranteed, All these things have to happen before Phil gets to, you know, an operating table with a surgeon and a face mask. So there's a lot of avoidance with Phil when it comes to, I was going to say his back, but it's basically everything in it. But I thought that was like a particularly interesting point. I know it's got very little to do with his back, other than, you know, it's DDP yoga. But I like that checklist. I like that if in the future something happens and my back does get hurt and I do need help with it, I might think about it. Not, yeah, I'd do it in future. Not, yeah, I'll give it a go. Not, it would be good exercise. A checklist. Is that it? Are we done? Are we done? It's the last clip of the year. We've made it. It's December the 1st. It's Call of Duty. It feels like I've reached a finish line. And I've only got to do this like another 5 times.
How did I mess up my back? There was not a definitive moment when it happened. I've always had like a back and knees, too, my knees, that are kind of like weak. But all of a sudden, I just started having insanely strong shooting pain in my lower back and down my, all the way down my legs. That was a long time ago. That was about 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. I was diagnosed in 2007 with a severely herniated disc in my lower back. That's when I stopped doing things like going to Street Fighter tournaments and playing football and stuff like that.
So first things first, now it's definitely not touch football.
How did I mess up my back? There was not a definitive moment when it happened. Definitively, I've always had like a back and knees, too, my knees, that are kind of like weak.
So yeah, by this point, we're back to saying that, you know, I don't know when my back went. There was no definitive point. We've stopped claiming touch football, but now we are allowing things like a 7-year prior car crash or, you know, books at school all day without sitting down at a desk. All those things are allowed to simmer at the surface now. It could have been any of those things. Because again, narcissists benefit from keeping things vague. They like to obfuscate things so you can't pin them down on the finer details. And this is what we're doing here. This lie has grown, and the amount of details that Phil has to recall is getting harder and harder for him to keep on top of. So he's forgetting things. And when he forgets things, it's easy to just say, oh, well, you know, it could be anything, than it is to say, I don't remember that. Unless you're talking about which disc you herniated, obviously. But yeah, anyway, secondly, quick description of the symptoms that he feels again.
All of a sudden, I just started having insanely strong shooting pain in my lower back and down my, all the way down my legs.
You might be starting to notice a pattern emerging here. And finally, we do have another timeline note. 2007 is his diagnosis date, but at least now we're acknowledging that's longer than 10 years ago.
That was a long time ago. That was about 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. I was diagnosed in 2007.
So, that's progress at least. Right? So that's it. That's 2019. I'll think of some other way to jump forward now. That'll do. I can't think anymore. My fucking brain's fried. Running low on glucose. Part 15. We're finally in this decade. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everybody else in between, welcome to 2020 and beyond. That's right, we are finally in this decade. And I've got some good news for you. We're also at the point where we've covered most of the bullshit and the lies that Phil tells about his back. So when it does come up over the next 5 years, 2020 to 2024, it's likely going to be something we've already talked about, so we can exclude it from this remaining clip run. It's something that we've already gone over, we know it's bullshit, so we don't need to address it here. That means that we are going to burn through the next few years quite quickly. And that's not the only piece of good news I've got for you, because we're only going up to 2022. So it's 3 years, because that's when I originally started doing this, so my original clips end here, and I did everything from 2023 and 2024 in the Butterbean DDP yoga video, because that's when I came out of hospital, and that felt like a good place to do what I was missing here. So we've only got 3 years left now. Ignore that it looks like 4, it's just the way I'm holding my pen. We've got 3 years left. However, We do need to spend a bit of time in 2022 because Phil gets problems with his neck and his upper back, and when I say he claims he has problems with his neck and his upper back. So the lower back injury does come up. There's a couple of things that we need to pick up from there, but most of it we've already gone over. We're not going to bother with. We are going to burn through the next 3 years quite quickly. So all that being said, shout out. Our first stop is a pre-stream on the 23rd of August 2020. Told you we were getting through it quickly.
Angelo Bestia says, is my back issue due to a nerve? I have a nerve issue in my neck and head. It's awful. My back issue is because I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back. And it was, sadly, it was the disc that shoots the information via nerves through most of the legs and even the bowels. And that is why I had numbness and shooting pain in my legs for many years. Today it's much better. It's certainly not 100%. Like, I can't go out there and run around and do physical stuff all day. I'll hurt my back. But it's way better than it was when I lived in Connecticut. I changed my lifestyle to not stress my back out. And since I did, you know, my back really doesn't have many issues at all anymore.
Now, I know it doesn't seem like there was much new in that, but we're now at the point where we can start wrapping things up. So there's a couple of things to highlight in there. Firstly, once again...
And it was, sadly, it was the disc that shoots the information via nerves through most of the legs and even the bowels.
Phil, your discs do not control your bowels. Secondly, keep note of that description of pain.
I had numbness and shooting pain in my legs for many years.
We're going to be coming to that shortly. And thirdly, you may have noticed in that little update about the condition of Phil's back where he says it's not 100% complete, but it's also not giving him many problems anymore, that he still can't do much physical activity.
I can't go out there and run around and do physical stuff all day. I'll hurt my back.
Not going to go into detail about that just now. We need to move on, but don't worry, we'll deal with it in a little bit. Couple of quick ones now. Firstly, quick stop at the 4th of March 2021 for Ask the King 85 Part 1. We have a diagnosis date.
When I first started that job was 2006. I was heavily into Street Fighter, and I was all about Street Fighter, traveling for Street Fighter, playing Street Fighter. That was 2006, 2007, okay? Then in 2007, 2008 is when I basically quit doing competitive Street Fighter, and I had my back injury. That was really, really bad.
And now we need to dip back into that Ghost of Tsushima clip from the Lifestyle Changes bit? I think it was the Lifestyle Changes bit. Nope, it was the Seattle Air segment. Fuck.
I had a debilitating back injury, a severely herniated disc between my L4 L5 vertebrae. It was so bad when I went to the doctor, when they did the CAT scan, they said it was about to burst, and if I hadn't gone there at that time to get, you know, something done to it to fix it, or at least alleviate the problem, it would have burst, and I basically would have been screwed over for life.
So you might be asking yourself, Steve, why did we go back to the Ghost of Tsushima DLC? What was the point of that? And I would just like to highlight that Phil in this one claims that he had a CT scan.
When they did the CAT scan.
Not an MRI scan.
I recognize the MRI machine because I've had an MRI before when I had my back issue. They needed to do an MRI on my back in order to see in there what was going on. That's how they actually found that one of my discs was severely herniated to the point where it was almost going to burst.
So I have a note here about mentioning the handcart, but Phil's forgotten about it, so fuck it. So the next stop on our list is a pre-stream from the 13th of January 2022, and the next few clips are... well, they're wild. Let's put it like that.
Nathan Smith just did a very generous 20-pound super chat and says the following. Phil, I hope you're doing well. I would like to know how you deal with back pain. I have scoliosis on my back and it get really painful. I wonder how you deal with it. Depends. Really depends, because my back pain, I think, is going to be different than yours. Mine was nerve pain. And with nerve pain, there were various things that I could do that allowed me to relieve that pain. For example, there were back exercises that I did. And those back exercises actually built up my core muscles, which allowed then those muscles to take on more of the weight load of daily activity, rather than putting it on the spine and put it on these muscles that I built up. I had a back stretcher.
There's a lifestyle changes bit here, but I've cut it. So there's a couple of things that I find interesting in this, and the first is that Phil now claims that he did back exercises to strengthen his muscles, which obviously directly contradicts earlier claims where his muscles just strengthened by themselves because he was doing less physical activity.
There were back exercises that I did, and those back exercises actually built up my core muscles.
Sorry about this, DarksydePhil. And secondly, somewhat related to that, is the claim that Phil makes where he says that he has nerve pain and there's various things that he could do to help alleviate that. And that's not exclusive to nerve pain. he just makes it sound like it is, but it's true of any injury. Like if you break a leg or you pull a muscle or you tear a ligament or something, there's going to be various things that you could do to help alleviate that pain. And some of them might be exercises, but it's just like, it's weird that you would use that. And it makes me think that he's not got much and he's just trying to pad out the lie, you know? Especially when you previously said, I didn't do exercise. It's quite bad for you because my back, you know? I can't do exercise. And here it's, I can do exercise. It was one of the things I did to help deal with the pain. And once again, your back stretcher is not exercise. But anyway, there's one more thing that we need to deal with after the lifestyle changes bit that I've cut out.
And what's happened is over the years that I've lived here, I moved here in 2014, my back got better. Does my back every once in a while hurt me? Yes. But it's only in days when I have extreme stress or I'm carrying a bunch of heavy shit, then I'll feel it. But outside of that, most days I don't have back problems anymore, which is awesome. But the thing is about scoliosis, it's a completely different situation. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, your vertebrae.
Yep. He said that. You didn't mishear. He said that.
But the thing is about scoliosis, it's a completely different situation. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, your vertebrae.
We're going to save it for a little bit. But yeah, he said that.
But the thing is about scoliosis, it's a completely different situation. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, your vertebrae.
So we're moving on to our next clip, but we're not quite done being in the 13th of January 2022 just yet, because this is from later on that same day. Phil plays Condemned, and this is part 5.
Daniel now says, this is a callback to when you were talking about your back issues. I feel you. I only had a minor disc slippage. I couldn't sit for more than 30 minutes for like 3 months. Yeah, what happens is when you have back issues, in particular when you have like a disc issue, what ends up happening is because the disc is swollen, you get weird sensations. All of a sudden, you'll have shooting pain out of nowhere in your back. Like, oh God, all down my legs and everything. What is this pain? And you want to try to reposition to get the pain to go away. Then all of a sudden, you'll have no feeling at all. You'll be numb as shit. Like, what the hell? And it really depends on what direction that disc is being pinched or driven in the wrong way.
So I've cut a bit now because there's some gameplay and Phil doesn't talk about his back for a bit. He will then return to the subject, but for a couple of minutes he plays the game and gets distracted by that, so it's not really relevant. But for the first part, there's a couple of things that we need to pick out. Okay, firstly, the way he answered that question really stuck out to me because I know that he doesn't know that a slip disc is a herniated disc.
How many slip discs do I have? No, I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back.
The way he answers this just reminds me of that. I think this is another example of it because he doesn't mention like the disc being herniated at all in his response. And you'd think if this person had said, hey, Phil, I've had a minor herniation, Phil would then take the opportunity to say, oh, I know how you feel. Mine was quite severe and I had this, you know. I feel like if he recognised that slip disc was just another way of saying herniated disc, he would have mentioned like the fact that his was severely herniated, or, you know, just mentioned herniation in general. And the fact that he doesn't and moves on to like the sensations that he's feeling, that's really sticking out to me. So I might just be, you know, biased because I've seen that other clip where someone says slip disc and he goes, no, mine was herniated. But yeah, it just stuck out to me. But I suppose it is handy that he gave us that little description of the symptoms that he feels, because it helps us with point 2, that description of the symptoms that he feels.
Because the disc is swollen, you get weird sensations. All of a sudden, you'll have shooting pain out of nowhere in your back. Like, oh God, all down my legs and everything. What is this pain? And you want to try to reposition to get the pain to go away. Then all of a sudden, you'll have no feeling at all. You'll be numb as shit.
Going to be a bit relevant later on. And finally, just remember this line as well.
And it really depends on what direction that disc is being pinched or driven in the wrong way.
That's also going to be a bit relevant later on. It's mad that we're in 2022 and we can still like go, look, there's still things we need to talk about here. You would think we'd have done everything by now, wouldn't you? You'd think there'd be no more new shit to talk about. But no, there's still like some little bits of our skeleton that don't yet have meat. Fucking mad. Anyway, back to Condemned. We've still got a few more things to go.
Did I develop restless leg syndrome after the injury? Funny enough, I had it before the injury. So before my back, before I even knew that I had a back injury, okay, when I used to work at that Wells Fargo bank job, I used to actually like always be moving my leg. By the way, here's an achievement for finding a bird here. I used to always be moving my legs around, and I couldn't stand still. When I stood up, I would be like wobbling back and forth. Now maybe that was because I actually had the early signs of this back injury and I just didn't realize it. But I used to do that at that job, and that was 2 jobs before I was actually diagnosed with the back injury. Okay. James says I should consider a Herman and Miller Aeron. They're expensive, but they're the best chairs for back problems. A huge upgrade compared to a normal chair. Well, for the longest time, I had no good seating here, right? When I lived in Connecticut and I was doing this for a living, I was sitting on a sofa that really didn't have much or any back support. And then when I was here, I was sitting on that love seat, and neither is very good, to be honest, for support at all. And I probably shouldn't have been doing that for as long as I did. This chair has ergonomic support. This is the first chair I've ever used in the entirety of the time I've been a content creator that actually has good ergonomic support.
Okay, so firstly, I'm not going to make another restless leg syndrome joke, but we do need to break that answer down a little bit because, as we mentioned in the restless leg syndrome bit, Phil is claiming here that, you know, he had it before he had his back injury.
Funny enough, I had it before the injury.
And obviously my response to that remains, well, then why didn't you mention it beforehand? Because you spoke about your back quite a lot during those years, and yet it never came up until after you heard it in Injustice 2.
Sorry, restless leg syndrome.
But also, I would just like to pick apart the particular phrasing.
So before I even knew that I had a back injury.
Because that's like, just, you didn't have it yet. You didn't know it because you didn't have it. Similarly, the phrasing...
Now, maybe that was because I actually had the early signs of this back injury and I just didn't realize it.
Suggests, again, that maybe you didn't actually have the back injury at all, Philip. Because it hadn't happened yet. And this is something completely different and unrelated to your back. Because if this thing exists before your back injury, it's probably not related to your back injury. Especially if you've got a point where you can go, that was the thing where I noticed my back was hurting.
Definitively, when I found out this was a problem, was one day, it was the summertime, and I was actually playing touch football.
We just want to muddy the waters. We just want to keep everything a bit confused because it makes it difficult for people to work out what's real and what's not. It makes it hard for them to pin you down on something. It's always easy to go, well, I'm not quite sure. It could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this, and it could have been this. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm not sure. I mean, it's only my back. You know, it's only my body and an injury that I've had. You'd think I would be the one who knows when it happened. And finally, I think we need to dwell for a moment on this.
This chair has ergonomic support. This is the first chair I've ever used in the entirety of the time I've been a content creator that actually has good ergonomic support.
And really think about the fact that he spent 15 years, at least 5 of which were with a herniated disc, without proper ergonomic support for his back. And at no point during those 15 years did he think, I should probably get a chair with ergonomic support for me bad back. And once again, I find myself thinking, why wouldn't you think of that if your bad back was having such a huge impact on you? It seems like the sort of thing that you would consider, because I've had to consider it at times because my back has had such a huge impact on me. And once again, the only reason I can come up with is because your back was never that bad, so you never needed to consider things like this. But if you think that's the only example of Phil obfuscating things and trying to keep the origins of his back injury cloudy and mysterious, then, oh my god, wait 3 days, because we're now at a pre-stream of the 16th of January 2022, and this is just everything at the wall.
How did I injure my back? Well, the thing is, I don't really know a definitive moment when I had the back injury. Back in the 2000s, I started to notice things like my back would hurt every once in a while when I did physical activities. By the way, I got overweight at one point, so that could have contributed to it. But many factors. I only really noticed that I had a back injury. One day I was in a park. playing touch football with my friends. And these are the same friends who I used to hang out with and play Street Fighter with and everything. And we're just having fun. There was a cookout. We were having some beers. It was a good time. And when I went home, I was in excruciating pain. Now, I didn't fall. I didn't hurt anything on my body. It just, my back was in excruciating pain. And I thought, maybe I just wrenched a muscle or whatever. No, you know what it is that I guess I had gradually had this injury that was getting worse and worse. And that was when I really had aggravated it and realized how bad it was. And it just got worse from there. But when I was younger, I had back problems too. Like I remember in school carrying my backpack around and my back hurts, man, constantly, stuff like that. So who knows? I could have been something from much younger in my life. I did get into a bad car accident when I was in high school. Maybe that could, who knows, right? Who knows where it actually started? The good news is it's really not a huge deal anymore. So that's a good thing.
Now, first things first, you might have noticed there's a lot of stumbling in that.
When I had the back injury, by the way, I only had this injury, and when I was younger, maybe that could, who knows?
And as we've seen before with Phil, stumbling usually entails that his mind is currently trying to piece something together. So I think in this instance, his mind is trying to search for like any and every excuse that he can, because he doesn't want to give a definitive answer at this point. Secondly, that he calls it a gradual injury that was getting worse and worse, and that was the point when he noticed that he aggravated it.
I guess I had gradually had this injury that was getting worse and worse, and that was when I really had aggravated it and realized how bad it was, and it just got worse from there.
Or it could just be, Phil, that was the moment when you actually hurt it. Also, I know it's been a while and it's not come up that often, but because he mentioned this...
But when I was younger, I had back problems too. Like I remember in school carrying my backpack around and my back hurts, man, constantly, stuff like that.
It feels like I'm meeting an old friend again. You know, like when you bump into someone in the street that you've not seen for a while. You're like, hey, how you doing, man? How's it going? You know, it's good to see you again. And, you know, you have a quick catch up and see how each other's doing. Yeah, it feels like that when you mentioned school books. But again, we're treading old ground, so it's best not to linger too long. We have to move on to something else. But before we do, once again, Phil...
Who knows, right? Who knows where it actually started?
You are the one who knows. It's your back. Okay, so we're going to jump forward to a pre-stream on the 5th of March. This is a fairly long clip, so I've had to chop it up into a couple of bits. And also, for some reason that I really can't remember, this one's from Raw DSP Archive rather than directly from Phil's channel. It's not going to make any difference. I mean, you're going to see the chat down one side, but other than that, there's, you know, no difference. But, yeah, I don't know why that is. It's really bothered me that I can't remember. But, yeah, anyway. Shout-outs to DDM.
I have a few things that I need to talk about, okay? A few concerning things. The first is my health, all right? Out of nowhere yesterday, I woke up, and my back was hurting. Now, not my previous back injury. If you remember, many years ago, when I first started on YouTube, I told you guys, I had a debilitating back injury. In my lower back, I had a severely herniated disc between my... I forget if it was the R4, R5 vertebrae. It was my lower back, and it was basically very concerning because this was the vertebrae that this disc, if it malfunctioned, could destroy my ability to walk. It could destroy my ability to control my bowels. It was basically one of the worst possible things that could happen. It was severely herniated to the point where it almost burst, and I had to make several life adjustments in order to accommodate this back injury. When I was first a YouTuber back in the day, I basically wasn't very mobile. I'm just going to be honest. Like, I constantly had shooting pain and numbness in my legs.
So, yeah, first of all, that.
In my lower back, I had a severely herniated disc between my... I forget if it was the R4, R5 vertebrae.
We are going to deal with later. Secondly, I want to pick up on this point. You will note here that when Phil describes the life changes that he made, he is actually talking about accommodating his back, not treating it.
And I had to make several life adjustments in order to accommodate this back injury.
That's a very, very important distinction. Thirdly, thank you for that little description of pain.
I constantly had shooting pain and numbness in my legs.
We got another lifestyle changes segment here, so I've cut that too.
But yeah, it was basically like, how can I say it? A life-changing experience being here in Washington versus where I used to live in Connecticut. And it allowed my back to essentially stop being strained constantly. And my back essentially stopped having the issue. Now, don't get me wrong. My back is never going to be perfect. There are days when if I'm, you know, oh, I'm doing some heavy lifting or doing a lot of physical activity, my back hurts. And then I got to be careful because I don't want to strain it or re-injure the back. But I know for the rest of my life I'm going to have these issues. And by the way, both my mother, my hair in my mouth, both my mother and my father have back issues. It is hereditary as well as, you know, me already having a history of it. All right. So the reason I'm telling you this is the good news is the lower back injury pretty much is fixed. I never really needed surgery for it. Yeah, at one point I took some therapy for it, some injections into my spine, but that was over 10 years ago. And at this point, it basically is not an issue. It's a non-issue.
Also, you might have noticed that before he mentions his mum and his dad having back problems, he stumbles quite a bit.
I know for the rest of my life I'm going to have these issues. And by the way, both my mother, my hair in my mouth, both my mother and my father have back issues.
Which suggests to me that his mind is hurriedly piecing something together while he's looking for a justification for having these back problems for the rest of his life that isn't his fault. So what better way to displace responsibility than genetics? Because in as much as there is a genetic component to discs not developing properly and causing back issues, that is not the case with Phil. Phil's issues with his back are all because of something that has happened in the environment. He's been playing touch football, for example, as is the case with most people who have herniated discs. It is something that they have done during their life. It may be like working for several years in a place with improper seating, or it could be something as immediate as like slipping or tripping, or it could be something that's a gradual wear and tear. You know, the point is that it's normally something that they're doing in their life that causes the issue, not genetics gradually decaying a disc until it ruptures. That's not what happened with Phil. And again, we only have his word for it, and the stumbling before he claims that his mum and his dad have back issues.
These issues, by the way,
makes me think that no, they don't, and maybe his dad's back isn't that bad, considering he can still go out and do things like fishing. So I'm finding it hard to believe that Phil's mum and dad have back issues that are equivalent or worse than Phil's. And again, maybe minor spoilers for the ending of this video, but I don't quite believe that Phil's back was as bad as he said it was. So I think his mum and dad are probably okay. And all of Phil's back issues are because of him and things he's done. But obviously, Phil can't accept that. He has to externally displace his responsibility. His locus of control pushes outwards. So it's mum and dad and genetics. Oh, and I'm also not going to let this slip by as well.
I never really needed surgery for it.
You never really needed surgery for it, did you?
Plus, I have a back injury. I've been waiting to finally get surgery. There's been a little bit more negativity around me because I was originally hoping that this year would have been the year that I could have moved. And I could have moved in with my girlfriend, and I could have maybe gotten the back surgery and improved my life. I just want to be healthy. All of a sudden, I wake up yesterday morning, I've got back pain. And it's not like, oh, a little bit of soreness. It's like, damn, there's like shooting pain. It's like radiating. Like, what happened here? And I hate to say it, but yeah, it gave me kind of memories, like a throwback to when my lower back had an issue. It kind of reminded me of that. Okay, here's some good news. All right, even if this is worst case scenario, and actually I am having disc issues again in my back, at least it's the upper back. And the reason I say that is at least it won't be like I can't move my legs, I can't use the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the worst. That was like the worst possible place for me to have a back issue. And thank God it's not that again. Okay, if it was, I would probably be scared shitless, because that was like, I'm not kidding, it was so bad. I got depressed because the pain was so bad, and that was one of the worst times of my life, is when I first had that back injury, and I didn't know what was going to happen to me. Okay, at the very least, this is upper back.
See, Philip, all those bad things about your lower disc injury, you know, the losing control of your legs, not having control of your bowels, all the bad things, you still get that with disc injuries up here. But when a disc in your neck goes, you're also risking paralysis from the neck down. Not just from the waist down, from the neck down. So no more moving your hands and your arms, no more grabbing and holding controllers to play games. Disc injuries up here are far more serious. Not to say disc injuries down here aren't serious, but if something did go wrong, and heaven forbid you were paralyzed from the waist down, you could still move your hands and your arms and play games and stream. But, Philip, if you were to injure a disc up here and then lost control of everything below your neck, that's it. You're stuck in a chair while Cat feeds you and wipes parts of you that she probably didn't sign up to wipe when she married you. So I have a note here, slight twinge of empathy, so elaborate. And I'm struggling because I do get that feeling depressed and that worry about not knowing if you're going to be all right.
And thank God it's not that again, okay? If it was, I would probably be scared shitless, because that was like, I'm not kidding, it was so bad, I got depressed because the pain was so bad, and that was one of the worst times of my life, is when I first had that back injury, and I didn't know what was going to happen to me.
But I'm struggling to elaborate further because everything else I see makes me think he's not really at that level. He's not at that point. His wasn't ever that bad, and so I don't feel like he has much experience of this. Whereas there have been so many times through this where I've struggled and it's really affected me, and you know, it's hard to take the failure of an operation that you were hoping would make you better. It's even harder when it happens 3 times. So, so I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, I just don't think he's been there to come from it in the first place. He doesn't have much experience of it, so it feels insincere, and it feels like he was never that bad in the first place. It just wasn't as bad for him, and he never like had to get to that point. Because, like, if again, he needed so little treatment, wasn't even surgically treated. I don't think it was bad enough to push him that far. And I think he's just moaning because he's in pain today.
At the very least, this is upper back.
So, yeah, Phil, if that is how you want to console yourself and reassure yourself and be like, well, at least it's only an upper back injury. At least it's only a disc in my neck. At least it's not like, you know, lower down and I might shit myself. Enjoy making movements like this.
Can I lift my arms up? Yeah, no problem. Can I use my hands to play a video game? Sure, no problem. Look, 0.
Because they're movements you wouldn't be able to make if there was something seriously wrong with a disc in your upper neck. But since he mentioned pain in that and gave us another description of the symptoms that he's feeling, why not talk about pain in general and how Phil talks about it specifically? This feels like a good enough point to deal with that. Let's do it. Part 16. Pain and how Phil talks about it. Now, as we've been going along, we've been taking particular note of several times where Phil has described the pain that he felt, and you might have noticed a particular pattern repeating.
Then I start to get sharp pain shooting up my back. Right now, I'm pretty much in a lot of nerve pain. I'll be in excruciating nerve pain or even numbness. I'm still in pain. I still get numbness.
My back had been giving me pain, okay? Soreness, some shooting, like nerve pain, really bad pain in my back and my legs, numbness in my legs. I always had shooting nerve pain, okay? It got to the point where my legs were numb. Sometimes it would be soreness, sometimes it would be shooting pain, like sharp shooting nerve pain. Almost no pain whatsoever. I hardly ever get numbness anymore in my legs. No more shooting pain, no more numbness. I had numbness and pain. I'd be laid up with my, you know, numbness, shooting pain in my leg and shit, shooting pain in my legs. I would get numbness in my legs. I was losing control of my legs. They were either numb or in shooting sharp pain all the time. I had shooting pain at random points down my legs. I had numbness in my legs. And my muscles in my lower back and all the way through my legs were incredibly tense. I don't have pain or numbness. I had shooting pain up and down my legs. I had numbness in my legs. I know about the pain. I know about the numbness. I had incredibly sharp nerve pain shooting through my back and down my legs, and also numbness. I just started having insanely strong shooting pain in my lower back and down all the way down my legs. I had numbness and shooting pain in my legs. I was in excruciating pain. I had shooting pain down my legs, numbness. You'll have shooting pain out of nowhere. in your back. Like, oh God, all down my legs and everything. Then all of a sudden, you'll have no feeling at all. You'll be numb as shit. I constantly had shooting pain and numbness in my legs.
Now, the issue here isn't one of consistency, it's more a lack of elaboration, because this is an area where you would expect further description, maybe, you know, more symptoms or more description of the sensations that he's feeling, and you never really get that, other than, like, I might have lost control of my bowels, which is not really related to pain. It's more a function of, you know, the disc being herniated and that impinging a nerve. It's odd to me that someone like Phil, who loves to elaborate, regardless of whether he actually knows anything about the subject that he's talking about, in so many other situations, and yet here you don't really get anything. It's just either sharp and or shooting nerve pain and numbness. There's nothing more. Now, the thing about Phil is that if a topic is too far out of his comfort zone, or if for whatever reason he doesn't feel like he could bullshit his audience about it, he will sort of rein himself back in and not go down that path. And it's rare, but it does happen. And I think that's what's happening here. Phil isn't like really experienced in this area, so he's not giving you much to go on. He hasn't really felt this pain, so he can't really describe this pain because he has no experience of it to draw upon when picking the words that he needs to use to convey the sensations that he's feeling to his audience. He's just never been in this much pain. See, Phil never describes like feeling pins and needles. He never describes feeling any changes in temperature or any other unusual sensations that you might be feeling from a nerve damage injury. People in pain and with chronic pain conditions can be quite descriptive about the pain that they're feeling, because obviously pain is perceived differently depending on a wide number of factors, depending on where it is in your body and how injured you are and so on. So, you know, usually when like a doctor's saying what's your pain feel like, you can give quite a descriptive answer, or at least one that goes into a bit more detail than what we get from Phil. Like, because of the way that my disc herniated, I've had issues with my right leg and my right foot, and a lot of the nerve issues there are really weird. They're very painful, but you sort of expect a certain level of pain and you're not quite prepared for the weird sensations that accompany it. I feel pins and needles, but I also feel like there's a hole in my sock and my big toe's poking through, but the hole is like tightening around my big toe and it feels like it's going to cut the circulation off. Other times it's felt like if I put weight on my foot, my toenails would like feel too much pressure and they'd shoot off. Other times it's felt like there's a pack of gel or something on the top of my foot, and if I move or put weight on it, it's going to burst. In my leg, it sometimes feels like there's ice water shooting through the nerves going up my calf. Other times it feels like my shin's on fire. These are all like sensations that I feel like I can convey in a descriptive way. But with Phil, we don't get much. And we don't get much in terms of whereabouts in his leg he's feeling it as well. Like, is he feeling it in his thigh? Is he feeling it in his shin? Is it in the front or the back? There's, you know, inside or outside. It's difficult to tell because all you ever get is shooting down both legs, which we're about to get to, don't worry. I think the reason for this lies all the way back at the start when Phil first meets the doctor about his back. As the doctor's asking Phil questions to ascertain more information about the state of his back and how much pain he's in and so on, Phil is similarly taking notes and looking for information that he can use to flesh out the lie and tell his friends and family to make it sound more severe and more serious than it actually is. So the doctor might ask him something like, you know, the pain that you're feeling, is it shooting or is it stabbing? And Phil's remembering certain symptoms and certain descriptions for future use. A good example of this is the whole losing control of your bowels thing. Phil has clearly retained this piece of information after being asked by the doctor, but the full context has either been forgotten or was never given, as he was likely to have said no to this when asked. However, he's come away from this meeting with the doctor with the association somewhere in his mind that his back injury is in some way related to losing control of his bowels, and he's going to use that later to make his back injury seem more serious or more significant than it actually was. Hiya, sorry to jump in here and disrupt continuity, but I was editing some earlier footage and I found another example of this, in the first pre-stream that we did for 2020. Phil is asked,
is my back issue due to a nerve? I have a nerve issue in my neck and head. It's awful. My back issue is because I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back.
Now, the reason that I think this is another example of Phil not paying attention to the doctor and not fully understanding what's going on while the doctor's trying to explain what the fuck is happening to his back is because, as we have seen at several points during this video, Phil seems to think that the disc itself has nerves and it's the disc that sends signals to the brain in the bowels. But when you have a herniated disc, you do not get pain from the disc itself because the disc does not have nerves to send pain to the brain. It's actually because the disc is herniated and has ended up pressing against or fully impinging and compressing a nerve running past it. That's the thing that causes pain. So if you had a herniated disc and someone said, hey, do you get the pain from the nerve? You would say, yes, the disc is herniated so much that it's pressing against this nerve and causing me pain. Phil doesn't, because he doesn't understand what's going on. He thinks that the disc is the thing that's sending pain and causing him to feel pain, and the reality is the disc is the thing that's blocking the thing that sends signals to and from the brain and causes pain. I think his claim about having numbness is also the result of this, and this might feel a bit more tenuous, but when he talks about numbness, he also seems to frequently mention losing like control of his limb in some way, like he might be driving and then, you know, because his leg's numb, it might suddenly slam on the pedal and his car accelerates or something.
When my back injury was really bad, okay, and I went to drive on the highway, and I started having like pain and numbness in my legs and tightness in my back, and I kind of realized, oh shit, this is bad because I'm on the highway and at any moment, what if my leg jerks up and I hit the brakes or I veer in a direction and I could die or I could kill people around me.
That's not quite how it works. It's more like you want to move and your body doesn't move in the way that you want it to. It's not like it's suddenly like you violently kick out or something, or if you are, you know, if you have numbness in your arm's at risk of like violently jerking forward and punching someone. That's not how numbness works. And he also never really talks about proprioception, which is something that the doctor would have explained to him if he'd said like, yeah, I get numbness, but I feel like what happened was the doctor said, you know, do you get numbness? And he said no, but he's taken note of that symptom to use later and never really explored it further because he didn't say yes, so the doctor didn't explain it to him. Very, very quickly, proprioception means your body's way of keeping track of itself relative to other parts of itself. So if you close your eyes and wave your arms about, you'd still know where they are relative to you and your body because your body has a sense of proprioception, so it knows where parts of you are. Don't know why I've still got my eyes closed at this point. Now, another issue that we have is the location that Phil gives for his pain, and that is in his back and his legs. And in his back, yeah, that makes sense. However, in his legs is a problem for two reasons. Firstly, it is rare for a disc that low to herniate in such a way that it affects both legs because the nerves in your spine have started spreading out by that point because they're going into your legs. And secondly, he never identifies where in his legs. Is it in the inside thigh? Is it on your outer shin? Is it in your foot, on the top, underneath? Do you feel it on your heel? Can you feel your toes? There's never any description. He also never specifies which leg. It's both. So you don't know if he got pain in his right shin or his left thigh. Did he get it in both sets of feet? Was that just gout? Do you remember this quote from a couple of clips ago?
And it really depends on what direction that disc is being pinched or driven in the wrong way.
See, that's important because neurological symptoms such as pins and needles are experienced in different parts of either leg depending on which nerve root is being compressed and which way the disc is herniating. An impingement at the L4, L5 vertebrae would cause symptoms to be felt in the front of the thigh, the inner side of the leg, and would also cause difficulty with lifting, straightening and stretching the leg out. And we've seen Phil do these things. So my ultimate conclusion when it comes to Phil and the way he talks about pain, and of course you're free to disagree and come to a different conclusion, this is just the one I've reached after going over all the evidence that I've laid out so far, is that Phil's experience of pain is limited and it probably wasn't as bad as he wants to make you think it was. I don't doubt that he hurt his back, but I feel like it didn't affect him neurologically because he's never described anything other than sharp or shooting nerve pain and numbness. And neurologically, there would be a lot more sensations that he could describe. and he would know that it was one leg or the other. It's incredibly unlikely to be both. He's never, say, experienced the sensation of wire being threaded through your nerves. He's never felt like glass in between muscles. He's never felt like he was standing on hypodermic syringes. He's never felt like the front of his shin was on fire or ice water was shooting through his veins. There's never been anything descriptive enough to indicate neurological damage. And so I think his back was not injured enough to cause that. And the incredibly limited way that he talks about his pain and his sensations is just proof of that, because otherwise he'd be able to tell you. And Phil would make it sound as bad as he could. That's why he keeps mentioning his bowels. He knows that's somewhat serious because he remembers vaguely being asked about it by the doctor, and the doctor seeming like, hey, this is important. But he doesn't know the full context of it, and because he's got no experience of it, he doesn't understand like the context in which it should be given. So he doesn't understand how to describe nerve pain other than sharp or shooting, because those are things the doctor would have asked him. So yeah, he just didn't feel that much pain. But if nothing else, all of that makes this clip,
the thing is, I'm very, very good at hiding pain,
even funnier. Part 17, getting back to 2022. Getting back to things, it's now the 6th of March 2022, and this is part 19 of Phil's playthrough of Horizon Forbidden West.
John says, do you think that my wife would give me a back massage? Why would that help? The problem is likely my discs, since I have back issues with my discs. That's, you know, I had a severely herniated disc before in my back. Massaging my back will not help with the discs. That's not how it works, sadly. I wish it did, but that's not how it works.
Okay, so two things to pull from this clip, and the first one is, did you notice that the tenses changed quite quickly then?
My discs, since I have back issues with my discs, that's, you know, I had a severely herniated disc before in my back.
Now, given everything that we've seen about Phil, I think it's fair to conclude that this is Phil catching himself in the middle of a lie and having to change it very, very quickly on the fly. Although, that could just be me, and I could just be biased because we're now over 8 hours into this. So, you know, but you'd understand why I would jump to that conclusion, wouldn't you? Also, and secondly, hey Phil, I've got some good news for you.
Massaging my back will not help with the discs. That's not how it works, sadly. I wish it did, but that's not how it works.
That is actually how it works. There is quite a lot of evidence to suggest that massages, specifically ones relating to like physio and sport injuries, such as deep muscle massages, can help alleviate many of the symptoms associated with the herniated disc. So, you know, your wife could do that. It would help you. Well, I mean, it would have helped you ages ago when your back was actually bad, but now that we're in 2022, 15 years later, and that's going to be important in a moment, you probably don't have that many like resulting symptoms from your back injury, do you? Also, that Skyrim clip I used earlier where Phil doesn't know that a slip disc is actually the same thing as a herniated disc, that happens around here.
How many slip discs do I have? No, I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back when I was younger, over 10 years ago.
You know, just throwing that one out there for free. So we're now at a pre-stream on the 22nd of March 2022, and I'm not calling it the pre-stream podcast because it's not a podcast from now on, it's just a pre-stream, and I'm going to be quite petulant about that. So yeah, going forward, just bear that in mind. Anyway, this is an important one because Phil's hurt his neck again, and it's also quite a long one, so I'm going to have to chop it up into bits again.
Yesterday, I wake up in the morning, and my neck is sore, and I'm like, oh man, it must have been another one of these nights when I slept weird on my neck. Now, you remember a few weeks ago I told you guys I had pretty bad upper back pain. I guess what had happened was, again, I was sleeping in a weird position, and likely I either pinched or depressed a disc in my neck, and I woke up with shooting pain and numbness in my upper back, which I never really had. It made me nervous because, as you guys may or may not know, in the mid-2000s to late 2000s, I had a lot of back pain and back issues. They really didn't resolve themselves mostly until around 2014, 2015 when I moved out here to Washington and I adjusted my lifestyle in a way that I lost weight, but also that I didn't have to really strain my back physically anymore to do anything. But I had severely bad back pain, a severely herniated disc in my lower back at one point, and it was bad. You know, doctors told me if I didn't do something to change my lifestyle that I could have it rupture and end up having major problems for the rest of my life and might require surgery. So when this back pain started a few weeks ago, I was very nervous about it. I was like, this is not good. You know, what if this is the signs that something else is going wrong with my back. The good news is within like 3-4 days, it was gone. So it must have been, just like I said, a nerve pinch or, you know, sleeping a weird way and twisting my back or wrenching my back, or even, you know, maybe it was a minor thing with my disc, but it wasn't a big deal. So yesterday I wake up in the morning and my neck is sore. I'm like, this is a bad sign. So I start to move around. I realize something. Uh-oh. Let me tell you a quick story.
Now, we have a couple of points to pick up from this bit, and first is that Phil used a description of pain that might be very familiar to you at this point.
And I woke up with shooting pain and numbness in my upper back.
And the more cynical amongst you may think that's an indication that he's lying about the pain that he's in. And I am definitely one of you, the cynical crowd, so I think that's what that is. Secondly, we have another timeline issue.
In the mid-2000s to late 2000s.
I forgot to film this link. Don't worry, we'll be getting to this in a little while.
I had a lot of back pain and back issues. They really didn't resolve themselves mostly until around 2014, 2015.
So yeah, that's 2014 to 2015, which gives you 7 or 8 years if you want to take 2007 as your start date. It's quite a long recovery, that. Thirdly, I also want to point this out.
But I had severely bad back pain, a severely herniated disc in my lower back at one point.
Now, firstly, Phil's description of his back pain as severe. Right, how do we deal with that? Now, I think Phil tripped himself up here because it sounds like he was initially going to say I had a severely herniated disc and stumbled because he forgot the word so he filled in with bad back pain. And that's an issue because, do you remember this clip?
And it really depends on what direction that disc is being pinched or driven in the wrong way.
Yeah, that comes into play here. Depending on which direction the disc is herniating in, you may not actually feel that much pain at all because it may not be compressing a nerve. So, again, when it comes to pain, and I know we've dealt with that before, so let's not go into it too much, but his description of it is still quite suspect. And finally, once again, the responsibility for making the lifestyle changes, or at least suggesting them as a course of action, comes down to the doctors, not Phil.
And it was bad. You know, doctors told me if I didn't do something to change my lifestyle that I could have it rupture and end up having major problems for the rest of my life and might require surgery.
And once again, I'd like you all to put yourself in the position of a doctor who has a patient with a disc so severely herniated that it's about to rupture at any day now, and you're the one that tells them, go home and do nothing for months. That'll do it. It's just... you know by this point. It grinds you down. And that's by design, like a lot of narcissist lies. They're designed to make you stop questioning him. And this is one of them. It's like the doctors would not recommend this at all. They just... It goes against like medical logic. If your disc is about to rupture, you want to do something to stop it rupturing before it ruptures. And that will probably involve a more like proactive and immediate course of treatment than fucking going home and stopping carrying your shopping as much. Anyway, so this is where we left off.
Let me tell you a quick story.
And I think it benefits everyone to cut that story, which, as I'm sure most of you already suspect, is not quick.
Likely what's going to happen is the rest of my life's going to be like this. And there's not much I can do about it because back issues are back issues. And every doctor says that too. They're like, yeah, you know, when you have lingering back issues or you have a history of back issues, there's not much you can do besides treat the issue as opposed to like, you know, what could have caused it? What am I going to do? Sleep in a neck brace every night to make sure I don't twist my neck and accidentally do something? You know what I'm saying? It's really dumb. And it's absolutely hilarious. The people in the stream chat right now, every time I talk about something like this, these people, completely out of touch with reality, go right to the doctor. Go see a doctor. Go for the doctor. You can't. That's not how American healthcare works. Here's what would happen if I wanted to get this checked out. I would have to go into the app for my health insurance. I would have to schedule an appointment to talk with someone through a chat, explain the symptoms. Then they would likely give me a referral to go to an urgent care facility, which you go to, and the people at the urgent care facility don't know shit. They literally just take your data and confirm that you have a medical issue. Then if they deem that it's something worthy of actually seeing a doctor for, they'll try to get you into a doctor's office for a specialist. No exaggeration, it takes about 2 months to see a specialist. I know because 2 years ago, I had a series of ear infections.
Okay, so firstly...
likely what's going to happen is the rest of my life's going to be like this. And there's not much I can do about it.
There is something you could do about it. You could fucking exercise. Okay, secondly...
back issues are back issues, and every doctor says that too.
Every doctor says that. Every doctor says that once you've had back injuries, there's nothing you can do. That's why surgeries only have between 70 and 90% success rates, isn't it? You know, all those like 90% of people who have a laminectomy or discectomy will go on to be better and not have issues with their back for the rest of their lives. But all the doctors say that, do they? But we're not done with this, because Phil then says,
when you have lingering back issues or you have a history of back issues, there's not much you can do besides treat the issue.
And it's like, yeah, like that's the whole point. You've got an issue with your back, you go to the doctors, they treat the fucking issue. Most of the time, the underlying cause is not something the doctor can treat. I can't treat you for slipping on the stairs and, like, falling on your bum and herniating a disc. I can't treat you for the way that you bent down to pick up that object. I can't treat you for being involved in that car crash. I can't treat you for your school making you carry books on your back all day. They're not things that the doctor can treat, but the resulting issue, as in the pain I'm in from my herniated disc, is something the doctor can treat. They can treat it in a number of ways. That's why you go. Like, and what sort of treatment does he expect? Like, if the doctor could treat, like, the underlying issue of, like, bad discs, you know, what would they do? What would they do to prevent one from herniating? Considering that most herniations occur because of something that the person has done in the environment. Like, we've been over that before as well. I've just edited it, so it's fresh in my memory. But fuck me, the shitting on doctors and medicine, it's relentless. Alright, so this has just occurred to me while I was editing. I think the initial point that Phil was trying to make there was that doctors will often treat the symptom and not the cause. But that's, you know, only really applicable in terms of, like, an illness or a disease. Something like neuropathic pain from a herniated disc is treated by directly addressing the underlying cause, in this case the herniated disc. And whether you treat that surgically or non-surgically, the point is that you hope to resolve or at least relieve the symptoms by directly treating the cause. But the more important point is, I think I've worked out where his, like, rage and hatred and resentment of doctors comes from. And this is just sort of like a gut feeling based off what we know about how Phil behaves in similar situations. At times when he's held this sort of, like, resentment towards somebody or some industry, it's usually because he feels like he's been wronged in some way by that person or that company or that industry or whatever. That other party has aggrieved him in some way, and so he doesn't like them, he distrusts them, he paints them in a negative light, he only has bad things to say about them. And I think what's happened was, when Phil went to the doctors, at some point they told him that his disc wasn't actually that bad. His back wasn't that badly hurt. His disc wasn't that badly herniated. He would not need like such serious intervention. He was not at risk of these things, and he probably wouldn't need surgery. So a light course of physio and some steroids and you'll be fine. You know, and Phil, obviously being Phil, needed the alternative to be true, because he needed his friends and his family to believe that his back was in a really bad condition, so they'd be more likely to offer services and resources to him. And he didn't get that from the doctor, so he doesn't like them. But we're still not done, because if you happen to suggest to Phil, hey, maybe you should go to the doctors about your back issue, you're out of touch with reality.
And it's absolutely hilarious. The people in the stream chat right now, every time I talk about something like this, these people completely out of touch with reality. Go right to the doctor. Go see a doctor. Go for the doctor. You can't. That's not how American healthcare works.
I mean, we've dealt with a lot of avoidance with Phil, but we really need to break this bit down.
Here's what would happen if I wanted to get this checked out. I would have to go into the app for my health insurance.
Step 1, open the app.
I would have to schedule an appointment to talk with someone through a chat.
Step 2, book the appointment.
Explain the symptoms.
Step 3, attend the appointment.
Then they would likely give me a referral to go to an urgent care facility.
Step 4, be referred to a hospital.
Which you go to, and the people at the urgent care facility don't know shit. They literally just take your data and confirm that you have a medical issue.
Step 5, go to that hospital and check in.
Then if they deem that it's something worthy of actually seeing a doctor for, they'll try to get you into a doctor's office for a specialist.
Step 6, see the specialist. And that's it. For most people, that's fine. That's how it works. It's supposed to work like that. You speak to your GP first, and if you need more specialised care, you see a specialist that the GP refers you on to. And it's just amazing that Phil has to paint it as this incredibly difficult and arduous task. But it does serve as a very good example, because this is something as like insignificant to most people as speaking to the doctor and booking an appointment. But for Phil, it has to become this huge thing. So to make it this huge thing, he has to lie about how much effort it actually takes to do this thing. And if he's willing to do that about something as small as booking an appointment with the doctor, imagine what he's willing to do when he talks about his back. Moving on, we're jumping forward to the 15th of May 2022 for Phil's reaction to his Down the Rabbit Hole video. And we need this little note for our timeline.
After 2007, I retired from competitive Street Fighter for two main reasons. Number one, I felt like I was so burnt out that I had spent 3 years of my life spending all my time and money and efforts in it. And after 2007, I felt like I was wasting my time. I was like, even if I win EVO, what's the big deal? I win a couple $1,000. Who cares? I'm spending way more than that. I could be doing better things with my life, okay? And incidentally, that's when I started dabbling in YouTube, okay? But the other thing that happened is that I got a really bad back injury. I actually herniated a disc in my lower back so badly that I could no longer drive on the highway for extended periods of time to travel for Street Fighter tournaments.
So that's just reaffirming 2007 as our diagnosis date then? Cool. Moving on, it's now the 5th of June 2022, and we're now at part 2 of Phil's response to John and Howard.
We went to convention, so he's got an injury. He has a back injury. So I would go and I would carry things, I would film things. I did all the driving, as you know. And do whatever I could to help. I was coming as it's not just like, hey Phil, take me on this trip, and I'll fuck around and I'll sit by the pool. You know, came as basically to assist him in his business, as he likes to call it, right?
Mm-hmm. A lot of passive aggressive stuff, and all that stuff he just said. A lot of passive aggressive stuff. The business, as he likes to call it. Oh, he has a back injury, or so he says, his back, right? Yeah. I mean, everything there, everything I ever said was true. I had a back injury. It was severe. The thing is, I'm very, very good at hiding pain, right? You guys couldn't tell in my videos back then. Half the time when I was sitting around making a vlog, I was in shooting pain up my leg, numbness. It was bad, all right? I had a business. I was paying taxes. I was doing everything like you have to do with a business. But it's funny, all these insinuations, right? Oh, yeah, what he calls a business. Ah, that back injury he has and stuff. That's basically what he's saying by saying that stuff like that, okay? Now, I will 100% confirm everything he just said.
So, firstly, Phil's good at hiding pain, eh?
The thing is, I'm very, very good at hiding pain.
I want you to remember that. It's going to be important in a little bit. We also got another mention of our favourite descriptions of pain.
Half the time when I was sitting around making a vlog, I was in shooting pain up my leg, numbness. It was bad, all right?
Okay, anyway, now Phil is about to 100% confirm everything that John just said. And I really hope it's not true, because Phil, it sure sounds like you used your friend and bullshitted a company that was paying for you to attend this event. And that's a very bad thing for you to do. Please tell me you didn't do that.
I basically bullshitted Machinima. And I told Machinima, listen, I need John to come with me to E3 because I need a cameraman because I have a debilitating back injury. Now, did I have a debilitating back injury? Yes. Did I need John to come to E3 with me to film and carry my shit? No. I could have done that myself.
Why, Phil, I cannot believe that you'd engage in such deception and manipulation and exploitation of your friends in the company that was allowing you to pay your bills and fill your condo with toys and cheap tat. Anyway, yeah, let's carry on with this.
Now, did I have a debilitating back injury? Yes. Did I need John to come to E3 with me to film and carry my shit? No, I could have done that myself.
So, your injury was debilitating, but it wouldn't have stopped you carrying your luggage and doing filming. I need to go and... I've got a dictionary somewhere. 1 second. Debilitating, adjective, of a disease or condition, making someone very weak or infirm. Debilitating back pain. Now, I might be wrong about this, but to me, if you're able to carry your luggage and do your own filming, then I doubt that you're either very weak or infirm. But if you do disagree, please take it up with the people at Oxford. It's their definition, not mine. Anyway, moving on, we've now got a pre-stream from the 15th of August 2022, and I'm going to throw in another pre-stream from later on in the year, the 20th of November 2022, because they've got a theme in common. See if you can spot it.
I've never been skiing or snowboarding. No, that I have not done. Nor would I do it now, because I have, not that I have the injury anymore, but, for a good stretch of time, from around 2007 all the way through, I would say, like 2015, 2016, I had a really bad back injury, a severely herniated disc, and since then it's healed and gone down. But why would I risk re-injuring that by doing something risky like that? As fun as it may be, it's just not having the amount of pain and discomfort I used to be in all the time. It never turned off. I used to be in so much pain. I don't ever want to put myself at risk of doing that ever again. No, I've never been, okay. Percival says, do you enjoy hiking? No, but there's a good reason for it. I have a back injury. Now, it's not bad anymore, but over a decade ago, I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back. I was also overweight, way more than I am today. So that was never even a thought. Okay, it just wasn't. If I'm on my feet all day, I get tired, my back hurts. So I wouldn't want to go hiking. I wouldn't want to put myself in a position where I go do physical activity and overexert myself. Now I'm stuck. What do? If I hurt my back, I'm screwed. I can't get home. Right?
So as you might have worked out, it's almost time to talk about physical activity and Phil's reluctance to do any of it. But before we do, there's a couple of points I'd like to pull out from each of those clips, starting with this one.
Not that I have the injury anymore.
Well, it's good to hear that you don't have that back injury anymore, Phil, and I, for one, am confident that in a future pre-stream you're not going to claim that you still have that back injury at all.
I have a back injury.
Oh. Secondly, we have another timeline issue from that first pre-stream.
From around 2007 all the way through, I would say, like 2015, 2016.
Keep that in mind, we're nearly at that point as well. Thirdly, and I'm sure this will come up at some point in the physical activity section that I've not yet filmed, but I would just like to point out that this bit...
Why would I risk...
Hey everybody, sorry for the interruption, but I just noticed this while editing and I have to point this out. Watch the expression of utter contempt and disgust that flashes across his face here. He is so personally offended by the idea of doing physical activity that it makes him physically recoil in revulsion. It's just incredible. It really is. And I want you all to bear this in mind as we go forward.
Re-injuring that by doing something risky like that. As fun as it may be.
You do those things because they're fun. That's why you get your back well in the first place. To get back to the point that you were at in your life where you're healthy enough to do things like that. Because they're fun. Can't have a video go past without mention of you, can we? No. I need them views. Good girl. Also, finally, and this is why this bit is a jumping off point for the next discussion about physical activity and Phil's reluctance to do any of it. Phil,
I used to be in so much pain, I don't ever want to put myself at risk of doing that ever again.
You literally moved across the country to avoid doing the exercises and putting in the work that you needed to do in order to give yourself the best chance of your back not ending up that bad ever again. Part 18. Why Phil won't do physical activities. Now, it's really tempting to just sort of describe this as Phil being lazy and move on, because laziness is very easy to understand. Most people at least have like some sort of concept of it where they could go, yeah, I would do that. Yeah, I'd understand that. Yeah, I totally feel you for not wanting to do that. It's a very common thing. And it does seem like Phil's preference for it and his avoidance of physical activity just seems so understandable on that base level. But so much of his decision making is rooted in his narcissism and his personality disorder, and I think there's more to it than just simple laziness, and we can dig a bit deeper here, so I think we should. For starters, as I've mentioned earlier, one of the first things they did to me when I had the surgery was get me up out of bed and walking about. The physio came and tried to get me up and doing things because physical activity is needed to help the recovery process. And it's also true in a treatment sense as well. Like, some of the treatments involve physical activity. Physiotherapy involves physical activity. It's not necessarily exercise in the same way that you might think and you might picture in your head a gym and treadmills and things like that, but it's still physical activity. Now, it's not uncommon for narcissists to expend more energy to avoid doing a task than simply doing the task would cost, but Phil's avoidance of physical activity neatly sidesteps this cost by simply claiming that his back is hurt and that's why you can't do it. Phil's avoidance of physical activity borders on the pathological, and I think that might be because his lies about his back have largely avoided any sort of social pushback, where other lies might have been forced to be revised or discarded because his friends were pushing back on it. This time, it's much harder to sort of like say, "No, you're not in pain," or "No, you're bullshitting us," when someone's talking about a physical injury. So it's easier for Phil's lie to then sort of grow more than it should, and to encompass more things than it should, and to be used more by Phil because, well, it works, so why wouldn't you? And that's especially true if you're the sort of narcissist like Phil who's not above manipulating their family and friends to do physical things for them so that they don't have to do them by using their back as an example, even if their back is actually fine at the time. Phil's parents helped him move and decorate.
I do have to say, I already told them, but special thanks to my parents for being available all day today and for helping me out as much as they did.
John carried his luggage and did filming for him.
And I told Machinima, listen, I need John to come with me to E3 because I need a cameraman because I have a debilitating back injury.
And yet on both these occasions, Phil's back was actually fine and he probably could have done the things himself. In fact, he said he could when he was talking about John carrying his luggage and filming for him.
Did I need John to come to E3 with me to film and carry my shit? No, I could have done that myself.
But I'm going to put money on him being able to like paint and decorate his own house as well.
My back, as of late, has felt great. This is good news, by the way. My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever.
Just didn't want to. Narcissists also fear being in situations where the risk of embarrassment is high, and it may be the case that Phil fears the humiliation of the undeniable proof that he's not as fit or as healthy as his inflated ego thinks he is, because he did weights 20 years ago. The idealized image of himself that he has in his head, with regards to his physical and athletic abilities, would seriously struggle in the face of the undeniable physical feedback of a struggle at the treadmill or at the weight bench. That sort of physical feedback is much, much harder to argue against, and so it's easier to just reassure yourself that you must still be fit and healthy because you used to do weights and you used to do sports, and you know, all those inflated claims about running on a treadmill or riding an exercise bike for 45 minutes, all that stuff. It's much easier to reassure yourself than to actually get into the gym and test that theory out. Of course, Phil would probably find some bullshit excuse anyway, like the treadmill was like set on an incline and he didn't realise, so really he was running up a hill, or you know, there was something wrong with the gears in the exercise bike, or you know, the wrong weights had been put on his bar or barbells or dumbbells or whatever. He'd find something, but it's much easier to avoid putting yourself in that position in the first place, and Phil's back gives him a great excuse to do that. Now, generally speaking, narcissists tend to engage in a little more exercise and physical activity than the general population, not less. There are certain social benefits from, you know, looking fit, looking healthy, looking strong, looking muscular, especially if you're a narcissist who takes pride in their appearance and uses that as a way to manipulate people and uses sex as a way to manipulate people. There's all sorts of benefits for looking fit and healthy. And like, even when I was researching this bit, when I was doing the scripting for this bit, most of the research that I could find was about narcissists doing too much exercise and things like body dysmorphia and like their addiction to exercise that way. So Phil is really, really abnormal in this respect. And initially my thoughts were that he just simply looked into a way that was much, much easier to manipulate people, like through YouTube and being, you know, a YouTuber and having some influence that way. And he just came to depend on that more because it's there, it's easy, and you don't have to go to the gym for it. You can stay at home and drink. So that was my initial thoughts. But Then I found a 2014 piece by the social psychologist Sarah Conrath, who briefly discusses narcissists and health, and she theorised that it's possible to divide narcissists into either healthy or adaptive and unhealthy or maladaptive groups, with unhealthy narcissism being associated with the entitlement, exhibitionism and exploitativeness aspects of NPD, as well as having higher levels of pessimism, depression and anxiety, and lower levels of optimism and self-esteem. Now, interestingly, these divisions parallel divisions made when you divide narcissists into their grandiose/overt and vulnerable/covert narcissistic groups. Now, considering how much of a narcissist socializing is based around image management and how much it benefits them socially to be seen as muscular and fit and healthy, it seems possible that Phil's decade-long social isolation may also have had some influence on his apparent aversion to physical activity. After all, if the benefits of being seen as fit and healthy are perceived to be social ones, and you're not considering like your physical health, then if you're avoiding social activity, why bother with this thing that's only going to reward you socially? You're already using your back to get out of doing social things in the first place. Why not also use it to get out of doing physical things too? They're not going to benefit you anymore. So it seemed to me like that is also an influence on it. And then I found another piece, this time by Ziegler-Hill et al. From 2023, where they did 3 studies and found that narcissists that rated high in antagonistic relationship styles were, once their situation, their status was perceived to be stable, had a greater aversion to social activities and a greater preference for social isolation. So I'm going to have to break this down. For attachment styles, most of us have mainly cooperative ones. We're either working in exchange for some benefit, or we have relationships with friends and family that involve validation and empathy and sharing resources when needed and being there to support in times of need. And, you know, we do these things cooperatively so that we both grow through the relationship. But antagonistic attachment styles are broadly based around predation, competition and parasitism. If you view your relationships and social interactions as a competition where you need to be above someone, or you view them as what can I get from you, I need to get something from you, people like that are the ones who, when they're perceived status, the thing that they've been looking for, so it may be a job, a house, a family, once those things are seen as stable, they are less likely to go out and pursue more social interactions, and they're more likely to stay by themselves and isolate further. And I think we can see a bit of Phil in that. So where does that bring us to? Well, Phil's decision making is based around his narcissism, and I think this is yet another area where it's having a strong influence. However, it has been compounded by the fact that he's been able to isolate for a decade, and his back has made it very, very easy for him to justify avoiding things in the first place. Now, the reason that I bring this up is because occasionally, when talking about his back and how much better it is, Phil will mention that there's 1 or 2 times when he does get back pain and some issues with his back.
The only issues I have every once in a while is if I'm out all day, sometimes I come home, my back really hurts, like really sore. But if I just lay down for like 15 minutes, it's fine. Quite honestly, do I still have back pain? Yes. There's a few times. Number one, if I'm on my feet for extended periods of time. So Saturdays in particular, I go out with Leanna, we go out to dinner, we maybe walk around, do some shopping, we go out and do grocery shopping. When I come home on Saturdays and I'm bringing in grocery bags, typically my back hurts. And I lay down for like a half an hour, it feels fine after that, and I don't really have the back pain anymore. My back only hurts in certain situations. If I'm on my feet for an extended period of time, or if I'm in the same position for an extended period of time. It doesn't hurt at all anymore unless I'm like out and either, number one, lifting heavy stuff, like when there was snow a couple weeks ago and I had to shovel, then it fucking hurt like crazy. Or number two, if I'm out for like a day and I'm stressed out and, you know, we've been walking around all day or whatever, doing errands, and I come home, then it hurts a little bit. But it's nothing like it used to be. Every once in a while, sure, I'll go out and I spend a whole day out and I come back and my back is like tight and hurts a little bit. But within a few hours, it's better again. The only time that I get back pain now is if I'm like out all day walking around constantly, lots of physical activity, or if I'm like carrying heavy things, then maybe I'll feel some of the strain of it. Very rarely do I have issues with pain or whatever. Maybe on a day if I'm out all day and I do some lifting of bags or things, you know what I mean, then maybe, or if I'm on my feet literally all day, then I get some pain and whatever. But for the most part, my back issues have cleared up. The only time I ever have back pain is if I'm out all day long, strenuously walking and carrying things all day, and I come home and then my back hurts a bit, but all I gotta do is lay on my bed for like, 20, 30 minutes to let it decompress, and then I'm fine. Every once in a while, if I have a very, very tiring day where I do a lot of stuff, my back will hurt. But outside of that, most of my back problems have completely gone away. Does my back every once in a while hurt me? Yes. But it's only in days when I have extreme stress or I'm carrying a bunch of heavy shit, then I'll feel it. But outside of that, most days I don't have back problems anymore. If I'm on my feet all day, I get tired, my back hurts. So I wouldn't want to go hiking.
Yeah, about that. By this point, that is all entirely on him. That is not the result of his back anymore. That is because he has not done physical activity for that long because he's been averse to it. His narcissism has not only kept him from socializing, it's kept him from pursuing things that would actually make him better. But yeah, there's the psychological reasoning for Phil's aversion to physical activity, and I think we need to move on because there's still a couple of little bits from 2022 that we need to clean up, and they're quite special. Part 19, the last clip run of the video. We're now at a pre-stream from the 16th of August 2022, and Phil has one of them books that's like full of old boomer humour that you might give as like a gag Christmas present or something. He's going to read some out of that. It's about getting old.
Too old for MySpace, too young for Medicare. I forgot to do this yesterday. Ready? You sneezed and you threw out your back for a week. Now what's funny about that is actually that could have happened to me previously in my life. When I had my back injury really bad, if I had any kind of like a convulsion move me, I could actually literally hurt my back really badly. And yeah, actually there were times when it was so bad I sneezed and I hurt my back. That's actually happened to me. The good news is, not anymore. My back's much better, but in reality, that quote did apply to me at one point.
So, two quick things, and the first is a brief mention of that convulsive movement thing.
When I had my back injury really bad, if I had any kind of like a convulsion move me.
Hang on. Was that just one burp or two? I need to slow this down. I counted it as one burp, but it might have been a double.
I could actually literally hurt my back really badly.
Now, he's not entirely wrong about that, because there are certain things that your body will do, like sneeze or cough or throw up, that involve muscles tensing sort of against your control. And so if you do have to do those things, they can be quite painful if those muscles are in like an area that's affected by an injury, like a herniated disc. There's been a few times where I've had to throw up, and it does hurt because your body's just like tensing and then forcing and then doing like, and you're trying to calm down, and your body's like, nope, get this thing up. And it can be sore, it can be painful, it can sort of knock the wind out of you a bit, depending on like how bad it is. But it's quite rare that it would make things worse. I think Phil is trying to paint it as like this omnipresent risk that his back might worsen and his disc could rupture with a sneeze or something like that. He's just trying to make it sound worse than it is. But I'm not saying it can't, because I would imagine that some people out there have had their injuries aggravated by something as innocuous as a sneeze. But again, that would be people who are like quite badly injured in the first place, and I don't think Phil fits into that category. So I don't think he was ever at as much risk of like further injuring his back by sneezing. But I don't think he has to worry about it because, you know, it didn't happen to him. It only could have.
Actually, that could have happened to me previously in my life.
Except for 15 seconds later when it actually did.
That's actually happened to me.
Yeah, it took him 15 seconds to make up that lie and throw it out there and contradict himself about hurting yourself when you sneeze.
Actually, that could have happened to me previously in my life. When I had my back injury really bad, if I had any kind of like a convulsion move me, I could actually literally hurt my back really badly. And yeah, actually there were times when it was so bad I sneezed and I hurt my back. That's actually happened to me.
This is one of those times when I feel like the argument for him being a compulsive liar rather than a pathological one it's quite difficult to deal with, because this does seem almost compulsive. Like he just has to lie about this. He was never at risk of like injuring his back by sneezing because his back wasn't that bad, but he has to like portray it as being that bad. So I feel like it is more of a pathological thing because he's doing it to deceive. He's doing it to manipulate people into believing that, hey, his back injury was that bad. But it certainly seems compulsive when it's within 15 seconds. You know, you can't even go like half a minute without contradicting yourself. It's quite impressive. In you know, if you weren't bothered about the truth, it would be quite impressive. But since we're trying to get to the truth of the matter here, it just makes me suspicious that you would lie about this. Because what else are you going to lie about? But I guess it helps. I guess it helps sort of like fulfill the martyr complex of like, this is like something that I've had to endure. My injury was that severe that something as simple as a sneeze could have like really hurt it. And it in fact did at one point. You know, it makes it seem worse than what he's actually been through. Because, you know, that's an inherent part of narcissism, is having that complex and feeling like you have to go through all that shit. And the things that you're going through are actually worse than they would be for other people. So, yeah. Jumping forward about a month to the 26th of September 22, this is another pre-stream, and Phil has got a sore neck again.
Now my back, right? I had a back injury in the mid to late 2000s, debilitating, terrible lower back injury. I changed my entire lifestyle, right? I move across the country to a place where I don't need to do heavy lifting or lots of driving. I basically make it so that, oh, my back will hopefully not be stressed. It actually works and my back heals. Now all of a sudden, I wake up one morning out of fucking nowhere and I got back pain again in a different spot in my back. What the fuck did I do to deserve that? I've lost weight and I don't do things to fuck with my back, and now my back is hurting again. You see what I'm saying? So this really pisses me off because, yeah, I was thinking about maybe doing something like that, changing my lifestyle up and maybe doing some lifting and stuff. I can't do that now. I gotta wait now. I gotta wait for my back to try to get back into a position where it feels normal again, and it doesn't. It's been out of whack almost all week now, and continuing on, it's not feeling any better. You know, this sucks.
So firstly, this is our final mention of anything to do with the timeline, and obviously because it's DSP, he can't help himself and he has to keep it vague enough to go with something like...
in the mid to late 2000s.
And not give any more of a definitive date than that.
In the mid 2000s to late 2000s.
We're going to be dealing with timeline stuff in a moment, but firstly, oh my god, Phil, it sounds like...
my back came back.
But when you're asking yourself, what the fuck did I do to deserve that? I think you should ask, what the fuck didn't I do that's resulted in this? And the answer to that is obviously exercise. You didn't take care of yourself. You've not pursued stuff like good posture. You probably didn't do the exercises the physio gave you. And to be honest, if you're going to claim 15 years later to still have problems with your back, I think it's fair enough to say, well, then you should have done this. I think it's fair enough to say, well, then this is 15 years of not taking care of yourself. That's what you did to deserve that. Fuck all. Literally. Also, you will notice, as I'm sure you've noticed at other points when, say, for example, Phil has been doing very well financially and it's almost at the point where he can start doing something, and then an unexpected bill turns up or something breaks in the house that has to consume the majority of his finances and means that he can't, for example, go on a honeymoon with his wife. That happens here.
This really pisses me off because, yeah, I was thinking about maybe doing something like that, changing my lifestyle up and maybe doing some lifting and stuff. I can't do that now.
See, Phil was really considering it. He was that close. He was going to do it. He genuinely was going to start exercising more and working out more and maybe even lifting, but now he can't because his back is sore. It can't possibly be that his back is sore because he spent the last 15 years not doing those things. No, he just had to wait. He just had to wait, which, by the way, you might have noticed, is also the way he's going to deal with this injury as well.
I gotta wait now. I gotta wait for my back to try to get back into a position where it feels normal again, and it doesn't.
And that just seems to be the DSP way of dealing with anything. Wait, don't do out. Something else will come and deal with it, and some other unexpected fortune will fall into your lap that means that the consequences of your actions are not as severely felt as they should have been. For example, your parents taking care of you after the car crash, or Machinima taking care of your AdSense account and making sure that you can run ads on your videos, or a vest streak after you've been given bankruptcy, where most people would have learned to reassess how they spend their money. You instead got gifted loads, and I think it's happening here again. Just gonna wait. I'll wake up one day and it'll be fine, you know, or I'll give it a few days and the pain will go. I won't have to do anything. I won't have to treat it in any way. I won't have to try to, you know, do some movements or some exercises to try and ease it back into movement and make sure that it's, you know, healing well. Just wait. Okay, everybody, I'd like to invite you all to join me in some form of celebration. You can open a bottle of your favourite tipple or consume any of your preferred substances, whatever your celebratory style may be, because this is the last clip. We're finally here. We've made it. This is the last bit. We're going to start wrapping everything up. But first, we have to make a stop off at the 28th of November, 2022, because Phil's hurt his neck again.
Now, I have something to say. Please be patient with me today and for the next several days. Why? Because I'm going to be a little grumpy and a little slow. Why? Because I hurt my back again. Luckily for me, it's not my lower back. My lower back is where I used to have that debilitating herniated disc injury. It's my upper back. I actually did this earlier this year as well. I don't know how I'm doing it, but, you know, I have some ideas.
So I'm going to spare you the explanation of Phil's ideas about how he's hurting himself, but basically Kat spilt something in the oven. Phil had to run downstairs and clean it up because she can't for some reason. And he thinks it was the fact that he was up, you know, he did the running and then got on his knees and he was scrubbing. And he thinks it's that. Or he slept awkwardly. I don't know. He doesn't know either. Either way, there's a couple of points we need to pick up from this. And first of all, you'll have to bear with Phil because he's a little bit grumpy today because he's in pain.
Please be patient with me today and for the next several days. Why? Because I'm going to be a little grumpy and a little slow. Why? Because I hurt my back.
And you know what? I'm going to agree with him because, you know, being in pain sucks. It does make you grumpy sometimes. It's one of those things that, you know, you just wish wasn't happening, but it is, and it can really bring your mood down. So I don't necessarily disagree with that point. I would just like to bring up this clip again, though.
I'm very, very good at hiding pain.
So yeah, remember that. Very good at hiding pain. But also, he's very, very grumpy because he's in pain. Moving on, Phil tells us a little bit about what it's like when he has back pain and how it affects him.
And when I have back pain, basically a couple things. Number one, I can't bend over. I have to basically bend my knees. I can't bend over at all or it hurts. And basically, I don't feel good. I get grumpy. You know, what can you do? When you're in pain, ongoing pain, you're going to be grumpy, you know? You just got to kind of deal with it.
So first things first, like I said earlier, it kind of sucks being in pain, so I don't begrudge him the fact that he's feeling a bit grumpy because of it, but it's not necessarily exclusive to you, it's just the way he makes it sound, you know? Everybody does it, everybody feels like shit when they're in pain, and he makes it sound like it's just something that's, like, unique to him. He does that a lot. I'm thinking about when he said that, like, Jasper doesn't like being in the cat carrier, and he was, you know, he acted like that was a thing unique to Jasper, when that's like 99.9% of cats. So, But yeah, secondly...
Number one, I can't bend over. I have to basically bend my knees. I can't bend over at all or it hurts.
I'm going to turn a little bit to this side so Editor Steve has a bit of room to put in a picture here because, Phil, the thing that you're supposed to do is bend at your knees, not like this. When you're picking up something like particularly heavy, you're supposed to squat with your knees and keep your back straight as you lift. That's generally better for your back than doing that. So yeah, maybe you missed that lesson of like PE or biology or whatever it was you were taught in. I'm just like, that's basic stuff, isn't it? Most of us learn that. I mean, I'm struggling with this bit because it's just so fucking obvious. You bend with your knees. That's what they're there for. They let your legs like rise and lower. How do see, this is why I think maybe the origin of his back is a little bit stupid and he's a bit embarrassed about it. Maybe it was something like that. Maybe it was something like he bent to pick something up and hurt himself that way, and he's just embarrassed about that. I don't know. But anyway, moving on, we have more talk about pain and medication. Stuff like that.
If I need to take pain medicine, I will. But I'm the kind of person that I will not take it unless I absolutely need it. Because when I need it bad, I want it to work. You know, if I have a splitting headache, if I actually today moving away and I hurt my back even worse, now I want that pain med to be working as best as possible. So I will not take, you know, Aleve or Advil or anything unless I absolutely positively need it. And so I'm not going to take it right now. I'm going to wait.
Okay, so this is a little bit of an issue for me because my sort of research interest when I was at university was substance abuse and addiction, and my dissertation was written on the experiences of people who work with substance abusers in the criminal justice system. My whole thing was, you know, we criminalize addiction rather than treating it as a psychological and medical issue. So, yeah, I know a little bit about addiction. See, I feel like Phil has sort of grasped the basic principle of tolerance, but he doesn't really understand much more than that. Because one of the sort of like most important factors in building up tolerance to a substance is contiguity. It's how quickly from consuming that substance you feel the effect, and then how quickly after that you start to feel the withdrawal, and then how quickly after that you then consume that substance again. Because at any of these points, if it's slowed down, the substance is less likely to become addictive. Fast-acting things like heroin and nicotine tend to be consumed very, very quickly, and slower-acting things like painkillers that are delivered, orally, tend to act a lot slower because they have to go through the digestive system and be broken down and absorbed by the body before you start to feel the effects. Whereas something that you inject, like heroin, or something that you inhale, like nicotine, that is felt much more quicker by the body. Now, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because it's an important factor that Phil has overlooked, namely that the period between going through the drug being consumed, broken down, and then excreted by the body, and going through the withdrawal, whatever withdrawal effect he may feel from over-the-counter medication, that's the period of time between that and the next consumption of that substance that is simply far too long for the body to build up a tolerance and an addiction to it. It isn't like when Phil takes, like, 2 aspirin or 2 ibuprofen or whatever because he's got a headache that's quite bad, and then that knocks like 40% effectiveness off a future dose that's going to come in a couple of months or maybe a couple of years. There's just simply too great a time between the 2 doses for Phil to start becoming like tolerant of it. It's not something that his body will do. It will process it, it will excrete it, and then it will go on like normal. And he's not talking about like heavy opiates either. He's not talking about like serious stuff. He's talking about whatever he can get over the counter, which will be ibuprofen or paracetamol or like some sort of cocodamol or something. There'll be something that he can get like quickly and easily without a prescription, so it's not likely to be that strong in the first place. His body's likely to be able to tolerate several doses over a period of time, which, by the way, we're normally talking about like what, every 4 hours, every 6 hours. So it's not something that he's going to become addicted to. It's not something that his body is going to become tolerant of, and it's not something that is like, is going to affect future effectiveness of that substance, because it's just not something he's having enough to build tolerance of. There's a reason he needs to drink so much gin to feel any effect. It's because he does it more than he takes paracetamol, ibuprofen, or whatever. So he's wrong about it. He's wrong about how it works. He got the basic gist of it. He has a sort of like addiction 101 understanding of it, but beyond that, nothing. And it's driven me mad. Because it's the last clip. It's taken ages for me to get to this point, and I've been dwelling on it for a bit, and it's just... You're fucking lucky it didn't get its own segment. Moving on, we've got a few more things to pick up.
And then if the pain gets so bad... Because here's the thing with back pain, for those who don't know. When you have a little bit of back pain, it's a little annoying. When you have moderate back pain, it could be very hindering. When you have severe back pain, it's basically like life-changing. Like, when I used to have my back in such a bad position where I had a lower back herniated disc, and what that created was either shooting pain up and down my legs where I could barely move, or numbness, in which case you can't even control yourself. The other problem was that disc was the disc that the nerves there controlled my bowels. So imagine now you're trying to use the bathroom and it hurts to use the bathroom. That's not good. That's really, really bad. Okay? And that's the situation I was in back then. Luckily, this is upper back. So this is just basically back pain shooting through my, my upper to mid back, a little bit of my arms. It's not terribly painful. But at the same time, yes, it's painful, and if it gets worse, that's not good, because what happens is if you have back pain that's lingering and won't go away, basically makes you feel sick. It does. It kind of makes you feel like sick to your stomach. You can't eat because you just got constant pain. You just want to what you really want to do is you just want to go to sleep and hope that you wake up and it doesn't hurt anymore. Because at least when you're asleep, you're not feeling the constant pain, That's not good to want to be knocked out all the time because you feel pain. So I'm hoping that, number one, I don't further aggravate my back today and over the next several days. And number two, that it goes away over the next several days.
You might also have noticed another use of our favourite descriptions of pain again.
Either shooting pain up and down my legs where I could barely move, or numbness, in which case you can't even control yourself.
Not only that, we got another example of Phil being wrong about the disc controlling the bowels, but this time we've got another aspect added to it.
The other problem was that disc was the disc that the nerves there controlled my bowels. So imagine now you're trying to use the bathroom and it hurts to use the bathroom. That's not good. That's really, really bad. Okay? And that's the situation I was in back then.
So, once again, Phil, it's not that going to the bathroom would be painful, it's that you wouldn't be able to go, and your bowels and bladder would rupture, and you would die! Also, I'm about to take umbrage with this.
Because here's the thing with back pain, for those who don't know. When you have a little bit of back pain, it's a little annoying. When you have moderate back pain, it could be very hindering. When you have severe back pain, it's basically like life-changing.
Because what Phil is trying to do here is trying to lump himself in with the people who've had severe back pain that has been life-changing. And hey, Phil, I'm one of those people. And you know what? You're not. Fuck off. Once again, Phil.
Luckily, this is upper back.
It's not luckily, this is an upper back thing. It's oh shit, this is in my neck thing. You may also have noticed that Phil's preferred method of treatment for this is just to wait and do nothing and see if it heals itself.
I'm hoping that number one, I don't further aggravate my back today and over the next several days. And number two, that it goes away over the next several days.
Except this time, I don't think we need to make that many lifestyle changes because Phil's life is already back compliant, is it? So it shouldn't be that much of a difference to adjust to something going on in your upper back, should it, Phil? Moving on.
Last time when this happened earlier in the year, it lasted about a week. And after about a week, it completely cleared up. And I didn't have the problem again until this week. And again, it might have very well been because of the stressful running downstairs, trying to clean the oven when it was smoking and shit. You know. It's basically what it could be. So, in fact, you know, one thing you can do if you have back pain, you can decompress your back, and there's various ways to do it. The quickest way to do it is just doing this, taking your hands and pushing yourself up like this, and just supporting all of your weight on your arms instead of your back. And I can already feel my back decompressing. Gravity's pulling my back downward, and it decompresses all the discs in the back. And you do this for like 10, 20 seconds. Already, like, oh God, you can feel the relief. And then you just very slowly put yourself back down, like this. And I still feel pain, but I did feel a little bit of decompression there, which was good. It's the first decompressing I did of my back today. So that was pretty good. But yeah, there's not much you know, it's just going to be pain, 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 you know? What can you do? No, it's not called standing up, you dunce. It has nothing to do with standing up. Standing up, you're still on your feet. You're still gravity. You're an idiot. I love how people think they know better than someone who's had back pain for the past 20 years, right? Fucking idiot.
Ooh, and I'm not sure if this qualifies as a timeline conflict.
I love how people think they know better than someone who's had back pain for the past 20 years, right?
But 20 years? Do you know what? I think taking us back to 2002, I'm going to count that as a timeline conflict. Also an interesting little point. Phil says that last time it took about a week.
Last time when this happened earlier in the year, it lasted about a week.
Whereas last time, he said it took 3 or 4 days.
The good news is within like 3 or 4 days, it was gone.
It's not like Phil to lie about how long things took to get better and make it seem that they took longer than they actually did, is it? Now, as you might have been able to work out from the events in that last clip, originally the section about decompression was going to be here. However, I was a smartass and I put it near the start of the video along with the bit about the backstretch bench. So that's it. We're done now. That was the last clip and we've gone over everything apart from what happened in 2023 and 2024, which I did in the other video. So yeah, that's it. We're finished. We're at the end, sort of. Still a bit of time to go because we've still got to do this. Part 20. Everything Phil got wrong or lied about. That's right, it's time to go over everything that Phil either got wrong or lied about throughout all the clips that we've just spent the last 9 hours analysing. Everything, every lie, every mistake, all of the stuff that we've just gone over. It's time to summarise it in a considerably more concise format. And as I'm sitting here now, about to record this, I can't help but feel like if I'd have just done this instead, you all might not have wasted the last 9 hours of your life, and I would have saved myself a lot of work and editing. However, it's been worth it to inform us all of everything that we've needed to know about your back and your spine and discs and all of that stuff, because it's led us to this point where we can now summarise it this quickly. Unless, of course, you're one of the people who saw the video's duration and went, nah, fuck that, and skipped right to the end to see this bit instead, in which case, welcome, smart ass. I hope you feel smart. Oh, God, I've done it again. Why do I sound like a dick? Anyway, enough fucking about. It's time to do this. Hit some fucking music and let's fucking go. How long he can drive for because of his back.
When I drive a car on the highway for, you know, more than just a couple seconds actually.
Despite being able to fly, just fine.
I've flown since I've had my back injury several times, no problem.
Driving on the highway doesn't stress your back out, especially not any more than regular roads would.
I don't drive on the highway anymore because my back hurts so badly, and it actually does stress out that portion of your back when you are driving on the highway.
Whether his crash kept him in hospital overnight.
I've never been hospitalized for an extended period of time. I was only hospitalized once when I got to a car accident. I was out that night.
Or not.
Actually, I take it back. No. One time I was there overnight. What the fuck was it for? I think it might have been the car accident.
Whether the doctors immediately sent him for a scan.
Went to the doctor. Doctor said, oh my god, like, this is pretty bad. They give me an MRI.
Or were content to just let him go.
The doctor was actually just going to let it fucking go. Unbelievable.
The scan he got.
So the doctor says, alright, I'm going to give you an MRI. When I went to the doctor, when they did the CAT scan,
the doctors told him not to do physical things.
Basically, when I got that back injury, the doctor said, no more of running. The doctor specifically explained to me, when my back injury was diagnosed 10 years ago, I can no longer be doing that kind of activity.
The doctors were the ones who suggested lifestyle changes.
And he said, listen, if you don't immediately make lifestyle changes...
Except when he decided to make lifestyle changes.
I chose to take a different road, and I said, I'm just going to adjust my life.
The doctors said he could lose control of his bowels, which, what they actually would have said was, if you lose control of your bowels, get to a fucking hospital. That is a warning sign that you are about to fucking die.
I was told that sadly, if I didn't get it taken care of, I could like lose bodily function control. And if this thing were to pop, I could lose control of my bowels.
Every doctor agrees that back injuries are lifelong and you'll never be 100% again.
The rest of my life's going to be like this. There's not much I can do about it. Because back issues are back issues, and every doctor said that too.
The doctors told him surgery might not work.
You're going to be in serious you're going to be in operations, you know, to fix this, and it might not even work.
And it's a 50-50 chance.
In fact, he even said, he says, when you do the surgery, it's basically 50-50.
Which, by the way, it's fucking not.
It's kind of almost a 50-50 shot when you get the spinal fusion surgery on how well it's going to go. Alright?
He doesn't know that there's more than one type of surgery.
The back surgery that they do, it's very intrusive. They have to cut you open you up, you know, take the disc, cut the disc out, fuse the spine physically.
And that these surgeries would have been available to him in 2007.
Because back then they didn't have laser surgery for backs. It was just fusion, spinal fusion. When I had my injury 10 years ago, basically the only surgery was spinal fusion surgery.
He knows an indeterminate number of people who've had spinal fusion surgery and gone on to have their lives either improved or worsened.
And I actually know a couple people who got it and are much better. And I also know a couple people who got it and they're actually worse than they were before. I knew a particular person who had the surgery and it changed their life completely and they're better. I know a person who got this surgery and they're actually worse.
By the way he portrays surgery as risky and not guaranteed to work is really fucking deceptive.
It's very touch and go, it's not foolproof. But back then, this surgery was incredibly risky. The reason I didn't have the surgery is because for back then, you know, we're talking 10 years ago, it wasn't guaranteed to work.
Laser surgery did not come out in 2013.
The good news is, I have heard that they now have, it's new, it only came out this year, a new method to do the same kind of operation that's less intrusive using lasers.
He's also wrong about how long it takes to recover.
And let's say I'm laid up for 2 weeks because of it. If I were to have the surgery right now, I'm bedridden. I'm bedridden for a month.
And how tolerance works.
If I need to take pain medicine, I will. But I'm the kind of person that I will not take it unless I absolutely need it. Because when I need it bad, I want it to work.
Which you'd think somebody who's self-medicated with alcohol for so many years would know a thing or two about, wouldn't you?
Every once in a while I have a drink or two, and it actually loosens up my back muscles.
So I do self-medicate. When I do have some pain in my back, I have a drink or two to numb it a little bit. So I would be playing for like a half an hour, then take a break, walk around the house, you know, have a drink, whatever.
His injury prevents him from doing things.
I'll be honest, I can't work out because of my back. I can't run, I can't ride a bike, I can't do any of these physical fitness things.
Immediately, I had to stop doing the physical things I used to like to do.
Which is a real shame because he used to do things.
I used to lift like hour to an hour and a half. Stretches. I used to ride this exercise bike for like an hour straight.
And was really hoping to do things again.
I was thinking about maybe doing something like that, changing my lifestyle up, and maybe doing some lifting and stuff. I can't do that now.
But fortunately, he's good at hiding pain.
I'm very, very good at hiding pain. I'm going to be a little grumpy and a little slow. Why? Because I hurt my back.
And he knows all about decompression.
No, it's not called standing up, you dunce. It has nothing to do with standing up. Standing up, you're still on your feet. You're still gravity. You're an idiot.
Because his injury can't be fixed, and he's going to have it all his life.
I know for the rest of my life I'm going to have these issues. The rest of my life's going to be like this. There's not much I can do about it.
In fact, you might almost call it chronic and ongoing.
A debilitating back injury that's chronic?
Almost.
But yeah, you know, I have this ongoing, you know, the good news is...
And he only had a few treatment options.
The only real methods they had were like rehab, where you would do physical therapy, getting injections into your back, which were very expensive, or getting surgery, which may not even work. At the time, it was either back surgery right away, physical therapy, or just making life adjustments.
For the symptoms he felt:
sharp, shooting nerve pain, and numb as shit.
Which, by the way, I would like you all to take a moment right now to really think about the fact that he never once claimed that his back injury caused him to feel pins and needles, the most common symptom of neuropathic damage, and he never once said, my back injury caused me to feel pins and needles.
I always had shooting nerve pain.
Besides, it's not like a massage would help.
I wish it did, but that's not how it works.
Especially if your back is so weak that you might accidentally make it worse by sneezing.
Actually, that could have happened to me previously in my life.
Or in fact, did.
That's actually happened to me.
I guess he sneezed really hard because there was something in the air.
Like, they actually think I meant it. Like, they actually think that I was serious about it because they're morons.
Anyway, assuming that your muscles don't strengthen by themselves.
So let me get this straight. My herniated disc, okay, didn't heal itself. I just magically don't feel pain anymore because my back atrophied.
And you're not lucky enough to have only upper back pain.
Worst case scenario. And actually, I am having disc issues again in my back. At least it's the upper back. And the reason I say that is, at least it won't be like I can't move my legs, I can't use the bathroom, you know what I'm saying?
Or I've inherited your back problems.
Both my mother and my father have back issues. It is hereditary.
Then a back stretcher might help.
This back stretcher single-handedly saved my back.
Even though it's not actually working out your muscles.
And it would pull all the muscles apart and stretch them, which would give relief to the ailing disc, and it would give exercise to the muscles in the lower back.
Or you could always do physio for different lengths of time.
I did get physical therapy for about a month. So at the time, I did 2 months of physical therapy. What I did is I had physical therapy for about 3 or 4 months.
And stopped for different reasons.
My deductible ran out. I was like, oh, cool. Then it reset because it was in December. And after the 2 months, I really didn't feel the physical therapy was helping me.
Or have a course of steroid injections.
For about 2 months, I had physical therapy and injections into my back.
Which, by the way, are not injected directly into your disc.
I did get injections in the disc for about 2 months straight. It was, what was it? Hydrocortisone or whatever into the disc. Yeah, at one point I took some therapy for it, some injections into my spine, and I had a series of cortisone injections into the disc.
But we still don't know if Phil had issues before his diagnosis.
It was a gradual thing over the course of my life. My disc always had issues. There was not a definitive moment when it happened. I've always had like a back and knees, to my knees, that are kind of like weak.
Or if they came on all of a sudden.
I never had back issues at all in my life. All of a sudden, I just started having insanely strong shooting pain in my lower back and down all the way down my legs.
After all, he's claimed he's always had restless leg syndrome.
I've restless leg syndrome, where sometimes I'll just shake my legs endlessly. There's nothing I can do about it. I've had it my whole life.
Well, because he's never had it checked, he's not sure whether he actually has it or not.
Yes, I do. I think I do have restless leg syndrome. I don't know if it's restless leg syndrome or not, but I've had it my whole life. I've always been like that. I think I have, what do they call it? Restless leg syndrome?
Or if it's related to his back.
I've had restless leg syndrome my whole life. It only got worse with my back injury. It's up for debate whether it's something that I just have or it's because of my back injuries, or at one point like, I didn't feel very comfortable just sitting still. I would have to constantly move to feel comfortable because my disc always had issues. It could be that, or it could just be that it's something else. I don't know. That's always happened to me. But since the back injury, it's just basically been exacerbated because it's hard for me to even sit still for an extended period of time because of the back injury too. Did I develop restless leg syndrome after the injury? Funny enough, I had it before the injury.
Though contrary to the experiences of the millions of people worldwide who suffer from it, Phil doesn't think it's that big of a deal.
I also have restless leg syndrome, which I don't know why they call it that. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
So as for how his back is today, who knows?
I know for the rest of my life I'm going to have these issues, and at this point, it basically it's not an issue. It's a non-issue.
I mean, we still don't know the state of his disc when he had the scan.
My disc and my lower back was to the point where it was going to explode. This disc was going to rupture, and you were going to need major surgery, and you might not even walk properly for the rest of your life. The disc was ready to rupture, but just luckily didn't. He said it was so bad that thank God I caught it when I did, because if I didn't and this thing had popped, this disc, that I could have been fucked for life. Like, my disc was about to pop. I had a severely herniated disc to the point where it almost burst. You know, doctors told me if I didn't do something to change my lifestyle that I could have it rupture.
And considering how little DSP knows about the spine.
But the thing is about scoliosis, it's a completely different situation. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, your vertebrae.
I don't trust that DSP knows where the disc actually is.
I believe it was between the I think it was L3 and L4, or L4, L5 vertebrae. I can't even remember. The one in my back was, I forget which one it was. It's been so long now.
Let alone whether it can be healed or not.
It's never going to heal up. You can't heal a herniated disc.
And they've been able to heal themselves, not their injuries, because the injury won't go away. Like, for example, my herniated disc is going to magically heal itself. I almost never get back pain anymore, so my disc actually healed itself, which is amazing.
All that slipped and herniated are the same fucking thing.
How many slipped discs do I have? No, I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back.
Heads up, headed Steve, you might want to lower the volume on this bit. Or that there's no region of the spine that begins with the letter R.
In my lower back, I had a severely herniated disc between my... I forget if it was the R4, R5 vertebrae.
But if you are the kind of person who thinks that the disc has nerves and sends pain signals to the brain...
Pain doesn't come from muscles in the back when it's nerve pain, stupid. It comes from the actual nerves in your disc.
Then you're probably also unaware of the fact that your discs and your vertebrae do not control your bowels.
Basically, it's the vertebrae that controls things such as your ability to use the bathroom. Basically, it was the vertebrae disc, the disc there, that controls, if you can believe it, going to the bathroom. It was the disc that shoots the information via nerves through most of the legs and even the bowels. This was the vertebrae that this disc, if it malfunctioned, could destroy my ability to walk. It could destroy my ability to control my bowels. That disc was the disc that the nerves there controlled my bowels.
Which leaves us all stuck not knowing whether Phil still has his back injury.
And a herniated disc is no joke, because I have one. But I have a back injury. In all effectiveness, you know, my back issues are probably much better now. For the most part, my back is rehabilitated in a lot of ways. I have a back injury, but I don't have major back pain anymore. I used to have a really bad back injury. My back has healed. I think my back injury is good. I used to have a really bad back injury. I have a back injury, and my back is, for the most part, healed. I used to have a really bad back injury. My back is fine now. I used to have a really bad back injury. My back has gotten better. I used to have an incredibly bad back injury. I have a back condition. Why do I rock so much? My back injury, dude. Remember Sun Quan? I have a back injury. It's because I have a back injury. The back injury that I have is nowhere near as bad as it used to be. It healed. Not really a major concern anymore. I have a back injury. I had the same injury, except mine didn't pop. Today it's much better. It's certainly not 100%. My back got better. Most days I don't have back problems. It's really not a huge deal anymore. My back essentially stopped having the issue. Now, don't get me wrong. My back is never going to be perfect. The lower back injury pretty much is fixed. I know for the rest of my life I'm going to have these issues, and at this point it basically is not an issue. It's a non-issue. I have back issues with my discs. That's, you know, I had a severely herniated disc. Nor would I do it now, because I have, you know, not that I have the injury anymore, since then it's healed and gone down. I have a back injury. Now, it's not bad anymore.
What caused it?
I don't know how I hurt my back. Really, there's no explanation. It's not like I fell. It's not like I was in a car accident. I was lifting some heavy shit, and I'm like, oh, and I, you know, nothing like that. Just, it happened.
It's not something that happened immediately. It wasn't like I got a car accident, someone hit me in the back, I fell. It was nothing like that whatsoever. It was all standing up for hours on end in arcades. In my developmental years, my back always had a big heavy weight on it. During the course of my life, I always had jobs where I was standing up. That could have contributed to my back. And I remember this one day, I was actually playing football. It wasn't, you know, physical, it was touch football. I was a lot heavier back then, too. You know, I was a good 240 pounds. I was fat as shit. Definitively, when I found out this was a problem, was one day, it was the summertime, and I was actually playing touch football. It wasn't one thing that caused this back issue. It wasn't like, oh my god, you know, I got to a car accident where I fell down. Nothing like that. It was just kind of a thing that happened over time. I don't know when my back injury, what the origins of my back injury are. This, incidentally, is where I got into a horrendous car wreck in high school. Is that how I hurt my back? I mean, very matter-of-factly, that might have been the beginnings. But that was 1998 or 1999. I didn't get diagnosed with my back injury until 2007. It's very likely that could have been the start of back problems for me. How did I mess up my back? There was not a definitive moment when it happened. I've always had like a back and knees, to my knees, that are kind of like weak. How did I injure my back? Well, the thing is, I don't really know a definitive moment when I had the back injury. By the way, I got overweight at one point, so that could have contributed to it. I only really noticed that I had a back injury one day. I was in a park playing touch football. Now, I didn't fall. I didn't hurt anything on my body. You know, what it is that I guess I had gradually had this injury that was getting worse and worse. When I was younger, I had back problems too. Like, I remember in school carrying my backpack around. I did get into a bad car accident when I was in high school. Maybe that could, who knows, right? Who knows where it actually started?
And finally, when it fucking happened and how long it took to heal.
This injury came to light last fall. Late in 2007, unfortunately, I was diagnosed with pretty serious back injury.
Oh no.
When I lost at EVO 2007, unfortunately during this period of time, I was diagnosed with my back injury. Now back in 2007, unfortunately, I was diagnosed with a pretty bad back injury.
Back in 2007, unfortunately started getting back pain. How many people who were diagnosed with something 7 years ago could go 7 years in pain like I did? Unfortunately, around the years of 2007, 2008, started getting really bad pain in my back. And I'll be honest, it took a few years, from the years of 2008 to about the years of probably late 2012 into maybe all of 2013. Around 2006, so 10 years ago, I started to notice that my back was hurting. When I had my severely herniated disc, you know, over 10 years ago, and that took a good 5 years to heal itself. I'd say probably from 2008 till around like 2013. It wasn't until around 2014 that things got a lot better for me. The last time I drove on a highway was like 2007, 2008. Back when my back got really bad. My disc actually healed itself, which is amazing. It took a long time. It took probably about 7 years. A little over 5 years ago, my back was really fucked up to the point where for a 4 or 5 year span, let me tell you, those few years there, I'd say it was probably about 5-6 years. I didn't get diagnosed with my back injury until 2007. That was back in like 2010. Actually, I take that back. That was like 2007, 2008 when I was diagnosed. And I had that problem with my back all the way through, I'd say, like 2015, 2016. So in the last 5 years, my back has gotten tremendously better. That was about 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. I was diagnosed in 2007. Then in 2007, 2008 is when I basically quit doing competitive Street Fighter, and I had my back injury. From about the years of 2007 all the way through 2014. 7 years of my life. Back in the 2000s, I started to notice things like my back would hurt every once in a while. In the mid-2000s to late 2000s, I had a lot of back pain and back issues. They really didn't resolve themselves mostly until around 2014, 2015. After 2007, I retired from competitive Street Fighter. The other thing that happened is that I got a really bad back injury. From around 2007 all the way through, I would say, like 2015, 2016. I had a back injury in the mid to late 2000s. I love how people think they know better than someone who's had back pain for the past 20 years, right?
And that's it. That's every lie and every mistake he's made over the last 9 hours. Well, almost. I didn't include.
So I would be playing for like a half an hour, then take a break. When I played these games after like, you know, an hour, 2 hours, last time when this happened earlier in the year, it lasted about a week. The good news is within like 3-4 days, it was gone.
So technically, yeah, not every lie was in that, but all the big stuff was in there. All the mistakes he made, it's all in there. We've spent 9 hours going over it, so we know why it's in there. We know how he's lying or why he's wrong about something when he mentions it. So that's it now. We're done. We're finished going over everything. I can now move on to the ending where I can give you all a conclusion and hopefully an explanation as to why this is 9 hours long in the first place. But before I do, I have one more clip to show you all. It's a very modern clip. It happened recently, and I say recently knowing how long it's taken me to edit this. It happened on the 10th of August 2024, so it's from as of editing this year. But the point is, I am not going to go over it because I would only be treading old ground. Instead, I would like to give you all the opportunity to watch it and see how many of the things that we've gone over Phil is still bringing up and using in 2024, which is either anywhere between 8 and 24 years since, you know, the back saga started. So bear that in mind as we play this last clip, and then I'll finally get to a conclusion.
I'm out there taking, you know, big bags of trash and tossing them into this freaking pit at the garbage dump. luckily for me, I was nervous because the other day, I got up and I tweaked my back. And for those who don't know, because maybe you're newcomers to the show from this last week or two, I had a really bad back injury over a decade ago. I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back. I want to say it was between the L4 and L5 vertebrae, but it's been so long I forget. Essentially, one of the worst vertebrae to screw up. Why? Or discs to screw up. Why? It controls your bowels. So if this thing ruptures, or I might start soiling myself. I don't like to talk about it because it's pretty sad. And this was when I was in my late 20s when I was diagnosed with it. Okay? So it was so bad that when I went to the doctor and they did the MRI, he said, if we didn't diagnose this now, this thing was going to burst. Like, you're lucky that we diagnosed it now because it was going to pop. And once it pops, now you're screwed for life. Okay? So, through, you know, some drugs, through some rehabilitation and stuff like that, I got through many, many tough years, my early YouTube years. Eventually, 10 years ago, I moved out here to Washington State and I changed my lifestyle. Now, everything that I need is close by. I don't need to drive long distances. I have a garage, so I don't have to walk long distances with heavy things in my arms or anything like that. Basically, I changed my life so that I don't have to stress my back out anymore, okay? And ever since I did that, things have been much better. In fact, I would argue in the last 5+ years, I've barely had back pain. Every once in a while, I'll tweak it. And I'll be like, oh, now I got like shooting numbness and pain in my shoulder or in my hand, or sometimes down there in my legs where the original injury was, but it's not that bad. Like, I'm a normal guy. And plus I lost a lot of weight. Let's make this clear. I used to be over 240 pounds. All right. Now I am 200 pounds. Losing 40 pounds changes your life too. I'm not walking around with all this luggage weight pulling me down, hurting my knees and everything. And because of that, you know, much better now. Okay. So the good news is I don't have many problems with my back anymore. But 2 days ago, I was like moving a certain way and I tweaked it. I was like, oh no. Right before I have to go to the dump to do this, because I have to, you know, freaking trash is piling up. I got to get rid of it. And lucky for me, you know, after many years of learning how to properly lift and move, I didn't hurt my back at all. I was shocked. I thought for sure I was going to hurt myself. I didn't hurt myself. I was like, wow, I actually am not that stupid. I learned how to do this properly. You lift with your knees. Don't throw like this. Rotate like this to build momentum to throw things. And it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. I had no issues at all.
Okay, this is the last thing I swear, but I just have to say I'm sorry to P-Wop for this.
I'm not walking around with all this luggage weight.
Part 21, finally wrapping this up. So the first thing I'm going to do in this ending is offer up some sort of conclusion about Phil's back and all the questions regarding it, such as whether it was actually injured in the first place and how badly injured was it. And then after that, I sort of feel like I owe you all an explanation about the video and how it came to be and why it's so long and all that stuff. So if you only really want to know about like Phil's back and you don't care about how I made the video and all that stuff, then cool, we'll get you sorted first, and then anybody else who is interested in like why the video is 9 fucking hours long, then, you know, you can stay behind and, you know, you'll be sorted as well. So that way everybody wins. So first and foremost, do I think Phil ever injured his back in the first place? I'm going to go with yes. I am willing to give Phil that at some point in his life, before he started YouTube, he had injured his back. Now, there is an asterisk here, and that asterisk is, this is because of nothing that Phil has said himself. Rather, it's because of this clip from Alpharism Radio, where it is mentioned during a discussion featuring Bunke, Jaha, and one of the canons. I forget which one it was, and once again I should have checked before I did this bit, but I'm acknowledging my unprofessionalism. So, again, you can't make fun of me for it.
He should pop up. I mean, he's legit in HG for sure, though.
There you go. He's got some sort of injuries, though, that he's dealing with that makes travel difficult. I don't know.
I hope he makes it.
He told me last time I talked to him.
But he got blisters?
What, he got blisters?
Nice. Talk to him.
But he got blisters?
No, he said something with his back or something. It's like actually hard to move around his house or something like that.
Bullshit.
Now, it's important to note here that that stream took place on the 7th of February 2009, which is before Phil started taking YouTube seriously and it becoming a thing for him. It's before detractors were ever a thing for him. It's before all the years of shit that Phil thinks he's been through. Everything. It predates all of his YouTube and content creation career. It's also technically independent verification because Phil is unlikely to be telling people like Jaha and Bunke and everybody else in the FGC about his back to deceive them in the same way that he would tell his audience about his back later on in YouTube, like as we've gone over before. I can't like fully exclude that possibility. It may be like, say, somebody he's been shit talking is going to the tournament as well, so he wants to avoid it, but I feel like he has less reason to lie here, and this is probably closer to the truth than anything that Phil has said, certainly since 2010 and beyond then. But also because it fits with the timescale that we're given in The King is Revealed, right at the very start.
Since this injury came to light last fall.
So I think that Phil has less reason to lie here than he would do later on, and so I think this is probably the closest thing to the truth that we're going to get. And I think that if it's, you know, if it's reached people like Jaha and Bunke and other people in the FGC, then it's probably been mentioned before by Phil, which will push the date back further. So yeah, I think at some point in 2008 Phil hurt his back, but, and this is the crucial thing here, I don't think it was that severe. I think it was quite a minor injury that was treated quickly and pretty much healed completely, and everything else has been lies and embellishments by Phil. And because the injury wasn't that severe, it was treated non-surgically. I mean, he had, a short course of physiotherapy, which probably did end because his insurance had ticked over and he couldn't be asked paying the minimum again. Then he had a short course of steroid injections, a single course, so that's one appointment for a couple of injections, and then a bit of the backstretch bench here and there, and he's done. He's fine. He stops going to physio, tells himself it must be, healed because he feels better, i.e. the steroid worked, and he can go about his life again. But he's got hold of a very, very useful lie now. He's got hold of a way to manipulate people into doing things that he would like them to do, things that he doesn't want to do himself. And why give that up just because you're feeling better? You see, most people aren't like me. Most people who have back injuries will treat them quickly and successfully, and they'll be able to resume living their lives again because their injury will have healed completely. And for most people, after that, it just becomes like a story of a time you were injured. You might have fallen out of a tree and broken your arm, might have, tripped and sprained your ankle. You might be able to tell people, this one time I slipped down the stairs and, herniated a disc in my back, and then I had to have a steroid and some physio because it hurt like a bitch. So yeah. Then that's it for most people. It's just like another part of their lives and they move on. But Phil has repeatedly shown himself to be the sort of person who has absolutely no qualms about manipulating other people to serve his own selfish needs and perpetuate his lazy lifestyle, and this injury gave him a fantastic opportunity to do that. As mentioned earlier, people are generally more empathetic and sympathetic towards people who are ill or injured. They'll generally go out of their way to do more for them, and they will be less likely to push back on things like, oh no, my back's hurting. So Phil benefits from exploiting that vulnerability. And Phil would have been very aware of how people who question illness or injury are perceived by others, thanks to his encounter with Mickey D on Alphaism Radio.
So for you guys to accuse me of trying to say that I'm an asshole...
Oh my god!
So I think he knew that he could push this lie further than other lies. So he did. It's his ignorance that betrays his deceit. And some ignorance I can forgive, because nobody knows everything. I certainly didn't know as much about the back as I do now. Before my back injury happened. So, there's some things that you can forgive not knowing, but there are other things that somebody with an injury as severe as he wants you to believe his was would know, because they'd have gone through that process because their injury was so severe. However, he doesn't know these things, and it's somewhat of a red flag, because if his injury was that bad, he should have known. I'm going to use Phil's misunderstanding of losing control of your bowels here, and I know that I've mentioned this quite a few times during the video, but I want to emphasize how serious and significant and severe this thing is, because it's not that, like Phil thinks, you might piss yourself.
Yeah, not good. Not good that if I tweak my back the wrong way, I could piss my pants, right?
Or you might shit yourself.
It could destroy my ability to control my bowels.
Or it might hurt when you go.
So imagine now you're trying to use the bathroom, and it hurts to use the bathroom.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the muscles involved in moving waste through and out of your body aren't receiving the signals from the brain that they need to tell them to empty. So at least things like your bowels and your bladder filling up, being unable to empty, then rupturing and causing sepsis, which can legitimately kill you. It can actually kill you. Death is a risk associated with this injury because it's so serious and so severe. And if you have ever had a back injury, fuck it, if you've ever paid attention in biology and you know how like muscles get signals from the brain, if you know how this stuff works, then you'll know how serious this is. But Phil doesn't. But because people are generally more sympathetic and empathetic towards people who are ill or injured, Phil has gotten away with being able to lie about his back, benefiting from the sort of relative ignorance of his friends and family as to how backs work and what are the signs he should be looking out for. So Phil has gotten overconfident with his lie because it's been so easy to tell, and people have generally done more for him than they would have with other lies. So he's used it more, and he's felt like he can bullshit his way through future retellings rather than trying to maintain any sort of consistent narrative. So you end up with things that should be core points about this injury, such as the date it happened and how long it took to heal, shifting over time because Phil can't remember. The lie has gotten so big that there's too much to keep track of, just like every other lie. The brain has a limit to how much it can process at any one time, and when Phil talks about his back, there's a bunch of associated lies there that make it difficult to remember the finer details, such as when it fucking happened. And because he can't help but lie, he ends up compounding the issue further by contradicting past lies with future lies, and you end up in a situation where one of the things can't be true because it directly contradicts something that he's previously said or something he's going to say in the future. An injury as severe and as enduring as he wants you to think his was would have required a more immediate and longer term course of treatment than a single course of steroids, a short course of physiotherapy, and oh, you've bought a stamina inline backstretch bench, you'll be sorted then. And even here he can't keep things consistent because the course of treatment that he eventually settles on goes against all medical and scientific knowledge and involves him using his back to lie his way into doing even less than he already is. Thank fucking God. Not even the inexorable march of time can tear the utility of the lie from Phil's grasping fingers, which proffered up the lie in 2024 to claim that he still feels nerve pain.
I have it, you know, sometimes daily,
sometimes not. A date I was going to describe as 16 years later, but there's no guarantee it actually happened in 2008. It just seems that's the most reasonable conclusion I can jump to because of the Alpharism radio clip from 2009. So that's what I've gone with. So that's what I think happened. At some point in 2008, Phil hurt his back, and I think he knows how he did it. He just doesn't want the rest of us to know. But a short course of steroids and a bit of decompression later, and that's it. His back injury's healed, and he is sorted, and he can go about living the rest of his life however he wants. It's just that from that point on, the rest of his life would involve lying about absolutely everything to do with his back, which makes getting straightforward answers to simple questions essentially impossible. I hope you can understand how I've reached this conclusion, scant on details as it is, but there isn't much more we can draw with the questionable veracity of the information we have. I think Phil's injury healed quickly because the way he talks about surgery makes it sound like he doesn't want other people thinking it was an option for him, which makes me think it wasn't an option for him, which is probably because his injury wasn't that bad, which means it stood a much greater chance of healing quickly, for example. But it does mean that because everything after his back was treated by the steroid is a lie, we can discount most of his opinions about his back and anything to do with it. So his opinions on surgery? Bullshit, we can ignore them. Doctors told him not to exercise? What a fucking idiot. Discontrol your bowels? Double fucking idiot with bullshit sauce. All that matters is that at some point in 2008, Phil hurt his back a little, and everything else after that is a lie. So that's my conclusion, and now I owe you all an explanation. So, without meaning to be too, I used to work at a helicopter company. I first discovered Phil around late 2014, early 2015. it was a few months before my back injury happened and my life changed. And everything since then that's brought me up to this point, all the failed surgeries and cancelled operations and going through 3 separate spinal surgery specialists and the wait in hospital, all that stuff, everything I've gone through in recovery, all of it that's brought me to this point has happened while I've been a detractor and I've been getting into, you know, DSP and the law and the Snortex and everything. So as I've been going through that journey, I have learned a lot more about what Phil has said about his back injury, and it has clashed so violently against my lived experience of going through this injury and things like hospital appointments and nerves and all the stuff that I've had to deal with about like your bowels and bowel control, everything. I've gone through it all while learning about what Phil has said about his back, and it's all been wrong. So I suppose in many ways this video was inevitable. I mean, when I first started making content about Phil, it was in the back of my mind, but I never really knew how to approach it. And I think King Jad showing me the deherniated clip was probably the catalyst. You can blame King Jad for this one.
Because of the lifestyle changes I did and allowing myself to not have strain on my back, that disc must have, you know, deherniated basically.
There it is! There it is!
Actually, that's not really fair. It's not really King Jad's fault. I'd already intended to make a video about his back at some point, but I just never got around to it. And this happened to be the thing that that made me think, right, fuck it, now is the time. You can blame King Jad for this one.
Deherniated, yes, Stevie, deherniated.
Actually, that's not fair. It's, you know, it's not his fault. I always intended to do a video about DSP's back anyway. He's just the catalyst because he showed me that clip. I had to hear that. You should not take my performative outrage at King Jad as being genuine for starters. I quite like King Jad. He's cool as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, in honour of him, I'm going to have a sip of iron brew. Good shit. The 1901 stuff's really good. You can blame King Jad for this one.
I had a feeling this was going to fucking trigger the fuck at you. This was worth it. This was worth the fucking 10 minutes of fucking trying to remember how the fuck I found this fucking... I knew I had it somewhere.
Actually, that's not really fair. I mean, I'd always wanted to do a video about his back anyway, but it's just seeing that was, you know, the spark that lit the fuse. So, yeah. Me and King Jad are cool. Don't blame King Jad for this. Unless you happen to like this, in which case you should probably thank King Jad for this. You know, give him money or something. But at that point, I didn't really have much of anything. I didn't have like the weight of the research behind me. I hadn't done all like the analysis and like breaking things down into sections and things that I would then go on to do. All that was still to come. All I knew was like, that felt like the time, that felt like the thing to start it with, and then I would go from there. But even then, I remember thinking it's only really going to be about 4 hours. You know, there's him being wrong about like your discs and bowels, there's the driving thing, and then there's surgery, and that's probably it. So I wasn't really aware of like what lay ahead of me, and I also wasn't really aware of like how much of it would be lies. You expect some lies because, I mean, it's DSP, innit? You expect some form of deception because he's a pathological liar. He has to lie at times, and most of the time it's an acceptable moment to lie because he'll probably need something in that moment, be it a tip or a drink or a takeaway or whatever, you know, and there'll be someone that he can manipulate to do it. So you go in expecting lies, but the amount of them and how much was wrong as well, not just like what was born out of a lie, but what was a misunderstanding of something, like bowel control and like nerves running down the spine and like discs causing pain. But at the time I was only really thinking about the surface level stuff. I didn't realize like how deep this rabbit hole would go. Like I didn't think I'd be doing bits about restless leg syndrome or the back stretcher and decompression or, you know, Phil not doing physical activities. I was only really thinking about the more obvious and immediate things, and it was mainly because I hadn't really gotten stuck into looking at all the clips I'd taken. I'd just gone through Pick Big Go and recorded things. I hadn't properly looked into each retelling of events and seen where all the contradictions were and how things had changed. That really came after I'd come out of hospital, because then I had the time to properly analyze it like it was data. And essentially it was. Essentially it's like personal testimonies that you would have to thematically analyze to find like the common things throughout them, the common threads and themes. So it was only when I had the time to do that I could really get stuck into things. And then I'd realize that there's just so much of it. There's just so many lies, and they span this vast gulf from like the most insignificant things like Madison Square Garden's railings, and the most fundamental and foundational things like the date it happened. Not the day, not the week or the month, the year. We never got a date. He never said it was like the 30th of October or, you know, it's 27th of September, and nothing. We got a year, and even that would shift over time. And that's when I really realized, like, the whole theme of this is not that Phil lied about his back, but it's that if he can lie about this and he can lie about this, then there is enough scope for deceit in between these 2 points that he has probably lied about everything. And now that potentially anything can be a lie, we have to examine everything in order to get to the truth of the matter. And that has left me in a situation where I have outlined over the last 9 hours all of these examples of Phil's deceit. And the best I can come up with is he probably hurt his back in 2008. And that's only because of somebody else saying it. It's not because of anything Phil himself has said. And think about that for a minute. Think about like how foundational and important the year that it happened was. Think about this injury that is so severe that it left Phil on the precipice of paralysis. An injury so severe that treating it involved moving to the other side of the country. And an injury so severe that he had to give up all these things that he used to love doing. And he can't even remember what fucking year it happened in. Now, despite my best efforts, this video is coming out in 2025, and 2025 also marks the 10-year anniversary, although I don't like calling it an anniversary because it's not really an event I like to celebrate, of my disc rupturing, my back injury happening, and my life changing forever. And I mean properly changing, not Phil, ooh, I carry my shopping a shorter distance now sort of change, but like I have not left the house without a crutch for over a decade sort of change. And Phil wants you to believe that his back injury had a similarly significant and serious impact on his life, and yet he cannot give you the fucking year it happened. He will not give you the date. He will not give you the month. He can't even be consistent with the year. He will lie about something so fundamental and foundational as that. He will lie about anything. And that's how this video ends up 9 hours long. There's always something else I wanted to add. There was always another lie that I found, and there was always another issue that I thought I needed to address. I wanted to cover as many things as possible because there was so much in this that I thought people would come and they'd be like, oh, I hope he talked about the car crash and then I didn't, or, you know, oh, I hope he mentions the backstretch bench and then I didn't. I wanted everybody who was curious about anything to do with his back to find an answer here somewhere. Although I am sorry if you were expecting something about the shopping cart. I mean, he wants to act like he's forgotten it. He probably remembers it. It probably embarrasses him, probably makes him feel like an old woman or something when he's pushing it around the shop. So, you know, if there's any lappers out there who have a couple of soccer accounts they don't mind throwing on the grenade, it seems like a pretty good, you know, DSP shopping cart reel, something like that. Probably get some gold out of him. Although obviously that's only my intellectual justification for this being 9 hours long. There is also a personal aspect to this that I simply cannot deny, and to help convey that, I'd like to borrow a much loved meme. So if you would indulge me in this, imagine you own a sandwich shop. And then one day you come home from work at your sandwich shop, you pop on DSP Bingo with King Jad, and you see Phil talking about how he used to work for 2 weeks in a sandwich shop back in the early 2000s, so he knows everything there is to know about running a sandwich shop and the sandwich shop industry. And he then proceeds to get everything wrong or lies about it. Everything about customer service, employee health laws, health and safety, proper storage of food, anything and everything that you can get wrong about working in a sandwich shop, he gets wrong. And he's also banning and insulting anybody who points out his lies or corrects his mistakes. Now, by all means, feel free to insert your own hobby or industry or job or whatever into this situation. Like, if your Prophet, Phil is talking about building PCs and setting up networks, and he's getting it wrong. If you're Theo, he's talking about art and painting and drawing and getting it wrong. If you're Pixar, he's talking about animation and using 3D engines to make models, and he's wrong. If you're ALT, he's talking about hunting mammoths in small hunter-gatherer groups, and he's getting it all wrong. The important point here is that everything that Phil has said is wrong, and it's either ignorance or a lie, and he doesn't want to hear anything contrary to his opinion. And that's the bit that's gotten me, because everything he said about his back has been completely wrong and clashed with my lived experience of treating this back injury. And because this experience has been such a deeply personal one, it's not something I can disconnect from. Like, if I have a job and Phil's talking about that job, and I have the professional distance between me personally and me professionally. This is something I've had to carry for the last 10 years. And because of that, the clashes between my lived experience going through it and the lies that Phil tells about it resonate like a bit deeper than they probably should. Like, when Phil talks about how
it also affected things such as my ability to go to the bathroom
or anything like that, it goes beyond simply not understanding how the bowels work or how discs work or how nerves work. And it resonates on the level where I'm at appointments for pre-op checks, or I'm having scans and I'm at an appointment for the updates of them, and the first thing I'm asked is, do you still have control of your bowels? Because it's a real risk of death. It's not a risk that everybody faces, and it's a very low risk, but it's still a risk that's there. And it's been a serious concern for me over the years, because the specialists are checking that I'm not about to fucking die. Unfortunately, I've been lucky enough to not be at that position. My disc has not ruptured and my back injury has not progressed in such a way that it has put me at risk of that happening. But it's still a risk that I've had to be aware of. The releases, the consent forms that I signed for those operations includes death as a risk. And I have to acknowledge that. So it's a really serious thing for me. And because it's such a serious thing for me, I've had to take it seriously. And because I've taken it seriously, it's given me the knowledge and the experience I've needed to be able to identify when he's lying, when he talks about his back. His ignorance betrays him, and he has spent a decade and a half, at least, benefiting from the ignorance of other people, exploiting his loved ones, and lying about his back to get out of doing shit that he's too lazy to do. This is all probably best encapsulated by this clip.
It was so severe to the point where I couldn't even physically move around the way that I was used to and I liked to anymore. And I had to give up things. I had to give up driving to go to Street Fighter tournaments because I couldn't do it anymore. I had to give up physical activity like playing football and stuff with my friends. I had to give all that up and change my lifestyle to cater more to just being someone who couldn't move around that much because my back was so messed up.
In which Phil martyrs himself on the cross of his back to justify his life of sloth. Because why put in the effort to get through recovery and reach a point where you can do these things again when you can just give up doing them in the first place? Who cares if you actually love them so much and it really sucks that you had to give them up? You were willing to give them up, so they can't have been that important to you, can they? Otherwise you'd be working to get them back. You see, as of this moment, I am still in recovery. I still have 10 months to go until the bone has fully grown around the implant in my spine. I still have nerve issues in my leg and my foot because of how damaged the nerves were and how long they were damaged for. I've put in so much work to get to this point. I know you don't see it because I don't really talk about it on like that being said, and I've not been putting up video diaries or anything, but like I use one crutch now. It took me about 6 months to get to one crutch again, and I've put in a lot of work to try to get to a point where I can start to do things again. Every step I've taken has been a step closer to having more and more of my life back. There are things that I used to do that I can't do now and I want to do again, and that motivates me to get through all the exercises, get through all the physio, put in the effort and do what I need to do to be able to do those things again. Whereas Phil has used his back as an excuse to do less, both physically and socially. And on some level, that offends me. It insults me. It demeans me. I find it disgusting. It feels like all of the effort that I am putting in is being denigrated in some ways, being demeaned. It's like, why are you doing that, you idiot? You should have just done nothing. Doing that disgusts me. I know it shouldn't, but it does. So I suppose that's why this video exists in the form it does. All of these lies are in service of perpetuating Phil's life of sloth, and I wanted to show as many as I could to show how they've developed over time as Phil's propensity for embellishment has grown unchecked through uncontested retellings, and ultimately show how completely and utterly wrong he is about absolutely everything to do with his back. And that's pretty much it. Whenever Phil tells you that he once hurt his back, he's probably telling you the truth, but if he tells you anything else, it's either a lie or he's wrong, so anything he says from that point forward should not be trusted. Before I go, I've got a couple of shout outs to do because this video wouldn't have been possible without a couple of people, so I need to acknowledge their contributions, even if they didn't know they made them, and this is how they find out. If I had members, this would be a good place to do a credits list or something, but I don't, so instead I'm just going to do the artists for the music that I've used. So in alphabetical order to avoid people bickering over who got mentioned first and who got mentioned last, I'd like to thank ALT for the WPIG and Density Scrolls clips and for having me as part of the Density Scrolls in the first place. I'd like to thank DarksydePhil for the Side Scrollers restream clips and for having me as part of that stream. It was fun. We should do it again sometime. I'd also like to thank Dark Dave for the March 5th clip, which I'm still not sure why that's not a result from Big Big Go, but I appreciate that you could provide a source nonetheless. And speaking of Big Big Go, I'd also like to thank the DSP Institute because this video would literally have been impossible without you, and technically that means it's also your fault and it's 9 hours long, so you know, but cheers anyway, mate. I'd also like to thank Card in the Paint for the that was my decompression title, which is absolutely genius and deserves a shout out, so thanks for that, man. I'd also like to thank King Jad for DSP bingo clips that I've used and for generally tolerating me losing my shit every now and then in his chat. And finally, I'd like to thank Rebsy for the footage of Phil dancing and making a prat of himself that I've used in the title cards. This video would not have been possible without any of you. And finally, I'd like to thank you for watching. I really appreciate that you have taken such a significant amount of time out of your life to spend with me and to watch the content that I'm creating. It means a lot to me and I really appreciate it. So thank you. So, I see how much time's left. I get the speedrunner's itch. Really close to 10 hours. I see the next goal. And I thought, do you know what? I'm just going to vent for a bit. Because there's loads of little things that have been building up throughout, like working on this video. And I don't really have any other place to mention them. So I'm going to mention them now. Because it's really annoyed me. The way he pronounces nerve.
Nerve pain. Nerve pain. Nerve pain. Nerve pain.
Like nerve is spelled N-U-R-V-E. And it's really annoying. I also really have this like there's one clip that always cracks me up, which is when he's stumbling over saying shooting nerve pain. He's like, I always had shooting nerve pain.
I always had shooting nerve pain, okay?
Like, it fucking cracks me up every time. It's just so funny to watch him stumble over two words.
Shooting nerve pain.
But there is like one other thing that I wanted to really vent about, and it's the smugness and the arrogance that's in his voice and it's on his face whenever he tries to say, you know, I could have lost control of my bowels.
Number two, I could lose control of my bowels. Basically, it's the vertebrae that controls things such as your ability to use the bathroom. This was the vertebrae that this disc, if it malfunctioned, could destroy my ability to walk. It could destroy my ability to control my bowels. That disc was the disc that the nerves there controlled my bowels.
And it's almost like he's using it to elevate him above you. Like, you know, oh, you think your injury was bad? Well, I nearly lost bowel control. You know, oh, you've had an accident and it's left you with like some serious pain and some serious injury. Well, were you ever in danger of losing bowel control? No, I was.
Number 2, I could lose control of my bowels. I mean, it was to the point he said it was so bad that thank God I caught it when I did, because if I didn't and this thing had popped, this disc, that I could have been fucked for life. Basically, to the vertebrae that controls things such as your ability to use the bathroom. Yeah, not good. Not good that if I tweak my back the wrong way, I could piss my pants, right? I was bad off, all right? This was the vertebrae that this disc, if it malfunctioned, could destroy my ability to walk. It could destroy my ability to control my bowels. It was basically one of the worst possible things that could happen. That disc was the disc that the nerves there controlled my bowels. So imagine now you're trying to use the bathroom and it hurts to use the bathroom. That's not good. That's really, really bad. Okay? And that's the situation I was in back then.
And this is why it's really pissed me off, because he takes this incredibly serious warning sign that your life is at risk and he reduces it to just another category in his personal top trumps of social interactions. So this warning sign, this indication that your life is at risk because something has gone seriously wrong with your injury and you need to seek medical attention now, or else, you know, you could realistically die. And for him, it's just it's a way of winning an argument. It's a way of winning a conversation. It's a way of like elevating himself above everybody else to go, well, mine was worse and therefore I win. And that's why we get that like that confidence of the ignorant, you know, the way he speaks about these things that he's completely wrong about and lies about, but he talks with like the confidence of somebody who is utterly convinced that he's right. And obviously as a pathological liar, it doesn't matter whether he's convinced he's right or wrong. What matters is that he can convince you that he's right and thus come out the victor in this situation. And it sort of ties back to the attachment styles that I talked about during the one of the segments. Editor Steve, thank you very much. And when we look at like social interactions as competitions that you have to win, or, you know, some sort of like way of you have to elevate yourself above other people in any sort of interaction. And that's what you get with Phil. He speaks like this because it doesn't matter to him that he's wrong. It doesn't matter to him that he's not telling the truth. It doesn't matter to him that he's lying. What matters is he can use this thing to win against you. He can use it to elevate himself above you, and therefore he is the winner. And it's just I need to stop. I need to stop. This is getting out of hand now. Feel it on my lip. Not bad. You can mainly taste the tomato. There's a bit of cheese in there, but it's sort of overwhelmed by it. And then there's a little bit of paprika as well. But, yeah, it's alright. I suppose that's to add the sort of like the savouriness of the toast, you know. You can't really like put a bread flavour in there, so not bad. Wouldn't say it's my favourite, but I mean, I'll probably finish off the other 4, so it's not that bad. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be sad when they're gone. Unlike them cheese and Branston pickle ones. They were fucking amazing. Anyway, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I really appreciate that you spent the last 9 hours of your life, whether all in one go or cumulatively over several watches, with me watching my stuff. So, thank you. Bye.